Chapter 1 A Dream of Nank. A dream lasting for decades. You can't kill me. I'm the little prince, Yin Xiao. Lu Wuchen's eyes trembled with horror, yet, buried beneath the fear, a flicker of relief surfaced. At last, this nightmare of a day was over. He looked at the so-called male protagonist before him, pride burning in that youth's eyes, and couldn't help but sneer. Male protagonist, ha. Under my schemes, aside from that demon emperor who eats both meat and vegetables, do you even know what a man's pleasure truly is? Ha! The countless heroines that fate threw your way, each one, separated and broken by me. If nothing else, that's revenge of a different flavor. Lu Wuchen was once the typical second-generation rich heir, silken robes, endless banquets, beauties circling like stars. A life others could only dream of. Then, one night, he made a single mistake. He left a bad review on a wildly popular web novel about an empress, and for that petty act, the heavens, or rather, a system, punished him, dragged him into the story itself, forced him to play the villain. To return to reality, he had to complete every death mission written for him. Thus began his life as a man fated to die in this world. He was the little prince of the Yin dynasty, Lu Wuchen, son of a powerful duke, born with everything, looks, power, prestige. A man destined to live lavishly, surrounded by beauties and treasures. By all logic, this life should have been bliss, yet fate had already written his role in ink. The villain who challenges destiny, and his first target, the cold, ethereal empress of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. One glance, and Lu Wuchen was lost. He swore to make that untouchable woman his, even if it meant defying heaven itself. But of course, that path meant standing against the son of fate, the true protagonist, a man blessed by heaven and armed with his own golden finger system. This walking cheat could pick up divine artifacts by falling into random pits, trip on a rock, and find an ancient ruin, get kidnapped by a demoness, and she'd end up in love with him. Hell, even after sleeping with the world's #1 demoness, she converted for him, slaughtering her own followers just to repent. Lu Wuchen could only stare, utterly numb. You're long out, Yin incarnate, he thought bitterly. And I'm just your disposable stepping stone. So he stopped struggling. He did his part, died when the script demanded it, and waited for the promised return to reality. When the male protagonist's sword pierced through his chest, Lu Wuchen smiled faintly. Finally, freedom, ding, mission complete. Returning to reality, at long last, that damn system's voice echoed again. For the first time in years, he almost felt joy then. Warning. Unknown error detected. System correction in progress. Correction failed. Rebooting system. What the? You're kidding me. A blinding light engulfed him. The world shattered into static. System reboot complete. Plane collapsed. Restarting, his last thought before the void consumed him. The system. Don't tell me. I can't go back. He fell and dreamed a dream that lasted decades. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the golden sheen of a familiar ceiling. Ha, ha. On a bed carved from golden Nanmu, Lu Wuchen gasped awake. For a moment, joy flickered. Then came despair. Tears welled, not from happiness, but from utter helplessness. He was back at the beginning, back in the palace that was long since destroyed, back in the skin of that arrogant, debauched prince, the same palace that had crumbled because of him, the same father who had been exiled to the frontier in disgrace, the same tragedies he had already lived through, and now he was here again, before it all happened. A system. Get out here, damn you. Ding, system reboot complete. Regression failed. Reason unknown. As compensation, timeline adjusted to the start of the villain arc. Lu Wuchen froze. His voice trembled. You're saying I have to live it all again? His mind cracked. He had only written one bad review. Did that really warrant this kind of punishment? Ding, compensation granted. Compensate your sister, he roared. I want reality, not another dog-licking career. Silence, only the whisper of the wind answered. He screamed until his throat burned, then collapsed onto the bed, trembling. Once again, the story had begun, and this time, he no longer had the strength to laugh. Chapter 2 Princess Huanfu won His Royal Highness Shitzi? The noise that came out made the maid guarding the door panic. Is Shitzi getting sick again? Every time he is played by Emperor Ji, he always takes it out on the subordinates of the imperial palace. Lu Wuchen expressed helplessness. This is also some of the details specially added in the book to show the brutality and inhumanity of the little prince. Go out. His Royal Highness Shitzi. Do you want me to say it again? The slave didn't dare. I'm bothering the king, so I'll get 50 sticks by myself. Lu Wuchen lay on the bed and said blankly. It's like my own mantra, the son of the world forgives his life. 60. For Lu Wuchen, this is a number that highlights his brutality of if you really want to enforce the family law, such a maidservant can beat her skin and flesh with 10 sticks, and she will die, and not to mention 60 sticks. This is whipping corpses, but in fact, what is it? Lu Wuchen can always see the maidservant who was punished by herself happily working in other parts of the palace in a few days. As for Lu Wuchen, he just opened one eye and closed one eye anyway, as long as you show your ruthlessness and brutality. Lu Wuchen's eyes were empty until dawn. 8 maidservants entered the room with gold and jade washbasins, silk scarves made of tencel, and gorgeous sheets. He dresses a dress and wash under the service of the maidservant. Hiss. While combing her hair, the maid accidentally broke one of Lu Wuchen's hair. Damn the slaves, damn the slaves. Go on, the king is in a good mood today. Maidservant, your royal highness, you're still in a bad mood, so you can at least change your position and you don't have to worry about it all day long. On all major festivals of the dynasty, the nobles of all royal houses are required to wear high-grade costumes and enter the palace to congratulate the emperor. If I remember correctly, today should be DG's celebration banquet. Lu Wuchen really didn't know. This Emperor Ji Huangfu could obviously rely on his appearance, but he had to rely on his strength. Emperor Ji of the Yin dynasty, as the most favored one, Huangfu can be described as calling the wind and the rain in the imperial city, but I don't know why this Emperor Ji was so hot in his mind. He pretended to participate in this year's imperial examination, and he was still a martial artist. And in the final, he showed the strongest force of the Fourth Order, and won the title of the martial champion in one fell swoop. Do women not give up their eyebrows? Lu Wuchen murmured to himself, and it was precisely because he participated in Huangfu celebration banquet that he completely offended the male protagonist he met for the first time. At DG's celebration banquet, the male protagonist appeared in great glory, but what about myself? It became a joke in the audience. After another walk, Lu Wuchen smiled helplessly, sorted out his clothes, and left the courtyard. Your Highness, the prince invites you to go once. Got it. With a proud and tempered expression on Lu Wuchen's face, Lu Wuchen was at ease. The only son of the royal palace, he is loved by thousands of people, and his chief father is doing his best for himself. To say that it is not moved, it is absolutely false. Lu Wuchen is not a cold-blooded animal. When he came to the back hall, Lu Wuchen saluted his father. The child has seen his father. Emperor Ji's celebration banquet. Is my son ready? For his only son, Lu Genoa's eyes were full of doting love. What is so good about this child? Regardless of his cleverness since he was a child, he was born well, and he perfectly inherited his genes. To say that this child, although he is the son of the world, he never embarrasses the people. It is very domineering in the circle of dudes. It's a pity that when I saw DG, I couldn't walk. The whole heart hung on DJI. Made Lu Genoa secretly worried, and Lu Genoa naturally couldn't look down on his son's licking of a dog, but there was nothing to do, thinking about whether to use the power in his hands to force the palace once. So that the emperor can agree to the marriage, but it is okay to ignore Aiko's wish. Although Lu Genoa felt that even if his son married DG, he would definitely be unhappy after this marriage. This time, Lu Wuchen was a complete ordinary person. The suffering of cultivation is not something that his spoiled son can eat. This is also the reason why Huangfu couldn't see Lu Wuchen. It's just a weak chicken with no power to bind a chicken, which makes Emperor Yuanji look at it differently, and it's simply delusional. Huangfu has never felt sorry for this little prince who has licked himself for 10 years. Naturally, Wanner will love the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum in the far north. When it came to Huangfu, Lu Wuchen naturally showed an expression of obsession, which had become a conditioned reflex. 1,000 years of blood Ganoderma lucidum? My son is atmospheric. Okay, this thing is indeed worthy of God Ji's identity. Having said that, Lu Genoa's heart was dripping with blood at this moment. Look at the appearance of dust-free landing. What else can Lu Genoa say? He sighed secretly. The 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum in the far north is a rare holy product. Even those monks who have reached the heavenly level of cultivation will ignore the treasures they are fighting for. He was given away by this scumbag. I will enter the palace with my father in a while. Lu Genoa is escorting Lu Wuchen in front of himself. No one dared to disrespect Lu Wuchen. Even the current saint had to give himself a bit of thin face. At the entrance of the palace, 2 luxury cars were ready. The people pulling the cart were 4 celestial horses from the northern tribes who paid tribute, and they were rumored to be descendants of the Ninth Order Golden Dragon. There were only 10 horses in the entire dynasty, and the palace monopolized 4 horses, which shows the thickness of the Holy Family. It's the little prince who is out. It's really the little prince, who looks better than Panin. How good would it be if he could get the favor of the little prince? Don't be a nymphomaniac. No one in the world knows. the little prince's heart is all on DG. Not to mention, Lu Wuchen's fanbase is not weak after all, this family, this appearance, the entire Dian dynasty. Can you find the second one? At this moment in the palace, Huang Fuwan was sitting quietly on the upper level after dressing up worthy of being the pride of the dynasty. DG's reputation has long radiated to every corner of the dynasty, winning the reputation of Wu champion. Huang Fuwan's reputation has reached a peak. To what extent is Huang Fuwan beautiful? His face is like a silver plate, his eyes are like apricots, his lips are red without dots, and his eyebrows are green without painting. Huang Fuwan at this moment is wearing the brilliance of Luoyi, the brilliance of Er Yaobi, and the jewelry of Jinsui, decorated with pearls to shine on her body from top to bottom. It exudes infinite charm. After all, in reality, Huang Fuwan is a goddess like this, and at the same time she is driving beauty, filters and beautification. Who can stand this, Junji of the Dian dynasty, who is not fascinated by it? It's a pity that Huang Fuwan is not very interested in those pretentious talents. Huang Fuwan sat quietly at this moment, her sense of luxury naturally revealed, beautiful and unparalleled, graceful, passionate about people, but jealous of evil from top to bottom in the Yin dynasty. As long as Huang Fuwan is mentioned, who doesn't praise it? At this moment, Huang Fuwan has been dubbed the first person of the younger generation of the dynasty. Even if you were born in the ruthless emperor's house, what about it? The identity of the eldest daughter, coupled with the strength favored by the emperor alone, other princes and princesses are naturally jealous. You know, the identity of this Emperor Ji is unique to Huang Fuwan. The other princes and princesses had no sense of existence in front of Huang Fuwan. How can the light of the firefly be the same as the sun and the moon? Chapter 3. The Sun is Unfilial. As the second heroine of this book, DG was quite a powerful existence in her previous life. Originally, there should have been a spark with the male protagonist in the previous life. As a result, Lu Wuchen was secretly provoked by Lu Wuchen, TSK, refused to bite me, so much so that Emperor Ji was even more obsessed with cultivation. It's a pity that Huang Fuwan, who was kind to everyone, always had a cold face when he treated Lu Wuchen, the little prince. Maybe it's the weak chicken who really can't see Lu Wuchen. Sister, I heard that at your celebration banquet today, the little prince of Lu Wangfu has prepared a very special treasure to dedicate to you. The three princesses around her smiled and whispered, but in their eyes, they were deeply jealous of Huang Fuwan. Not to mention, these three princesses have been in love with Lu Wuchen for a long time, but in Lu Wuchen's eyes, only he, the emperor's sister, was the only one. If Lu Wuchen saw this scene, he would definitely say that the acting skills were nothing but guan. Not even the eyes are undisguised, and the acting skills are really tender. The three princesses naturally knew that the little prince was the one who DG was most impatient with, although I don't know why. He is so good, why can't he always look down on him? There is a problem with Sister Huang's light, but the little prince has a deep affection for Sister Huang. If there is half of it, no, as long as it is 1/5, it will be fine to use it on himself, and every time he mentioned this, DG's mood would become very bad. Of course, if you are in a bad mood, your mood will naturally be good. It's just deliberately disgusting, so who can it be? It's normal for this kind of thing to happen in the emperor's house. It's a pity that the little prince hasn't woken up yet. This queen is not your good match, brother Wu Chen Wang. But for some reason, this time DG turned out to be uncharacteristically, not only did not show an expression of disgust, but instead showed a smile. This explain the situation? It's completely different from what I expected. Shouldn't DG at this moment look disgusted and frosty? After all, this is not the one who hates the little prince the most. What does such a smile mean? If you read this correctly, this is a very sweet smile. Third sister, what is the little prince doing at this time? By the way, this year's champion Lang heard that he will also participate in the celebration banquet of the emperor. When Zhuang Yuan and Wu Zhuang Yuan are on the same scene. This is to complement each other. Really? It is the woman who is called the world. The bloodstained country is picturesque. How can the enemy have a little cinnabar between his eyebrows? I don't want this world. I just want to be with the scholar Xinyabai Zhuangyuanling, who is painting for a long time. This Xinyabai is a show that has emerged in recent years. I heard that he is no worse than the little prince, and even more charming. Who knew that as soon as the voice fell, a murderous aura filled, and the source of the murderous aura was the Emperor Ji Huangfuwan. Huangfuwan's murderous aura burst out, although it was only a moment, but such a strong murderous intent was still shocking. At this time, several princesses in the hall were shocked. What's the matter? The reaction is so great. Sister Huang. I'm tired. Huang Fuwan closed her eyes and dropped off the guests directly. Although they were all upset in their hearts, in the face of the powerful Emperor Ji, these princes and princesses did not have the strength to be rigid, and they were pushed out of the palace with a look of displeasure. It seems that we have to be prepared. Huang Fuwan, who had been closing her eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened her eyes and passed with a sneer. The most favored eldest princess of the dynasty won this year's martial champion. Although there are some criticisms, those old pedants pointed out in righteous words that as Emperor Ji of the imperial dynasty, he should be an example to the world. Why did he throw his head and show his face? But the emperor was very happy of Huang Fuwan's victory, as the martial champion did not exactly represent the Qianlong of the martial arts of the Yin dynasty. Besides, my own baby, who was fascinated by the holy land of reincarnation, can she be the same as an ordinary woman? When Huang Fuzzing was happy, he thought about a big banquet for the ministers. This would also increase the feelings between the monarch and the ministers. In the second place, it would also reflect the ability of the imperial family of the Yin dynasty. No one has a successor? Ridiculous. How could it happen to the Yin dynasty at this time? For the dignitaries of the dynasty, this is a big deal. For the ministers of the great banquet, the entire Yin dynasty was prosperous, the country was strong, and the emperor was literate and virtuous, and he had the style of an ancient emperor. For the nobles of the palace, this is a rare opportunity to get close to the royal family and take pictures. Of course, this does not include the Lu Wangfu. As the most powerful person in the dynasty, the Lu Wangfu and the royal family can be described as both prosperous and damaged. The contemporary Prince Lu Genoa has outstanding abilities and a deep emperor's heart. At this moment, 2 luxurious cars have already entered the palace, and there is no need to stop for inspection like other officials. This is a concession of imperial power, and it also reflects the supreme status of the Lu Wangfu. Why don't these 2 cars need to be checked? A nobleman who came from out of town complained that his side had been searched several times inside and out, and he had already been impatient to wait. At this moment, I saw these 2 cars passing calmly, as if the imperial city guards hadn't seen them. Naturally, there is unwillingness at the moment. The marquis said cautiously, "This is the car of the Lu Wangfu." The guard on the side kindly reminded him, "What is the status of this Lu Wangfu? Is it also what you, a little marquis, can say, Lu Wangfu?" There was a trace of fear in the marquis' eyes, however. He still replied stiffly, "Humph, it seems that the sun is in the middle of the day, but I haven't given birth to a kind of affection. I have no intention of my career, and sooner or later I will lose my family business." Naturally, everyone can understand who was alluding to here. However, what the marquis didn't know was that his words would reach Lu Genoa's ears in a while. In this year's deferred examination, this marquis will not enter the stream. The annual aristocratic assessment is not ordinary. It is related to the lifeblood of the entire family, but the marquis didn't know that his own words directly changed the fate of his family. Lu Genoa's short-sighted defense. What the entire dynasty knows is that you, a little marquis, are delusional and provocative, which is extremely ridiculous. At this moment, Lu Wuchen was in the car, thinking a lot. Today is the day when Xinyubai, the champion of the dynasty, appeared at the end of his fans. A poem shocked the world. Even the emperor was quite satisfied with Xinyubai's talent, but for myself, I had to pass my face to the male protagonist to fan. Of course I prepared a masterpiece, but in the end it became a laughingstock. To say that Lu Wuchen has no talent? Naturally, it's not, but against the male protagonist with a cheating device, it's naturally a lot worse. Moreover, this is the plot. What can Lu Wuchen do? If it weren't for his father who was also present, it is estimated that it would not be a smirk, but a wanton ridicule of father. "My son is unfilial, this is going to embarrass you again, huh?" Life is like a drama, it all depends on acting. Lu Wuchen took a deep breath. Why not do it again? The car suddenly stopped, and the guard cautiously opened the door. Even the inner guard of the Son of Heaven did not dare to offend the first dignitary of the dynasty. Chapter 4, Is the Princess a Little Strange? Led by his father, this road is naturally unimpeded. In the main hall, the dignitaries gathered, and when they saw Prince Lu and Shitzi coming in together, they naturally bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, the male lead hasn't come yet?" Lu Wuchen looked around, without that figure, but he also fell into memories. My Emperor Shengen. By the time Lu Wuchen reacted, a group of people had already knelt down in front of him, and his father had already knelt on the ground, staring at him at the moment. It's not good. What I just thought was too amazing, which was disrespectful to the emperor. Lu Wuchen hurriedly knelt down. However, Lu Wuchen's move was well seen by interested people. What happened to the little prince today? Are you out of your mind? No. Could it be that His Royal Highness Shitzi went to Yixianjuan last night? It's impossible. Who doesn't know that the little prince only takes a scoop of 3,000 weak water to drink? Everyone was also very curious. What happened to this little prince? Such mistakes will be made. After the salute, they took their seats one after another. At this moment, a magnificent figure appeared at the door of the main hall. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The surrounding light seemed to be concentrated on this person, and it was so dazzling when it appeared. This person is Zimyabai, the protagonist of this book. It is worthy of being the only male lead, and the way this appearance is so shocking. Lu Wuchen lowered his head. No one knew what Lu Wuchen was thinking at this moment, thinking of the sword inserted into his chest in his previous life. Lu Wuchen felt a cool air exuding from all the acupuncture points of his limbs. Unexpectedly, I had to do it again and continue to act as a stepping stone to this success. It's Shimubai, the youngest champion of the dynasty. Sure enough, it's Shimubai, so suave. 3000 prosperity. At the flick of a finger, this person is the only one in my world. This Zimyabai and His Royal Highness the Prince of the World, who is better? It's hard to say. One is powerful and the other is talented, and it will be bright all the time. And the appearance of Zimyabai caused the female relatives to complain collectively. There is no way, the little prince can't count on it. He knows that there is only one person in the eyes of the little prince. Then, this Zimyabai is naturally the best candidate. Whether it was an imperial nobleman or a married woman, these pairs of peach blossom eyes were fixed on Zimyabai's body in a daze. If it comes to appearance, Lu Wuchen and Shimubai can be said to be comparable. It is also unparalleled in style and famous as the imperial capital. Naturally, it has to be compared by others. It's a pity that Lu Wuchen knew very well in his heart that he was just a villain. A villain used to be beaten in the face by the male protagonist. Since I met the male protagonist, I have started to go downhill. No matter how powerful the villain is, what about it? Isn't it still planted in the hands of the male protagonist? Hey, the women over there, please wake up. This Zimyabai is not something you can miss. Lu Wuchen clearly knew that there were also a few villains in this female family, who did whatever it took to get Shimubai. Unfortunately, the end result was not much better. In the end, it became an existence that everyone in the Jiaofang division could taste. There is a knife on the top of the color character, and this plan is equally applicable to women. Chen Zimyabai, see the sage. Today's champion Lang Zimyabai is deeply favored by the emperor. The champions of all dynasties started from the 6 products, and this one was divided into 4 products from the beginning. During the imperial examination, Shan Shu, the second-rank official who was against him, was also dismissed for investigation because of this Zimyabai. This Zheng Erpen Dayuan is from the Lu Wangfu. This time the emperor actually gave the palace no face at all for this Zimyabai. The degree of its favor can be imagined. It's my Minister of Humorous who is here. Above this hall, Huang Fuzing made no secret of his appreciation for Zimyabai. He also specially gave a seat. Otherwise, where would the nobles of this hall have Zimyabai's position? The minister thanked His Majesty. Zimyabai's face showed a look of course. Since getting the system, Zimyabai can be said to have done nothing wrong. While completing the system tasks, Zimyabai also made a lot of money. So far, except for Lu Wuchen, perhaps no one knows that Zimyabai has embarked on the path of cultivation, and even compared to the proud son of heaven, Emperor Yan Shaoji, it is not much better. Anyway, after Zimyabai appeared, he was the focus of the audience, and Zimyabai came today with a system task, mission, get the favor of Emperor Ji, reward, Star Emperor domineering tactics. For Zimyabai, this task was not difficult, although he heard that Emperor Ji had never liked scholars. However, in Zimyabai's opinion, this is nothing. With his own charm, can't he conquer a mere Emperor Ji? Besides, I came here prepared today, and naturally I was confident that I could win DG's heart. At this moment, Zimyabai is very calm and confident. All of you here, who has your own personality, I don't know if it's a coincidence. Zimyabai and Lu Wuchen's eyes met across the AIR. Lu Wuchen immediately showed an expression of jealousy and hatred. This unique skill of changing faces naturally can't beat Lu Wuchen. Yes, this is the little prince who is on par with himself. See you today. But that's it. Only the weak will show an expression of envy and jealousy. Hearing that this person has been stalking DG, which made DG very disgusted, it seems that he can start from this person today. Maybe it can have a miraculous effect. Zimyabai, who owns the system, didn't even put Lu Wuchen in his eyes. There was a mysterious sound in the hall, and finally it was time for Emperor Ji Huangfuwan to enter. Huangfuwan was dressed in solemn Chinese clothes, and what exuded from her body was the luxury that came with her body. But even so, her stunning face still made many people covet it. But thinking of Huangfuwan's identity and this great talent, his heart was dumbfounded for a while. This is the Emperor Ji? Yes, I want to get her. The first time he saw Huangfuwan, Zimyabai made a decision. At this time, Huangfuwan didn't squint, and Duanli moved forward, but paused slightly when she was about to pass Lu Wuchen's side. A beautiful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No way? DG smiled when he passed by the little prince. You must be dazzled. Obviously what Emperor G hates most is the little prince. That's right, it must be a coincidence. Could it be that DG was moved by the perseverance of the little prince? Not to mention other people, even Lu Wuchen was dumbfounded. What is the situation? Huang Fuwan smiled at herself. How does it feel so fantasy? Could it be that someone told Huang Fuwan about his gift of Ganoderma lucidum, a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum from the far north? It's impossible. In the last life, even if I offered such a valuable thing, all I got was a non-salty thank you. Chapter 5 is another chapter about courting death. After a sufficiently cumbersome set of court etiquette, Emperor Huangfuzing proudly put on a fuchsia velvet cloak for Huangfuwan, which symbolized the martial champion, and this tedious ritual made Lu Wuchen want to doze off when he was bored. I didn't sleep well last night. This life has fallen together, and the gap is huge. Looking at this look of the little prince. On such an important occasion, he didn't even know that the sky was high and the earth was thick, and he could still doze off. This is the most important moment for Emperor G. It stands to reason that the little prince should be the most motivated. Lu Wuchen, nonsense. I have already participated in the same movie once. If you watch the same movie again, I will ask if you are tired of it. Okay, my heart is very comforted, my Emperor G, my hope. Huangfuzing's words were from the bottom of his heart. If Huang Fuwan were a man, it is estimated that the position of prince would have fallen to her a long time ago. Even now, Huang Fuzhang is hesitant among the princes, and the most important reason is Huang Fuwan's body. Today, my Emperor G Dilly, I want to amnesty the world. Huangfuzing announced loudly, and in this way he showed that he was governing the country with kindness. My Emperor Shang Ming. Your Majesty, today's Emperor G's ceremony, he won the award of the martial champion of this year. The minister attached 3 of the best pearls in the East China Sea. I wish Emperor G unparalleled prosperity and eternal youth. At this moment, the link of offering treasures is reached. Of course, in order for the emperor to remember himself, these nobles took out the best gifts. Your Majesty, the minister sent 500 years of ginseng to help Emperor G's realm advance. Ha ha ha. Okay, everyone has a heart. To be honest, whether it is for ordinary people or for monks, facing these treasures of heaven, material, and earth is enough to be tempted. This is enough for a powerful man to do what angered people that day, but for Huang Fuzhang, the owner of the Dian dynasty, it can only be said that it is sparse and ordinary, and there are many such treasures in the palace treasure house. Of course, the really good things are put at the end. When Lu Wuchen saw that no one stood up again, he knew it was time to perform by himself. He should perform the duties of the villain and become a stepping stone for the male protagonist. This king sent a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum to the far north to congratulate Sister Wanner. Lu Wuchen pretended to be infatuated that he could do everything for Huang Fuwan. This gift is so amazing. Hiss. Did I hear you right? The 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum in the far north? Is this little prince crazy? This far north land can only be entered once in 10 years, and there is only a 2-day chance. Yes, I heard that there are powerful spirit beasts in this far north. Even if you enter with great power, it is very dangerous. I heard that the snow Ganoderma lucidum in this far north is the most superb treasure of heaven, material, and earth. Even if it is 100 years old, it is rare in this world. The last time a small northwestern country obtained 500 years of blood Ganoderma lucidum, it was impossible to hand it in, and it finally led to the destruction of the country by the Demon Gate. Normal, these 500 years of blood Ganoderma lucidum are enough to give people 100 years of life. Who is not jealous? Use affection to the extreme. Use affection to the extreme. If someone treats me like this, I will be willing even if I die now. Vomit, please. Would you please take a look in the mirror before you speak? Lu Wuchen didn't worry about these flattery at all. It was not that he was floating by himself, but that he knew how high he was jumping at this moment, and how painful it would be when he was stepped on by the male protagonist. What is the effect of this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum? Is it an extension of 200 years? Or 300 years? No one knows, because so far, there has been no record. Brother Xian, this gift is too heavy. Even Huang Fuzhang was stunned at the moment. This kid, for his own daughter, is too hard. Of course, Huang Fuzhang would not know that in his previous life, this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum was finally cheaper than Zinyabai. Moreover, Huang Fuwan willingly gave it to him. Brother Huang, it was originally a crime to conceive a perfect match. Instead of doing this, it is better to offer it so that you can feel at ease. Although Lu Genoa said so, in fact, his heart was dripping with blood. I must send it to the black sheep, but I can't stop it. Of course, if ordinary people get this treasure, it is naturally a disaster. But, where is Lu Wangfu? Lu Wangfu couldn't protect this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. That was definitely a joke. I also prepared a poem for Sister Wanner, which I dedicated to my sister here. Well, it's time to die. The little prince wants to write poems? What's so strange? The little prince has been smart since he was a child. When he was studying with him in the palace, even the Taifu was full of praise. It's interesting, the little prince is writing a poem in front of Zhuang Yuanlang. I don't know what kind of mentality Zhuang Yuanlang is at this moment. Ahem. Lu Wuchen didn't care about this. He still had to go when he should go, holding the mentality of early death and early death. There are beauties in the Yin dynasty, peerless and independent. If you look at the city of Qingrun and then the country of Qingrun, you would rather not know how rare it is to have the beauties of Qingcheng and Xinghua. Don't worry about poetry, the author doesn't have such a great ability to create by himself, and don't associate poetry with reality, it has nothing to do with it. However, as soon as this poem came out, Huang Fuzzing's face didn't look good anymore, and those who were a little knowledgeable underground were also stunned for a while. When I heard this poem, it was indeed a compliment to DG's stunning face, but the question is, can't you hear the true meaning hidden in this poem? Huang Fu Wan smiled slightly, and she knew that Brother Wuchen was still the same, just like in the previous life. I don't know where I got the poems, fortunately, this time I was prepared. Brother Wuchen, don't worry, in this life, I will stand in front of you. It's enough to shield you from the wind and rain, let others laugh at you or insult you, and let me protect you. Would Lu Wuchen not know the hidden meaning in this poem? Naturally not. This is a hateful system that I deliberately did it for myself. I gave myself a strategy, but even this poem has to be created by myself, which is simply an exploitation of labor. Smile at the city of people, and then smile at the country of people. The city walls were lost and the country was defeated. Is it all because of this stunning Emperor Ji? Lu Wuchen, you have a lot of courage. If it weren't for the face of Prince Lu, it is estimated that Huang Fuzzing is already about to take down Lu Wuchen at this moment. In the previous life, Lu Wuchen had a big limelight. Because of this poem. This moment, Lu Genoa's face is also ugly. Tight, son of a bitch. What is this for? Lu Genoa didn't believe that with his son's talent, he would not see the problems in poetry. Zinyabai sneered. That's it. It's a pity that it has a good skin. Comparing Lu Wuchen with himself is really boring. This moment, Huang Fujiang had already stepped down for Lu Wuchen. Nephew Wuchen, have you been coaxed? This poem is not your level. As soon as these words came out, everyone was also surprised. That's right, if the little prince had done it, this would all be considered a rebellion, and the little prince would definitely not be like this. Good poems are rare. It is estimated that the little prince is in a hurry to succeed. Chapter 6 is really messed up. Huang Fuwan was also frosty. I feel that what my father said is reasonable, and he must have ulterior motives and want to frame Brother Wuchen. Brother Wang just ignored it for a while. There must be a villain who wants to frame Brother Wuchen. Damn. That's wrong, Huang Fuwan. Shouldn't you show a look of contempt now? But in the eyes of Huang Fuwan in this life, what if it is copied? Brother Wuchen didn't want to please himself, yet Brother Wang loves to mess around. In this way, Wanner doesn't care about Brother Wuchen anymore. Puff. What's the situation? As soon as Huang Fuwan spoke, the hall fell into a dead silence. Me. Did I hear you right? Auditory hallucinations. It must be auditory hallucinations. How could DG use coquettish words to the little prince? Lu Wuchen is also confused? What's the situation? After doing it again, Huang Fuwan's changes have been too great, right? This. Me. No, you must not change the plot, otherwise what should I do? At the moment, Lu Wuchen was also in a hurry. What are you looking at? It's you, the champion of the dynasty, right? Isn't it amazing? What did the smile on your face mean just now? Taunt the king? That being the case, Lu Wuchen wanted to force the main line back at this moment. I can only take the initiative to provoke the male protagonist. In the last life, after he was ridiculed by the group of ministers, Shimubai came forward to clean up the endgame. On the spot, he wrote a poem that could be handed down and gave it to DG. This eased the embarrassment. By the way, he also won DG's favor. What are you looking at? Can you still create a masterpiece that will be handed down to the world? Then this king? For the sake of the plot, Lu Wuchen didn't even want his face anymore. Male lead, the stage is ready for you. Please start your performance. It is estimated that it is unique for the villain to be like me, and Zinyabai was also taken aback. provoking himself, is there any conspiracy? No, I've seen it before, and I guess I won't use any conspiracy against myself. It is estimated that he is simply jealous of himself for thinking of this. Zimubai smiled faintly on the surface, so he didn't take Lu Wuchen's provocation to heart. In fact, I just want everyone to see their big bellies just in time. I can also step on the opponent to the top. As Zimubai got up gracefully, giving people a sense of spring breeze. The moment, it has earned another wave of favor. What happened to the little prince today? Why provoke Shuang Yuan Lang? Doesn't he know that the people say that this champion Lang is Wen Xuxing who went down to the world? There are 10 talents in the world, and the champion has the exclusive right to 8 of them. Countless compliments sounded. Of course, how much is true? It's not to cater to Huang Fuzheng. At this moment, Lu Wuchen found that Huang Fuwan in front of him had finally changed his face. His face was cold, even with a hint of murderous intent. Sure enough, as long as he provokes the male protagonist frantically, Huang Fuwan can't hold back. Even a generation of Emperor Ji admires his talent. As everyone knows, Huang Fuwan's murderous intent was aimed at Zimubai. When the enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Not to mention, Zimubai in his previous life did not hesitate at all, sacrificing the entire continent with blood, naturally including the Dian dynasty. At the last moment, the biting flames burned every inch of his skin. At this time, the only thing he thought of was the dust-free brother who was with him every day and willing to make him happy. In this life, the palace is sorry for Brother Wang's wrong love. He only wants to cultivate with all his heart and have an afterlife. The palace would rather give up everything and stay with Brother Wang for the rest of his life. As for this Zimubai, how could Huang Fuwan forgive this animal lightly? Anyway, in that case, I will write a poem for DG. At this moment, Zimubai walked out of his seat, pacing back and forth pretentiously. Its shape is also Tian Roa Jinghong, Wan Roa Yulong. Rong Yao's autumn chrysanthemum, Hua Mao's spring pine. The sky is like the moon covered by light clouds, and the sky is like the snow of the flowing wind. As soon as Zimubai spoke, he immediately shocked the audience. The image of a stunning goddess appeared in everyone's minds. Looking from a distance, it's as bright as the sun rising into the morning sun. When you look at it, it's as bright as the waves. The fiber is very good, and the shortness of repair is appropriate. If the shoulders are cut into pieces, the waist is as plain as an appointment. Zhuang Guanlong's performance is not over yet, but at this moment, everyone in the hall is mesmerized. The neck extension show item is exposed, and the hair quality is exposed. Fanza Wujia, lead Hua Fuyu. Yun Bani Yi, eyebrow trimming Lianjuan. The lips are long on the outside, the teeth are fresh on the inside, the eyes are kind, and the eyes are complementary to the inheritance of power. Such a description simply sets off the beauty of Emperor Ji vividly. However, Huang Fuwan sneered at this time. Zimubai, you really fell for it. Huang Fuzhang was the one with an ugly face in the audience. This poem turned out to be exactly the same as the poem Huang Fuwan presented to him this morning. Huang Fuwan bluntly said that at this time, Huang Fuwan invited contemporary poets to do it. That time, Huang Fuzhang also made a few jokes about Huang Fuwan. I am not ashamed to ask contemporary poets to write poems for themselves. But now, this Zimubai actually chanted this poem in public word for word. Is this possible? As a result, there was only one, and that was this Zimubai, who turned out to be a tyrant who turned a deaf ear to the emperor, stealing the world and deceiving his name. Did he even regard this Zimubai as the minister of the humorous? It was simply being snapped in the face. Of course, for his own reputation, it was impossible for Huang Fuzheng to expose Zimubai. However, Zimubai had already been sentenced to death in his heart. How can such a brazen person be reused? Fortunately, today I saw through the true face of Zimubai. Huang Fuwan sneered even more at this moment. In his last life, he was impressed by this poem and admitted Zimubai's talent. Holding candles all night long is just to appreciate it a few more times. Naturally, I remember it exactly the same. After learning the point in time when he was reborn, Huang Fuwan knew that Zimubai would definitely play this one at his own celebration banquet. Naturally, it was set up in advance, and Zimubai was invited to take the initiative to enter the urn. Zimubai, I didn't expect it, but this is just the beginning. Huang Fuwan sneered again. Zimubai, I was really blind in my previous life. I would appreciate your talent and say good things for you in front of my father. I think this Zimubai is a malleable talent. Zimubai, in this life, regardless of your power or your cultivation as a heavenly person, I, Huang Fuwan, will punish you. A murderous intent was abruptly contained by Huang Fuwan. Knowing the horror of Zimubai, Huang Fuwan knew the importance of scheming and then acting, and these, Zimubai at this moment knows nothing. I'm still trying my best to create. I want to win DG's heart. The poem is over. Taking a breath, Zimyabai was quite satisfied with his work. Okay, a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation. Wonderful, wonderful. Holy Lord, this is a classic, and it should make Emperor Ji immortal. Countless compliments, but Huangfu Zhang couldn't laugh. The more others praised him, the more Huangfu Zhang was aggrieved. There is a saying that this Zimyabai, deceiving the world and stealing his name, is simply hateful. A piece of Emperor Jifu was given to Emperor Ji, and I hope Emperor Ji will be happy. I have to admit that this Zimyabai really has two brushes, a humble gentleman, and his behavior makes the women present fascinated. Keep it for yourself. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Wan didn't even give a smile, so she turned and left with a cold face. Liu Wuchen was confused again. The script was wrong. Shouldn't Huangfu Wan at this moment gladly accept it? Why ding, the mission failed and did not get the favor of Emperor Ji. Huangfu Wan, Zimyabai was also taken aback at the moment. He originally thought this was DG's trick of playing hard to get, or he was embarrassed to accept it in person. After all, I have never missed it in this regard, but he didn't even expect to kill Zimyabai, and he really didn't have a good impression. The system will not deceive itself. Chapter 7. The Emperor guards the nation's gate. The king dies for the state. This, Sister Wanner. Lu Wuchen couldn't control his shock at the moment. As soon as he said this, Lu Wuchen regretted it. Damn, I'm going to die by myself. The protagonist hasn't taken care of Huangfu Wan. What's wrong with him at this time? But the words have been exported, and Lu Wuchen is naturally not easy to take back. Brother Wuchen Wang, thank you for your kindness, but you'd better take this extreme North 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum by yourself. These words were full of concern, and there was no irony in them. Compared with Zimyabai, he made a judgment. No way, is DG over-cultivating? It's possible, with the jade beads in front. From the literary point of view, the little prince is really defeated this time. No, the last time we met, didn't we send someone to drive away? There was a lot of discussion, although the sound was not loud, but it could not escape the ears of the Fourth Order Master Shimubai. At this moment, Zimyabai clenched his fists, and even couldn't control his anger. Fortunately, this fist is under the cuffs, and others can't see anything strange. However, at this time, Zimyabai's right hand was already trembling slightly, and it was obvious that he had endured it for a long time. Since I got the system, when have I been so humiliated? What a great Emperor Ji of the Dian dynasty. Let's wait and see. Zimyabai, can't you accept this? Where is this? You humiliated Wu Chen's brother several times in your previous life, but I remember it. Brother Wu Chen, you obviously gave a poem to the palace before, but why didn't you want to take it out? Huangfu Wan's question made Lu Wuchen dumbfounded on the spot. Be reasonable. When did I send you the poem? As soon as he wanted to refute, Huangfu Wan turned and faced Huangfu Zhang directly. A father, Brother Wuchen Wang did send me a poem. I am very happy. Today in this hall, the palace would like to take it out and share it. Huangfu Zhang was also a little confused. Her daughter is too abnormal today, right? Although he is still annoyed by Zimyabai's crime of deceiving the monarch. Today is a celebration of the woman he loves. There was a smile at the moment. Oh? Does the dust-free nephew still have masterpieces? Anyway, since it can make my Emperor Ji so admired, it must be extraordinary, and I will allow it. At the moment, Huangfu Wan was also unceremonious, and took out the letter paper from her cuffs. I read it out at the moment. Thousands of miles to Rongji. Huan Shandu is Ruathi. Shuachi spreads the golden sword. Han Guangguang iron clothes. The general died in 100 battles, and the strong man returned in 10 years. Although this poem is very atmospheric and the description of the battlefield is also very expressive, it is really much worse than Shimubai's Emperor Jifu. At best, it can only be said to be unpretentious, without gorgeous vocabulary. It seems a bit ordinary. I really don't know why this Emperor Ji Huangfu Wan loves this poem so much. Is it just because it suits Huangfu Wan's appetite? When I return to see the Son of Heaven, the Son of Heaven sits in the Ming Hall, curates 12 revolutions, and rewards 100,000 strong. The Emperor asks what he wants, and the Emperor Ji does not need Shang Shulang this? It turned out to be based on Emperor Ji as the blueprint created. This Lu Wuchen is so courageous. Emperor Ji is on the battlefield? Fighting for the country. In the main hall, all the breaths were a little short, and it seemed that the Dian dynasty, under the leadership of Emperor Ji, had achieved great victories again and again. No wonder DG loves it. If you don't like red clothes and love to be armed, otherwise, why would DG participate in martial arts? Could it be that this little prince of strawbags saw Huangfu Wan's heart? At this moment, Huangfu Wan's voice was also a little excited. Lu Wuchen looked. MP. Is this thing good or not? But the problem really didn't you write it yourself? Even Zinyabai was shocked. Between mediocrity and wonder, there is such a turning point? From ancient times to the present, there has never been such a UFO poem that praises a woman. What does this Lu Wuchen mean? And why didn't you take it out in the first place? Did you really dig a hole for yourself? When the window Liyun opened, the mirror was decal yellow, and when he went out to see the fire partner was all busy. He had been together for 12 years, and he didn't know that DG was a girl. This. Is it still a woman dressed as a man? Interesting. What does the little prince want to express? The male rabbit's feet are bewildering, the female rabbit's eyes are blurred, and the two rabbits are walking close to the ground. And can tell that I am a male and a female. In the last few words, Huang Fuwan's voice became more high-pitched. It's like venting. It was as if he was reading out his own determination. Huang Fuwan's high-pitched voice calmed down, and at this moment, Huang Fuwan also took the opportunity to tell everyone the emperor of the palace, Fuwan, who was the emperor Ji of the dynasty, did not want to be that stunning base, but was willing to protect the peace of my Dian dynasty as a woman. This poem is quite alternative, but although Huang Fuzhang had different opinions, seeing that Huang Fuwan loved this poem so much, even if he had different opinions, he seemed to be unable to speak at this moment. Father, the emperor of the palace, Fuwan, is here to show his heart. May my Dian dynasty, from today on. But I don't know. Huang Fuwan spoke again at this moment, and even used her spiritual power to let her voice spread throughout the entire palace. The palace wishes that the Dian dynasty will not make any relatives, make no reparations, cut no land, and pay no tribute. The Son of Heaven will guard the country, the king will die, and the state will be restored. The Dian dynasty, the world, and the mountains. As soon as these words came out, it caused a sensation in the entire hall. Everyone was taken aback, and they didn't expect that the Emperor Ji Huangfu Wan had such an ambition in his heart. Okay, what a wish for the Dian dynasty. No relatives, no compensation, no land cut, no tribute. The Son of Heaven guards the country, the king dies, the state, Jinwu Dian dynasty, and the world. My good daughter, my good daughter. Huang Fuzheng at this moment seemed to be in a frenzy with such an ambition. What else does Huang Fuzheng have to say? The ambition that has been silent for many years in his heart has risen again. My children and grandchildren keep in mind that they will not fight with relatives, make no reparations, cut no land, and pay no tribute. The Son of Heaven will guard the country, and the king will die. This is the ancestral training. I will carve it for me. I will hang it in front of this hall for future generations to remember. Congratulations to my emperor, and may my Dian dynasty prosper for generations. Father, how about this poem? When all the dust settled, Huang Fuwan spoke again, enough to pass down to the world. Huang Fuzheng gave the highest evaluation. Father, if you look at this hall, Brother Wu Chen will understand me. With that said, Huang Fuwan looked at Lu Wuchen again. He fools can see the tenderness in their eyes. Lu Wuchen could only smile bitterly at the moment. What the hell? The original plot completely collapsed and analyzed. Emperor Ji? What do you want? But now, everything is not important anymore. After all, it doesn't matter whether this poem was created by Lu Wuchen or not. Importantly, it will inspire the Dian dynasty, and that's enough. Sure enough, this is the normal play of the little prince. It's really dawned for a while. Compared to Zhuang Yuanlong's song, although the vocabulary is not prosperous enough, the artistic conception is more profound. The key is to fit the actual situation. It's wonderful. Amid a burst of praise, Lu Wuchen smiled bitterly. I said I was beaten in the face, but now it's like this? Chapter 8 The 10 Realms of Cultivation. From just now to the present, Zinyabai feels that he has been completely humiliated. Fortunately, everyone's eyes are not on him now. However, he will repay the humiliation of today 100 times more every day. At this moment, a guard ran in a panic. Your Majesty, the Holy Land of Reincarnation, the Empress is here. This is the only report. Once again, the celebration banquet was brought to a climax. It turned out to be the Empress? Oh, my God, you didn't come for DG, did you? I heard before that DG was taken by the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Empress is here? This is the supreme glory of my Dian dynasty. This continent is not a dynasty, although the Yin dynasty is already one of the best. However, it is not without an empire comparable to the strength of the Yin dynasty, but there is only one holy place in the entire continent, and that is the holy place of reincarnation. This is the most transcendent existence in the entire continent. represents the absolute justice of the entire continent. It is a place that countless monks yearn for. There are not only great supernatural beings who can move mountains and reclaim the sea, but also peerless sword immortals who can split the entire mountain with a sword. But in this way alone, the Holy Land of Reincarnation is not transcended enough, and all this is due to the creator of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, the Empress Wu Huajin, the myth of the entire continent. On this continent, cultivation is divided into 10 levels. The first stage of physical exercise strengthens the muscles and turns the peak of physical exercise into an invincible existence among ordinary people. The second stage is to nourish the inner body, and the whole body is surrounded by ordinary swords and guns, and the same is true inside. The third stage nurtures 100 acupuncture points, opens up the orifices of various parts of the body, begins to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and nourishes one's own veins. If these first 3 stages can be regarded as ordinary people, then so be it. After that, he truly embarked on the path of cultivation. But the way to cultivate is to do it against the sky. Those who can reach the 3rd level are already among the best. Even the palace guards are so elite, that is, the existence of the 3rd order. The 4th stage nurtures the divine pill, absorbs the aura of heaven and earth, and forms the divine pill in the body, which can store spiritual power and can also be used against enemies. Those who can get this far have already stepped into a brand new field and can fly in the royal air for a short time. You can also kill enemies in hundreds of miles away. However, in the past thousands of years, very few people have really been able to get this far. This is no longer something that can be broken through by hard work. Talent, luck, and soul are indispensable. Huang Fuwan and Zimubai at this time were 4th order masters. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is already the flow of land. Immortals possess mana and some magical powers. The 5th order alchemy refining God, as the name suggests, the God pill grows to the extreme, breaking the pill to cultivate the primordial God. At this moment, flying into the sky and hiding from the ground, there is nothing to hinder you, and your vitality has been greatly extended. The 6th order primordial spirit comes out, and the great road is completed. At this time, you have to go your own way and choose a path that suits you, and at the 6th level, you can already be called powerful. The 7th level of distraction and unity can use the power of heaven and earth to burst out incredible magical powers, and with the ancient secret method, it can guard one side. The 8th stage of crossing the tribulation, at this time, has caused fear in the world, and the power has reached an incredible point. After the tribulation of heaven, he is at ease in the heavens and the earth, and after the tribulation of heaven, he dissipates between the heavens and the earth. Most of the ancient ruins explored by the male protagonist Zimubai are ancient powers in the midst of fall and catastrophe. In the end, all of the cultivation base returned to the heavens and the earth, leaving only this relic in this earthly world, and Zimubai also found a magic weapon to survive the tribulation safely in this relic. Otherwise, it would be delusional to do such a bad thing and survive the catastrophe. This was the situation when Lu Wuchen died in the last life. As the villain in the book, Lu Wuchen has cultivated to this level in just a few decades, which is naturally quite outstanding. It's a pity that it's no match for the real protagonist Zimubai. In the end, he was defeated by Zimubai and pierced his chest with a sword. The 9th stage is to enter the Emperor. After hard work and cultivation so far, he can finally enter the Emperor. He has been able to walk the Tao on behalf of heaven, but his power is not something ordinary people can think of. This is the realm of a generation of female demons. The demon gate composed of it threatens the entire continent. If it weren't for the existence of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, it would even dominate the continent. The 10th order is the Emperor, a generation of great emperors. Between gestures, they are all supernatural powers, and they are all visions. The male protagonist Zimubai was the last generation of emperors, and so was the female emperor Wu Huajin, who was in person at this moment. The emperor exists in legends. For nearly 1,000 years, only Wu Huajin has been known to be alone. This is also the reason why the Holy Land of Reincarnation can have such a transcendent status. At this moment, the female emperor Wu Huajin's decree was in person, which was definitely a big deal for the Yin dynasty. That's not right. This time is not right. Wu Huajin did come to the imperial capital in person, but not now. But a year later. In the previous life, on the day of the arrival of the empress, she deliberately made a lot of noise, ostensibly for herself, but actually highlighting the male protagonist. But this made Wu Huajin very unhappy. Moreover, in her previous life, she licked the empress so much that she almost vomited. There is no way. In the book, I have to build myself into a scum villain who sees and thinks differently. During the period, he had to suffer various difficulties from Zimubai, designed by the male protagonist. Wu Huajin was imprisoned in the endless and extremely cold place by Wu Huajin, and finally pierced by Zimubai's sword. Everyone, follow me to greet the empress. The Empress Wu Yuejin is definitely the most transcendent existence on this continent. Worldly power is nothing in Wu Yuejin's eyes. It is this kind of person who seeks the Tao with all his heart that can become a generation of female emperors. It is also the female demon who was so talented and brilliant. Just because she can't let go of the power in the world, until now, she can't get rid of it. Ding! Release the ultimate mission, Raiders Empress. At the same time, Xinyabai also received a task prompt from the system. When he saw the task reward, Xinyabai trembled. Even if there is no such system task, what if this Empress, herself, is imperative, Empress Wu Yuejin? Huang Fuwan murmured to herself, why does it appear at this time? Scenes of his previous life appeared before his eyes. Huang Fuwan's perception of this transcendent existence was not good. After all, in his previous life, Lu Wuchen was extremely attentive to Wu Yuejin. Huang Fuwan in his previous life naturally didn't care, but in this life, Huang Fuwan found that he was already jealous at this moment. At the gate of the palace, Bai Guan and the most powerful people of the Yin dynasty stood in the dark. It was the emperor of the Yin dynasty, Huangfuzzing, who headed it. The next moment, purple chi came from the east, auspicious fortune fell from the sky, and the Empress Wu Yuejin set foot on the moon. This scene is shocking enough. The nobles of the palace didn't even dare to come out of the atmosphere. It can be seen how powerful Wu Yuejin is. It turned out to be such a big battle. This system, I just want to ask myself, why does everything seem abnormal? Chapter 9. Even the Empress collapsed. For some unknown reason, Lu Wuchen did not stand behind his father. Otherwise, this position will be very conspicuous. Lu Wuchen's heart fluctuated a little. After all, in his previous life, he went from completing tasks to the end. Forget it, don't mention it. So what? After all, Xinyabai is now the protagonist. At this moment, Xinyabai quietly moved his figure and came to one of the most prominent places. Especially Xinyabai was dressed in white at this time, suave and even more conspicuous. Huang Fuwan, who noticed Xinyabai, sneered inwardly. This was the case in the previous life. The Empress Wu Yuejin obviously came for herself. Although the time was not right, in the end, she inexplicably accepted Xinyabai as an apprentice. At the same time, in his previous life, he did have a good impression of Xinyabai at that time. It is natural to think that Ishi Mubai is a talent and has been favored by the Empress, as it should be. Now it seems that Xinyabai had already hit Wu Yuejin's idea a long time ago. It's ridiculous that I don't know it yet. Wu Yuejin's arrival made all the women in the entire palace dim. Even Huang Fuwan, who was hailed as the most beautiful Huang Fuwan of the Dian dynasty, could not match it. Wu Yuejin's beauty has gone beyond people's description of beauty, and it is no longer something that can be expressed in words. The bright sky is like light clouds covering the moon, and the fluttering sky is like flowing snow returning to the wind. As the saying goes, Zhenshu is absolutely stunning. Pleasing to the eye is a beauty, and the appearance of the country and the city is shocking to the world. The beauty that cannot be described in words. This is the extreme beauty. At this moment, the man present, no matter who it is, no matter how powerful it is, even the palace nobles who were used to seeing all kinds of beauties. It's like forgetting to breathe, stupidly looking at the Empress Wu Yuejin, who was walking in the air from far away to near, stunning in the world. That was just the human world, but Wu Yuejin had already surpassed this range. Even if Lu Wuchen saw it again, he was still shocked. It's a pity that Wu Yuejin is too cold as the moon, in this earthly world. There seems to be no existence that can make Wu Yuejin tempted. It's like a god who looks down on all beings. There is no emotion. Lu Wuchen just glanced up and lowered his head again. After a while, maybe it will be time for him to perform again. Take a deep breath, constantly comforting yourself in my heart. Everything is to return to reality. Wu Yuejin's figure was from far away to near, and almost all the brilliance between heaven and earth was concentrated on Wu Yuejin's body. Her beautiful face was glowing with sacred radiance, as if one more look was a blasphemy against Wu Yuejin. There is such an otherworldly woman in this world. Xinyabai felt that at this moment, he was also a little difficult to breathe. That this ultimate task must be completed by yourself. Huang Fuzhang of the Yin dynasty led the dynasty to welcome the female emperor. Huangfuzzing shouted and bowed to Wu Yuejin. Even if it is the emperor of the world, facing Wu Yuejin, he must bow his head obediently. A free gift. This is the first time everyone has heard Wu Yuejin speak. The voice was clear and cold, but it was not as glamorous as Emperor Ji Huangfuwan. It's the kind without emotion at all. Of the Empress is tired all the way. Please enter the main hall to take a break. I will prepare a cup of fruity tea. No, I'm only here to take one person away. It's an honor for the little girl to be loved by the Empress. This is the blessing of the Dian dynasty. Rumors of envoys from the Holy Land of Reincarnation have been rumored before. Emperor Ji of the Dian dynasty, with excellent roots and bones and outstanding talents, has been selected by the Holy Land of Reincarnation, but obviously about a year later. I wonder why DG is 1 year ahead of schedule this time. At this time, Wu Yuejin did not answer, but just glanced around. Standing in such a conspicuous place, Xinyabai was naturally discovered by Wu Yuejin. However, Wu Yuejin's eyes unexpectedly showed a monstrous hatred. This lunatic, this is Wu Yuejin's definition of Shimubai.as, the same emperor. This lunatic was so crazy that he sacrificed the entire continent in blood in order to pursue a higher level and eternal life. Perhaps Wu Yuejin's eyes stayed on Xinyabai for too long, giving everyone a hint of speculation. Could it be that the Empress has a crush on Zhuang Yuanlang? It's very possible. After all, it's Champion Lang, and the Empress is also a woman. If she is a woman, she can't escape the charm of Champion Lang. No, Emperor Ji Huangfu Wan just said clearly that he doesn't like Champion Lang. It was Huangfu Wan who had a little prince, but I didn't see the Empress staring at Zhuang Yuanlang for so long. That's right, Champion Lang is not bad either. The female relatives who were at the end communicated silently with their eyes, this kind of look that only women can understand. As for Huangfu Zhang, he has no affection for Xinyabai at this moment, not to mention the previous bullying and stealing of the world. At this moment, fools can see that this bastard has obviously chosen such a conspicuous place on his own initiative. I want to arouse the Empress's idea. What a Xinyabai, what a champion of mine. I was really blind, so I really fell in love with your talent. This hasn't gotten hot yet, so I want to climb another high branch. Humph. Okay, great. I see it all in my eyes and remember it in my heart. Due to the majesty of the Empress Wu Yuejin at this moment, Huang Fuzzing naturally couldn't say much. However, it can be regarded as a complete insight into the person of Xinyabai. Sure enough, the CP sense of the male protagonist and the female protagonist is strong. Liu Wuchen also had a feeling in his heart. It seems that I don't even need to be the villain anymore. This is directly eye-catching. Thinking of this, Liu Wuchen felt a little relieved. In the last life, he was also in the public in order to complete the plot of his villain. I almost killed my father directly, and it seemed to be a great achievement to be able to make a dignified fourth-order master angry like this, and this time, although the time is a year earlier, it seems reasonable. To be reasonable, these women don't follow the plot. What can they do as a villain? Very tired, forget it. Looking at the current situation, it should be that it has returned to the normal plot, although the time is wrong. The impact should not be too great. No, damn it. You know, a lot of things have happened this year. If it were just taken away, wouldn't the plot collapse even more chaotic? Where is Liu Wuchen? Just as Liu Wuchen was thinking about it, Wu Yuejin spoke. The Empress Wu Yuejin obviously looked at Xinyabai, but it was Liu Wuchen's name that came out of his mouth. Liu Wuchen looked dumbfounded, and Xinyabai froze with a smile on his face. As for the audience, he was even more dumbfounded. This. What was the Empress saying just now? Liu Wuchen? God, no way, it turned out to be the little prince? How is this possible? Auditory hallucinations, it must be auditory hallucinations. What is this? I haven't heard that the little prince has something to do with the Holy Land of Reincarnation. You are stupid, that's the little prince, who was right. Perhaps the Empress had also heard of the reputation of the little prince. This one. Won't the Empress be the same as DG? Shut up, we can arrange the Empress too? Looking for death. Chapter 10 Personal Disciple. As for Liu Genua, he was also taken aback at the moment. It was so exciting today, right, Liu Wuchen? It's Liu Wuchen again. At this time, Xinyabai's face was livid, and it was simply unreasonable. This Liu Wuchen is going to ruin his own good deeds again. Emperor Ji Huangfu unfortunately said that after all, he was only the Emperor Ji of the Yin dynasty, with a lighter vision. He may have been attracted by the blood Ganoderma lucidum in the extreme north. Although Huangfu Wan had just said that he didn't want this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, but Xinyabai didn't believe it. He just said it beautifully, and women just don't have the same heart. I approached the Yin dynasty for the sake of the treasures of heaven, material, and earth in the treasure house of the Yin dynasty. By the way, it is to complete the tasks assigned by the system and get as many rewards as possible. And the Yin dynasty needs to pay attention to the characters who may pose a threat to themselves. The system has clearly told itself. Among them, there is the Prince of Lu Wangfu, who is systematically evaluated as having general strength, but he is a powerful figure in the Yin dynasty. There is also the mysterious ancestor in the palace of the Yin dynasty, who is a 7th-order mighty power. It is also the heritage of the Yin dynasty, but depending on the situation, there is no confidence to survive the catastrophe. So I have been suppressing my own strength, but looking at the introduction on the system, this ancestor should have reached the stage where the lights are out and the oil is dry, and it won't last long. Of course, even if this is the case, at least it is not something that Zimubai can fight against now. As for Lu Wuchen, the system has focused on it. However, Zimubai didn't take it to heart either. After all, Zimubai was a little too confident in himself, and now it seems that this time, I really suffered from Lu Wuchen's loss. The Empress directly clicked on Lu Wuchen's name. How could it be so simple for Lu Wuchen to be the only person who the 10th Order Empress values so much? At this moment, the crowd has been automatically separated. Lu Wuchen, who was hiding in the crowd, was completely exposed. Just kidding. Who would dare to say a no to the person that the Empress Wu Yuejin wants? What does it feel like to be in the spotlight? To be honest, Lu Wuchen experienced a lot, but unfortunately, in the end, he was still a villain. At this moment, the dignitaries of the dynasty, even Huangfu Zhang, cast envious glances. At this moment, Wu Yuejin naturally saw Lu Wuchen, but she still had the look that others couldn't figure out. However, she was very happy in her heart. Wu Yuejin had no worldly ideas at all. It can be said that Wu Yuejin only knew about cultivation before her previous life. In the end, he became a great emperor. In order to maintain the peace of the mainland, he created a holy place of reincarnation. Although he did not interfere in the world, there was no great tribulation, but every time there is a catastrophe, the Holy Land of Reincarnation will appear. The image of the Savior has also been deeply rooted in people's hearts, but this time Lu Wuchen was different. She didn't have a face at all, and she kept sticking to herself. This made Wu Yuejin feel strange all the time, especially the kind of smile that seemed to be able to see through herself. It also made Wu Yuejin, who had never had this experience before, have a subtle feeling. However, this Zimubai often provokes in front of him, and has been framed by Lu Wuchen. It's a pity that I was so stupid in my previous life that I was used by Zimubai, and it wasn't until the end that I realized it. But at the time of the final decisive battle, he heard that this lunatic had already killed Lu Wuchen and was disturbed, and finally lost the battle. Lu Wuchen, would you like to follow me back to the Holy Land of Reincarnation and be my own disciple? As soon as these words came out, there was a complete uproar. Isn't that right? Did I hear it wrong? This. A disciple? To be reasonable, Wu Yuejin has never been an apprentice, so this Xiaolong girl in Yanghua, even in the previous life, the male protagonist Zimubai had only joined the Holy Land of Reincarnation. He practiced by himself and was not carefully taught by Wu Yuejin. I don't want to. But as a result, Lu Wuchen spoke and petrified everyone again. I originally thought that Lu Wuchen would definitely agree to it in surprise. However, he did not hesitate to refuse. No. It must be that I slept in the wrong posture last night, caused today's opening method to be wrong. It must be like this. Lu Genoa felt that he was going to have a heart attack, and he clutched his chest. This. My own son, no, what about the hammer that I take advantage of the most? At this moment, Lu Genoa just wants to knock on Lu Wuchen's heavenly spirit lid and take a good look. What is in it? Excuse me. Refused? The little prince refused? This is not to say that it is an ordinary person or a powerful person. Even if it is a powerful person in the cultivation world and a great psychic, shouldn't they be ecstatic in the face of Wu Yuejin's apprentice? What exactly do you Lu Wuchen think? Even Huangfu Zhang looked incredible. What a great opportunity, relying on the relationship between the Lu Huangfu and the royal family. This is tantamount to finding the strongest backer and the thickest thigh for the Dian dynasty. Did you specifically refuse me? Don't stop anyone, I must be tender to death. At this moment, even the Empress Wu Yuejin frowned slightly. This was the first time Wu Yuejin showed a humanized action in front of everyone. Just when everyone thought Wu Yuejin would be angry, the Empress spoke again. Why? Wu Yuejin was puzzled. In the previous life, Lu Wuchen had obviously spent a lot of money to bribe the deacon of the Holy Land, so he joined. Why in this life, facing his own admission, but did not hesitate to refuse? Is it really cause and effect? Subconsciously, Lu Wuchen resisted himself. Did you hurt Lu Wuchen too deeply? Thinking of this, the Empress looked at Lu Wuchen's eyes with more and more affection. In the last life, I was sorry for you, and in this life, I must repay it 100 times. A puff. Please, don't collapse. Can we go back to the normal main line? The road is far away, and you can't be filial. This reason. Lu Genoa really wanted to kick the son of a bitch to death. Lao Tzu was prosperous in spring and autumn, his body was twice as good, and it was not a problem to live a long life and be 100 years old. Why do you use the reason that you can't be filial? Boy, give you a chance, say it well. I don't usually see how filial you are, not to mention anything else. As long as you Lu Wuchen is usually less angry, old man, you are already grateful to God. Okay, to be honest, it's better not to be around. In this way, the chance of cerebral hemorrhage is still much lower. As for the long way to go, just look at the expressions of everyone. The corners of Huang Fuxing's mouth twitched. Come on, pull it out. And beat me up until I can't take care of myself, please. Although the holy land of reincarnation and the Dian dynasty are indeed far apart, it is not enough for all-powerful people to fly back and forth in a day. Did you tell me that the road is far away? Even if you want to find a reason, you can find a decent one for me. Are you showing off the lower limit of your IQ? Still think the Empress is an idiot. If the Empress were really pissed off, the Dian dynasty might cease to exist. The Emperor was angry and fell on his body for hundreds of miles. But after all, this was only the Emperor of the world. But if the Empress is really angry, this Yin dynasty may become history, okay? At this time, Wu Wujin was expressionless, and no one could guess what this person was thinking. Chapter 11: A one-year promise. This is too much pampering. No, it won't really annoy the Empress. It's terrible. What if the Empress is angry and asks us to be buried with her? Now I just want to think about one thing, that is to quickly tie Lu Wuchen up and give it to the Empress to calm the Empress' anger. That being the case, would it be good for the Emperor to stay? This. All petrified. To be honest, Lu Wuchen, what is your relationship with the Empress? Can you retreat again for you? This is unscientific, never heard of it. Who can bargain with the Empress? Lu Wuchen is about to cry at this moment. Please, accept this supernatural power. Haven't you seen Xinubai's face at this moment? This is going to be completely blackened. This is no longer a murderous intent. Lu Wuchen estimated that as long as he was alone, Xinubai would definitely come to the door as soon as possible. This from the main villain to the last episode. It feels like this is the rhythm of uniting to tender oneself to death. The Empress really Wanji. Don't do it. I'm not busy. Puff. Don't even give a chance. Shouldn't it be the Emperor Ji of this dynasty that the Holy Land of Reincarnation has a crush on? Received. Lu Wuchen, is it so hasty? Huang Fuwan didn't care. After all, the memory of her previous life is still there, and there are methods. Huang Fuwan believes that with herself, she can also reach the peak. However, at this moment, Lu Wuchen could still think about herself, and Huang Fuwan was quite moved. This is his own dust-free brother, and he is the dust-free brother who needs to be well guarded. Lu Wuchen, I think too much. I'm trying to pull the plot on the right path as much as possible. The champion of this dynasty is the posture of Tianzong. Why is the Empress? It's also accepted. For the Empress, since she can't kill this champion now, she might as well bring it back to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. By secretly probing, you can also find out the details of this lunatic. It's not too late to punish then. Xinubei, why do you feel like you are a gift? Ridiculous, he is a dignified champion and has a superb talent, so he turned out to be a gift. Why is this embarrassing for the arrogant Xinubei? However, what does this Lu Wuchen mean? Why mention yourself alone? Xinubei, who couldn't figure this out, decided to take a look. Lu Wuchen, fortunately, he was witty and his killing intent disappeared. It seems that he is temporarily safe. In the eyes of others, the Empress is too fond of this little prince. Just mention a name casually. This Empress accepts all the orders. I'll go. This is too outrageous, little prince. Look at it. I'm quite talented. Let's mention it, however. For Lu Wuchen, who are you dogs and cats? They are all passers-by in the book, and their status is not as good as that of their own villain. My Lady Empress, I have a deep relationship with my father and mother, and all of a sudden. Lu Wuchen still has to do it, but it's not because of other things. It's really that the plot of this year has become too important. In addition, maybe the Empress has saved herself. At least we have to set the plot right. I'll give you a year, okay? Wu Wujin thought for a while, but still chose to give in. For Wu Wujin, 1 year is 1 year. At least, you are now standing in front of me safe and sound. Everything is fine. In the last life, when I learned that you were dead, Wu Wujin felt that there was only a grayness left in her whole life. Without you, what is the point of me guarding this continent? It was because of this thought that Wu Wujin would be seized by Shimubai. In the end, Xinubei successfully realized his ambition. Sacrifice the entire continent with blood in exchange for one's own longevity with heaven and earth, and in this life, even for Lu Wuchen, I will definitely stop you. At this moment, everything has already been said for this sake. What else can Lu Wuchen do? Naturally, only agreed. Forget it. Now it seems that the main line has been pulled back a little bit. Lu Wuchen feels really tired. I'll go. This life is so wonderful, right? It was originally a grand celebration banquet, but the Empress suddenly stepped in. The key was that the heroine and the second heroine collapsed inexplicably. Father, my child, when you go here, maybe you will always be a white-haired person and a black-haired person. If you still have the ability, do you plan to raise another one? Anyway, the plot is collapsing badly now, and Lu Wuchen is considering whether he can or can't involve the palace to eye in the last life. Lu Wuchen himself also summed up some experience. For the ending of the palace, after all, the book was only a stroke. It's just that the final ending of the introduction to the palace is not very good, but this scale turned out to be between the thoughts of the main Ma and I. In this case, if you grasp your own sense of proportion, maybe you can still save the palace. After all, Lu Genoa's doting and caring for herself is not fake. Lu Wuchen is not a cold-blooded animal. How could he have no feelings? If you can catch the loopholes, you must take good advantage of them. This can be regarded as a bit of experience from previous lives. The Empress came and went in a hurry, and after setting a date with Lu Wuchen, she disappeared in place. At this moment, no one understood that the Empress was here specifically for Lu Wuchen. Huang Fuwan on the side was a little surprised. This is not logical. The Empress of the previous life, she couldn't be more familiar with it, and it was absolutely impossible to behave like this today. Could it be? Huang Fuwan thought of another possibility. Is this Empress reborn just like herself? No, even the Empress was reborn, but she shouldn't have looked at Lu Wuchen differently. Could it be that Wu Wajin is also like herself? If this were the case, Huang Fuwan felt that she had to hurry up even more. After Huang Fuwan was reborn, his only wish was to be able to walk with Lu Wuchen in an AI for the rest of his life. He swore to protect Lu Wuchen, that's it. And Huang Fuwan in this life would never share what he loved. But the problem is, if Wu Wajin is also reborn, the impact on yourself is too great. Huang Fuwan clearly remembered how Lu Wuchen flattered each other in his previous life. However, Huang Fuwan himself had confidence that if Wu Wajin was still the same as before, she would completely take advantage of her confidence. Besides, it really wouldn't work. What if she gave up the opportunity to go to the Holy Land of Reincarnation? As long as you can be with Lu Wuchen, there is nothing you can't accept. But now, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Wu Yuejin's change also made Huang Fuwan wary. You can't say anything to give Lu Wuchen to the other party. I have already missed it once, and naturally I don't want to miss it the second time. Fortunately, the dust-free king brother bought at least a year. If you seize the opportunity, cook raw rice into cooked rice. Naturally, I am not afraid of Wu Yuejin. Lu Wuchen. Wait, is it for you to fight for this year's time by yourself? Can you stop making trouble? I just want the plot to be normal. Chapter 12. Is it possible to be forced to take medicine? When the group of ministers dispersed, Lu Wuchen also wanted to run away secretly, but Huang Fuwan stayed behind. Brother Wuchen, you should have been pestering yourself all the time. Why do you see yourself now, like a mouse sees a cat? Lu Wuchen, it's not that it's too exciting today. I almost can't act anymore. Lu Wuchen was very wronged, and he hadn't figured out a reason until now. This is so wonderful. The heroine and the heroine collapsed at the same time? Give yourself a reasonable explanation. Could it be that something changed during the rebirth? If you want to blame Lu Wuchen, you can blame Lu Wuchen. He didn't watch the full movie on TV back then. Halfway through, the male protagonist was so disgusted that he gave a bad review directly if the result was good. But I didn't know anything about the plot behind it. I didn't know at all that the male protagonist in the later stage directly collapsed, and he chose to sacrifice the entire continent with blood for eternal life. Now Lu Wuchen can only rely on the strategy given to him by the salted fish system, but the problem is that in this strategy, there is only one thing that the villain needs to do. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen felt even more tired. Why is it so difficult to bring men and women in this life system? If you don't come out, Lao Tzu will stop acting. With this threat, Lu Wuchen finally let the system that had been silent for a long time bubble up again. Just tell me, why did the heroine and the second heroine in this life collapse? Beyond the capabilities of this system, will it be reborn like yourself? Beyond the system's answer authority, what if the plot collapses? This system cannot answer. What happened after I died in the last life? The system restarts and important data is lost. So, what are you doing out here? Take a bubble. Puff. Lu Wuchen had all the thoughts of dismantling this system at this moment, and he didn't know what to ask. This system seemed to have been diving since the mission was released. It was in the later stage that he gave himself a few opportunities and brought his cultivation level to the 5th level. The beautiful name is to make himself stronger so that he can be stepped on by the protagonist. For this reason, it was difficult for me to accept it at that time. But think about it, I am a villain, a vicious male match, and I was born to serve the male protagonist. Simply stop thinking about it. But now that he sees how useful this strategy is, Lu Wuchen really doesn't dare to hold out hope. Sister Wanner, if it's okay, you'll leave first for your brother? Didn't you know that you followed Huan Fuwan to her bedroom? What does Huan Fuwan want to do? Are you not afraid of gossip getting into the ears of the male protagonist? You can go if you want. Brother Wuchen, eat this before you go. What Huan Fuwan was holding in her hand was the extremely northern 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum that Lu Wuchen had given her. I don't need it. Who knows, Lu Wuchen's reaction was even greater. Damn, the male protagonist's things can be eaten casually by himself. The male protagonist may be fine after eating it. If he eats it by himself, he might explode and die in the next second. Lu Wuchen was also drunk. In other words, he didn't want to kill the protagonist's things by himself, but in Huan Fuwan's eyes, it was a piece of pity. The same was true in the previous life. There was obviously a chance to get a better one, but Lu Wuchen would choose to quit every time at a critical moment. To be reasonable, this is not that I want to quit. These are the things of the protagonist. I will fight for them by myself, that is, to promote the plot, but in Huan Fuwan's view, Lu Wuchen is this kind of uncontested character. Why didn't he see himself in his previous life? Sometimes, if you care about someone, it's all his advantages. Obviously, Huan Fuwan is like this now. Brother Wuchen, this time, it's up to you. Now Lu Wuchen is still an ordinary person, and in front of Huan Fuwan, a fourth-order master, he has no ability to resist at all. Huan Fuwan, what are you going to do? Don't come over. Come here again, I'm going to shout. Huan Fuwan stretched out her hand, and the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum floated from her hand to eye in the next second. Something magical happened, and this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum decomposed automatically. I really don't eat it. This is what you prepared for the male lead. Lu Wuchen felt that he was about to cry. This is also of a compulsive nature, but for Huan Fuwan, the most important thing now is to let Lu Wuchen embark on the path of cultivation. After all, Huan Fuwan knew exactly how terrifying Zimubai was. Of this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum actually decomposed on its own, and in the end it turned into only a drop of essence. Yes, there's such a magical power. This is a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. How dare ordinary people do this? Just a small piece is enough to make ordinary people undergo earth-shaking changes, let alone a whole 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, and Huan Fuwan dared to do this. In fact, he had seen Zimubai do this in his previous life. Don't make trouble, that's the protagonist in particular. Even if you don't wash it, you won't have diarrhea after eating it. Are you worthy of a villain like yourself? And this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is not how much psionic energy can be increased. The most important thing is to purify the user's Tao, Dao, and Dao qualifications, which are the foundation of future cultivation. It also has the effect of purifying the body. Lu Wuchen closed his mouth tightly, and he didn't even speak. If he was killed, if you have the ability, pry my mouth open. Ridiculous. Lu Wuchen thought this would stump Huan Fuwan. With a flick of a finger, the essence slowly flew towards Lu Wuchen. This speed, as long as it is not a disabled person, can be avoided. What's more, it's a normal person like Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen just wanted to run, but found that he couldn't even move his fingers at the moment. Damn it. Except for his eyes, he seemed to have lost control of his body. This. Unexpectedly, Huan Fuwan, are you still studying this trick? What kind of use do you want to use? The next moment, with a pinch of his jaw, Lu Wuchen opened his mouth directly. Brother Wuchen Wang, isn't it good to be obedient? Do you have to do it with the Emperor's sister? Puff. It's changed, it's all changed. Huan Fuwan in front of him is too strange, right? Lu Wuchen is waiting to die. Just kidding, now he has exploded directly, which is not unusual for Lu Wuchen, but as a result, after waiting for a long time, there was no response, but he wasn't happy yet. The next moment, Lu Wuchen felt hot and dry all over, and it was so hot that he couldn't help it. Is it on fire? Is your body on fire? My whole body is hot and dry, and I can't wait to take myself off. And many more. Is it too shameful? And the next moment, Lu Wuchen started to smoke from the inside out? Is this fucking steamed? Lu Wuchen felt that he had become a grilled shrimp. Huan Fuwan was taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, she was so happy that she surprised herself. It was actually the Supreme Avenue, but when you think about it, Lu Wuchen is also a villain anyway. The villain is too talented, so go against the male protagonist like this, in order to enable the male protagonist to hit his face better. Lu Wuchen naturally needs to continuously improve himself. How to improve? Naturally, Talent, luck, and means are indispensable, therefore, in fact, Lu Wuchen is really strong. It's just that the last life was two salted fish, and I ignored these only to complete my own plot. Chapter 13 Supreme Demonic Path. At this moment, in the main hall, Lu Wuchen was as embarrassed as he was at this moment. His coat actually ignited spontaneously. Yes, I read it right. It ignited spontaneously, and the flames from the inside out instantly enveloped him. Be reasonable. It's not that I haven't broken through before. This kind of thing has never happened in my previous life. Every time I make a breakthrough, it is also natural. It feels like drinking a glass of cold water from the sky. Refreshing from the inside out, although not as perverted as the male major's refining talent, it is already quite terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. However, this is the first time that I can't control the psionic energy in my body. In other words, Huang Fuwan, she said she would not eat or not eat, but you want me to eat, that's it, let's get rid of it. In other words, I am now played to death by the heroine. Can I return? System, cannot, so, the system exists for you to fight me, in the next moment, Lu Wuchen's prohibition was broken, and he couldn't control himself even more. Endless purple flame came out through the body. In a flash, everything in the temple was destroyed. It's the supreme magic flame? Huang Fuwan exclaimed. Her fourth order power was forced to retreat by the third order Lu Wuchen. Who can go out with this? The third order and the fourth order. This is not the difference between the first order, but the difference between Yunny, the difference between mortal and truly powerful. However, he was forced like this by the third order Lu Wuchen? Is this just the power of the breakthrough? It's terrible, Lu Wuchen. It's normal, but I'm a villain. Wait, what did Huang Fuwan say just now? Supreme magic flame? Supreme magic road? Lu Wuchen took a breath of cool air. This is the same route as the female demon who came out of the demon gate once in 1,000 years. A supreme magic power, earth-shattering, everything in the world trembled under the magic flame. That if you practice the magic Dao technique by yourself, it can be described as effortless, and there will be no bottleneck in the practice. As long as it is a magic technique, you will be able to sing a triumphant song all the way. But the problem is that the root of his supreme demon Dao has been discovered. And some people want to eliminate demons and defend the Dao. Of course, if you want to rely on this supreme magic way to take refuge in the demon gate, it is estimated that you will die faster. Even if the root of the supreme demon Dao is in the demon gate, it is the envy of everyone. After all, there is no upper limit to this foundation, which means that everything is possible, and the self with this kind of foundation, before he really grows up, it is quite dangerous. Who doesn't want to steal this kind of Dao root? Especially magic repair. This magic repair is so bad for people, and the magic gate, there are some such methods, Sure enough, you shouldn't eat indiscriminately, especially the male protagonist. Is it too early to think about this now? It's better to save your life first. This endless magic flame is quite terrifying. Even if Lu Wuchen is only of the third order, it is enough for the magic flame to burn everything in the world. Huang Fuwan can be described as working very hard now, not pressing to keep the palace from being discovered by outsiders. There are also worries about Lu Wuchen's breakthrough. Bursts of airwaves rippled in Lu Wuchen's body. Until the end, Lu Wuchen roared wildly. The airwaves burst open, and the third stage is completed. At this moment, the peerless demon Lu Wuchen is kneeling and sitting. At this moment, Huang Fuwan finally prevented the demon flame from leaking out. For this reason, a 5-pin lingba was also put in. Only then did he reluctantly resist, originally thinking that Lu Wuchen should appear in front of him as invincible. But who would have thought that Lu Wuchen was embarrassed at this moment? Nonsense. Can you not be embarrassed? Please think about it clearly next time you do it. I am an ordinary person now. Even in the ordinary third order, it is necessary to change the scriptures and refine the bones. How can the will of ordinary people stand it? It's actually the supreme demon way. So what? Lu Wuchen knew that Huang Fuwan hated the demon gate the most, and for the strong demon gate, he would rather kill the wrong person than let it go. After all, this demon gate has been doing bad things on this continent for nearly 1,000 years. So, Huang Fuwan is going to blade herself with her hands? Let's do it. Let's have a good time. Do you think I want to kill you? Huang Fuwan felt a burst of sadness in her heart. Also, in Lu Wuchen's heart, he was still the Huang Fuwan. After all, it was himself who broke the heart of brother Wuchen. However, the tribulation of this magic cultivation is not simple. The karma is too heavy, but there are few who can survive it safely. This made Huang Fuwan a little worried. Anyway, what about the magic way? Brother Wuchen, the palace will ensure that you are safe and sound. What about the Supreme Demon Dao? He has his own town, And if he doesn't believe in the words of the dust-free king to enter the demon, it is even more impossible to turn into ashes under the tribulation. This is the supreme code of the demon gate. Brother Wuchen, you can only rely on yourself. The way you practice is different. The palace cannot give you too much reference, but don't worry, the palace will try its best to protect you thoroughly. Lu Wuchen looked dumbfounded. Huang Fuwan, what are you going to collapse into? Don't you even talk about principles now. Brother Wang has always longed for the demon gate, right? He is unrestrained and free to do whatever he wants. Lu Wuchen, please, don't make up for it, can you? I did win over the demon gate back then, but I can't help it. The main task has to be done, however. He is also convenient for himself, and relying on the positioning of his villain, he can easily obtain the support of the demon gate, but I didn't want to. Ximyabai at that time had already given the first female demon a nightdress. Yes, sleeping clothes, so all his plans were exposed to Ximyabai every minute. This is really embarrassing. I have planned it carefully for a long time, and in the end, because the male protagonist played a friendly match with the first big brother of the demon gate, he lost inexplicably. Who wouldn't be depressed? In other words, this 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum is indeed extremely domineering. Lu Wuchen is just an ordinary person and has never exercised before, but now this figure, this muscle, 88 abdominal muscles. Is there any? Lu Wuchen stayed with Huang Fuwan for 7 days. At least you have to hide your own Dao roots. Fortunately, Lu Wuchen was already talented and intelligent. When he went to the Holy Land of Reincarnation, his cultivation base was like a rocket. It's impressive. The supreme code of the demon gate given by Huang Fuwan turned out to be genuine. For a while, Lu Wuchen was really not sure what this person wanted to do. In 7 days, Lu Wuchen had barely mastered the magic gate code. Brother Wuchen Wang, you must be careful of Ximyabai. 7 days later, Lu Wuchen left the customs, but because of Huang Fuwan's words, Lu Wuchen collapsed again. The heroine tells herself this villain, should she be careful of the male protagonist? Ouch, do you want to make such a noise? The system is out. I can't play anymore. Judging from the system, Huang Fuwan, the number 2 heroine, seems to have a problem. Do you still need to say this? The little master is not blind. Is there any way for the system? Correct it, beyond the scope of system capabilities. Damn. What should I do? Try to complete the plot as much as possible. Is there a difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Chapter 14. The first talented woman of the Great Yin Dynasty. And in these 7 days, above Chaotang, there was also a sudden change in the situation. Huang Fuzhang naturally saw who Ximyabai was, disliked by the emperor. Can you still mix in this day? So at the Imperial Council, he wanted to directly deprive Ximyabai of his official position, but I didn't want to. As soon as this proposal was made, it was rejected by the Prime Minister's party. Several ministers came forward to guarantee Champion Lang, which was a proper treatment for the protagonist. Huang Fuzhang knew this way of governing the country well. Naturally, you can't offend most of the ministers for one Ximyabai, but I didn't expect it to be in just a few days. This Ximyabai actually got involved with the Prime Minister. At this moment, in the Prime Minister's mansion, Shimubai followed Prime Minister Hikuan respectfully. Don't worry, nephew, as long as you follow the old man closely, even if you are the saint, you still have nothing to do. Prime Minister, if this is always remembered by the Holy One, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. Ximyabai didn't know until now, who had been cheated by him. Obviously before DG's celebration banquet, he still admired himself very much when he was on the pilgrimage. Huang Fuwan, can't you figure it out? It's right if you can't figure it out. All you want is this effect. It is estimated that I have listened to the slander of the villain. My nephew doesn't have to worry too much. It's gold, and it will shine wherever it is. Hikuan casually comforted him. The combination of the two is nothing more than a combination of interests. Can Ximyabai understand? What the little fox said to the old fox was all nonsense. Let you invite the lady. Have you gone yet? My lord, someone has already been sent. The housekeeper stood aside and called another person next to him to urge him again. The daughter of the Prime Minister is Yushuan, who is known as the first talented girl in the Dian dynasty, unparalleled talent and intelligence. With a gully in his chest, even Huang Fuzhang had to admit that Yushuan's intelligence was unparalleled in the world. At this time, Yushuan, the first talented girl of the Yin dynasty, was sitting quietly in the pavilion, looking at the lotus root in the pond. He was a little dazed. Second lady, it's windy here, so let's go back to the house. The maidservant next to her was afraid that the second lady would have a headache and brain fever after being blown by the wind, which was not easy to treat. The second lady has been sickly since she was a child, and she is very squeamish. You said, what is love? Miss, The slave doesn't know. Yeah, you don't know, I don't know is the best. It seemed soft and weak, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Second lady, my lord, please go to the front hall once. The servant came to report to the front hall? I don't know what's the matter. This, the little one doesn't know. Who did the master come back with? He Yuxuan asked, pretending not to care. If you go back to the second lady, the master will go back to the mansion with Jinka Champion Lang. Jinka Champion Lang, Zimubai? He Yuxuan was taken aback. Why is it at this time? Tell the master, I'll go as soon as I get dressed up. Miss, you talk a lot. He Yuxuan said no more, got up and walked back to the courtyard, but she didn't know. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes. If Lu Wuchen knew this, it would be difficult to sleep tonight. Iniquity, from the royal family to the people of the Dian dynasty, everyone knew that He Yuxuan was the most talented girl in the dynasty, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But who knows? He Yuxuan's strategy is unparalleled in the world. I am the last life of Lu Wuchen, in He Yuxuan's hands. He had suffered a lot of losses. This time, a conspiracy was launched in the Prime Minister's mansion. As for the current stage, above the court, Zimubai must rely on the Prime Minister's party. There is still 1 year left, and 1 year later I will go to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. This year, I had to get 3 things in the treasure house of the Dian dynasty: boundless fruit, Bolian lamp, and ancient jade plate. Although Zimubai doesn't know the value of these 3 things now, I don't know why the system wants to get it by itself. However, one thing is certain, the rewards after successful acquisition are extremely rich. This also made Zimubai excited. This task must be completed by yourself, but it is a pity that if there is a 7th order ancestor of the Dian royal family, it will definitely not be possible to grab it by yourself. Joking aside, even if Zimubai was confident, he hadn't reached such a rampant step. So, I want to get these 3 treasures. Either it is to make immortal feats for the Dian dynasty, either it is to conquer Huangfu Jinyuan's daughter, Emperor Ji Huangfu Wan. In Zimubai's view, Huangfu Wan was completely lost by the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum in the far north. Maybe I can still fight for it in the future, but at the moment, it's better to make less trouble. Even Shimubai was surprised by He Yuxuan's talent, and said that he was a talented person. That was also because He Yuxuan was not in good health and could not refer to this time to take the exam. Otherwise, if I really want to grab the title of champion in He Yuxuan's hands, it is estimated that it will take a lot of twists and turns, and He Yuxuan's resourcefulness also shocked Shimubai. It's amazing that this plan can be so close and interlocking. Missy deserves to be the first talented girl in the Dian dynasty, Shimao admired. Zhuang Yuanlang is no more self-deprecating. He Yuxuan also returned one of the gifts. However, what Zimubai didn't notice was that the moment he lowered his head, a sneer appeared at the corner of He Yuxuan's mouth. Chapter 15 Moon Viewing? What a great opportunity! During this time, the little prince of Lu Weinfu seemed to have changed. I'm so sad that I can't help myself, so I actually practiced the supreme magic way. By the way, can you respect the script? It's not as fun as you guys. The foundation of this supreme magic Dao is only the current demon emperor. I am playing with fire. Lu Wuchen thought about it, and didn't understand why Huangfu Wan suddenly became like this. It would be said that it was for the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, but this thing finally got into his stomach, and the side effects are not small. During this period of time, Lu Wuchen often became thin. Maybe it was this kind of thing that caused the trouble. A dignified third-order master, he is thin, who can believe it when he says it? In the end, it was an invitation letter from the 5 princes that made Lu Wuchen cheer up again. Moon viewing? This is a small climax in the book, because Champion Lang will participate. Even He Yuxuan, the first talented girl in the Prime Minister's mansion, will also participate. This is not the key. The key is that I have a very good brain as a villain. What is not fun is to play alcoholics. I don't want to think about it. He is really the champion. Wen Kexing went down to earth. How stupid should he be? Just to hit the strengths of others. The most important thing is that she molested He Yuxuan, a talented girl with unparalleled intelligence. After drinking. To say that in the last life, He Yuxuan and He Yuxuan had a bad relationship, and it also started from this time. But who can know that all this is the conspiracy of Champion Lang? I obviously watched this talented girl for some reason, enjoying the moon alone. I just want to set up a meeting, but Zimubai secretly calculated, and was pushed towards He Yuxuan by a soft palm force. Unable to control it for a while, she pounced on He Yuxuan's body. You know, this is an ancient time. Can such a thin person be good? At that time, He Yuxuan looked at her with resentment in her eyes. In the end, he was secretly started by Zimubai and went down to the river. Even if this is the case, after He Yushuan was humiliated by herself, she confronted herself again and again. With the unparalleled talents of Diane's first talented girl, she has suffered a lot. This is a good time to pull back the plot. Can Lu Wuchen not be excited? Get ready quickly. At the same time, what Lu Wuchen didn't know was that a luxury car had just driven out of the depths of the palace. The great Yan Emperor Ji in the car, with a smile on his face. Brother Wuchen, can't hide from the first day of the new year, but can't hide from the 15th. Why don't you come to Huang Mei's place recently? It's okay, Sister Huang is looking for you. As for the fifth prince, he was sitting next to the emperor's sister at this moment, trembling, organizing the moon viewing by herself, who betrayed the information to Sister Huang. At the side gate of the Prime Minister's mansion, a high-end carriage is also ready to go. He Yushuan, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty, got into the carriage with the help of her personal maid. The lives of rich people are really different. There is a copper furnace in the carriage. As soon as they get on the bus, they dispel the cold of early spring. It's about traveling the river, but it's the royal villa located on the edge of the imperial capital. This is the benefit of the privileged class. A royal garden, but it is to be ig.at this moment. Many carriages have arrived in this royal garden. How come there are fewer dudes in this kind of play? Not only did dignitaries were invited, but this time the organizer was His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince, who can be regarded as the famous lay flat among the princes. There is no covetousness for the throne at all, but I want to be an idle prince, so among brothers and sisters, this one is the most popular. But in Lu Wuchen's view, this is just an illusion created. This one likes to stop all kinds of activities at every turn, and he will have poems and borrow words to support his feelings. However, the ultimate goal is to snare talents. It's just that it's more secretive, and it's hard for others to detect it, and this time it was the same. Many well-known talents around the imperial capital were also invited. For this kind of royal gathering, it is natural to go there, gladly learn martial arts, goods, and emperors. This is a true portrayal, and if it can be seen, it can be regarded as a shortcut. There is no need to cross the plank bridge with thousands of troops and horses. At this moment, a group of talents have already gathered, and the organizer of the party, the five princes, has also been present. For the five princes, this is the best time to snare people's hearts. In the next moment, dignitaries and dudes also arrived one after another. Look, this is the carriage of the Prime Minister's mansion. At this moment, one of the talents exclaimed, in the hearts of these talents, the second lady of the Prime Minister's mansion, He Yushuan, known as the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty, is definitely the white moonlight in her heart. At this moment, even the five princes were very satisfied, but unexpectedly, He Yushuan also came. During this period of time, He Yushuan's health was so poor that she did not even participate in the celebration of the emperor's sister. Moreover, he is not a member of the Prime Minister's party. Thinking of this, Wang Fu chuckled softly. The emperor thought that he had the support of the Prime Minister's line, so he thought he had won the lottery. Ridiculous. I'm not making wedding dresses for others yet. Everyone envies being born into the royal family, but how many people know that the royal family is ruthless, accompanied by invisible smoke and blood? The carriage of the Prime Minister's mansion will not stay here by itself, but will enter directly. Although the Dian dynasty did not have the so-called door for women, they did not leave the two doors without stepping out. However, as a noble woman, you still have to pay attention to some identities. In the other garden, everything has been prepared to provide a hall for the noble girl to rest, and these talents, one by one, were eager to see through, staring closely at the carriage of the Prime Minister's mansion, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty. Who doesn't love it? Chapter 16 Huangfu Zonghang. When Lu Wuchen's car arrived, these dudes had been waiting for a long time, and the dudes are naturally distinguished from these talents, which can be said to be distinct from Chuan Hani in the eyes of talents. These are just people who enjoy the shade of their ancestors and don't think about making progress. In the eyes of these dudes, they are all poor and talented, relying on reading a few more books. They are just pretending to be high little prince. Brother Wuchen. For Lu Wuchen, the dudes at this moment naturally have to bow to each other a lot. This one can't do it now, because of his noble status, but now, he has been selected by the Empress again. The identity of this personal disciple, no matter where it is enviable. Lu Wuchen smiled and said hello to everyone, then he glanced around. Sure enough, Zimubai hadn't arrived yet. Also, they are the protagonists, and the way they appear must be very eye-catching. There has been a pattern here. The later you appear, the more attention it attracts. It must be the protagonist. No matter what his identity is, this is the case now. Although Zimubai's identity is Champion Lang, but what about this? No matter who is present, even if the family is not a relative of the emperor, it is also behind the famous family those whose status is higher than Zimubai abound. But even if this one appeared late, in the eyes of others, it was normal. Just want to ask? Isn't this a bug? Lu Wuchen had a sense of sight that everyone was drunk and I woke up alone, brother Wuchen Wang. Seeing Lu Wuchen coming, the five princes naturally stepped forward to salute. Not that the five princes were not as good as Lu Wuchen, anyone can tell the difference between the prince and the prince's son. The key is that the Lu Wangfu's position in the Dian dynasty is transcendent. It can be said that if the support of the Lu Wangfu was obtained, the throne will basically be in hand. How are the five princes? Lu Wuchen smiled and saluted Huangfu horizontally and horizontally. For Lu Wuchen, this is the most basic acting skills, and it is naturally not a problem, and the one in front of him is a bit scheming. But it's a pity that this one still hasn't seen through some things. Why does the Lu Wangfu have a transcendent status in the dynasty, that is to say, never participate in the battle for the throne, never clearly stand in line? Not to mention obedience to the dragon, this is the fundamental reason. Why Lu Wangfu can be so transcendent? How could it be possible to make an exception for your five princes? Brother Wuchen, this time, Sister Huang is also here. Huangfu said quietly in Lu Wuchen's ear. Sister Huang? Huangfu Wan? I'm going. This one didn't appear in the book. Lu Wuchen knew this very well, and Huangfu Wan rarely attended gatherings of this nature. With this time, it is better to use it for cultivation. Why? Is it for Zimubai? It's possible. This is the best opportunity to repair the relationship with the male major. It seems that Huangfu Wan's thoughts should have changed. This is on the road to the plot, which makes Lu Wuchen breathe a sigh of relief. That being the case, do you have to perform the duties of a villain too? Everyone, Jinka Champion Lang will be coming to the party in a while? These are all scholars, but you have to ask a good question. It's a rare opportunity. Lu Wuchen pretended to say in front of all the talents, this is natural. Definitely. Thank you, little prince, for mentioning it. It's okay to add some congestion to the male protagonist. Isn't that what the villain should do? Lu Wuchen said that even if it is a villain, it must have the wisdom of a villain. Do you have to be on the front line for everything? This is the villain who knelt in one episode. As one of the villain bosses in this book, he naturally can't be so low-end. This is too valuable. Seeing that my purpose has been achieved. Lu Wuchen didn't say much, but came to the side with a smile and watched the show. Brother Wang has a good way. What are the five princes talking about? This king doesn't understand. A knowing smile appeared between Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Zongjing. It's good to see through or not. To the next moment, another carriage appeared. The badge of the Prime Minister's mansion is also printed on the car. He Yuxuan has obviously arrived. Who will this be? In the last life, Zimubai didn't collude with the Prime Minister so quickly. It was only after Lu Wuchen was forced to hurry up that this happened. I have to say that Lu Wuchen, as the villain, is really strong, otherwise, it would not force the protagonist to this point. To be beaten in the face by the male protagonist again, and to constantly force the male protagonist to be strong. This villain is the most sad character in the book. Naturally, every time the male protagonist is in distress, a different woman will come out to save the day. This is the key. Every time there is an affair. This is not enviable. Just as Lu Wuchen was thinking about it, Zimubai, the champion of Jinka, had already got out of the car calmly wearing a crimson official robe. This time, he was distinguished from everyone on the scene. Although he was only an official of Zheng Sipan in the imperial capital, Zheng Sipan officials were not very remarkable, but at least he also put on a crimson official robe, a black belt around his waist, and an official badge. Even this old-fashioned official uniform still couldn't stop Zimubai's excellent temperament. As for Lu Wuchen's appearance today, he is slightly better than him. The usual clothes with bright yellow stripes are inlaid on the white ground, with a three-claw python dragon on the chest and two groups on the sleeves and shoulders, which are comparable to Huangfu's vertical and horizontal. You can see the extreme extravagance in the same way. Fifth Prince, this official is late. Please forgive me. Zimubai glanced at Lu Wuchen at first glance. After all, Lu Wuchen was standing with Huangfu vertically and horizontally. There is a saying that Lu Wuchen is like Haoyue, and among these people, he is naturally extremely dazzling, but this Zimubai deliberately ignored this one. Was such a shame at the celebration banquet. Zimubai naturally hated this one. Lu Wuchen didn't care. He was the villain anyway. I was born to be an enemy of the protagonist. As for those talents who were fooled by Lu Wuchen, can they embarrass the protagonist? Don't be kidding. Okay, this is the male lead. Can anyone deal with it? This time on the river cruise, everyone's attention was still on Lu Wuchen and Shimubai. Point 1 is today's little prince, and the Lu Wangfu can be described as being in power for a while. If you count the romantic figures of the Dian dynasty, Lu Wuchen must be at the top of the list. What is even more admirable is that the little prince is romantic and does not slow down, drowning 3,000, drinking a scoop alone. This is enough for everyone to admire. Today, the champion of science, Lang Zimyabai, is even more talented. There are 10 talents in the world, and Zimyabai monopolizes 8 of them. Although this is a compliment, it can also express how talented Zimyabai is from the other side. The dawn of this Dian dynasty was naturally the focus of everyone. For Lu Wuchen, this plot is not complicated, it can be described as easy to get. Chapter 17 Drinking Game. The plot developed quite well at the beginning, and it was natural to laugh and laugh when enjoying the moon. The real climax was during the dinner party, and the real light sword shadow just began. Everyone is a knowledgeable person, so what's the fun of just drinking? Why don't you play Yiling? This is also a kind of drinking ban, but Yiling is a great test of people's talents. You must be very familiar with the book of poems, Tsupai, and verses. Only in this way will you not be stumped, otherwise you may make a fool of yourself. And naturally, the 5 princes proposed well, but I'm not good at it. Today, the river tour is mainly for flower viewing. I will give an order first, and the flowers can be folded and must be folded. The Luo Hua people are independent. Senshi Hua splashed tears. This is the case with the drinking order, which is easy to understand. However, these talents are often wandering around with half a bottle of water. If you want to say how talented they are, they naturally belong to the class in front of the talents of Zimyabai and Lu Wuchen. Zimyabai, I heard that Jinka champion Lang is talented and has learned 5 cars from the rich. Why did he just drink alcohol? Lu Wuchen glanced at this talented man and sighed slightly. In other words, people have to be self-aware. Isn't it good to be a tool, man? Are you going to challenge Champion Lang? It's just asking for trouble. Sure enough, Zimyabai was not used to it either. The 2 fires are flames. This is not the salt of the salt sauce. It is neither the salt of the salt sauce. How can it be lightened by adding water? With this opening, this round of drinking has been pushed to the peak. Damn, this is the rhythm of not leaving a living mouth. This group of talents are dumbfounded. How can I answer this? Of course, he was extremely depressed, so he had to raise a glass. The 2 are prosperous. This is a prostitute who is not a prostitute, nor a prostitute who is not a prostitute. How can she sing when she speaks? Puff. This is too cruel. This is simply implying Shimubai.at. This moment, even Zimyabai was taken aback. Why is he Yuxuan? Obviously we discussed it together. In this life, Zimyabai came into contact with the Prime Minister's mansion prematurely. Since it was a conspiracy, how could he be less talented than the first talented girl with unparalleled intelligence? It was about to be Lu Wuchen's turn, and Lu Wuchen didn't want to participate in the fight between the gods. It's a big deal to drink a few more drinks, and you can borrow wine for a while. Lu Wuchen only had how to complete the main line in the book in his heart. As for the others, it was naturally not in Lu Wuchen's vision, but I don't know. Huang Fuwan didn't want to let herself go, and looked sideways at Lu Wuchen intentionally or unintentionally. If you can't answer, the palace doesn't mind discussing Brother Wang's 88 abdominal muscles with others. Puff. With the sound in his ears, Lu Wuchen almost sprayed out the sip of wine. Huang Fuwan actually threatened herself. On the day of the key breakthrough, she was indeed seen out. When Lu Wuchen was speechless, he was also speechless for a while. The 2 lands are auspicious. This is not a tortoise of a tortoise, nor is this a tortoise of a tortoise. How can you add Bu Chunhua? Huang Fuwan, it's not good to be too gossip. Very well, the immortals have changed greatly into the hegemony of the 3 kingdoms, but they have suffered from these talents and beauties. Drink 1 glass after another. Huang Fuwan was very satisfied. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. Brother Wuchen was amazingly talented, but he didn't know why he wanted to hide it. Boom, there are 3 cars. Yudo's character is oblique, and the car is oblique, and the stone path is oblique far up the Hansan mountain. There are 3 mouthfuls of Pinzi, and the word Shuayu becomes wine. Mouth by mouth, I advise you to have a glass of wine. Facing the increased difficulty of Zimyabai, He Yuxuan was not afraid. Lu Wuchen, on the other hand, had to fight desperately under Huang Fuwan's gaze. The 3 characters are straight, the black characters are straight, and the straight ones are straight, but they are not 3 straight ones. As soon as these words came out, Zimyabai's face became even more angry. Was this implying that he had lost the emperor's pet and would be demoted? And 1 time is not enough, 3 more times? What is the fight between the immortals and the little ones? Now these so-called talents are all very clear. Where are you? What the hell happened? Why is this the case? How much wine did you drink? Another point is that the drinking ban of Lu Wuchen, Shimubai, and He Yuxuan has refreshed the three views of the talents, and let these talents who are proud of their talents be hit hard. If you can't answer any of them, puff. What kind of trouble is this going to be? I didn't even have one who could answer it. Apart from mechanically pouring wine and drinking, what else could I do? Naturally, the other one who was extremely distressed will belong to the fifth prince. This time it was a good wine. But it was my own collection, and if you drink like this, you have to go bankrupt. Although the Dayan dynasty had already spent a lot on the prince, but it can't stand such a drinking method. For a full half an hour, these three, with their tongues and swords, it was difficult to tell the winner or the loser. How many? How about a tie? The five princes really can't help it. Please, stop playing. Have you seen the drunks in this place? The cabin is too stuffy, so I'll go out for some air. After speaking, He Yuxuan left the cabin directly. On the other hand, Lu Wuchen saw He Yuxuan go out and knew that his opportunity was coming. Although I failed to lose the drinking order, this is not the point. The point is to molest He Yuxuan by myself. Although I didn't drink a few sips of wine thinking of this, Lu Wuchen picked up the jug in front of him and had to take a few sips, which was a good reason. Otherwise, who would believe that he had confessed to the wrong person? But the question is, the jug is empty. Who specifically drank his own wine? Brother, do you still have wine? Lu Wuchen also looked confused. By the way, the river cruise you organized didn't even prepare enough drinks? Return the prince. It's too stingy. Brother Wuchen, this king is wrong. But this is 40 jars of good pure brew, and there is not a drop left. This king has a little grumpy temper. Why is there no wine anymore? Don't you know? Look at the drunks in this place, just playing a drinking game. Do you want to be so serious? In the end, it was still my OWN. Lu Wuchen looked at it. Well, except for the female relatives, there is not 1 in 10 talents who can be sober, even if they haven't fallen down yet. They are all drunk and hazy, full of alcohol. Saw Xin, Lu Wuchen was also very depressed, but this opportunity should not be missed. Otherwise, the plot would not be able to continue. Okay, if you don't have wine, you don't have wine. Just rely on acting by yourself. The next moment, Lu Wuchen got up directly and walked outside the cabin, but I didn't know that my every move was in Huang Fuwan's eyes. I would like to see for myself. Which one is the dust-free king brother who was not drunk, who was going to play? It turned out that Huang Fuwan had calculated a long time ago. After all, in his previous life, Huang Fuwan kept this paragraph in mind. Although I did not participate, afterwards, I comforted He Yuxuan for a long time, and he is still cursing Lu Wuchen, a womanizer. It's just that Huang Fuwan didn't know in this life. Why did Brother Wuchen do this? Chapter 18. It's time to test our acting skills. In fact, Lu Wuchen was also quite bored, saying that he went out to molest He Yuxuan. In the end, he was actually the victim. Everything is obviously the calculations and methods of the male protagonist. However, for Lu Wuchen, this was just a cut scene. Anyway, he drank too much. It was just a process of being punched in the face and stepped on by the protagonist, relying on memory. I found it all the way out, and sure enough, it was still in the original place. Lu Wuchen didn't drink too much this time, and he was naturally very sober. The beauty under the moon, the light is this week back. It is enough to make a man lose his mind. Lu Wuchen approached slowly, but he had already heard the sound behind him. But He Yuxuan did not look back. It's almost a little bit. You can hug the thin waist that makes countless men crazy. What is the little prince waiting for? He Yuxuan did not turn around, still looking at the night sky. Tonight, puff. Lu Wuchen hadn't moved yet, but He Yuxuan spoke first. So what, if you say you came out to enjoy the scenery? I don't know if this first talented girl of the Yin dynasty will believe it, but at this moment, He Yuxuan suddenly turned around and hugged Lu Wuchen's waist tightly. A head of hair just looked at Lu Wuchen's chest like this. I have to say that He Yuxuan's figure is really good, and she doesn't want to be seen by her eyes at all. At this moment, Lu Wuchen was in a daze, and he just wanted to hug his waist. How did it suddenly become like this? Wait, I heard that Zinyabai took refuge in the Prime Minister's party. Could it be this time? Second lady, is this calculating the king? At this moment, Lu Wuchen's voice was deserted, revealing a sense of alienation that rejected people thousands of miles away, but she didn't want to. As soon as Lu Wuchen's ruthless words came out, the beauty trembled in her arms, but there was no indication. But the strength to embrace oneself was even greater. Second lady, what does this mean? Feeling the movements of the beauty in her arms, Lu Wuchen was a little strange again. Are you not afraid of breaking free by yourself? And in the darkness not far away, Huang Fuwan witnessed all the processes. It turned out to be really different from what I thought. What a He Yuxuan, I treat you as my best friend. In your previous life, you actually used the palace? Let the palace have a misunderstanding about the dust-free king brother, and make myself hate the dust-free king brother even more, and This turned out to be the case, however. Huang Fu-wan at this moment showed a beautiful smile. After knowing the truth, the mood is pretty good, Brother Wuchen. At least the palace knows that you are not such a person. And many more. Huang Fu-wan, do you only look at appearances when you look at things? Why don't you ask? Why did Lu Wuchen take the initiative to go out? Don't listen, don't listen. Wang Ba recites the scriptures. At this moment, He Yuxuan in her arms was quiet and dust-free without making a noise for a full minute. Lu Wuchen, who was waiting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but be a little surprised. Second lady, why is this? By the way, can you hurry up? Can everyone finish their performances and go home after work? Please, this is a framed plot, not a romance. Lu Wuchen guessed well. All this was originally designed by He Yuxuan, so that Lu Wuchen was burdened with the infamy of unrighteousness and lust. This was the case in the last life, and in this life, it is still just this motivation. Second lady, time is running out. Please, call out. It's good for everyone. At this moment, Zimyabai, who was paying close attention to He Yuxuan's movements, also quietly followed out at this moment. I saw a scene that made my eyes shatter. Lu Wuchen, you were so courageous. Who doesn't want the world's most talented woman? At this moment, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty sacrificed so much for herself, held in your arms by Lu Wuchen. Wait, why are you holding it back? This must be to prevent Lu Wuchen from breaking free. If you want to gain a foothold in the court, you must defeat your opponent. And who is the opponent? Obviously, in addition to the emperor, Xiaotong's biggest enemy is the Lu Wangfu. If you want to attack the Lu Wangfu, you must operate on the little prince. As long as Lu Wuchen has an accident, Lu Wangfu will definitely be in chaos. In order to create opportunities for herself, she did not expect He Yuxuan to sacrifice so much. It's really open to go out. In that case, you don't have to be polite. Although it was agreed at the time, it was clear that He Yuxuan had seduced Lu Wuchen, and he shouted for help after he succeeded. For some unknown reason, why didn't He Yuxuan call for help at this moment? However, this opportunity is fleeting, so don't blame yourself for being rude. Lewd thief, how dare you do this in broad daylight? In this life, Zimyabai didn't use small tricks anymore. However, this bright moon is in the sky. Why is it in broad daylight? With a shout, he rushed towards Lu Wuchen. Call. What should come is still coming. Lu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plot didn't become too outrageous. After a while, he just had to wait to be shot down by Zimyabai, as Zimyabai had already rushed to the two of them. For a fourth-order master, there are 10,000 different ways to get the little prince off the boat. Naturally, it would definitely not be possible to kill the little prince now. After all, he has not yet gained a foothold in the Dian dynasty. If Lu Wangfu was desperate to retaliate, the prime minister would definitely abandon him. In this situation, I can only vent my anger first. Zimyabai was already secretly lucky. As long as he pushed out a palm, Lu Wuchen would definitely fall into the water. At that time, the fact that Lu Wuchen molested He Yuxuan was confirmed. No matter how Lu Wuchen explained it, as long as He Yuxuan insisted, very good, everything is under plan. At the next moment, Lu Wuchen felt that his chest was attacked, and a strong push came, but he didn't move at all. It's not good. I forgot. Now I'm a third-order master anyway, and I'm no longer an ordinary person. This palm in his previous life was more than enough to beat himself into the water 10 times, but this time, he was unscathed. This is not okay. Lu Wuchen subconsciously pushed He Yuxuan away and leaned back. Lu Wuchen himself was convinced of his acting skills. TSK, Oscar owes himself a little golden man. Having lost his center of gravity, he can call it a day as long as he falls into the water smoothly. Chapter 19. The first emperor's virginity pill. The royal family is very close. During the river cruise between the great Yen Emperor Ji and the first talented girl, the little prince was jealous of the wind and made a big fight, hurting innocent people and causing Jinka Champion Lang to fall into the water innocently. This rumor spread in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. Lu Wuchen's forehead twitched even more at this moment. What a plot! You fell to pieces again. The key is to say that there are noses and eyes, as if these people who spread the rumors have experienced it firsthand. Emperor Dian Ji, a dignified martial arts champion, a fourth-order power, Huang Fu-wan had few opponents in the entire Dian dynasty. In order to compete for the wind and be jealous, fight against the first talented girl? Can normal people believe it? Are you kidding me? Use your brain, okay? Although He Yuxuan was incomparably talented and scheming, he couldn't believe it if he said that force was the same as Huang Fu Wan. As a person of personal experience, Lu Wuchen can swear that he is just a little bit short of success. At that time, Lu Wuchen had already shown a triumphant smile, but a dark shadow struck. He stepped on Zimyabai's shoulder. Zimyabai was inexplicable for a while. Who the hell is this? Actually regarded this champion Lang as a step. However, under the current situation, it is in full view of the public. Now is not the time to expose your own cultivation. If you use your spiritual power, you will definitely be discovered by someone with a heart. The only thing that can be done is to fall into the water. There was also a roar of a dragon in Zinubai's heart. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The next moment, the black shadow rescued Lu Wuchen, who was about to fall into the water. On the other hand, Shimubai fell into the water. This contrast is not generally large, damn it. Lu Wuchen was in a daze at the moment. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Broke the king's good deeds? As a result, Huang Fuwan's calm and beautiful face turned out to be the opposite. So what evil did you do? A good plot, but it has to be like this. The key is that it is also good for you to wrong the king at this time. But what's the result? Seeing Zimubai falling into the water, He Yuxuan got off the boat directly without even saying hello. By the time Zimubai was rescued, He Yuxuan had already been away for a long time. At this time, the champion Lang was like a chicken in soup, and he was interested in taking care of other things. He snorted coldly and left without looking back, and I, the villain, was actually hung on the spot. Oh hey, what the hell is this? It's still unreasonable. Is it easy to act by yourself? At this moment in the Prime Minister's mansion, Shimubai had a cold face. For him, last night's experience was a shame in life, and his face would naturally not look good, incompetent. Originally, I wanted to ask why He Yuxuan didn't say goodbye, and why he didn't frame Lu Wuchen as planned, but I didn't know that He Yuxuan frowned, turned passive into active, and took a bite back. This Shimubaichi, a dignified fourth-order master, trembled all over. Presumptuous, how can you say that to Champion Lang? The Prime Minister intervened in time, which calmed the upcoming infighting. He Yuxuan sneered, picked up a good cup of ginseng tea next to her, and took a sip. The slightly bitter taste impacted one's taste buds. There is no way. Since he was a child, he was weak and had to rely on ginseng tea to maintain the rapid operation of his brain. Although the Prime Minister scolded his daughter, he could also see that this was just acting for an outsider like himself. My good nephew, this time I just fell short. Xianer's choice was not wrong. Now that Huang Fuwan has seen through it, do you think everyone would rather believe in the Emperor Ji, or are you willing to believe in us? Today's Huang Fuwan is in the midst of his fame, especially after he said that he would not be intimate, would not pay compensation, would not cut land, would not pay tribute. The Son of Heaven would guard the country, and the king had reached his peak after the death of the state. It can be said unceremoniously that Huang Fuwan's reputation at this time is by no means weaker than Huang Fuzhang. If Huang Fuwan had testified at the time, this time he would not be able to bring down Lu Wuchen at all, and he might even reveal his motives in advance. Zinubai is not an idiot. After listening to the Prime Minister's explanation, he naturally knows it. I was indeed a little anxious, just because of this great shame and humiliation. I lost my sense of proportion, but He Yuxuan's attitude just now was indeed irritating. But I don't know, at this moment, He Yuxuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Since Lu Wuchen was lucky enough to escape this time, then think of another way. I don't believe it. DG can protect this kid every time. Being targeted by the old fox of the Prime Minister, I can only say that Lu Wuchen is indeed very unfortunate. I wonder what the Prime Minister has to do? The first Emperor Virgin Pill. The Prime Minister smiled slightly and said the name of a medicine. He Yuxuan's eyelids twitched when she heard the name, and she looked at her father in surprise. Those who become major events are not informal. It was also because of his daughter's scruples at this look. The Prime Minister coughed slightly, and said slightly embarrassedly, the first Emperor Virgin Pill? Even Zinubai heard of this name for the first time. He was familiar with historical records in New Danfang very well. However, this first Emperor Virgin Pill was really unheard of, from the ancient strange book Tong Xuanzi. Hearing this name, even Zinubai took a breath of cool air. This so-called Tong Xuanzi book is indeed of great origin. However, it is called the Ancient Forbidden Book. Moreover, how mysterious it is. It is said to be the treasure of the ancient Demon Gate, and everything recorded in it is enough to harm the entire continent. Therefore, after the ancient battle between good and evil, this magic treasure was destroyed. I don't know where the Prime Minister got the prescription. If it's true, that's fine. Thinking of this, Shimu's white eye suddenly lit up. However, this desire was quickly hidden again. It's not time yet. Obviously, this Zinubai seems to be very interested in this magic treasure. It's a pity that although Zinubai escaped the Prime Minister's eyes, however, the eyes full of desire, as well as the fleeting greed, were still caught by He Yuxuan. Prime Minister, what do you mean? Didn't this little prince drown 3,000 times and drink a scoop alone? This time, what has been done is done. I see how this little prince should explain it. He Kuan smiled coldly. Is it so powerful? Naturally, this. Ahem. Originally, the Prime Minister has yet to elaborate, but seeing her daughter's expression of shame and anger, well, nephew, there are some topics about men. Let's save time to be alone before discussing. Point two foxes, one big and one small, showed a wretched smile. But I don't know, at this moment Yuxuan's tenderness is already tightly held together, the coldness in his eyes was even worse. At this time, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't know that he had been calculated again. He looked at the visiting Huangfu Wan innocently. In other words, what does this so-called inspection of homework mean, Huangfu Wan? I still have to ask. I just want to see if Brother Wuchen has practiced well. If not, don't blame the palace for being ruthless. And you guys, did you give 5-star praise? Have you urged more? Are there any free rewards? Do you want the palace to come to you and ask for it? Chapter 20. Lu Wuchen imprisoned Little Prince. The three princesses asked the little one to deliver a message. Please tell me. The car that Lu Wuchen was riding in was obviously driving well on the road, but it was stopped on the street. Point three princesses. The plot came a bit early, but it's not surprising. After all, I lost my hand in the last river cruise. Lu Wuchen naturally knew that the three princesses were born to palace ladies, and he had to say that this was also a romantic incident committed by Huangfu Zhang when he was young. The most ruthless emperor's family, this is not just talking about it, without relatives. And no backup. The life of the three princesses in the palace can be imagined, also as a princess, not to mention comparing with Huangfuan, the Emperor Ji. Even if it is compared to other sisters, it is very inferior. The third princess Huangfuing is smart and considerate, and she is deeply favored by the emperor. Until for the short sentence of evaluation, how much did Huangfuing pay? 10 years of forbearance. A full 10 years. Only then did she become the princess loved by the emperor. Although his current status is not as good as that of Huangfuan, the Emperor Ji, it is quite comfortable among other princesses, but Huangfuing also had her own hidden worries. She was already at the age of marriage, and she would marry a woman sooner or later. What Huangfuing liked was the little prince of Lu Wangfu, and everyone knew this. It's a pity that the little prince has only Huangfuan, the emperor's sister, in his heart. 3,000 drowned, only one scoop of drink was taken. Little prince, can't you tolerate her in your eyes, your highness? The little prince of Lu Wangfu has sent a letter. When Huangfuing sighed, her personal palace maid quietly sent a letter. Little prince? Huangfuing looked surprised. Your highness, it was sent by the entourage of the Lu Wangfu. The close-fitting palace lady said it well, and she looked happy. Lufu Beiwan, please talk to the three princesses. With only a short sentence, it was indeed the handwriting of the little prince, and Huangfuing would not admit her mistake. This Huangfuing looked surprised. Although she had a deep love for the little prince, the latter had a deep love for herself. Why today, your highness? It's now or never, never come again. The personal palace maid added a fire at this time. Prepare the sedan chair. On the other side, Lu Wuchen also gave a wry smile. Have something important to discuss. There is an important matter. Isn't it just the game set by the male protagonist? In her previous life, after molesting He Yuxuan, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty, her reputation was severely damaged. Because of the adultery of the three princesses of the dynasty, the Emperor Longyan was furious, and the Lu Wangfu has since declined from prosperity. For his own sake, his father harmed the emperor and lost the emperor's pet. I don't know what I paid in the end, so I saved myself. However, he has become the object of contempt in the world with such a shoddy method. He forced a princess. At the most critical time, I put on my pants and didn't recognize the account. Is this a special thing for people to do? No wonder the world spurned it. This incident not only ruined Lu Wuchen's only reputation, and the Lu Wangfu was tantamount to announcing that it had withdrawn from the court from then on. Above the entire court, the situation of one-party rule by the Prime Minister, and Xinyabai also ushered in his highlight moment in the Dian dynasty. This matter finally became a taboo. Lu Wuchen only knew that the last three princesses had married in a hurry. Although the other party was a warlord, he was not a direct son. This is definitely an insult to the three princesses. After this incident, Lu Wuchen and the three princesses never saw each other again. To say that Lu Wuchen put on his pants and didn't recognize the account. Don't be funny, you are a villain, follow yourself. Sooner or later there will be a dead end. Instead of doing this, it is better to die than to live. And the only victim of the whole thing was Huangfuing, but the plot that should be left still has to embark on a wave. But in this life, he is already a third-order powerhouse. Xinyabai, I wonder if you have miscalculated. He Yuxuan, I wonder if there is any figure of you, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty. Little prince, His Royal Highness is waiting for you in the side room. Lujiabuan it was Huangfu Ying's personal maid who greeted Lu Wuchen. However, Lu Wuchen knew from the first moment he entered the door that he had been caught. As the door was closed, a faint fragrance came. It is still a shoddy method. As an ordinary person in his last life, he naturally couldn't resist such a powerful aphrodisiac, and now the plot still has to go. But, no matter what, the three princesses are innocent after all. Just about to get out. The third princess was already wrapped around Lu Wuchen's waist. At the same time, in the imperial study room, Huangfu Zhang smashed his favorite tea bowl in anger as Xingyabai, who was kneeling on the ground, showed a trace of joy. Presumptuous. This Lu Wuchen is so presumptuous that he dares to use such shoddy methods on my daughter. The Yulin army dispatched in person to capture Lu Wuchen and Lu Jiobiyuan, and captured the stolen goods. At the same time, they found the three princesses who were unconscious in bed, put me in jail. An angry Huangfuzing no longer cared about anything else, and directly ordered Lu Wuchen to be put into the edict prison. This prison is not an ordinary place. Few of the people who went in were able to come out alive. Ordinary people are not eligible if they want to go to prison. Either it is a major case such as conspiracy against the state, or else they are not qualified to step into this place. Ordinary dudes, hearing the name of this prison, have already been frightened, and incontinence is a common occurrence. But this little prince is so courageous, so calm. Just as soon as you enter the door, the damp, rancid smell makes normal people unable to stay. What's more, is it the pampered little prince of Lu Wangfu. Lu Wuchen said that the small scenes have all been experienced in a lifetime, compared to the icy abyss. What does this count as? Not to mention that as an ordinary person in his previous life, he can get through it. Now they are all third-order powerhouses, so what are you worried about? As for the insects and ants all over the ground, TSK, the living conditions are not very good. Do you want to suggest improving it when you go out by yourself, Puff? Dude, can't you save snacks? When did you even have this kind of mind? This mentality is definitely the best one that the prison guards have ever seen. Other senior officials, Sengue, were locked up, and they might not even survive a day, and they would kill themselves, even if you don't die. There are many crazy people. No matter how good the mentality is, here, it is trembling, for fear that I will not see the sun tomorrow. Well, there is no distinction between day and night in the purgatory. Where does the sun come from, little prince, please? Although the words are polite, I'm sorry, if you can get out completely after entering here, there is really no one. Moreover, the above has already said hello, within the edict. It is necessary to entertain this pampered little prince well. Please, little prince, have a good taste of the characteristics of the prison. All packages are repeated, you know. The control of this edict is in the hands of the Prime Minister and the party. At this moment, Lu Wuchen is the fish on the cutting board. The existence of slaughter. Laugh, take advantage of the present and smile more. After that, you won't have the strength to cry anymore. Chapter 21. Prince Lu enters the palace to meet the emperor. Huangfu Wan impulsively breaks him out of prison. My lord, something is wrong. In Lu Wan's mansion, Lu Wuchen's entourage rushed into the hall in a panic. What system is it? Lu Genoa didn't rush, and slowly raised a cup of fragrant tea on the table. The little prince was captured by the army and sent to jail. Puff, what did you say? In the next second, Lu Genoa sprayed out a mouthful of tea directly. What are you talking about? Go to jail? Or is it the will of the emperor, this in verse? What the hell did you do, planning a rebellion? Even if it is a rebellion, then you have to prepare well. Prince, are you serious? Why? At this moment, Lu Genoa stood up in shock, completely ignoring the hot tea sprinkled on his robe. The prince, it's hard to say, hurry up. When exactly has it been, and are you still hesitating? Drugged and raped His Royal Highness the Third Princess. Hearing this answer, Lu Genoa took a breath of cool air. Is this inverse so absurd? What the hell happened? Tell the king carefully before and after. No, prepare the car first. The king wants to meet the saint, and talk about it on the road. There can be no delay for a moment at this time. This prison is no joke, just my own baby. I went to jail, and I couldn't stay for a minute. Lu Genoa was naturally impatient. How terrifying this edict was. The most powerful prince of the Dian dynasty was naturally clear. The key point is that this edict is still under the jurisdiction of the Prime Minister, and the two are incompatible with each other above the court. Even if it is wronged, what about the wronged? In this prison, there are still few things that have become tricks. Your Highness, the carriage is already ready. Because of this, the Lu Wangfu was upset by the chickens and dogs. At this moment, Lu Genoa's face was extremely cold. Judging from the news he had just received, it was obvious that someone had framed him. It's not as bad as my family. I even stepped on this bottom line. Okay, very good. Really treat this king as a soft persimmon. At this moment in the palace, Huang Fu-Wan always felt a little uneasy. The fourth order power has been able to initially communicate the aura of heaven and earth and perceive danger. Why are you so upset? Huang Fu-Wan, who couldn't practice well, was walking in the Imperial Garden at the moment. Did you miss something? But judging from the memories of previous lives, this period of time should be calm and calm. During this period of his previous life, Brother Wuchen was recovering in the palace, and Xinyabai was relatively peaceful. Have you heard? Her Royal Highness the Third Princess had an accident, and the royal doctor had already rushed over. Something happened to the three princesses. Huang Fu-Wan was taken aback for a moment, then taken aback. Stop, what did you just say? Neat DG. The palace asks you, what did you just say? This. Say. No matter how powerful Huang Fu-Wan was, even a general who had been fighting on the battlefield all the year round could not look directly at DG when facing him. What's more, ordinary palace ladies, back to Emperor G. 3. Something happened to His Royal Highness the Third Princess. What's the matter? I heard that it was designed by the little prince of Lu Wangfu. Strong design use. Hiss. Why is this matter ahead of schedule? In his previous life, Huang Fu-Wan, who learned of this, sneered for a while. He claimed to have drowned 3,000 times and only took a scoop of drink. Now he is completely exposed. He Yuxuan didn't say anything about molesting him, but he still used force on the three princesses. Such a person really deserves to die. Huang Fu-Wan in the previous life ignored this. Later, when I heard that Lu Wuchen came out, he was covered in scars, and he still felt quite relieved in his heart. But in this life, how could Huang Fu-Wan not know that Lu Wuchen had been wronged? Where is the little prince at this moment? This slave really didn't know. He only knew that His Majesty had sent a guard to capture him. Forbidden guard? Prison. It must be an edict. There is no doubt about it. This edict was under the jurisdiction of the Prime Minister. At this time, Xinyabai threw himself under the Prime Minister's door, and He Yuxuan was secretly making trouble. Damn it, Huang Fu-Wan waved with one hand, and the best spirit sword flew out of the arsenal directly, holding the hilt with one-handed. Brother Wang was waiting for the palace. The next moment, Huang Fu-Wan rose into the air and flew directly out of the palace. The fourth order power could have been used to travel through the sky for a short time. Although it took a lot of psionic energy, Huang Fu-Wan at this time could no longer care about these things, and Lu Genoa's car had already entered the palace. Can the emperor see each other when he sees each other? Naturally, it is impossible. Even if you are a senior member of Epine, it is not easy to meet the sage, but Lu Genoa has this privilege, and this is the first time Lu Genoa has used this privilege. Your Majesty, Prince Lu is here. Huh, he still has the face to see me? At this time, Huang Fu-Zhan was still angry. My princess, was she used to be strong? And it's such a shoddy method. What if this matter is not handled strictly? Where is the Royal Majesty? This is simply a big scandal. On the other side, Huang Fu-Wan had already come to the sky over the prison. This is a prison powerhouse. Who dares to be presumptuous? The guards of the prison were also dumbfounded. This is really the prison, who has nothing to do with wandering around the prison. The surrounding blocks, even in broad daylight, were empty. The Dian dynasty had a clear stipulation that anyone who approached the edict had the privilege of doing it first and then afterwards. It's usually too late to take a detour. Even if you have to pass by, you have to hide far away for fear of getting into trouble. But today, someone broke into the prison without permission? This was the first time in the history of the Dian dynasty. The palace asks you, can Lu Wuchen be there? It turned out to be DG. I'll go. What day is it today? Not only was the little prince of Lu Wangfu locked in, but now even DG is here too. Back to Emperor G, there is a holy metaphor, and the edict is a powerhouse, and no one but your Majesty can ask about it. Presumptuous. That being the case, don't blame the palace for being rude. At this time, what Huang Fu-Wan was most worried about was Lu Wuchen. He had long heard that this edict was famous for being a trick. Brother Wuchen, how can you stand this? The fact is that Lu Wuchen at this moment is really chained to his limbs. Little prince, I'm offended. With a grim smile on his face, he had already obtained the approval of the Prime Minister and used punishment on the little prince. Let the little prince recognize everything in the shortest possible time. Isn't this a piece of cake for the Ministry of Prisons and Punishment? Even if he has a hard mouth and comes into prison, he can confess, not to mention such a pampered little prince. Wait. What other orders does the little prince have? Don't use torture, just point it out, take out the prepared confession, and the king will sign and draw it directly, okay? Lu Wuchen is not stupid. In the last life, he suffered so much for nothing. In the end, I didn't sign and draw on the confession you prepared. In this life, forget all the hardships of flesh and blood. Can we just order it? This one directly made a few people stupid. By the way, I finally made an appearance once. Can't you give me some shots, Lu Wuchen? Hee. Tool people, there are a lot of requirements. Chapter 22 Prison Break? This king just wants to finish the act. The palace is going to take the little prince with it now. Who dares to stop it? Huang Fuwan was full of energy and took a step forward. The guards looked at each other. No one dared to stop him. After all, the Emperor Ji at this time was extremely prestigious in the Dian dynasty. Even people who were prime ministers dare not offend easily. At this moment, Shan Shu of the Ministry of Criminal Justice suddenly appeared. By the Emperor's order, no one can take the little prince away. Imperial order? Where did the imperial order come from? Ridiculous. At this time, Shang Shu of your Ministry of Criminal Justice appeared here. Who doesn't know that you are the prime minister in the party? Since it doesn't make sense, it's natural to break in. With the ability of Edict Prison, it is not an easy task to stop a fourth order master. The key is that this is Emperor Ji, the emperor's favorite princess. Ji, the emperor of the Dian dynasty, was in the ascendancy of the Dian dynasty. Who dares to really die? At most, it's just a symbolic stop. Huang Fuwan would naturally not die, no matter what. This was a member of the imperial dynasty. At this time, the inside of the prison seemed to be much more peaceful. What does the little prince mean? No matter what it is, I'll just sign and draw it. Ha! The wise divine martial arts that the little prince boasted of by the outside world turned out to be a soft egg. I thought I had to do something, but I never thought that this person would be so cooperative. The little prince is really a Junjie who knows the current affairs. If the little prince is willing to cooperate, it is naturally good. Which one of those who have entered the prison has no grievances? This is the existence of the Prime Minister's one-party crackdown on dissidents. There are many cases of injustice, falsehood, and wrong, but it is really the first time that someone like the little prince has encountered it. With such cooperation, there are really few people who can't even wait to sign and paint. Most of the people who came in were always righteous at first, or unafraid to die, but after trying the punishment here, few hard bones could withstand it. Even if it is a hard bone, the punishment department of the prison can break all these hard bones. This time, someone has already submitted a confession. Lu Wuchen just glanced at it hastily. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as in the previous life. It's roughly that I covet the beauty of the three princesses and can't ask for it, so I designed to use it strongly. This routine is quite frustrating, to be honest, but the effect is not generally good. In the previous life, I became a street mouse because of this incident, not only for himself, but also for the royal palace. The prime minister's move was very clever, not only eradicating the opposition forces in the court, but also forming an independent situation. It even almost prevented Lu Wangfu from turning over. Little prince, then please. Damn, the official was dumbfounded. He originally thought that the little prince would regret it after he got this confession. Or shouting justice. After all, if the above guilt is confessed, the emperor will have a hard time at this level. Thinking that it can't be done for a while, I will use torture and intimidation. But he didn't want to. The little prince directly drew a pen and ink. Not only that, but he also pressed his handprint familiarly. This process is very familiar. By the way, little prince, where did you learn this? The little prince signed it now. Nonsense. Can you make the king feel better if you don't sign it? Hee, the little prince laughed, and he will give the little prince food in a while. Such cooperation can be said to be a model among prisoners. Should we set an example? This one was still thinking about it, but as a result, there were screams all around. A jailbreak? A terrible idea sprouted. Damn, someone is in jail? This is a prison. Is this Prince Lu crazy? How dare he rob the prison? And obviously, it has entered the inside of the prison. In order to protect himself, the toolman directly picked up a big knife and pressed it against Lu Wuchen's neck. Sorry, little prince. I'll go. Be reasonable. What does someone care about themselves in prison? If you don't organize resistance, what are you doing with a knife holder around my neck? Is there a special king's law? The next moment, a figure appeared. Emperor. Emperor Ji? The toolman was dumbfounded. He thought that someone would come to rob the prison, but he really never thought that DG would come back to rob the prison. This is too fantasy, right? You know, it was your imperial sister who was violated. You actually robbed the prison with a sword. The palace wants to take away Brother Wuchen. DG, are you here to pick up someone? Are you still here to rob the prison? There is no way. I did come to mention someone just now. but this Emperor G's golden signboard seems to be useless in this prison. The Prime Minister has a good way, and it is Taitong who runs this prison. Since the truth doesn't make sense, let's just come in and talk about it. After all, Huang Fuwan cared too much about Lu Wuchen for fear of what might happen to this one in it. Isn't it now? Why did you show up in the torture chamber if you didn't arrive by yourself? Would you have to use the punishment privately? Thinking of this, Huang Fuwan's eyes became colder. Put the knife down. Emperor Ji, please calm down. This is the decree of the Holy Emperor. Emperor Ji is doing this, but he is resisting the decree. Think twice. The palace asked you to put down the knife. Huang Fuwan frowned slightly, joking. What kind of strength is Brother Wuchen now? Would he not know? Could it be that you can threaten with a broken knife? It's also for your own good to let you put down the knife, still not leaving with the palace? In this place, Huang Fuwan couldn't stay for a moment. In this environment, there were also the instruments of torture in this room. Is it here that the dust-free king brother of the last life was tortured? Thinking of this, Huang Fuwan felt a faint pain in her heart. Can you not leave? Lu Wuchen really doesn't want to go. Please, just let me go, okay? I've signed and painted it myself. What kind of mess are you out to make, Brother Wuchen? Even if the world doesn't believe in you, the palace believes in you. Are you moved? Touched a fart. When will it be the end of your head if you collapse like this again? This king does whatever he wants. Why do others need to believe it? This tool man can't understand it. By the way, what do you want? I'm tired of this knife myself, and also, this little prince is doing well in his own hands now. Can you stop ignoring yourself? Hee hee. There is not even a tool person with a name. Do you match it? And the sharp-eyed Huang Fuwan naturally saw the confession that had just been signed and drawn. When he stretched out his hand and took something from the air with one move, he just glanced at it, and there was a sneer on his face. Is this going to be a trick? Very well, the Emperor Ji is really knowledgeable, and the next moment, the confession in his hand turns into fly ash. By the way, do you still have a backup? I'll sign another one later. Whether you go or not, you can use it if you don't go to the palace. Why bother? The palace knows that Brother Wuchen is afraid of harming the palace, but for the sake of Brother Wang, even if he is an enemy of the world, what is the palace afraid of? At this moment, even the tool people were moved, but Lu Wuchen's mentality at this moment is completely collapsed. Okay, you know X. Xiaoyi admits it. On the other side, Lu Genoa had already met the sage. It's just that Huang Fuzzing's face at this moment is very bad. You have raised a good son. Huang Fuzzing's face was gloomy. If it weren't for the love of the past, I might have already cut this brat. Your Majesty, calms down. My son was wronged. Someone deliberately framed him. Framed? Framed? The evidence here is conclusive. Did you tell me that someone was framed? Your Majesty, something is wrong. Chapter 23 Confrontation in the Imperial Study. At this time, Huang Fuzhang also slowly calmed down from his anger. Also, Lu Wuchen was selected by the Empress as a disciple with such a great future. Is it worth doing this for your own three princesses? Just when Huang Fuzhang's face was cloudy and sunny from time to time, there was a noise outside the hall again. Your Majesty, someone robbed the prison and took the little prince away. This report made Huang Fuzhang so angry that he ran away. Lu Genoa, you were so courageous. How dare you go to jail? Lu Genoa also looked dumbfounded. Fuck, his brain is not broken. Is he in jail at this juncture? Only fools can do it, say. Who is it? Who dares to rob the prison? I'm going to skin him. Huang Fuzhang was furious at this moment. It's His Royal Highness Emperor Ji. Puff. A pot of cool water rushed into the sky, and it was poured directly to cool the heart. My Emperor Ji? Huang Fuzzing didn't seem to believe it yet, and asked again, yes, Your Majesty. Fart, this is me asking Emperor Ji to go to the prison to pick up people. What is prison? Damn, Your Majesty, this. Lying with your eyes open, it is worthy of Your Majesty. This acting skills are very superb, DG and the little beast. Where is Lu Wuchen's people? DG's country courtyard. The Forbidden Army has already rushed over. Bold, my Emperor Ji, what's the matter with the Forbidden Army? Let someone call them into the palace. Sure enough, even if they are all biological daughters, there is still a difference between them. As for Lu Genoa, he lowered his head and pretended to have heard nothing. I just lost my memory just now, and I don't know anything. To be honest, Huang Fuzhang was really depressed at this time. Although his palms and backs were full of flesh, He was obviously more inclined to Huang Fuwan, but if this matter is not investigated and brought to light, what will be the face of the royal family? Where is the majesty? On the other side, Lu Wuchen had already been coerced by Huang Fuwan and brought back to the other courtyard. Yes, there is nothing wrong, it's coercion. In other words, I really don't want to escape from prison, brother Wu Chenwan, you really are. Huang Fuwan never dared to mention this matter. Could it be that brother Wang and his sister really did that superlative thing? So what? Lu Wuchen glanced at Huang Fuwan. If so, are you going to blade the king, a lewd thief? Brother Wang, don't worry, the palace will go back and talk to the imperial sister. She will be rich and safe for the rest of her life, and let her keep the secret in her heart forever. Puff. Isn't that right? Can this be done too? Lu Wuchen was convinced. Wait, this king doesn't have it. Really? Huang Fuwan's eyes lit up. Although this imperial sister is not as stunning as herself, she is also a superior posture and a princess of the imperial dynasty. This has already been delivered to her door. In this case, she can still keep her heart. How can this not make Huang Fuwan happy? This king is also a third-order master anyway. At this time, the guards of the palace had arrived and invited Emperor Ji and the little prince to enter the palace. It's okay to go, let the father promise that the matter will not be pursued again, otherwise, the palace and brother Wuchen would rather leave the dynasty. Damn, you have to go. I'm leaving by myself. What should I do about this plot? I still have to rush to give Xinyabai a facelift to send experience.asa result. After these words were brought back, Huang Fuzheng smashed everything he could see in the imperial study room. The little white rabbit I had worked so hard to raise. It felt so painful to be taken away. As for Lu Genoa, the night is good tonight. Don't call anyone this king. This king just wants to enjoy the starry sky. Tell Emperor Ji. I agreed. Defection? Let DG and Lu Wuchen defect? This naturally does not work, you know. Huang Fuwan's reputation was in full swing in the Dian dynasty. How could such a thing happen? When Huang Fuwan and Lu Wuchen returned to the palace, there were only 4 people in the imperial study room: Huang Fuzhan, Lu Genoa, plus Huang Fuwan and Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen, you were so courageous to do such an absurd thing. Huang Fuzhang, who saw Lu Wuchen, was quite restrained, but he couldn't restrain him. Huang Fuwan was staring at him tightly. Lu Wuchen didn't quibble. It was time to punish and scold, at least compared to the previous life. The results seemed to be a lot better. Father, my daughter just wants to know, if it was Brother Wang who did it, how could this come to my father's ears? And can you get all the stolen goods? This matter was obviously planted by someone. Zhuang Yuanlang saw it with his own eyes. Can it be fake? Sure enough, it was Xinyabai again. Huang Fuwan sneered for a while, and he directly felt that this matter had nothing to do with Xinyabai. So coincidental? I don't want to believe it either, but, Lu Wuchen, tell me, is this note written by you? Huang Fuzheng patted the note in front of Lu Wuchen. This word is indeed exactly the same as what I wrote, no matter from the tip of the pen, even the strength is the same. Master, of course Lu Wuchen knew that this was not written by himself, but he wanted to complete the plot, and Lu Wuchen neither admitted nor denied it at this moment, to the Holy One. What's the matter? Didn't I say, don't bother at this moment? Yes. It was Zhuang Yuanlang who asked to see him and said that he had something important to tell him. Xinyabai, it seems that the Prime Minister has already learned of DG's prison escape, so Xinyabai came here. It seems that this is the rhythm of wanting to nin Lu Wuchen to death. Call in. The next moment, Shi Mubai, dressed in white, walked into the imperial study room. Chen Xinyabai has seen the sage. There is a saying that the plan this time is seamless. The key is that DG did not participate in it in his previous life. Even if he had the intention to help each other at this moment, he couldn't find a flaw, although discerning people know at first glance. This is clearly a frame-up, but the problem is that the evidence is conclusive. Lu Wuchen didn't have any proof here. He was called to the other courtyard of the Lu Wang mansion by the 3 princesses. The person who delivered the message had disappeared, and it was probably wiped out, and the note inviting the 3 princesses to the mansion for a talk was indeed Lu Wuchen's handwriting. This place is another courtyard of the Lu family, and the 3 princesses have a strong aphrodisiac in their bodies. This kind of sign is that there is a problem with dust-free land on the surface. The key is to do it too perfectly. People can't find any flaws. At this moment, Xinyabai and Lu Wuchen confronted each other on the spot, and Lu Wuchen remained silent. In the eyes of outsiders, this is obviously Lu Wuchen who was speechless. If it is true as Xinyabai said, All of this was set up in advance by Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen, what else do you have to say? I have to admire Xinyubai's eloquence. The whole thing is described reasonably, plus Xinyubai's own guest. Lu Wuchen has been depicted as a womanizer and an insidious villain. The most important thing is that the three princesses have aphrodisiacs in their bodies. Why don't you have them on Lu Wuchen? If you take medicine, why do you only take medicine for one of the three princesses? All this is obviously what you, Lu Wuchen, did. At this moment, even Lu Genoa couldn't help but wonder. My son, no way, even if this is the case, can we change people? That's a princess, very good, I have proved it, this is undoubtedly my father. Chapter 24 was fine, how the hell did it crash again? The current situation is extremely unfavorable for Lu Wuchen. Xinyubai's statement was impassioned, and it was as if he had experienced it personally. On the other hand, Lu Wuchen has assaulted fish, he is strong, and the breeze blows the mountains, but the problem is, if you don't look at what time it is now, it's still like this? Anyway, explain the last sentence. Even Huangfu Wan was anxious about Lu Wuchen. Huangfu Zhang's side was suffocated with anger. Well, it was very good. He was already very upset, but now he was even more angry by Xinyubai's sweet words and reasonable explanations. What a Lu Wuchen! If it hadn't been for me to agree to DG, it would not be an exaggeration to want to drag you out of Lingqi now. Lu Wuchen, marry the three princesses and return to the mansion. That's the end of the matter. No way. No way. Originally, he had already suppressed his anger and thought of a compromise. In this way, at least the royal decency can be maintained, and it can be regarded as a cheap bastard, but he didn't expect that Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan would both object. It's normal for Lu Wuchen to object. He is a big villain, and sooner or later he will fart. This time Xinyubai didn't tender himself to death, which doesn't mean that he won't next time. If the three princesses follow themselves, they will only affect the fish in the pool unexpectedly. Huangfu Wan's attitude was much more intense than Lu Wuchen's at this time. Lu Wuchen was confused and forced. What the hell is the situation? By the way, who are you going to marry? Are you excited about wool? Isn't it good to be your heroine? Huangfu Wan naturally didn't want to, joking. Her greatest belief now is to punish this Xinyubai, and then stay with Brother Wuchen for the rest of her life. Even if the Empress herself came, she wouldn't let her, let alone her imperial sister. Moreover, Lu Wuchen had clearly told herself that absolutely nothing happened. Huangfu Wan firmly believed this. However, the scene, in Xinyubai's eyes, was quite unpleasant. The dignified Emperor Ji, the woman he liked, actually protected each other like this. I feel like my head is green. Can this be tolerated? Chen Shimubai Wan died, and punished Lu Wuchen to restore the majesty of the royal family. Xinyubai, are you looking for death? At this moment, Huangfu Wan felt that she couldn't bear it anymore, and today she was going to kill this person. The fourth order psionic energy converges in the whole body, and the entire imperial study room changes drastically. Shimubai didn't even expect that Huangfu Wan was desperately fighting with herself. However, the arrow is on the string and I have to send it. Xinyubai shouted again, if you don't kill Lu Wuchen, it's not enough for the common people to be angry. The Holy One thinks twice. This scourge should be removed one day earlier, and I can feel at ease one day earlier. Presumptuous. At this moment, Huangfu Wan couldn't bear it anymore. The spirit sword in her hand had already been unsheathed, and the cold light flashed. Xinyubai was stunned. This is really going to kill himself. I have already felt the boundless killing intent. If Huangfu Zhang hadn't finally resolved it, he would have completely exposed his strength. However, what Xinyubai didn't expect was that Huangfu Zhang was also extremely powerful. The sixth order power, the primordial spirit, comes out, and the Great Road is completed. Who would have thought that the ruler of the Dian dynasty was actually a peerless master? Easily blocked Huangfu Wan's sword. Nonsense. When will I kill Lu Wuchen? Huangfu Zhang was also shocked by Huangfu Wan's determination. Has it reached such a point? Hearing his father's guarantee, Huangfu Wan temporarily held back her anger and put the sword back in its sheath. However, things have indeed reached a stalemate. By the way, what should I do now? This gave Huangfuzing a headache. To the sovereign, the second lady of the prime minister's mansion, He Yuxuan has something important to play. Hearing this, everyone in the imperial study room had different expressions. Huangfuzing didn't speak, and he couldn't see what his expression was. Lu Wuchen, on the other hand, smiled bitterly, saying that poor pirates should not be chased, but he did not expect that this talented girl of the Dian dynasty would not let herself go. Are you here to help me? Sure enough, I was going to sing and make peace with the male lead and kill myself to death. Huangfu Wan's face was not good either. One Xinyubai had already given herself a headache, and now she added another. He Yuxuan, hee hee, what a good girlfriend of the palace. As for Zimyabai, he looked happy and came well. At this time, he would add fuel to the fire. Maybe it will be done, Your Majesty. It is estimated that He Yushuan does have something important. Zimyabai was forcing Huangfuzing to call people in. Tell her to come in. Huang Fuzheng snorted coldly. At this time, he must be fair, otherwise, the court will be in chaos the next day. What a prime minister! If he didn't come forward, he actually sent his daughter over. It was really an old fox. Good, this is forcing the palace. This is holding the emperor hostage. He Yushuan, the minister's daughter, pays homage to the saint. Come on, what's the matter? Facing the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty, Huangfuzing was in a bad mood at the moment. The minister's daughter is here for the little prince. Nonsense, who doesn't know? Sure enough, this is to kill yourself all. Lu Wuchen showed a wry smile. Huang Fuwan's hand once again rested on the hilt of the sword. Her eyes cold. The minister's daughter sued Zimyabai for lawlessness, framed Lu Wuchen, the little prince of Lu Wangfu, and framed the third princess of the dynasty. The main messenger behind all this is Zimyabai, the champion of Jinka. He Yushuan, you are crazy. Zimyabai was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Is he Yushuan's head clamped by the door panel? What did you say? Say it again? Huang Fuzheng was also shocked. What a pity, even if he was the emperor, he had to spit out the lotus now. This reversal, it's too exciting to come. The minister's daughter sued Zimyabai for lawlessness, framed Lu Wuchen, the little prince of Lu Wangfu, and framed the third princess of the dynasty. The main messenger behind all this is Zimyabai, the champion of Jinka. Word by word. Throw it to the ground with a sound. Lu Wuchen was stupid. It's over. Originally, the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty was a bit normal. Now it seems that it has also collapsed, and it is still the most powerful one. System? Come out and talk? System, in a crash, do not disturb. Wang Fuwan was also shocked for a while. This. What kind of situation is this? He Yushuan sued Shimubai. Aren't you together? Why? This. He Yushuan, do you know what you are talking about? The minister knows. At this moment, Zimyabai collapsed. This is not the script he imagined. He had already won the lottery. Even if there is no tender death of Lu Wuchen this time, the next few days will definitely not be better. However, it's better now. He Yushuan, a woman, has turned against the water, and this is for your own life. Lu Wuchen looked MMP, which was so exciting. Sure enough, he didn't even know the family of the plot collapse in this life, and at this moment, the look in He Yushuan's eyes when she looked at Zimyabai was aloof and shocking. Chapter 25 is already broken. When He Yushuan looked at Zimyabai, the hatred in her eyes was no less than Xiao Huangfu Wan.as, the first talented girl in the Dian dynasty. He Yushuan was naturally admired by those literati and inkers and talented people. Besides, He Yushuan's beauty is beautiful, but it's a pity that she is in poor health. I don't know when it started, but a beauty like myself became popular in the Dian dynasty, and He Yushuan was even more deified and sought after. There were two great talents in the Dian dynasty. One was Ji Huangfuan, the emperor of the dynasty, and the other was He Yushuan, the second lady of the prime minister's mansion. As Huangfuan's best friend, she naturally knew that Lu Wuchen was kind to Huangfuan. Seeing it in her eyes, she was more envious in her heart. I thought to myself how nice it would be if there was someone who could treat himself like this, but in the last life, he was calculated by this Zimyabai. The little prince obviously didn't mean to be thin on his own, but this Zimyabai ruined my reputation. In this era, physical innocence is more important than anything else, but it's good for you, Zimyabai. How dare you treat me like this? Just because he didn't like the little prince, he lost his reputation for the rest of his life. How can He Yushuan not hate? But for Lu Wuchen, it was because of hatred and love. It's ridiculous to say that he was embarrassed with Lu Wuchen everywhere in his previous life. Naturally, it is a bad breath, but in the end, I found out that I actually hated the wrong person, because of hatred. He Yushuan paid more attention to Lu Wuchen. I didn't expect that this pervert was so obsessed with Huangfu. One with Huang Fuwan. He also got a lot of letters that Lu Wuchen had sent to Huang Fuwan before it come out of the world. What is love, and teach life and death to promise each other. Double flyers from the south and the north. The old wings have been cold and hot several times. Joy and fun, bitter parting. There are even more crazy children in it. Your Majesty's words, thousands of miles of straightest clouds, thousands of mountains in twilight snow. Who is the shadow going to? The sky is also jealous, but if you don't believe it, the warblers and swallows are all lus. For thousands of years, in order to stay for the Saw people, sing and drink wildly, and visit Yensho. He Yuxuan in her previous life naturally didn't believe it, and only in the end did she understand how ridiculously wrong she was. In this life, on the day of Emperor Ji's celebration banquet, He Yuxuan had a high fever. Wake up again, this is a brand new self. In this life, I have to live for myself. This time, the first goal was to bring down Shimubai.as for Lu Wuchen from the bottom of her heart. He Yuxuan naturally envied Huangfu Wan for having such an infatuated guardian. 3,000 drowned, and only one scoop of drink was taken. How many people could do it? There is already a shadow of Lu Wuchen in my heart. There are very few men in the world who have the deepest affection. Since Yu Huangfu Wan doesn't cherish it, why don't I, He Yuxuan, grab it? In the last life, even if it was a misunderstanding, I was really misunderstood, wasn't it, Lu Wuchen? Can you stop replenishing your brain? And the appearance of the moon viewing was originally done by He Yuxuan deliberately. Why he didn't expose it in the first place was also because He Yuxuan knew that the three princesses incident was the key. Simply made suggestions and wanted to take down this Xinyabai with one blow. Now that she has made up her mind to get Lu Wuchen, she naturally wants to bring her the best gift. That being the case, He Yuxuan, let me ask you, how do you explain this note? It was the minister's daughter who did it. You? He Yuxuan didn't talk nonsense either, and imitated it on the spot. It was exactly the same. Why is this so? Shimubai forced it. Then why are you willing to tell the truth now? Disdainful of Xinyabai's person. When he answered this question, Xinyabai's face turned pale. After that, he answered the detailed experience one by one in detail. You said you used aphrodisiacs? Exactly. Why doesn't Lu Wuchen have it on his body? This is the first Emperor Virgin pill. The first Emperor Virgin pill? For a woman, there is this thing on the letter paper for the three princesses. It is colorless and odorless, making it extremely difficult to detect. How can the calculation be so precise? There is a dark fragrance in the Lu Mansion courtyard, and only when the two are combined will the medicinal power be exerted. How did Lu Wuchen get caught? As long as the three princesses approach any man, they will be caught. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cool air, and it was really vicious. What will happen to those who are recruited? This is what Huangfu Wan cares about most, no solution. He Yuxuan glanced at Huangfu Wan and said, what is unsolvable? The man who was recruited was disoriented. If he didn't cooperate, the man would explode and die within 2 days. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Wuchen's body. So, little prince, did you really do it? Even Huangfu Wan looked strange, and Brother Wuchen clearly told himself. Wait, Brother Wuchen will never deceive himself in this matter, right? At this moment, an attendant hurriedly ran in and whispered a few words in Huangfuzing's ear. What? The body of a virgin? This is the royal doctor who just finished the examination of the three princesses. Hearing this answer, Huangfuzing looked surprised. Turned out to be a virgin, this. At this time, He Yuxuan didn't care about anything else, and anxiously came to Lu Wuchen. At this speed, where is the delicate and weak sick beauty? At the moment, it was placed on Lu Wuchen's wrist. Not good. I really don't understand. No solution? In 2 days, he exploded and died. The next moment, Huangfu Wan unfolded her body technique and took Lu Wuchen away before everyone could react. He went directly out of the palace and went to his own courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Damn, Huangfu Wan, what do you want? Hurry up and let go of Xiao Ye. Lu Wuchen is not a fool. He heard that he was poisoned and had no solution. What does this operation mean? Fools don't know. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. Not good, my Emperor Ji. At this moment, Huangfu Zhangkai reacted. Is this a princess who just got out of the tiger's mouth and put her favorite one in? Come on, put Xinyabai into the prison, waiting for the verdict, He Yuxuan, thinking behind closed doors. It was too late to say anything. Huangfuzing chased him out directly. If he went too late, the yellow cauliflower would be so cold, but when Huangfu Zhang and Lu Zhenhua arrived, they were still a step late. This royal courtyard has been banned by Huangfu Wan, so it's not that he can't break in. This prohibition can't stop the sixth order power, but the key is that if you break in rashly, the consequences will be unimaginable, in case the time comes. My Emperor Ji, don't you want to hate yourself for the rest of your life? What are you looking at? Hurry up and find a way. He glared at Lu Zhenhua fiercely. It was all a good thing caused by your son. Genoa was depressed and unreasonable, and she didn't do anything herself. Isn't it a good thing for the Jinka champion Lang you like, the saint? These two don't know. This stop is a whole night. Genoa, shall I go? My son is like this? Huang fuzzing, come on, Lu Wuchen will come out in a while, and I will be tender to death directly. I saw Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan again. Wait, why is my Emperor Ji expressionless? It doesn't look like that either. Lu Genoa, my son, why are you walking so strangely? Lu Wuchen, nonsense, it hurts. Huang Fuwan looked at her wrist. Useless, what about 5-star praise? Are you chasing more? Do you give a reward or not? Chapter 26. What happened to the promised best friend relationship? He Yuxuan, who are you? At the entrance of Lu Wangfu, Lu Wuchen looked at the convoy of 10 luxury carriages with a blank expression. The corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Take refuge. He Yuxuan looked relaxed at this time. So are you sure you are here to take refuge, little prince? The little girl has a hard time returning to her family now. Are you sure you won't take the little girl in? The implication is that I have avenged your little prince, and that's why I live on the streets. It's not that you don't stay by yourself. You are one of the leading ladies. Let me, the villain, take it in. Anyway, if that's the case, the little girl won't bother. The little girl will be on the ground outside the palace. With this resentful expression on his face, Lu Wuchen could be regarded as meeting an opponent. When you meet an opponent, you will meet a good talent. This is an absolute test of acting skills. Well, if you don't let this go, you will probably be sprayed to death by the talent in the world. He Yuxuan's appeal in the Shirlin circle was terrifying to the extreme. That's it. Then go to the other garden of the palace. How about? Lu Wuchen just wanted to agree, but saw Huang Fuwan in a palace uniform suddenly appeared. A gorgeous red palace dress, high-end, atmospheric, and high-grade. After learning that He Yuxuan had packed up a full 10 cars of softness and was going to take refuge in the Lu Wangfu mansion, Huang Fuwan naturally couldn't sit still at this time. He Yuxuan's purpose is not well known to everyone. It was a good idea, so that brother Wu Chen had to accept him. For Huang Fuwan, her best friend was a strong opponent, although she doesn't practice, let alone has the power to penetrate the world. No one can underestimate her just because of her wisdom. DG. Seeing that it was about to succeed, I didn't expect that DG would come so fast. A bit miscalculated, and then moved. He Yuxuan at least thought that DG would be brought back to the palace, at least to be questioned for a long time. I have absolutely no time. I didn't stop for a moment, but before I entered the palace, I had already ordered my subordinates to pack softly. As for Lu Wuchen, he tightened his legs at this time, feeling a burst of pain, and the past was unbearable. The other garden of the palace is just empty, and there is a king's guard on duty. So naturally there is no need for my sister to worry about security issues. Seeing that He Yuxuan still didn't speak, Huang Fuwan continued, no matter what my younger sister says, she is also a noble girl from the official family. It seems inappropriate to borrow from Prince Lu. The other gardens of the palace are fresh and pleasant, and few people disturb them. It is suitable for my younger sister's comfortable temperament. Can the palace often accompany her? I have a working sister, and I suddenly remembered that there is still a private property at this intersection. It is a bit smaller, but it is more convenient. As for what this convenience refers to, only He Yuxuan knows it in her own heart. The corners of Lu Wuchen's mouth were even more uncontrollable. Hee, what a talented girl. This is Versailles. The house at this intersection often intersects by itself. Is this called a little bit smaller, or is it a little bit smaller? Are you sure this is a human conversation? The 9-in-9-out courtyard, rockery, and flowing water, the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the scattered gardens are not bad compared to the Lu Wangfu. You don't have such private property by yourself. Can you forget? Naturally, neither Lu Wuchen nor Huang Fuwan would be surprised by the invisible rich woman of the Dian dynasty. After all, this one casually took out a pair of poems, which were all the goals of Shirley's struggle. The value of a daughter is not a cinch. It is estimated that the general income of the Prime Minister's mansion depends on He Yuxuan. Therefore, this time He Yuxuan's betrayal for the Prime Minister's office. This is definitely not a good thing. There is Laudi Ji. He Yuxuan saluted Emperor Ji deeply, turned and got into the carriage. Oh, by the way, little prince, when you have time, you might take the liberty to interrupt. After all, I admire little prince's talent very much. If the two feelings last for a long time, how can they be in the twilight of the dynasty? What is the love in the world? Direct education, life and death are promised. After speaking, He Yuxuan smiled slightly, and with the help of the maid, she stepped directly into the car. Huang Fuwan was expressionless, and naturally knew in her heart that He Yuxuan was demonstrating that he showed this person all the love words that Lu Wuchen wrote to him. But I didn't expect to be caught by this one. What a He Yuxuan, worthy of the name of talented girl. This is to challenge the palace. As for Lu Wuchen, he. It doesn't matter if you are poetic or not, but why did your heroine collapse so badly? How do you make yourself a villain? And the heroine had just finished the show, and Lu Wuchen learned in other news that made her speechless. Xinyabai was released from prison. Yes, he was picked up from the prison by people from the Prime Minister's mansion. Not so angry, although you are the male protagonist. When did the prison start to go in and out casually? At any rate, it is also the most powerful law enforcement agency of the Dian dynasty. Xinyabai was sent in by the emperor for such a big thing. Just came out after a night. Doesn't Huangfu Zhang want face? It can only be said that for this matter, Prime Minister He Kuan met with the saint overnight. There is no way. Who let the problem this time lie with his daughter? The Prime Minister is also confused. His daughter has been doing well. How could she mutiny when she caught up with Xinyabai? But the matter still has to be resolved, otherwise, who would be willing to mix with the Prime Minister in the future? Lu Wuchen could only sigh. The male protagonist was the male protagonist. If he had changed to himself, he would have died 800 times. This one is good. It's like going in for a vacation. Xinyabai, in this environment, are you sure it is a vacation? Naturally, this time, the Prime Minister paid a lot of price, and the Prime Minister just lost control of the prison. Then, the position of the second assistant in his hand, and the positions of the two Shengshu were all handed over to the sage. This sage Shimubai, is it worth spending such a big price just to keep? Xinyabai, the Jinka champion, or not? Ofals know this problem, but Lu Wuchen could only shake his head. The male protagonist was the male protagonist. Even if he used his position as Prime Minister to change, it is estimated that He Kuan would have a fever in his head. However, in the next period of time, Champion Lang should be honest for a while. On the other side, He Yuxuan, the first talented girl in the Dian dynasty, really did what she said. From time to time, he came to the door to ask Lu Wuchen for some poems and songs. However, are you sure you are taking your collection of poems to ask for advice? Are you really showing off something? Moreover, even if you make 3 or 5 mistakes every other day, you can bear it. But you come once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Is it a bit too much? Why don't you go back and eat here at noon? Okay, then disturb the little prince. Lu Wuchen, he. Can you collapse a little bit more outrageous, please? Your person is a sick beauty, so you don't have much appetite, right? Looking at the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty who was gnawing chicken wings with relish, Lu Wuchen felt that she had a headache. Chapter 27. Trouble has struck again. It won't be too long in peace, and the Dian dynasty has had another accident. Sure enough, where there is a male protagonist, it is absolutely impossible to be peaceful. The royal tribute was robbed of 100,000 mountains. The most important thing is that this is the territory of the Dian dynasty itself. Well, if you don't go, you have to go to the mountains. Isn't this looking for excitement? The most important thing is that this time the tribute was robbed. There is also a rare spiritual treasure paid tribute by the affiliated country, the Mingtian Linglong Pagoda, which is said to be the spiritual treasure of the ancient Emperor Li Tianwan. Although it was destroyed and unsightly when it was discovered, its surface is still full of light. It is magical to be able to directly suppress the fifth order power. Small countries know that it is difficult to maintain their own national strength. Naturally, they choose to pay tribute and obtain the protection of the Dian dynasty. This is not a bad deal. But the problem is that he was robbed in the midst of 100,000 mountains. For this rare spiritual treasure, the Dian dynasty sent an entire army of 1,000 people, many of whom were guarded by the Third Order strong. But in this case, it was still destroyed and the tribute was robbed. The Third Order powerhouse died in battle, and an army of 1,000 people was slaughtered. The news returned to the imperial capital, and the dynasty was furious. Huang Fuzzing smashed his teacup again. This is provoking the Dian dynasty. The Dian dynasty is on the entire continent, and it is also the strongest representative. Who dares to be so arrogant? Challenge a prosperous dynasty. It must be investigated, and the case must be solved within a limited period of time. Of course, originally this matter had nothing to do with Lu Wuchen. In his previous life, he was still recovering from his injuries. Thinking about this difference, in his previous life, he was wronged and sent to jail, and he was severely beaten, and his reputation was already stinky. The entire Lu Wangfu was deserted, and no one wanted to be contaminated with his own mouth poop. But Xinyabai in this world has nothing to do with it. He went in cleanly and came out cleanly. The white robe was not stained at all. Is this scientific? Not only that, in order not to cause an impact, Huang Fuzhang specially issued a sealing order. All those in the know, shut up. If anyone dares to reveal it, it will harm the three tribes. So, Emperor Dian, the wise and martial emperor, why can't you remember your previous life? Sure enough, the villain is the villain, and this time the tribute was robbed. It was another opportunity for the male protagonist to show off his skills. It is estimated that it is specially tailored for the male protagonist. In his previous life, Lu Wuchen commanded by remote control. While the male protagonist was leaving Beijing, the palace killers sent out batch after batch, but they were all delivering vegetables. In the end, the Lu Wangfu was exposed, which caused the Emperor Thunder to be furious, and even the father, who was already having a hard time, made it even worse. Hee. My own Deadpool, those who have received professional training, go out to engage in an assassination, wearing a nightclothes with the logo of the Lu Wangfu. Very good. Is this an IQ problem? No, this is obviously the aura of the male protagonist. In other words, it has been exposed, and it is necessary to bite the poison in the alveolar. It seems that there is no proof of death, but in fact, it does not give Lu Wangfu a chance to explain. Just ask yourself if you were angry, and Xinyabai naturally completed the task well, not to mention being praised. This time I went out of Beijing. I also found an ancient relic outside, which made Xinyabai make a fortune and successfully broke through the 4th level. I have to say that Father Tian Dao is the only favored male protagonist. However, in this life, things have turned around. Lu Wuchen looked at his father in a daze. Did he hear something wrong just now? Father, do you say it again? Could it be that my ears have been hollowed out less recently and I have auditory hallucinations? My son, this is a great opportunity to have a go. Although the king doesn't know why the Holy One thinks of you, this is also a trust in our royal palace. Lu Genua has a very good mentality. It's a good thing to give my son a chance to get ahead. If this matter is done beautifully, it will be easy for my son to enter the court. In today's court, Huang Fuzhang once again became angry. For several days, there was no news at all. Not only was the army protecting the treasure slaughtered, but even the people sent out were all missing. Is this worth it? Let the development continue. The Dian dynasty will not become a laughingstock, and the Prime Minister's party didn't know what was crazy, so they even recommended Lang Xinyabai, the current Jinka champion, to thoroughly investigate the matter. Puff. You let Wen Yuan do this job? Didn't you let him die? I don't know what the Prime Minister's brain circuit thinks. Prime Minister, don't ask me. Xinyabai asked for it himself. There is a saying that although Xinyabai is indeed not very good, he still has some abilities. Under these circumstances, Huang Fuzhang seemed to have no better candidate. If the matter ends here, it will naturally be complete, and you, the male lead, will continue to conquer your sea of stars. As for Lu Wuchen, he continued to play machinations behind his back to add obstruction to the male protagonist. Everyone does their own thing. However, is there another mouth on Huang Fuzhang's side? In view of Xinyabai's recent series of outstanding performances, Huang Fuzhang was also a little worried. Therefore, under these circumstances, the emperor remembered Lu Wuchen. Everyone in the imperial capital stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Wuchen, and Shimubai It was dawn all at once. This time, why not send Lu Wuchen out too, so that the Lu Wangfu, whether it is the prime minister or the party, will definitely fully support their own people. In this way, the case of the robbery of the tribute was not far from the day it came to light. As the emperor, it is natural to balance the power of the court. Recently, the prime minister's power has been faintly suppressed. Although this is the result he wants to see, he cannot let the Lu Wangfu family grow up alone. How? This is the way of the emperor. Are you very smart, Lu Wuchen? Naturally, Prince Lu took over the task with joy, and when he returned to the palace, he found Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen naturally said that he didn't want to go. What if he couldn't come back after going out? In the imperial capital, Xinyabai had at least some concerns, but if this is out of the imperial capital, isn't it a matter of minutes before the male protagonist wants to kill himself as a villain? Besides, would it be bad to change the plot in this way? System, please rest assured that the host will not be affected. Puff. You don't need to talk, my son, don't worry. This time, my father will send the most elite secret guards of the palace with you, and he will be able to protect you thoroughly. No, father, just your dark guard. In the last life, I sold myself in minutes, okay? Isn't it good to be a behind-the-scenes person at home with peace of mind? The key is that your arms can't twist your thighs. What can Lu Wuchen do? You are the emperor. You are amazing. Go out when you go out. Even if you go out, you are a salted fish. Solve the case? Just have Xinyabai. Although he knows the general direction of the plot, Lu Wuchen said that the road ahead is too dangerous and he will never make a move if he can survive. Chapter 28: The Empress's Past and Present Lives. Last life. In order to pursue a higher state and eternal life, this lunatic Ximyabai was so crazy that he sacrificed the entire continent with blood. Wu Wajin, who is also the emperor, naturally cannot stand idly by, but he didn't expect that this frenzied lunatic would attack directly when he saw that he hadn't moved himself. Wu Wajin could feel that this lunatic really wanted her life. When the temptation of eternal life was placed in front of him, he did not hesitate to kill himself. Even the hundreds of millions of creatures on this continent have become victims of his blood sacrifice. It's ridiculous that at that time, he still had fantasies about Ximyabai. I thought it was just Ximyabai's demons. Otherwise, how could Ximyabai, who had just been promoted to the emperor, be his opponent? Ximyabai, you are crazy. What if you are crazy, Wu Wajin? Would you rather spend your supernatural powers to help Lu Wuchen, the waste of firewood, but not to help me survive the catastrophe? As a disciple of the Holy Land, when you are the emperor, can't you see that you have a selfish interest in Lu Wuchen? Ximyabai Xiamei accelerated her attack with a smile. Do you know? In order to live forever, the emperor would rather sacrifice this world with blood. It's ridiculous that you, Wu Wajin, don't even know what you love. What's the use of guarding this world? Ximyabai's words made Wu Wajin lose her mind. I'm telling you, all your misunderstandings about Lu Wuchen were designed by the emperor. I wonder if you are satisfied. It's ridiculous that a generation of female emperors, the Lord of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, actually locked her favorite person into that icy land with her own hands, and deprived her of her mana. Ximyabai laughed wildly. This also evoked bits and pieces in Wu Yuejin's heart. It turned out that it was all the ghosts of Ximyabai. Lu Wuchen did not collude with the Demon Gate? It did not endanger the world. No wonder when Lu Wuchen looked at the emperor's eyes when he left, it would be like this. Do you regret it? At this moment, Ximyabai looked proud. So what about the empress? Haven't you been playing with yourself in the palm of your hand? Wu Wajin was already in a daze. No, there is still a chance. As long as I stop Ximyabai, I can rush to this endless and extremely cold place to find Lu Wuchen. After all, he was only detained because of his anger. No matter what, the emperor will ask for his forgiveness. Wu Wajin, the emperor knows what you think, but it's a pity that you don't have a chance anymore. This Lu Wuchen has already died in the hands of the emperor, bruised bones and ashes. Ximyabai's originally handsome face was already hideous at this moment, and he would never regain his previous beauty. What about Wu Wajin? What about the empress? Can Lu Wuchen be resurrected? Wu Wajin, who heard this, spurted out blood, and Ximyabai took this opportunity to seriously injure Wu Wajin. When Wu Wajin was dying, he reversed time and space at his own expense. This was Wu Yuejin's magical power of forbidden arts. Even if it is a female emperor, the chance of success is minimal, and how could this heavenly way let Wu Wajin hurt the son of Luck Dai? In the end, it failed, and it had to dissipate between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop this lunatic. The entire continent will be buried with blood sacrifices, plunged into endless darkness. Wu Wajin woke up from this illusion again. Obviously the magical powers of the forbidden art had failed, but for some reason, she was still reborn. But this became Wu Yuejin's demon. If Lu Wuchen knew Wu Yuejin's experience, he would probably look MMP. I'm going. So, my own spicy chicken system update failed. If you do it again, it is very likely that it was caused by Wu Yuejin's forbidden technique. Although it was unsuccessful, but it successfully disrupted the system. How wasteful is this system? However, Wu Wajin would naturally not mention these to anyone, but she wanted to say that she would probably be like Huangfu Wan, unable to speak when he was about to dissipate between heaven and earth in the previous life. Lu Wuchen was the only man who cared about him, but he is also the only man who makes Wu Wajin feel guilty. Lu Wuchen, the empress, Wu Wajin swear, if there is an afterlife, I will never let you suffer any harm again. Fortunately, in this life, I caught up. However, Wu Wajin also seemed to regret it at this time. After a year's appointment, Lu Wuchen, has the emperor been too hasty? Lu Wuchen now has no power to protect himself. If you miss it again, what's the use of this emperor guarding the world? At this time, Lu Wuchen, with a look of MMP, was reasonable, and asked himself to check the theft of the tribute. Just yourself. Was Huangfu Zhang kicked in the head by a donkey? The key is the male protagonist. From now on, as soon as he left the imperial city, he might have been secretly harmed by Ximyabai. Even if the heroine collapses, what's the excitement about Huangfu Zhang? Is there no one in the Dian dynasty? Who? Lu Wuchen, who was still complaining, suddenly felt that someone was peeping at him. Shouldn't it be? Is it because I feel that something went wrong? The cultivator's 5 senses are inherently different from ordinary people, but Lu Wuchen looked around and still didn't find any problems. Could it be that I was wrong? According to the explanation given by the current system, even if I was killed by the male protagonist. If the corresponding plot is not completed, then there is a high probability that I still can't go back. Therefore, what Lu Wuchen has to do now is to strengthen his strength. Strength is the most important. At least it can ensure that Lu Wuchen lives unharmed. It won't be wiped by the male protagonist too early. This is a bit of a headache. I didn't care much about cultivation in my previous life, although I finally reached the 8th level in my previous life, but that is also the 8th order power accumulated by countless geniuses and earth treasures. It's a lot worse in all aspects. The most important thing is that my actual combat experience is insufficient. Practice. Hey. Cramming Buddha's feet at the moment, and just during Lu Wuchen's meditation, but I felt that I was instantly shrouded in a mist. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen actually appeared in a paradise outside the world. Hiss. Who is it? Lu Wuchen looked around, but there was a hole in the sky. But why do you appear here? Are you here? A cold female voice appeared behind Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen was shocked for an instant. How high is this level to appear quietly behind him? Who? Lu Wuchen turned around and assumed an offensive posture, but in the next second, Lu Wuchen was stunned. It's not someone else, it's the Empress Wu Huajin. This. Impossible. Is it because you think about it day by day and dream at night? Is this the king's magic barrier? Lu Wuchen was talking to herself, but these words came into Wu Huajin's ears. I think about it day by day and dream at night. Wu Huajin, who heard these 2 words, was instantly jubilant in her heart. Lu Wuchen, you have been thinking about the emperor all the time, haven't you? Puff. Don't think too much, Empress, you are the first heroine. You must not collapse. Although he accepted himself as a disciple, however, the plot has not changed much. At least Huangfu Wan and Zimyabai also worshipped under the gate of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, only I was a little bit different. I think this empress hasn't collapsed too badly, right? Maybe it can be saved? Chapter 29. In my dream, how could I possibly be bullied by you, Empress? It was just beginning to be a little tender and honey, but the next scene made Wu Huajin a little bit dumbfounded. Lu Wuchen slapped himself directly, and it's still in front of Wu Huajin. It doesn't hurt too much, but it feels a little bit. What is this? Even Wu Huajin at this moment was completely stunned by Lu Wuchen's show. Impossible. Why is it the Empress? Why? Is it that I still want to kneel and lick? Is this a self-question and answer, Lu Wuchen? Is that why you deliberately avoided the Emperor? Seeing Lu Wuchen's performance, Wu Huajin's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. In the last life, the Emperor hurt you too deeply. Let your subconscious escape the Emperor, and the next moment, Wu Huajin found something unusual again. Lu Wuchen at this time was not immortal, and he actually had psionic fluctuations in his body. Although it was very well hidden, however, it still couldn't escape Wu Huajin's detection. On the other hand, Lu Wuchen looked MMP. How much do you dislike practicing? I haven't meditated for a few minutes, so I fell asleep. Well, Lu Wuchen still thought he was in a dream now, but I didn't want to. The next moment, Wu Huajin shot directly at Lu Wuchen. A long sword appeared in his hand and attacked Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen subconsciously avoided. Only then did he avoid being stabbed. The reaction is not bad, but the movement is slow. I just picked it up by half a point, and your chest is already at this moment. Wu Huajin directly pointed out Lu Wuchen's shortcomings. That's the power of the long sword. Lu Wuchen also has a temper, but she didn't want to. Wu Huajin directly threw the long sword in front of her. Come again. Lu Wuchen looked MMP. Damn, in reality, you can bully yourself, but now you are in the king's dream, can you still be bullied? Lu Wuchen had heard of it, and in his dreams, everything would change with his own thoughts. In other words, as long as you fantasize about yourself as a great emperor, you can also have the strength of a great emperor. At that time, you can hang Wu Huajin by yourself. TSK. When you defeat Wu Huajin, can you do whatever you want? Ha! This dream is good. The king likes it. At the moment, I'm not long-winded. I just let go of my momentum, and I don't dare to hide anything. The Supreme Magic Dao and the Supreme Magic Flame are all used. Wait, why is it different from what I thought? And why my strength has not increased in my dreams? Lu Wuchen was stunned for a while, but at this moment the Empress had already appeared in front of Lu Wuchen. There is no room for Lu Wuchen to think about it again. Let's talk about it after fighting. Wu Huajin suppressed her own strength and won only with skill. Within a minute, Lu Wuchen's long sword was shot down several times. Every time, Huangfu Wan would give Lu Wuchen enough time. Wait for Lu Wuchen to pick it up and continue. After 10 minutes, Lu Wuchen was tired like a dead dog and lay on the ground. Keep panting. Damn, it's completely different from what I thought. Even in the most dreamland, Wu Jin was completely abused by Wu Jin, and she was cleaned up quite badly. Shouldn't it be? Shouldn't you do whatever you want in your dreams? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, but the facts are in front of you, although it is certain that Wu Jin did not move the truth at all. Otherwise, don't say that you will take the next move, and wave your hand. In your current state, it is estimated that you will be wiped out immediately. At this moment, Wu Jin was standing by Lu Wuchen's side, condescendingly looking at the man who occupied her heart. It's still like this, and the same is true in the Holy Land of Reincarnation in the previous life. I always like to be a rascal, however. What is the matter with this cultivation base? Before going to the Holy Land of Reincarnation in his previous life, Lu Wuchen had obviously never practiced. At this time, Wu Chen's body turned out to be the supreme demon Dao? Why is this the case? In the last life, Lu Wuchen clearly cultivated the supernatural powers of the space system, and the foundation was also the foundation of the supreme product close to the laws of space. Naturally, this kind of foundation is indeed not as high as the upper limit of the supreme demon Dao, but at least it can be regarded as decent. Did you miss something in this life? Wu Jin was still thinking. At this time, Lu Wuchen raised his head and saw Wu Jin looking at him condescendingly and naturally. Evil is born on the side of courage. In the previous life, he bullied the king. In this life, he would bully the king if he collapsed. Now in the dream of the king, he even bullied the king. Wu Jin, you are deceiving too much. That being the case, the king is welcome too. At the moment, he grabbed Wu Jin's ankle and tried to pull Wu Jin to the ground with one force. At that time, a hungry tiger can also pounce on food. But the question is, the dignified empress, are you able to sneak up? Wu Jin also looked puzzled. What is Wu Chen doing? Hiss. It seems a little embarrassing. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen simply didn't do it, and he couldn't take you down, so he just came directly by himself. Lu Wuchen jumped up and pounced directly on Wu Jin. Ollie, give it. Rise, Lu Wuchen. In the dream, you are the protagonist. While cheering himself up, Lu Wuchen showed a vicious expression. In this situation, Wu Jin has 10,000 ways to make the opponent disappear before her eyes, but this is Lu Wuchen, the man who occupies his heart. Wu Jin would naturally not do this. In the next second, Lu Wuchen hugged each other directly. Why is this feeling of warm fragrance in her arms so real? This is the correct way to open the dreamland. The next moment, Lu Wuchen felt that his good control collapsed instantly, especially when you smell the fragrance coming from the tip of your nose. The height difference between Lu Wuchen and Wu Jin is only half a head. So this height is just right. But Wu Jin just widened her eyes, it seemed. Was he killed by Lu Wuchen? Push Lu Wuchen away. Lu Wuchen looked dumbfounded, saying, when did the Empress change her weapons? Aren't you good at using swords? This time, Wu Jin still controlled her own strength and maintained the same level as Lu Wuchen. Damn, can this dream still be so realistic? Even the expression of shame and anger after being beaten is so lifelike. Chapter 30, The Empress is not a dream? This king can brag about it for a lifetime. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. This king confessed defeat. Damn it, in his dream, he was still bullied. Lu Wuchen was panting tired, regardless of the scars on his body. Yet he lay there directly on his back facing the sky. A rogue expression that you can kill me if you want to fight. Very good. He is really the same rascal as in the previous life. This seemed to evoke another good memory of Wu Jin. What did you mean just now? Are you still bullied by yourself in your dreams? So, Lu Wuchen thought he was in a dream. That's why you dare to be so bold to yourself. Thinking of this, Wu Jin was shy again, and Lu Wuchen, who had been observing Wu Jin, naturally discovered the small move. Damn, I still wanted to do it, so I shrank subconsciously. This move made the corners of the Empress's mouth curl up. It turned out that Lu Wuchen at this time was so interesting. I can hate that I was misled many times by Zimubai in my previous life, and at first characterized Lu Wuchen's behavior as a weak person. With a wave of Wu Jin's hand, all the scars on Lu Wuchen's body healed. Hiss. Sure enough, I was dreaming. Even if Wu Jin in her previous life had cultivated into Tongtian and had great supernatural powers, it was impossible to heal everything with a wave of her hand. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen felt that he shouldn't be so egged on. Just don't do it. Don't stop for two. Hug again. You can't take this beating for nothing. At this moment, Wu Jin was completely speechless. So this man who had been entrenched in her heart. He is nothing short of a little pervert. Lu Wuchen just wanted to rise again, but Wu Jin's next words made Lu Wuchen directly confused. This is the ancient spiritual treasure, the social state map. You can think of this as a relatively independent space. Wu Jin's cold voice sounded in her ears again. It's a pity that Lu Wuchen was in a mess at this moment. and naturally he didn't hear this cold voice with a trace of shyness. Damn it. Isn't this a dream? So, I am indeed a thin and thin empress now. With a grunt, Lu Wuchen swallowed subconsciously. What did you do? This is something that men in the whole continent want to do but dare not do. This is awesome. It seems that I can blow it for a lifetime. The dignified empress, admired by all. When was she treated like this? Wu Chen, how long do you want to hold it? At this moment, what Lu Wuchen was thinking was, if he let go now, would he be directly killed by the empress? Damn it! Why did you forget this magical power? The ancient Lingbao social map has its own independent space, and it is still a rare defensive Lingbao. IT is quite difficult for ordinary people to destroy from the outside. The IT has many uses. It can be used for detention and refuge even under the tribulation of heaven. This ancient Lingbao social map is also of great use. IT is the baby that countless cultivators dream of. So what? If you explain it to yourself, it was just a moment of excitement. I don't know if the Empress will believe it. Lu Wuchen now thought about how he could leave this space unharmed without being killed. Wuchen still doesn't want to let go of being a teacher? As soon as these words came out, Lu Wuchen quickly let go. Empress, this king. No, the disciple really didn't mean to offend. Lu Wuchen felt that he was crying stupidly by himself. The dream of wool. The woolen one is king in his dreams. It's still so vigorous. It's okay now. Let's be beaten in the face naked. It's okay. Wuchen doesn't mind being a teacher like this. But it seems that Wuchen is quite energetic now. Originally, I was waiting for the Empress Thunder to get angry. After all, I really missed each other. But I didn't expect that Wu Wajin was waiting for such a sentence. Be you reasonable? How do you answer this to yourself? With such a good feel, should I hold it for a while? Wait, this is the first heroine in particular. She is dying. Also, what does that sentence mean to be very energetic? Wuchen, tell the teacher, where does the foundation of your supreme magic Tao come from? Why is there a magic flame again? As the teacher knows, only the one in the demon gate has such a foundation? It's hard to believe that it's the same root and the same origin, the far north of the millennium blood Ganoderma lucidum. At this time, even he naturally knew everything and said everything. Huan Fu Wan gave you the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum? Hearing this news, Wu Wajin was also surprised. In his previous life, this extremely northern 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum was given to Ximyabai. The spiritual root that caused Ximyabai is also supreme, yes. At this time, what Lu Wuchen guessed was what the Empress would do to herself. This is the supreme magic way, and at the end of the cultivation, I am the devil. According to Wu Yuejin's urinary nature, will she directly kill herself, the devil of the future, or like in the previous life, deprive yourself of your cultivation base and lock yourself in that extremely cold place? After all, Wu Yuejin regarded herself as the guardian of the entire continent. This time, Wu Yuejin was expressionless. And she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, he opened his mouth again. It doesn't matter. What about the supreme demon way? With the emperor here, no one can hurt you in the slightest. Puff. Be reasonable. I seem to have heard the same thing somewhere. Well, Lu Wuchen now knows that Wu Wajin has collapsed, and this is the person who collapsed, and he doesn't want it anymore. This is because he clearly knows that he may become a demon in the future, but he no longer kept his oath to protect the mainland, and he had to protect himself. This is not even necessary for people to set up. But for Wu Wajin, without you, Lu Wuchen, what can the emperor do if he guards this continent, this magic? Heart method was also given to you by Huang Fu Wan, a girl? Yes. Disciple, what you are practicing now is the method of cultivating the heart of Taoism and magic, but you only know the devil, but you don't know what Taoism is. This technique was written by the ancient demon emperor, and it can be either positive or evil. Lu Wuchen didn't seem to understand in the end. Wu Wajin turned out to be teaching dust-free cultivation hand in hand, so you can do it in the future, too? You can only use 80% of your strength, and you can't use the supreme magic flame. Enough! This time, Lu Wuchen was relieved a lot, and he didn't need to fear his hands and feet. This magic heart method, combined with the supreme magic flame, is an existence that can leapfrog and challenge even if it can only exert 80% of its power now. It can be regarded as the strongest existence of the same order. These are indeed not difficult to understand, however. Wu Wajin is not just for this, no matter how high the cultivation base is. Skills and magical powers are indispensable. Therefore, when Wu Wajin reappeared, Lu Wuchen completely collapsed, his eyes contracted for a while. The emperor saw that the disciples were very energetic. How about using a sword? The emperor doesn't like it now. Damn it! Is it so cold? This trick is still the Empress Gowlun that the king knows? Chapter 31, a scene of carnage, a massive social disaster. At the entrance of the palace, 3 luxury cars were ready to go, and hundreds of dark guards were waiting. This is the first time that Lu Wangfu has exposed part of his own strength. Father, are you not afraid of arousing Huangfuzing's suspicion in this way? There are hundreds of dark guards, all of whom are second-order masters, and they exist as 100. If this is a rebellion in the imperial capital of Prince Lu calmly said, it's okay, it's not enough for the emperor to destroy with one hand. At any rate, he is also a 6th-order power. But my son, why is he sluggish? Nonsense, you were tossed all night and try it, call again to find out if you were cured. However, is this really going to investigate the case? The corners of Lu Jinua's eyebrows curled up from time to time, and she was in a daze. She actually moved everything that could be moved away. If it weren't for her to stop it, would this golden silkwood bed have to be dismantled and brought with it? Lu Wuchen calmly said that he recognized the bed by himself. This is Meng Tian, the leader of the Dark Guard, a 4th-order master, who can definitely be trusted. Lu Jinua handed over the family background of the Wangfu to his son. Meng Tian has seen the little prince. The Mongolian commander invited. This time, the safety of the king will be completely handed over to the Mongolian commander. It's about the life of your family. This 4th-order master, no matter what, can create an opportunity for yourself to escape. So, little prince, this Mongolian commander is in your opinion, Said nothing. At the entrance of the Lu Wangfu, many dignitaries have already gathered. Yes, recently, the Lu Wangfu has unlimited scenery above the Chaotang. They are all licking dogs who came to kneel and lick. If the little prince wins this time, he will inevitably enter the court, plus the identity of the female emperor's disciple, TSK. The Lu Wangfu has not fallen for 1,000 years. Taking advantage of the fact that the little prince has not made his fortune for the time being, he naturally wants to express his position and show his face when it is developed in the future. Don't forget yourself and others. Lu Wuchen, it's just a group of tool people, it's too troublesome to remember their faces, but in other words, I just made a mistake, and I actually received so many silver tickets. Isn't that not good? This kind of culture needs to be changed, and the decline of a dynasty often begins with these things. Lu Wuchen complained while instructing him to collect the money quickly. Everyone, it is the duty of a courtier to share the worries of the emperor this time. The Green Mountains will not change, and the green water will flow for a long time. Let's stop there and wait for the king to return to Beijing. I will meet you again. The words are nice to say, but it is not up to you whether you can come back or not. It depends on whether the male protagonist Xinyubai will let it go or not. The road ahead is unknown. The north wind rolls the ground and the white grass folds, and Hutian will fly snow in March. Suddenly, as the spring breeze came overnight, thousands of trees in pairs bloomed, scattered into the bead curtain and wet luo curtain. The fox fur was not warm and the brocade was thin. The general's angular arch was uncontrollable, and his iron armor was cold and difficult to protect. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded from the corner of the street, and everyone turned their heads. But I saw the first talented girl of the Dian dynasty, He Yuxuan, the daughter of the prime minister, dressed in a cyan luo skirt, holding a paper umbrella in her hand. With a sad and worried expression on her face, she walked slowly towards Lu Wuchen. Fuck, what is this going to do? In public, please don't collapse. Originally, the road ahead was unknown. The heroine did this to force Xinyubai to kill herself. After learning about it, there was a roar in Lu Wuchen's heart. Just ask you to go away. But no matter how talented He Yuxuan was, he would never know Lu Wuchen's inner thoughts at this moment. It's still the same. The east gate of Luntai will send you to the mountain road, which is full of snow when you go. The mountain circuit turned around and there was no sign of the king, and the horse was left in the snow. What a farewell poem. The artistic conception and the heart are all included in it. It is worthy of being the first talented girl in my Dian dynasty. This talented girl and the little prince. Wait, please don't show such ambiguous eyes. We are just friends. Bah, neither are friends. The heroine and the villain will never have anything to do with it. But He Yuxuan seemed unwilling to let herself go. When the little prince is triumphant, Yuxin will go up to the tower to greet him, okay? At this time, Lu Wuchen burst into tears, not moved. It is estimated that you really can't wait for me, father, while you are young. Hurry up and have another one. But obviously, since He Yuxuan had appeared, Huang Fuwan was naturally unwilling to be left behind. A car drove from the direction of the palace, depicting these lifelike 9 phoenix. You must know that in the Dian dynasty, 9 was the number of days, and the emperor could enjoy it. The only special case is the Emperor Ji Huang Fuwan. His Royal Highness Emperor Ji is here. Hiss. Could it be that the rumors are true, DG and her? Be careful, do you dare to talk about the royal family? It's not going to die. Huang Fuwan, what are you doing here? Are you not good in your previous life? You want to grab Lu Wuchen with me? He Yuxuan's face is not good looking at the moment. Where are these two girlfriends? Lu Wuchen had an MMP expression on his face, so that the storm would come more violently. Huang Fuwan walked out of the car under the attention of the public, dressed in a fiery red palace dress, which was different from Yuxuan's plainest. It seems to be more enthusiastic. The two great masterpieces of the Dian dynasty came together, and they were worthy of being the little prince. The onlookers looked envious. Of course, Lu Wuchen's thoughts are not important. Brother Wuchen, you are entangled in trivial matters, and it is a pity that Sister Huang can't accompany you on the journey. I'll go, DG, what does this mean? Originally, you wanted to accompany Chen Wuxuan together, this. To be honest, Huang Fuwan was indeed planning to do so. However, recently, he found that his psionic abilities were a bit out of control, which was actually a precursor to a breakthrough. At this time, even Huang Fuwan didn't dare to act easily. If you break through at a critical moment, wouldn't it be a disaster? Hee. It's okay, it's okay. It's best not to go. If you go and stand in front of yourself every day, what can you do? When Brother Wang returns, the palace will definitely set up a banquet, and he will not get drunk or return. Puff. Be reasonable. One or two of you, for fear that Zimyabai will not be tender to death, are both harming the king. The more beautiful it is now, the more confused the road ahead is. There are many crises, and life and death are unpredictable. As Lu Wuchen expected, Zimyabai had already set off at this moment. However, it is different from the scenery of the previous life. Zimyabai in this life, traveling in a light car, except for one person around him. This moment, Zimyabai had naturally already heard the report, and the Lu Wangfu was so lively. He Yuxuan and Huang Fuwan saw off one after another. This time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Okay, very good, Lu Wuchen, this time I am traveling. This champion will definitely prepare a big gift for you. Originally, everything today belonged to Zimyabai, but at this time, Zhuang Yuanlong's travel seems so bleak. Everyone, it's getting late, please go back. Lu Wuchen boarded the carriage, feeling proud in his heart. The wind is cold and the water is cold, and the strong man will never return as soon as he is gone. Ah. Baba, I made a mistake. Let's do it again. With such a quick mouth, I read out what was in my heart, looking at Huang Fuwan and He Yuxuan with a coquettish look on their faces. Sure enough, pretending that X is not suitable for you. This is what the protagonist can enjoy. It's better to play the villain yourself. The convoy drove away. Chapter 32. What's wrong with the Empress? The heavens and earth seem to change to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Misty clouds, fairy aura fluttering, the top 10 main peaks of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The top 10 peak masters sit in, and the famous names of each peak master have resounded in an era. Naturally, the most dazzling of them is the Empress Wu Wejing, founded the Holy Land of Reincarnation with one hand, protect the peace of the world. The Holy Land is not vulgar, it only controls the direction. Hiss. Could it be that I looked away? A disciple of the third peak looked incredible. I rubbed my eyes. Could it be that my recent diligent cultivation has caused hallucinations? Second brother, what's wrong with you? What are you doing by slapping yourself early in the morning? This. Speaking of which, I just met the Empress. Really? Second brother, don't deceive me. At any rate, I have been in the Holy Land for many years, and I have not been lucky enough to see the Empress Tianyan. The latter also looked energetic even in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Empress is also the existence of the dragon without seeing its head or tail. This. I can't believe it either. The Empress just laughed. Puff. Second brother, are you afraid it's the devil? No one in this world knows. The female emperor Wu Wejin is like a fairy who does not eat the smoke and fire of the world, like the nine heavens goddess descending to the earth, the creation of heaven and earth, ice muscles, and jade bones, in this world. What can move the Empress? Not to mention it can cause the Empress to smile, so I can't believe it either. At this time, where Wu Wejin lived, the heavens and the earth were rejuvenated. The power of the great emperor can naturally be felt in the heavens and the earth. When the emperor is angry, everything in the world will tremble. The emperor was so sad that even heaven would shed tears for it. This moment, it is so beautiful. It can be seen how good Wu Wejin's mood is. This bad guy is really confused. It's just that he would really dream of the emperor in his dreams. Think again about Lu Wuchen's expression in the face of himself, that kind of incredible appearance. I'm afraid even my chin will be shocked off thinking of this. Wu Wejin smiled even more. This moment, the color of heaven and earth changed to this. The peak masters of the 10 peaks are all puzzled at this moment. The heavens and the earth are powerful, and any changes in the Holy Land cannot escape their perception. Why did the Holy Land suddenly change so much? When Shen Yan explored, he found a more incredible scene, which turned out to be the Empress. Is this? Even the peak master was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Empress had finally eliminated the Demon Gate? Or did you kill the Demon Emperor? It seems that only this kind of earth-shattering event can make the Empress so. The next moment, feeling the divine thought, Wu Wejin was taken aback for a moment and disappeared directly in place, and in the minds of these peak masters, a very absurd idea appeared. Is the Empress shy? No way? This is even more outrageous than his own testimony to the Emperor. This time, above the Imperial Hall of the Dian Dynasty, Huang Fuzzing asked about the robbery of the tribute. Where are Lu Wuchen and Xinye by now? This. I don't even know how to answer. What? Have a problem? Zhuang Yuanlang should have entered these 100,000 mountains at this moment. As for the little prince. Damn, what do you want the minister to answer? Looking at the expressionless Prince Lu, this is too offensive. How about Lu Wuchen? The distance is 200 miles. There are still 200 miles away from 100,000 mountains? Anyway, this speed is not slow anymore. Huang Fuzzing nodded, still more satisfied. Your Majesty, it's 200 miles from Beijing. This head is full of cold sweat. Little prince, please, do your best. The Emperor is angry. You are fine. You are going to suffer. What did you say? Huang Fuzzing's eyes widened at this moment, with a look of disbelief. For 5 days, he was 200 miles away from Beijing? Even if it is a 100,000-strong army, the speed of this march is not so slow, right? Okay, you Lu Wuchen, did you even touch the fish for me? Lord Lu, what do you say? This. Your Majesty, the minister doesn't know. Lu Genoa looked dumbfounded, and he was quite relieved of his son. Moreover, the inner guard reported every day, saying that everything was normal, but he didn't think much about it. Does this rebellious son want to anger his father to death? General Zhonglong, let you coordinate the dispatch. Why did this happen? Huang Fuzzing sneered for a while. The little prince said that there are too many people and he can't go fast. Puff. 100 second order masters run faster than horses. Send my imperial horse to 100 horses and tell Lu Wuchen, if you can't make it in 5 days, be careful of his skin. Inside the main hall, Huang Fuzzing's roar came. On the same day, 100 war horses were sent to Lu Wuchen's place, and Huang Fuzhang's original words were brought with them. Lu Wuchen curled his lips. Really stingy. In just 3 days, the brigade rushed to the last town in front of 100,000 mountains, Mengtian. The end will be here. Order to go down and take a 2-day break. Mengtian looked confused and rested again. The Holy One has given an order. Within 5 days, we who are courtiers will naturally abide by it. Little prince, you still have a point. Naturally, Mengtian couldn't wait, so he sent a team to sneak into these 100,000 mountains. After all, wild beasts are rampant in it. Besides, even the imperial army hates it here, and at the same time, a third-order master is missing. It's no wonder Mengtian is not cautious. What is Xinye doing at this time? Well, the male protagonist is miserable, and he is being hunted down at the moment. A powerful person of the fourth order, who gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xinye's strength is naturally unquestionable. But under such circumstances, Xinye was already embarrassed at the moment. If Lu Wuchen saw it, he would be absolutely dumbfounded. Who is it? Can you still chase the male protagonist like this? However, the male protagonist, don't worry, crises are often accompanied by opportunities. The greater the crisis, the better the opportunity. Xinye's face was not good. He really didn't expect that he had stabbed the hornet's nest. Originally thought it was a large-scale bandit. After all, in these 100,000 mountains, bandits are rampant, and even if the dynasty is strong, there is still a dark side. If it is a bandit, Xinye is nothing to be afraid of. After all, he was also a fourth-order master anyway, and he was a bold artist, so Shimu Bai directly touched it. And I also found the place that was robbed, but I didn't expect it. Now it's a mess. Not to mention, this scene is like a sea of corpses and blood. This made Xinye a little lost for a while, huh? Would a madman who sacrificed the entire continent with blood be shocked by the small scene in front of him? However, it is indeed like going through a big war here. But when Xinye was distracted, a silver light flashed. It turned out to be carrying a psionic arrow. Fortunately, the reaction was quick enough, and the scumbag was shameless to attack in secret. Xinye cursed angrily in his heart, but his body was very honest, between flashing and maneuvering, avoiding the oncoming arrows. But I don't Know that I have become a louse in the urn at this moment. If it weren't for the aura of the protagonist, it would have become a hornet's nest a long time ago. Chapter 33 in 1:1, the holy maiden of the demonic sect Saint, his subordinates are incompetent, he ran away. At this moment, in a cave between the mountains, a big man was reporting, with a figure of more than 2 meters tall and full of explosive muscles. Even today, it is quite burly, but it was such a big man. When facing the woman, he lowered his voice in a low voice, for fear that his loud voice would make the smaller person in front of him unhappy. From the outside, the woman is only 15 or 6 years old. With a smile on his face, he was still barefoot, his legs swayed, and he seemed a little absent. Minded in the face of the burly man's report, ran away? Normal, I hope you trash can catch it, then there will be ghosts. Although it is a joke, however, after the burly man listened, bean-sized beads of sweat did flow from his forehead. The subordinates are incompetent, please punish the saint. Immediately kneeling on the ground, there was a kowtow, and every time, the cave could be knocked to the sky for a while, blood flowed from his forehead, and without the order of the woman in front of him, he would probably keep knocking on like this. Naturally, he didn't dare to urge his spiritual power to protect himself. Okay, I'm not a master, so I'm so scared. How about the next plan? He was still absent-minded, but he had already got up at this time, not as heroic and upright as Huang Fuan, giving people a feeling of smiling and cute. At this moment, blood flowed from the forehead of the burly man, and some of it had already splashed in front of the woman's feet. The woman didn't even look at it, so she went straight ahead, seeing that she was about to step on it. There was a faint halo on the woman's feet. This is psionic energy that wraps the whole body. If Lu Wuchen or Zimyabai saw it, they would definitely take a breath of cool air and be able to wrap their whole body with psionic energy. This is definitely something that only the fifth order power can do. How old is this woman? Even Huang Fuan, who was known as the first person of the younger generation of the Dian dynasty, was only at the peak of the fourth order at this time. This retreat was to impact the fifth order, and the woman in front of her was one step ahead. Hearing the woman's words, the big man breathed a sigh of relief, but the blood dripping from his forehead still did not dare to wipe it. Let it flow through your eyes, dyeing your eyes red. Indeed, Saint, you don't kill like a demon emperor, and you make people disappear at every turn. However, your torture method is the most terrifying. The ashes and smoke dissipated directly between heaven and earth. At least there was no pain. However, if it falls into your hands, it will make a life worse than death. Saint, it has gone according to plan. Hearing the report, the woman gave a perfect smile. Very good, but Saint, the dark card we set up yesterday found traces of a team. After the fight, we found that although the opponent's cultivation base is only second order, he is very proficient in cooperation. Is there such a thing? The woman frowned secretly, somewhat to her surprise. Can there be a living mouth? The opponent should be the trained Dark Guardian stream, which has been tied back. What force is it? The woman frowned again, with a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes, and they were all tied back. Can't she finish it all at once? I have to ask more by myself. At this moment, this burly man was scared to death again, and he, a dignified third-order master, actually lived such a wimpy life. The saint calmed her anger. They were very hard-mouthed, but we still found a mark on her chest, which should be from the Lu Wangfu of the Dian dynasty. If Lu Wuchen heard this, he would probably be half angry again. By the way, you are the Dark Guards, the Dark Guards. Do you know what the Dark Guard means? This was the case in the last life, but it is still the case in this life. In other words, who designed the logo on the chest? Sneeze. Ha! It's not cold this day, so why does the king catch a cold? I don't know how this inverses now. The Lu Wangfu of the Dian dynasty. Lu Wuchen? At this moment, in the cave, the woman looked stunned. Why is Lu Wuchen here? Pass on the lonely order, continue to hunt down Zimyabai, others wait, stand by. After speaking, the woman hurriedly broke out of the cave, leaving behind a burly man with a dazed face. The saint's behavior during this time is too strange, isn't it? By the way, Lu Wuchen's side did not encounter any obstacles along the way, and gradually let go of his initial vigilance. Commander, there is a discovery here. At this moment, a dark guard quickly came to report. What's the matter? Traces of the advance team were found. Go and have a look. Meng Tian immediately rushed to the scene. Seeing that Meng Tian's face was wrong, Lu Wuchen also followed. Meng Tian, what happened? Little Prince, it's a clue left by the Dark Guard. There have also been fights here. Where are the people? There is a lot of luck, Little Prince. This is a special medicine powder. It is generally not used. It is only used when it is in the midst of life and death. So, our people. Although they only got along for a short time, people have feelings, but they don't thought it was still alive and kicking yesterday, but now it is already. At this moment, a breeze came, not good, enemy attack. Meng Tian was still alert enough, and the strength of the Fourth Order Master was not a boast. At this moment, the dark guard in the back row let out a scream, everyone rushed to the rear, Meng Tian took the lead, but as soon as he arrived, he found that his two dark guards were stunned. Master. Meng Tian's eyes contracted for a while. It's almost unimaginable to be able to approach so unknowingly. These dark guards are well trained and it is never possible to let their guard down. But why did you just stun two dark guards? Not good. Divert the tiger away from the mountain. The opponent's goal is the little prince. Meng Tian reacted, but it was obviously too late. The next moment, a figure appeared on the top of Lu Wuchen's head, sticking out his hand and grabbing it, and pointing his claws. At Lu Wuchen, the surrounding dark guards reacted quickly and surrounded Lu Wuchen, but with a single palm wind, these well-trained dark guards were instantly blasted away, subduing more than a dozen people in one move. Simply terrifying. Lu Wuchen's face changed, and he didn't dare to hide himself anymore at this moment. He gathered his psionic energy and slapped his palm upward. This was the first time Lu Wuchen had faced the enemy in his life. At any rate, he was also an 8th order power in his last life. Although he did not survive the tribulation, he at least had a lot of experience against the enemy. Besides, during this time, the Empress has trained herself a lot. It's just that I can't expose the avenue of demons. After all, there are so many people with mixed eyes, the ghost knows if it will spread out. Otherwise, with the supreme magic flame, leapfrogging challenges are not a dream, huh? A puzzled female voice sounded in Lu Wuchen's ears. When Lu Wuchen looked up, his face changed. Lu Wuchen would naturally not forget the bright face close at hand. Demon Gate Saint. But Demon Gate Wuchen 1-1. Damn, why is she? This is another figure who will carry the tripod of the Demon Gate in the future generations. Die in the last life. Lu Wuchen suffered a lot from Yin Wanwan's hands. The spy lurking by his side is talking about this one. He is obviously a male protagonist, but he has to rely on his side, and he still thinks that he is doing a seamless job. If it weren't for my own desire to complete the plot, I would have turned my face a long time ago. It seems that even if you turned your face in the last life, you can't beat it. Chapter 34. The protagonist is being reasonable. The villain shouldn't bear all the blame. Yin Wanwan didn't expect that Lu Wuchen was still a master at this time, but he underestimated you. At the moment, there was a naughty smile. Lu Wuchen was quite familiar with this smile. In his previous life, whenever Yin Wanwan showed such a smile, it meant that someone was going to fall into bad luck. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yin Wanwan shook off Lu Wuchen's palm power and psionic energy, and bullied him up, as if he had no bones all over his body, and went around Lu Wuchen in a circle. It turned out to be cheating. Don't be rigid if you have the ability. Let's fight technology? He. Do you talk to the Demon Gate about this? Can easily suppress you by the realm, who wastes time with you. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen felt that his psionic energy was sealed, and he didn't have to think about it. This was a trick made by Yin Wanwan. Little prince, I'm offended. As he said, Yin Wanwan mentioned the little prince and avoided Meng Tian, who was chasing him, ascending to the sky in one step. Meng Tian wanted to chase, but was blocked by a cloud of smoke from Yin Wanwan. It's poisonous. Is this a kind reminder? Not good. Avoid poison. At the moment, Meng Tian can only step back and avoid, but in the next second, Yin Wanwan's voice made Meng Tian angry. I lied to you, a group of fools. The sound became farther and farther away, and when the smoke dissipated, there were still the figures of Yin Wanwan and the little prince. Search for me, dig 3 feet into the ground, and save the little prince. Meng Tian was in a hurry, and he gave an order at the moment, and he took a step forward and flew into the AIR.AT. This time, Lu Wuchen felt that he was very shameless, a big man, carried by Yin Wanwan, gliding in the AIR.AT. Any rate, he is also the little prince of the Dian dynasty, a dignified villain. Can you give him face? Wait, why is this Yin Wanwan here? Although Zimyabai in his previous life recovered the tribute, Zimyabai did not mention a word about the passage of this trip. Could it be that Zimyabai had already contacted the Demon Gate during this period? No, if that's the case, why didn't Zimyabai and Yin Wanwan recognize each other when they met later? At that time, I was obviously on the scene. Could it be that their acting skills were too good and they didn't notice it? A series of questions swirled in Lu Wuchen's mind. This is it. What is here? Before Lu Wuchen could react, Yin Wanwan suddenly let go. At this height, he was in free fall. Although he was a third-order master, he would definitely not die, but the feeling of landing on his face would definitely not feel better. Liu Wuchen had already closed his eyes. As a result, when he was about to land, Yin Wanwan grabbed Lu Wuchen from behind again. When Lu Wuchen opened his eyes, he was only 10 centimeters away from the ground. Hee hee. Isn't it fun? Fun fart, your sister, Lu Wuchen. This is the pleasure of jumping off a building. Sure enough, this style of acting is very Yin Wanwan. Who the hell are you? Why do you know that I am the little prince? Lu Wuchen naturally said this to Yin Wanwan, the villain. Acting is very important. Now Lu Wuchen's acting skills are very good. Lonely. No, I am the leader of the bandits of these 100,000 mountains. Puff. Yin Wanwan, do you lie without blinking? The leader of the bandits of 100,000 mountains. Can you also make up this outrageous identity? Just you, a little Lolita who hasn't arrived at 160? Can you stop doubting your IQ? At least as in the previous life, at any rate, it's impossible to pretend to be an official lady. You are amazing. Lu Wuchen couldn't help but praise him. Well, his life is now in Yin Wanwan's hands. Do you believe it? At this moment, even Yin Wanwan looked surprised. Do you believe such an outrageous answer? This fool is still like his previous life. There was a trace of softness in Yin Wanwan's eyes. Of course, Lu Wuchen naturally did not find out. What does a girl mean? Pretending to be stupid and dumbfounded, Lu Wuchen is the best at it. It is certain that Yin Wanwan must be Xinyubai's person. As for why he appeared here, Lu Wuchen really didn't know. Okay, are you here for the tribute? How does the girl know? Nonsense, this girl robbed it. Yin Wanwan, what's the matter with your proud expression? Are you proud of this kind of thing, girl? You can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense, you. Oops. Why hit the king's head? Shouldn't you think about your situation? Well, you are right. Liu Wuchen was talking about giving Meng Tian enough time, and Lu Wuchen was counting on Meng Tian to save him. As for whether he could fight or not, damn it, Lu Wuchen didn't know. It seems that when she met Yin Wanwan in her last life, she was a fifth-order master. Of course, Yin Wanwan's talent is determined, otherwise it would not be the object of the key cultivation of the Demon Gate, but it would still be passed down by the Demon Emperor. On this continent, the most talented younger generations are Xinyubai, Huang Fuan, and Yin Wanwan. Naturally, there are still some who have not emerged for the time being. To be honest, Lu Wuchen, the villain, is also extremely talented. Otherwise, why would you accompany Xinyubai all the way? I almost got on you. I'm waiting for someone to save you. I'll tell you, even if the 4th level comes, I won't be able to beat this girl. Yin Wanwan was extremely clever, and naturally knew that Lu Wuchen was procrastinating. At the moment, he also directly guessed Lu Wuchen's purpose. It's stupid to be stupid, but sometimes, TSK. The shrewdness is outrageous. Which one is the real you? On the other side, the demon sect members who were chasing Xinyubai kept chasing Xinyubai to the entrance of a valley. Stop, the saint said, just get here. Everyone must be careful. There are many magic barriers in this valley. Even if the 5th order power enters, there will be no return. Seeing Xinyubai plunged into the valley, he naturally stopped. The task assigned by the saint has been successfully completed. Seeing that there was no pursuit, Xinyubai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I really didn't expect that this time I actually met the Demon Gate, and it's chasing all the way. No, it feels like you want to drive yourself into the valley? Is it what's so special about this valley? As soon as Xinyubai thought of turning around and returning, he found that his position had begun to change. Not only that, he had the aura of a magic barrier and wanted to forcibly enter the body. Warning, warning, discover the eternal poisonous miasma, the host be careful, and the system is also on the alarm at this moment. Oh, shit, did you actually hit the mark? If you can't find the right exit, you may have to be buried in the magic barrier. I have never had any grudges with the Demon Gate. Is it because the theft of the tribute this time is related to the Demon Gate? But that's it, and you shouldn't hunt yourself down like this, and drive yourself into this eternal poisonous miasma, as if everything was premeditated. Who is it? Want your own life? The next moment, Lu Wuchen's figure appeared in Xinyubai's mind. Is it him? Fuck, be reasonable. Although I am a villain, I can't count everything that happens to your protagonist on my head. Lu Wuchen still feels that he can't protect himself. Chapter 35 Exploring the Ruins. The entry method is quite unique, girl. For these tributes, you have to be an enemy of the Dian dynasty? Is it worth it? It doesn't matter, so many people have been killed anyway. Seemingly innocent, but in fact bloody Yin Wanwan, Guban is the Demon Gate, So what about the comments of the world? Wanwan was originally a princess of a small country. Unfortunately, she had no childhood. The country was destroyed when she was born. What would happen to a princess who had been destroyed? It would be hard to say if I hadn't met my own masters growing up in the Demon Gate since childhood. Wanwan only knew one thing, and would rather be alone in the world than alone in the world. The infighting in the Demon Gate has always been cruel. It's just the survival of the fittest. If you want to survive, you have to adapt to this. Is also the reason why Wanwan's eyes and movements can make a burly man so scared. So many people have been killed anyway, this seems to make sense. And the Dayan dynasty will definitely not let her go. However, it seems that there is nothing to do with the Demon Gate. Also, the power of the Demon Gate is so great that it is enough to challenge the entire continent. That is, the Holy Land of Reincarnation can beat it. Little Prince, how about we make a deal? Transaction. It's good to make a deal. If you have a deal to make, at least you have no worries about your life for the time being. Among these 100,000 mountains, there is a relic with a rare treasure in it. If you take it out and give it to this girl, how about this girl returning the tribute to you? At this moment, Wanwan's eyes flowed, and she said with a smile, why don't you go by yourself? Are you not afraid that the king will seize this rare treasure? Naturally, it is dangerous. Puff. Wanwan, you were so honest, are you not afraid that the king is greedy? As for the little prince, did you take this rare treasure? Naturally not. Why? You are afraid of death. Very good, very powerful. This is indeed a good reason. I can only finish the plot before I die. Otherwise I will have to stay in this world for a long time. Now it seems that you can only bet on it. Okay, the king promises you. The next moment, Wanwan mentioned Lu Wuchen again. Can't you change the method? Before a cliff, Lu Wuchen looked MMPE girl, aren't you talking about ruins? It's down there. Damn, are you kidding me? I'm not the protagonist anymore. At this height, if you can't fall to death, you are really a ghost, girl, heroine, stockade master. This king suddenly felt that this king doesn't want these tributes either. Damn it! Lu Wuchen didn't expect that before he even finished speaking, he was thrown down by this. Wanwan.to be reasonable, this opportunity belongs to the male protagonist in particular. He is a big villain, and no one collects the body after he falls to death. Wanwan watched the dust free fall until it disappeared into the clouds and mist. My little prince, it's up to you what chance you can get, but it's all up to you. Zinyabai in the previous life once mentioned that he had gained an opportunity among these 100,000 mountains. After looking for it for so long, Wanwan finally had an eyebrow. As for whether Lu Wuchen would hang up if he fell, Wanwan said that he had lost so many experimental products, even if the opportunity was not enough, he would be spit out unscathed. I had tried it myself, but I was also mercilessly thrown out by a psionic energy, and at the moment, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wanwan was very satisfied. The lowly little prince, he really has a deep opportunity. As for myself now, I should also go and see if Zinyabai is dead or not. Mentioning this Zinyabai, a trace of coldness appeared in Wanwan's eyes. And what about Lu Wuchen at this time? Lu Wuchen feels very bad at the moment. What does it feel like to be in free fall for 10 minutes, acceleration of gravity, 10 minutes? Is this a special altitude of tens of thousands of meters? However, the last time he landed on the ground, there was no feeling of broken bones all over his body, although it hurts. It hurts a little bit. This, Lu Wuchen got up and looked around, his pupils contracting violently. The bronze door years ago was revealing a strange feeling. Ancient ruins, those who are destined can enter. However, the weird feeling revealed by this bronze door really doesn't seem to be the work of a decent person. Lu Wuchen approached the bronze gate and couldn't help swallowing. This weird feeling was even worse. It seems that there is an infinite temptation to push out this door by yourself. Wrong. At the moment when Lu Wuchen's hand was about to touch the bronze gate, a cold aura wandered all over his body, and his brain was clear in an instant. Lu Wuchen hurriedly retracted his hand. This is caused by my own demons. The moment he fell down, he was disturbed by the demon. What a powerful arrangement. It affected me unknowingly. If it weren't for the presence or absence of magic, I would definitely have been caught thinking of this. Lu Wuchen couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. There is such power after death. Who is the owner of this relic? After Lu Wuchen retracted his hand, the bronze gate in front of him began to gradually become blurred. Lu Wuchen seemed to see that behind this bronze gate, it turned out to be a peerless beast. At this moment, he is roaring at himself unwillingly. After a while, the bronze door completely disappeared before his eyes. Terrible. If the fierce beast just now was real, this power should have an eighth order, the eighth order crossing of the tribulation, from ancient times to the present. How many people have been able to successfully cross the tribulation, and who can rely on one's own power to keep an eighth-order beast locked up here? Could it be that this is the ruins of the emperor? It's impossible. There are places to find famous emperors with surnames in history. Or left a few words and information about the emperor in the historical records, but these 100,000 mountains have never been mentioned. Liu Wuchen couldn't help frowning secretly. The next moment, Lu Wuchen seemed to be in a gorgeous hall. Is it a fantasy again? As soon as this one came out, this powerful man was doing so many tricks when he died, non-fantasy. However, Lu Wuchen had just finished complaining in his heart, and a voice sounded behind him, "Damn it! Haunted, what the hell, in an ancient ruins, you are obviously alone, and suddenly there is a person talking to you behind your back." This kind of stimulation, even Lu Wuchen, was so scared to death. Turning around this time, I went, and I really didn't have any feet. Don't panic, little friend, I am the last trace of true spirit, and I will soon dissipate between heaven and earth. True spirit? Holy shit, this is not the ancient version of holographic projection. The principle is the same. One uses electricity and the other uses psionic energy. Little friend, what age is this outside world? The 29th year of Hangwu of the Dian dynasty. The Dian dynasty? Never heard of it. It seems that the Dian dynasty has a history of more than 500 years. Looking at you like this, it is normal that you have never heard of it. Little friend, is the Emperor of Time here? Damn, old thing, are you kidding this king? When is the Emperor of Time? Among the ancient emperors, there is no such one at all. Chapter 36, Possessing My Body? Still a little short. Is the immortal emperor here? Is the magic emperor here? Empress Qinghong is always there, right? Very good. The king has never heard of any of the names you mentioned. This is impossible. The emperor is an immortal existence. Why is this so? Fuck, be reasonable, the emperor is immortal? Are we talking about the same thing, senior? As far as the juniors know, although this great emperor has supernatural powers between his gestures and his feet, and his words and actions are all visions, it is still too early to get away from this immortal distance. There are supernatural powers between gestures, and words and deeds are all visions? This is indeed the power of the great emperor, but the great emperor should have the same longevity as heaven and earth. Well, as the juniors know, it seems that the emperor is eternal. I only heard that the emperor can live for 10,000 years, and the difference is too big. What happened in this world? Damn, senior, let's talk about it. You don't even know what happened. How does this king know? Young man, how many emperors are left in this world? Can there be as many as 100? Puff. 100. Senior, don't you dare to think about it. Liu Wuchen stretched out a finger helplessly. Sure enough, there is only 100, and the emperor is withered. What, senior, you made a mistake, just an emperor. At this moment, it was the turn of this person to be confused. How is it possible? In the battle of the world in which thousands of great emperors participated, even if one side won miserably, it was impossible for there to be only one left. Puff. 1,000 emperors? Why is it getting more and more outrageous, senior? Are you kidding me? Ha, although I have not become an emperor, I am also a prominent figure in the age of the 1,000 emperors. The first person under the emperor. Why are you kidding me? The old man was very upset when he heard this, and snorted coldly. Yes, you are proud, you will last forever, but now you are not a ghost. Boy, you tell the old man, what is the current radius of the mainland? This question. Wait a minute, why don't you use the computer to calculate by yourself? But there are hundreds of millions. The senior joked, although the entire continent is big, it is not as huge as hundreds of millions. Sure enough. After hearing this, the old man finally calmed down. The Great War of the 1,000 Emperors. It turns out that this place is one of them. Sorry. Don't understand, speak human words, but this one didn't seem to have the mind to continue. Boy, since you have penetrated my illusion, it means that you and I are destined. Would you like to inherit my mantle? Let me go. The treatment of the protagonist falls on the head of the villain himself. This seems to be a very dangerous thing, grabbing the fate of the male host. This is going to be thunderous. I don't want to. The old man was taken aback again. Damn it, why don't you play cards according to common sense? Why? I just want to ask, at least you are also a generation of great power, the first person under the emperor. Can you be willing to dissipate between heaven and earth like this? As soon as these words came out, the heavens and the earth solidified instantly. The king is not stupid. Why is there a free lunch in this world? If you want to be the protagonist, you naturally accept it. After all, the protagonist is really fragrant. Even if the one in front of you wants to snatch the protagonist's body, in the end, it will become a wedding dress. However, I am a villain in particular. This situation is more frequent in other books. The villain was cornered by the male protagonist, and finally got the opportunity, but he was taken away by a more fierce ancient demon, then used the identity of the villain to accompany the protagonist to upgrade and give the protagonist experience. I'm not stupid, yeah. It's not up to you. Look, what did you say, Goldfinger, Grandpa or something? It's not what the villain should have. Even if he has it, he will be attacked, and this was really the case in the last life. The male protagonist Zinubai relied on himself as the son of luck, so naturally he had no restraints. When the old demon seized the house, he simply refined this one. In turn, he swallowed this one. Naturally, he also got the memory of the old demon, and then he knew that the 1,000 emperors just mentioned were not fabricated in ancient times. No, it should have been in ancient times. And the continent where he is located is at best just a part of the shattered after the Great War. The ancient emperors could indeed be immortal, which also foreshadowed the blackening of the last male protagonist facing the temptation of longevity. Even if it is the male protagonist, he still loses his mind. The old demon has already rushed towards Lu Wuchen. Damn it, be reasonable. You are a vegetarian when you are the king. Lu Wuchen is not stupid. If you were absolutely sure that you would come in by yourself at the beginning, would you still say so much nonsense to yourself? I'm looking for a special way to give up on myself, whether it's the ancient emperor, the old man in front of me, or the one who can become a great event. Which one was not killed from the sea of blood in the corpse mountain? Mind, strength, and luck are all the best choices. Naturally, there will be no kindness. But in this case, will you still be long-winded with yourself? It's just a third-order monk. The old man is determined to eat you. But who knows, the old man just approached and found that there was not much panic on Lu Wuchen's face, but an expression that you were fooled. The next moment, on Lu Wuchen's hand, the dark purple magic flame burst directly. Supreme magic flame? The old demon's heart was broken at this moment. Wait, a wisp of ghost. There is really no such thing, but the fear on his face was not a joke. The supreme demon flame, the supreme demon way, even in the era of the old demon, the foundation of such a road is the envy of everyone. As long as it does not fall, it will eventually become a great emperor, who can have the foundation of this kind of avenue. Which one is not a person with deep luck and the darling of heaven and earth? The most important thing is that this supreme magic flame is simply the ultimate nemesis of all spirits. Boy, are you cheating me? At this time, it was too late to stop again. It can only be said that Lu Wuchen was insidious and cunning enough. Sorry, it's all the credit of the male lead is Zinubai. Let's put it bluntly. What does this have to do with yourself, Lu Wuchen, huh? Accompany the protagonist to fight wits and courage every day. Can it be done without being insidious and cunning? At this moment, the supreme magic flame directly envelops the old demon. In front of the nemesis, what if he was the first person under the emperor? The old man at this time let out a wailing cry. Boy, let the old man go. Can the old man exchange all the collections in his life? At this appearance, it seemed that he had already confessed, but in an instant, the old demon's eyes revealed a trace of sharp light. As long as Lu Wuchen has a little bit of greed, as long as you give yourself a chance, the old man will make your life worse than death. Sorry, the things in your hand are all old Huangli. What if it's a Lingbao? In the long history of time, there is nothing that is not bad from the ages of time. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen directly released everything, and the supreme magic flame skyrocketed in an instant, directly devour the old man. What? The old man is not reconciled, not reconciled. The dust settled, and this time, this ancient power was completely turned into ashes. Chapter 37 Primordial Demonic Chi. After solving the old demon, the scene changed again, and Lu Wuchen was also taken aback. He was still in a fantasy just now. This is really a game in the middle of the game. Sure enough, these powers are all old foxes one by one. As long as I hesitated just now, I guess I will have to change my core on the spot. The opportunity of the male protagonist is really not easy for him to touch. At this moment, what was displayed in front of Lu Wuchen was a dilapidated hall. After the corrosion of time, it no longer had its original magnificence. Sure enough, he guessed it well, and he couldn't believe what he said from the old fox's mouth. Looking at this devastation, it is completely a dilapidated scene, and it is ridiculous to give all my treasures to myself. However, at the end of our hall, There were bursts of treasure light flashing. Curious, Lu Wuchen stepped forward to find out what was going on. The light emitted by this Lingbao was really extraordinary. Depending on the quality, all 7 products are possible. However, in this world, except for the 8-pin Lingbao, nothing seems to be eternal. Sure enough, Lu Wuchen touched it lightly, and the Lingbao lost all its luster in an instant. At this moment, it was like broken copper and rotten iron. This Lu Wuchen looked MMP. It is said that if you find the ruins, you will have a huge gain. You can see that you didn't even get your own fart, and you were almost taken away by others. This opportunity really should be the male lead. Just when Lu Wuchen was about to turn around and leave, the supreme magic flame on his body seemed to be out of control, beating frantically. The Taoist and demon mind cultivation method that he had cultivated was also resonated at this moment. Behind this stone wall, there seems to be something attracting you to be dust-free. Is this? The supreme demon flame in his body seemed to be very eager. Lu Wuchen fumbled for a while, and sure enough found a gap in the wall. As for what is behind this stone wall, Lu Wuchen has no idea now. Looking for an agency? Just kidding. I'm not a treasure thief from the tomb. Direct violent destruction. This level of stone wall, in the eyes of the Third Order Master, is nothing. Who knew that after smashing it open, a surging demon energy gushed out frantically. It even converged into a roaring skull head with a very scary expression that if you were an ordinary monk, even if you were powerful, you may lose your mind in the face of this demon energy. But for the demon monk, this magic energy is a great tonic. Lu Wuchen was pregnant with the supreme demon Tao, and he was cultivating the demon heart of the supreme demon Tao of the demon gate. At this moment, the code in his body was working frantically, as if he had seen food. Lu Wuchen was a little confused and reasonable. He didn't even know if it was harmful to eat too much of this stuff, but with the intake of magic qi, Lu Wuchen's strength began to rise. This. Although I am pregnant with the supreme demon Tao, I am cultivating the demon heart of the supreme demon Tao of the demon gate, and the speed of this cultivation is already fast. However, to be reasonable, this feeling of skyrocketing cultivation is except for the 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. This is the first time in just over a minute, this magical aura was sucked clean by Lu Wuchen. However, the appearance in his body seemed to be dissatisfied, and he even urged Lu Wuchen to move on. There should be better supplements ahead. Entering this stone room, it turned out to be a pond the size of a standard swimming pool, and what was floating on it turned out to be a dark black liquid, and the magic flame in his body seems to be extremely eager for it. Damn, I won't let this king drink this kind of thing, right? It's black. Who the hell knows what it is? You don't have to drink it by yourself, do you? When will you drink this pool by yourself? Gastric lavage. At this time, Lu Wuchen couldn't control his body, and approached the pool a little bit. This is? Lu Wuchen suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had seen a record of this thing in the Tibetan scripture pavilion in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Mixed element magic qi. What is floating here is not water, but solid mixed element magic qi. This concentration of mixed element magic qi has also been recorded in ancient books, but it has never been found. Could it be that the old man was still a demon cultivation just now, the first person under the Emperor, infinitely close to the Emperor, has so much mixed demon energy? It seems to be common sense, although this mixed element magic aura is ridiculously tempting for magic cultivation, but for ordinary magic cultivation, this thing must not be absorbed at once. Otherwise, it would be like to get into the demon and explode to death. Maybe it will become the nourishment of this mixed demon qi. Only the foundation of the supreme magic Tao can be matched with the supreme magic flame. It feels like it's tailored for yourself. Does the villain still have such good treatment? In the next moment, the supreme code of the demon gate, the great law of the demon seed heart, quickly started to work. The mixed element magic qi was ingested into Lu Wuchen's body. Naturally, with so many mixed element magic qi, even if it is powerful, it is not a simple matter to refine it, let alone Lu Wuchen, who was only of the third order. This time, Lu Wuchen was like a storage container. Although it could not be completely refined, it could exist in the body. It absorbed less than 1% alone. Lu Wuchen felt that he was about to explode to death. What's so special about this is that it is not the most precious treasure of the demon gate, but it is indeed feared by the demon cultivation. I feel like I can't stop at all. If it were an ordinary demon cultivation, it is estimated that he has already exploded and died now. But he didn't want to. The supreme magic flame on Lu Wuchen's body ran frantically, instantly wrapping Lu Wuchen's whole body. The mixed element magic qi absorbed into the body is refined again, as if it is being refined. If this scene were seen by the old demon just now, he would probably be envious to death. This is a special collection of my life. For these mixed element magic qi, he traveled all over the Forbidden Land before collecting it unexpectedly. Before he could enjoy it, he died in the melee of the Thousand Emperors, and this mixed element magic energy, which was obtained with great hard work, turned out to be cheaper than Lu Wuchen in the end. It's really time and fate. At this time, what Lu Wuchen didn't know was his own crazy absorption also brought a chain reaction. Saint, this magic barrier seems to have weakened. At this moment, before the cliff, Yin Wanwan had already merged with the Demon Gate. It was the Jedi who had forced Zimubai into before. I originally thought that big things could be done, but I didn't want to. The magic barrier at this time was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yin Wanwan also lost her smile on her beautiful face at this moment, very gloomy. The people around the Demon Gate naturally didn't even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, if you are targeted by Yin Wanwan, you don't know how miserable the end will be. Hateful, even so. Can you escape? This is already a must-kill situation set by himself, but he didn't expect that this Zimubai can still survive. Saint, otherwise, I'll wait for the killer to go in? That little white face is just a fourth-order strong man, and there is no need for the Saint to do it. Together, brothers, that's enough. Huh, if it's so easy to kill. Do you still need to wait? Can't you do it alone? Chapter 38. Did she indirectly save the male lead? Lu Wuchen didn't even think that this hybrid demon she was the same as the magic barrier in this valley. It is precisely because of the leakage of this mixed demon aura that the valley is filled with this highly poisonous demon barrier. On his own side, he frantically absorbed the mixed element demon chi, causing the demon chi to no longer leak out, and the poisonous miasma in the valley naturally began to dissipate. So, why is it that the one who saved the male protagonist turned out to be the villain himself? Damn it! It is worthy of being the son of luck, a natural protagonist, so why did he even use himself as a villain? On the other hand, Yin Wanwan was even more depressed. A must-kill game carefully arranged by herself was actually broken in this way. In fact, Yin Wanwan overestimated herself too much. If the male protagonist can be easily destroyed in this way, can it be called the male protagonist? I underestimate the son of luck too much. It's just that Lu Wuchen didn't know why Yin Wanwan was targeting Shimubai in his previous life. He was obviously Shimubai's pawn. He had been undercover by his side for many years and had destroyed his plans for the male protagonist several times. Tuatu belongs to the male lead team. So why is the change so great at this time? Zimubai, it's hard to explain the hatred in my heart if I don't punish you alone. At this time, Yin Wanwan gritted her teeth, and her heart was even more angry. This time, this highly poisonous magic barrier has become thinner and thinner. Zimubai, who had used countless methods and was already a little desperate, didn't expect that he would be rescued in this way. Inexplicably, this is not the point. The point is that the rescued Zimubai actually found the entrance to the ancient ruins between these valleys. Damn, I can only say, this ancient demon cultivator, how afraid are you of death? Actually made a cunning rabbit 3 grottos. Are there too many enemies? Ready to escape at any time, Zimubai was naturally excited, but he didn't expect that there was no one else in the world, and he gave himself a chance without saying anything. Naturally, you have to explore it well. I didn't hesitate at the moment, thinking that the outer magic gate must be guarded. Why not take advantage of this opportunity and explore it? Maybe there are other exits. Saint, this magic barrier has disappeared. The demon sect members waiting outside were really dumbfounded. This demon barrier has not been known to exist for many years, but disappeared at this time? Is this too exaggerated? Can't you see it alone? You still need to say. Yin Wanwan said angrily. The saint calmed her anger. I'll go, I'm fine. What's the most important thing? Can't the saint see this? Need to talk nonsense by yourself? I really want to give myself 2 big mouths. Stay here and come as soon as you go alone. Saint, this is too dangerous. If the demon emperor knew you were taking risks alone, he would blame me for waiting. Very good, the magic gate is the magic gate. Where is there any friendship with the same door? Worried about Yin Wanwan's accident? Ridiculous, these people. They wish that Yin Wanwan would never come back. However, thinking that Yin Wanwan's disappearance might cause the demon emperor to be furious, he persuaded them one after another. Saint, don't think about it. Even if you don't think about it, then don't implicate me, okay? At this time, the demon emperor was angry, and the world would change color. Our little body can't carry it. The power of the demon emperor, we little prawns, in an instant, turned to ashes. The relationship between the demon emperor and the saint can basically be described as love and mother and daughter. Ha! A mere magic barrier can't stop loneliness. Yin Wanwan smiled proudly, and then flew directly into the valley, leaving a group of people looking at each other. Why don't we prepare the will? Zimubai's entry into this ancient ruins can be described as very easy. and he did not encounter any dangers along the way. This made Lu Wuchen very unbalanced. I went and came in so easily? The aura of this protagonist is too outrageous. At any rate, I have encountered 2 illusions, and they are almost kill situations. If I hadn't been cautious enough, maybe I would have changed people to play. However, to be honest, this time I really can't blame Xinyabai. The old demons in it have all been killed by Lu Wuchen's supreme demon flame. Where is the danger? And Xinyabai, who came in, just happened to meet Lu Wuchen, who had just absorbed the demon energy of the mixed element. When the enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Most importantly, Xinyabai thinks that he is being chased by the demon gate outside. It's good for you, Lu Wuchen, to take advantage of this time to explore this ancient relic. It must be a lot of gains. Under this situation, how can Xinyabai be happy? Look around, there is nothing. It seems that Lu Wuchen has been searched cleanly. Looking at each other for a while, Lu Wuchen couldn't help but say something. Damn, he had absorbed too much of the demon energy of the mixed element. This was the critical period to break through. Actually met Xinyabai here. In a situation like my current situation, once I am distracted, I will definitely go crazy. Isn't this a lamb to be slaughtered, or a fish on a cutting board? Xinyabai seemed to have discovered this situation too, and was very happy at the moment. What a little Prince Lu, pretending to be quite similar, turned out to be a cultivator. Even I was almost deceived. Little Prince, do you need Chu's help? At this time, I was still pretending. Lu Wuchen was still speculating about how Xinyabai came in, but he never thought about it. The next moment, Yin Wanwan also looked for it. Sure enough, this Yin Wanwan was Xinyabai's person. Lu Wuchen smiled bitterly, but the 2 of them played a good show. Yin Wanwan threw herself off the cliff, presumably to find the way for Xinyabai, but only now did she come in. She should have found that there was no danger in the ruins, but I acted as a pioneer for a while. Who are you from? But he didn't want to. Xinyabai looked at Yin Wanwan vigilantly. It's all this time, are you still acting? This is a bit too much. Xinyabai. Yin Wanwan also discovered Lu Wuchen's condition, knowing that at this time, Lu Wuchen's breakthrough must not be disturbed. There was no nonsense at the moment, and he directly attacked Xinyabai. The performance was quite similar, but Lu Wuchen was not fooled by the illusion in front of him. This pair had also done enough scenes in front of him in their previous lives in the end, it was not completely exposed. Xinyabai was shocked at the moment. He couldn't believe that a woman on the other side was still a 5th order master. This was outrageous. Since when did this younger generation of masters become so worthless? At the moment, he didn't care about hiding his strength, and his psionic energy exploded, and for a while he was comparable to Yin Wanwan. From the 4th order to the 5th order, he was not weak and downwind. He was worthy of being the protagonist, and he was able to leapfrog and challenge. The more Yin Wanwan forced him, the more Xinyabai exposed his methods. This Yin Wanwan is not an ordinary 5th order powered. It was trained by the Demon Emperor himself. This strength is far superior to that of the masters of the same period, and a pair of barbs in his hand are even more unexpected and unprepared. At this moment, Xinyabai was embarrassed. It is also becoming more and more difficult to resist. Play for real? No way. Stop, please don't jump. Chapter 39. Beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself against the same order, even if it is a veteran 5th order power, it is not Yin Wanwan's opponent, but in the face of such an evil as Yin Wanwan, Xinyabai was still able to hold on to the wind. I have to say that the male protagonist is the male protagonist, and the methods are endless. In Lu Wuchen's eyes, it seemed that the fight was hot, but in fact it was just a replay. Although I don't know why Yin Wanwan did this, it's okay. Hurry up and break through quickly. At the moment, he is watching coldly as Xinyabai became more and more frightened the more he played. His whole cards were almost bright, and if he went on, he would almost be unable to keep his secrets. Unexpectedly, this woman turned out to be so difficult, not only difficult, but also insidious and cunning. The angle of each sneak attack makes it impossible to prevent yourself. Just when he was hesitating whether he wanted to take out the Ju Shua that pressed the bottom of the box, he was inattentive and was directly caught. There is no room for mistakes in the duel of masters. If it weren't for the heavenly way to protect Xinyabai, the son of luck. It's enough for Yin Wanwan to kill 3 times. Every time you kill, you will feel a strong resistance. This also shocked Yin Wanwan. Okay, I can't punish you, Xinyabai. Is it okay to beat you up? At the moment, the psionic energy gathered between his hands, and he faced Xinyabai's handsome face, slashing his head and covering his face was a beating. This blinded Xinyabai. Don't hit people in the face. Damn, this is trying to ruin your appearance. Lu Wuchen, who was on the side, was also dumbfounded. In order to gain his own trust, Xinyabai also fought. Is it such a big sacrifice? This fist hit the flesh, and it was all greeted on the face. Within a few clicks, It had already been beaten into a pig's head. Why is this male lead so shameless? Moreover, Yin-Wan-Wan was really able to make a ruthless move. This time, just listening to the sound, you can know how painful it is, and every time Yin-Wan-Wan swings his fist, he feels more and more resistance. Only then did it become clear that Zinyabai had reached the limit. After fighting, he was estimated to be beaten alive by himself to the point where he couldn't take care of himself and finally stopped contentedly. It can be regarded as giving yourself a bad breath. The mood is also a lot happier. This moment, Zinyabai had already fainted on the ground, and it was strange that he could be awake under a series of blows. Besides, this was still beaten in front of Lu Wuchen. This high self-esteem is not allowed either. It's better to just pass out, but unexpectedly. Zinyabai still has this kind of ostrich in his heart. Zinyabai is also depressed. Where did he offend this person? Where is the offense? This hatred is mortal. As a princess of the dead country in her previous life, if it weren't for her father's oath to guard her to the death, she would probably have died a long time ago. But this is the case. Yin-Wan-Wan still spent the whole day being hunted down, seeing that there were fewer and fewer cronies around him, and he was about to die in his infancy. Fortunately, he met the Demon Emperor, was rescued by the Demon Emperor, and taught supreme magic skills, and the Demon Emperor naturally took a fancy to Yin-Wan-Wan's talent, Tianxia Lone Star, which is suitable for cultivating the magic scriptures, and Yin-Wan-Wan was naturally respectful to the Demon Emperor, but he didn't know why his master had a crush on Zinyabai, and in his last life, he ordered himself to assist the opponent with all his strength, and his task is to lurk by Lu Wuchen's side. Yin-Wan-Wan didn't catch a cold with Zinyabai, but when he was by Lu Wuchen's side, he was moved by this silly little prince and fell in love for a long time. This usually silly little prince, I don't know when, walked into his heart several times. He had obviously been exposed, but the little prince foolishly thought that everything he did was for him, and he also made up some reasons that he found ridiculous to coax himself to believe. Be reasonable, this is your own acting skills, okay? But the teacher's order was difficult to violate, and in the end Yin-Wan-Wan chose not to help each other, which could be regarded as violating the teacher's order for Lu Wuchen. But I didn't want to. What happened next was a nightmare. When I got the news from Lu Wuchen again, he turned out to have died tragically in Zinyabai's hands. This moment, Yin-Wan-Wan realized that she had already fallen in love with this man deeply. And his own master was also secretly harmed by Zinyabai, the dignified demon emperor. Turned out to be Zinyabai's wedding dress. Master passed away in his arms, leaving behind a tear of regrets. This new hatred and old hatred. How can Yin-Wan-Wan not report it? Yin-Wan-Wan, who had lost Lu Wuchen and master, was already determined to die, regardless of whether he was Zinyabai's opponent or not. In the end, he fought everything and even used it to explode. In the end, he also dissipated between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it just hit Zinyabai hard. Maybe it's an unfinished wish. That gives me a chance to do it again. Hearing that Lu Wuchen in this life was still there, Yin-Wan-Wan naturally wanted to avenge Lu Wuchen's tragic death in the previous life when she was excited, and this moment was a great opportunity. Zinyabai has not yet grown up, but Yin-Wan-Wan, who rushed to the capital of the great Yen Emperor, found that he seemed to have the power to prevent him from killing each other by himself. That's why I borrowed the fact that the tribute was robbed this time. In the last life, this tribute case was the work of bandits. Zinyabai not only made great achievements, but also gained a great opportunity in this ancient relic. Naturally, I have to destroy it, set a trap and waited for Zinyabai to take the bait. Since you can't kill you by yourself, let you taste this highly poisonous magic barrier, let you Zinyabai die in pain and despair. But whoever thought that in this life, there have been variables again? Why did Lu Wuchen also appear? Facing the little prince, Yin-Wan-Wan's emotions were no longer under control this time, and Shi Mubai's opportunity was naturally given to Lu Wuchen. In the previous life, I owed you. In this life, I can compensate as much as I can, but he didn't want to. The little prince was still as usual, sometimes shrewd, and sometimes silly. Lu Wuchen, when you punish this Zinyabai alone, I will be by your side every day, just like in your previous life, okay? In this life, Loli will never deceive you or lie to you. Thinking of this, Yin-Wan-Wan looked at Lu Wuchen's eyes, full of tenderness and honey. This moment, Lu Wuchen could no longer control the psionic energy in his body. If you don't break through, even the foundation of the supreme magic path may be damaged. I glanced at Yin-Wan-Wan. Forget it, fight it. It's a blessing or a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Breaking through by yourself is tantamount to completely exposing your own whole cards to Yin-Wan-Wan's face, whether it is the supreme magic Dao, the supreme magic flame, or the Dao and demon cultivation method practiced by oneself. This is tantamount to sending one's own handle to Yin-Wan-Wan's hands. In a moment, the supreme magic flame covered his whole body. The terrifying power broke out directly from itself. It turned out to be Yin Wanwan's eyes widened, her expression unbelievable. She was the same root as the master. When did this little fool become so powerful? Before and when I did it myself, I still had something to hide, although Yin Wanwan was surprised in her heart. Now is not the time to consider this. This moment. He came to Lu Wuchen's side and began to protect Lu Wuchen. When breaking through, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed by others. The next moment, the aura on Lu Wuchen's body was even worse, and even Yin Wanwan was forced to take 2 steps back. Lu Wuchen in this life was even more powerful than in the previous life. Among the beautiful eyes of Yin Wanwan, it is also colorful again and again. Chapter 40. How could the male protagonist possibly die? Such a breakthrough is indeed exaggerated. Lu Wuchen's aura at this moment actually formed a huge vortex on his body. Even Yin Wanwan was surprised by this breakthrough. It's a bit too much, even if it's the master. I don't seem to have seen master breakthrough. This seems to be an out of the master's heart. If you can't get past this knot, the emperor is hopeless. In the next moment, the demon energy rose high, and the supreme demon way, even Yin Wanwan, almost surrendered to the supreme demon way. If you let the elders of the demon sect know this is enough, and if you go crazy, you will snatch the foundation of the supreme demon Tao. Fortunately, no one followed him in, otherwise, he would have to kill people. In Yin Wanwan's heart, the most important people are only master and Lu Wuchen. Other than that, you can kill it. This time the momentum was much greater than when it broke through the 3rd stage, and even this relic seemed to be in danger of collapse. Lu Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a burst of laughter, and the magic flame hovering above his head broke through the sky. It directly penetrated the sky of this ancient relic, and the children of the demon gate who were watching outside also looked at each other at this moment. Is this a treasure within the magic barrier? Or is it the deflagration of the magic barrier? No matter what it is, it seems that the saint is in danger. Why don't you go in and have a look? Go in? Oh, even the saint may be in danger. What are we doing in there? To die? At this time, Meng Tian, who was still searching for the traces of the little prince, naturally found something strange in the distance. He also rushed over at the moment. So cool. This breakthrough made Lu Wuchen feel refreshed physically and mentally. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Not only has Shuunpa broken through the 4th level, but he can even feel the surrounding psionic powers. Lu Wuchen can clearly capture all the subtle changes. Wait, why is it that I am like a chicken being lifted up again, being carried by Yin Wanwan like this? Looking back, Lu Wuchen was in a daze. Are we running away? The entire ruins are collapsing. Who caused this? Hee. Who else can it be? I don't want to think about it. When I broke through, there was such a big movement, and the sky of this ruins was broken through by your magic flame. This momentum is really scary. It's just the 4th order. What will happen to the breakthrough after that? Yin Wanwan has always believed that he is a genius, and his master once told him that in practice, he has never seen anyone with better qualifications than himself. Even when facing Zimubai or Huangfu Wan in his previous life, he was not weaker than the downwind. However, now facing Lu Wuchen, Yin Wanwan had to sigh, this is too perverted, and many more. I came out by myself. What about the male lead? This is the key, right? The male protagonist can't die. If he dies, what can he do? System. The host doesn't have to worry. In this case, the chance of the male protagonist falling is less than 0.0000001%. Hee. System, I just want to ask, are you from there? System, from the protagonist's side. What else can Lu Wuchen say? Even the system belongs to others. At this moment, the entire mountain peak outside the ruins had collapsed, and Yin Wanwan and Lu Wuchen escaped at the last moment. That's it? The male protagonist, who was still in a coma, was convinced by himself. Saint. The saint is out. We don't have to die. There was a burst of cheers. Be reasonable. Is this why you cheered? Is there any camaraderie in this? Be bold. Put down the little prince. At this moment, Meng Tian arrived, looking at the little prince who was carrying him like a chicken. He was furious. Yin Wanwan and Lu Wuchen looked at each other. This is indeed a bit indecent. However, is your guard a bit bluffing? At this moment, Lu Wuchen was still on his body, and he dared to yell at him, so he didn't take his hard and just tender your little prince to death. Sorry, Commander Dark Guard. What? I haven't received professional training. What else can Lu Wuchen say? Hurriedly explained, this is going to annoy Yin Wanwan, but it's not to hang you. Meng Tian, understand. At this moment, Yin Wanwan put Lu Wuchen down. At this moment, Meng Tian was a little confused. What kind of trouble is this? Looking at this, it doesn't look like a hostile relationship. Why is there a trace of tenderness in the eyes of the little prince? Little prince, now that the matter here is over, this girl will leave first. The tribute is in the cave 3 miles to the north. Although I really want to be by Lu Wuchen's side at this moment, Yin Wanwan still has something to do at this time. The first thing Yin Wanwan remembered from her previous life was to go to the imperial city of Dian to seek revenge on Xinyubai. After discovering that he couldn't kill Xinyubai, he designed today's game. It's time for me to go back and meet Master at this moment. The feeling at this moment is as if I have never seen it in my life. After everything is done, I should remove the post of the Saint of the Demon Gate and stay with Lu Wuchen for the rest of my life. Wouldn't it be beautiful? As for this Xinyubai, after Yin Wanwan thought about it, under this kind of collapse of the sky and the earth, Xinyubai must have no place to die at. He can be regarded as avenging Lu Wuchen in his previous life. If Lu Wuchen knew what Yin Wanwan was thinking, he would really like to tell this person. He thought too much the male protagonist died so easily. Can he still be called the male protagonist? Yin Wanwan was about to leave at this moment, but was stopped by Meng Tian again. And girl, although I don't know what happened, should you give me an explanation for killing people and looting treasures? Lu Wuchen was completely confused. Meng Tian, are you stupid? Together, we are both opponents of Yin Wanwan. Can you stop talking, little prince? The people of the Dian dynasty were not killed by this girl. By the way, your Lu Wangfu is safe and sound, and it is also in the cave. Yin Wanwan ignored Meng Tian and said directly to Lu Wuchen, "It is true that the people of the Dian dynasty were not the work of Yin Wanwan. But this group of robbers died in the hands of the Demon Gate. The king believes in you." Lu Wuchen's answer made Yin Wanwan's eyes tender again, and she was still willing to believe in herself, which was great. As for Lu Wuchen's answer in this way, only Lu Wuchen knew what he thought. Little prince, this group of people are not good people at first glance. There is still a sign at the door on the cuffs. Do you even believe it? Needless to say, when the king said he believed, he believed. If you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Can you beat it? Subordinates obey orders. Having already said this, Meng Tian naturally stopped talking. He was not a member of the Dian dynasty, but belonged to the Lu Wangfu, naturally obeying the orders of the little prince. Little prince, maybe we will meet soon. Lu Wuchen's answer naturally made Yin Wanwan very satisfied. Before floating away, he gave Lu Wuchen a look back and a smile. It's the same as in the previous life. This hasn't changed at all, little prince. Are we now? Get the tribute back, gather the people, and go directly back to Beijing. In the land of right and wrong, it's good to leave quickly. Chapter 41 Huangfu Wan vs Yushuan, the evolution of the Shura field. Little prince, the imperial capital is in front of you. Meng Tian reported to Lu Wuchen, who was resting in the CAR. It only took 2 days to come back all the way, and returning to my heart is like an arrow traveling day and night. Even the imperial horses sent by the emperor ran to death. How impatient is the little prince, a fart. What do you know? We are villains. Do you really know what a villain is? The ultimate meaning of the villain is that he will be punched in the face by the protagonist anytime, anywhere. Hurry up if you don't come back. And it's no wonder that Xinyubai won't trouble us when he recovers. Lu Wuchen naturally maintained his vigilance as a villain from time to time. What is the day and night journey? Safety is the first priority, this time. The plot collapsed a bit badly due to his own participation. God knows what will happen along the way. Fortunately, what Lu Wuchen was worried about did not happen. At this moment, above the walls of the imperial city, a shadow appeared, and Yushuan stood quietly. It is worthy of being the man I like. He has made a great success, like a dragon entering the sea. Little prince, in this world, there will definitely be ups and downs because of you. Puff. Do you know? The flag can't stand in chaos, especially a heroine like you. Miss, my lord has sent someone to send a message many times to invite you back to the house. The Prime Minister has sent people here many times to express that he will not let go of what happened before. He just can't bear the name of the most talented woman in the world. Yushuan smiled faintly. What his father was thinking, he naturally knew very well. That in the last life, how many young Junjie were recruited by virtue of their talents. In this life, Yushuan just wanted to live out herself. Pursue the person you like, miss. After all, blood is thicker than water. The maid wanted to say more, but she was stopped by Yushuan's eyes. Today is the triumphant day of the little prince, and Yushuan naturally does not want to be destroyed by this joy. At this moment, there was another commotion in the city. The corners of Yushuan's originally slightly upturned mouth became flat. Huangfu Wan, you are still here. These few days were originally an important moment for Huangfu Wan to break through, but last night, a vision rose up in the imperial city, and the skyrocketing intense soared into the sky from the Emperor Ji mansion, even cut through the pitch-black night sky from a distance. It seemed to split the sky in half. What a Huangfu Wan! he broke through successfully at this critical juncture. This soaring suggestion made people tremble, and in the imperial dynasty, seeing such strange people, they naturally cheered. Huang Fuwan's reputation was already in the middle of the day, now it is to the next level. Such a young fifth-order power is rare in the world. It deserves to have the reputation of being the first person in the younger generation. In Wanwan, excuse me, what am I? The stronger Huang Fuwan is, the stronger it means that the Dian dynasty is. At this moment, Huang Fuwan didn't even care that she had just broken through and needed to stabilize her realm. I must come to greet Lu Wuchen, just because this is an agreement between myself and Brother Wuchen. When you return triumphantly, the palace will greet you at the city gate. Brother Wuchen did it, and the palace would not break his promise. DG is true love to the little prince, right? He doesn't care about stabilizing his realm. Who said it's not? It's been rumored before that DG has no love for the little prince. It seems that this rumor can't be believed. If I were DG, I would also choose the little prince. Virtue, is the little prince also something you can miss? That's right, look at the city wall, even the first talented girl He Yuxuan is here. I heard that DG and the talented girl are close friends in the boudoir, but at the same time they like the little prince. Since ancient times, beauties have been sad heroes. There was a lot of discussion among the people, but no one mentioned Jinka champion Lang Zimubai. This is very different from the previous life. Lu Wuchen, who was in the last life, was notorious at this time, while Zimubai was in the middle of the day. In this life, the two of them fell out of place. Naturally, as the male protagonist, Shimubai would naturally not become a street mouse like Lu Wuchen in the previous life. However, this Jinka champion naturally did not reach the height of everyone's expectations. At this moment, the car stopped, and Huang Fuwan got out of the car. It's like being inspired. The two women looked at each other across the sky. He Yuxuan was above the city wall, and Huang Fuwan stood proudly under the city wall. Both of them showed a beautiful smile, but where their eyes converged, it was the electro-optical flint. A proud, peerless, contemporary Emperor Ji. Her beautiful face revealed a strong self-confidence. The other is that no one can match his talent, and the light of wisdom flashes in his eyes. They are all rare women in this world. Huang Fuwan at this time slightly raised his right hand. He Yuxuan's eyes condensed unexpectedly. Huang Fuwan would do this. Huang Fuwan, is this your war sticker? The talented girl accepted. The next moment, the royal palace team appeared. Lu Genoa naturally knew that Aiko was back. Sure enough, he was his beloved son and did not live up to his expectations. Thinking of the changes of the only son during this period of time, Lu Genoa was naturally extremely satisfied. And many more. Who has changed? What has changed is whether you are good or bad. Naturally, Lu Genoa also met Emperor Ji and the talented girl. Naturally, he smiled with satisfaction. Both women are superb, and this son of a bitch's blessing is enviable. No matter who you can marry, the palace nobles, who doesn't envy them? Huang Fuwan and He Yuxuan both saluted Lu Genoa slightly. Lu Genoa readily accepted. It would be great if you wanted both. Everyone who opened branches and scattered leaves for Lu Wangfu has been handed over to you. Puff. Father, how dare you think about it? This is a special heroine. Is decency okay? Have you ever seen that villain's idea of playing the heroine can still live well? Lu Wuchen really didn't dare. Don't look at yourself now. The scenery is very beautiful. The male protagonist hasn't worked hard. This time, Lu Wuchen and the dark guard of the palace finally appeared in everyone's sight, coming. There was a trace of expectation in He Yuxuan's eyes. How was brother dust-free? Huang Fuwan's beautiful eyes flowed, and the smile on her face was even worse. Little prince, standing in front of you are DG and the first talented girl of our Dian dynasty. Meng Tian hurriedly reported. Lu Genoa, Meng Tian, do you still have your own prince in your eyes? A living person of your age, you can't even see it? Want to mutiny? Lu Genoa looked MMP. Doesn't this king have a sense of existence? The luminous glass of grape and wine. If you want to drink the pipa, immediately urge you to lie drunk on the battlefield. Don't smile. How many people will return from the ancient battle? At this moment, He Yuxuan's cold voice came. He is triumphant. Yuxian will do it first. With that said, he took a cup from the maid's hand, and the waves of light flowed in the cup. He Yuxuan drank it all. Everyone knows that talented women never drink alcohol, but this time they made an exception for Lu Wuchen. The power of this love can really change a person. What a He Yuxuan, is this a response to yourself just now? Huang Fuwan smiled slightly. She really didn't want to suffer facing He Yuxuan's counterattack. Huang Fuwan smiled indifferently. As for Lu Wuchen, fuck, what are you playing? Heroin? Can you stop collapsing? Do you know? What does it mean that the higher you hold, the worse you die? Chapter 42 Huang Fu Ying's Invitation, and the unauthorized palace maid His Royal Highness Shitsi, you need to change clothes. What kind of experience is it to get up and get angry? I am a villain in my own dignity. Why should I have the experience of a male protagonist? It's not a question of whether it's bright or not, but whether it's okay to not sleep at all. Lu Wuchen really couldn't figure it out. How did Xinyabai persist in this way? Lu Wuchen, who recovered the tribute, was naturally greatly appreciated by Huang Fuzheng. As for Xinyabai, I'm sorry, I haven't seen him along the way. Facing Huang Fuzheng's inquiry, Lu Wuchen shook his head very naturally, indicating that he had not encountered it. As for the recovery of the tribute, Lu Wuchen was not salty or light, and did not exaggerate, blowing up the process of the theft and recovery of the tribute, not to mention showing any pride as a result. After Lu Wuchen thought about it, he, the villain, would be better to keep a low profile, but I don't know that Huang Fuzheng intends to promote himself. For the last time I was imprisoned because of the three princesses, I was sent to jail. After the matter came to light, Huang Fuzheng issued a sealing order because he was worried about affecting the reputation of the royal family. Although it didn't have much impact, deep down in my heart, I still felt a little sorry for Lu Wuchen. Naturally, he also wanted to restore the close relationship with the Lu Wangfu. After all, Huang Fuzheng and Lu Genoa are brothers, right? This time, Lu Wuchen made a great contribution, and he had already promised before that he would definitely let Lu Wuchen enter the court. Now is the time to fulfill the promise. Nephew Wuchen, what position do you want to hold? Tell me. Huang Fuzheng at this moment is in a good mood, like the chairman of a modern group. If you are one of your own, you can keep a good position for you. As for whether Lu Wuchen has the ability to assume this position, this is not what Huang Fuzheng is worried about. If you use the people below well, Yuxia is also a manifestation of your ability. Well, the minister is unfamiliar with learning, so let's forget it. Lu Wuchen really had no intention of entering the court. I am a villain salted fish, and I usually have to send it to the male protagonist to slap his face and send experience. There is not much free time, so don't mess with yourself. Okay, Nephew Wuchen, do you want me to talk? Don't you count? Huang Fuzheng pretended to stiffen his face. Xiaotang, you must enter. I have already said all my big words. It is still necessary to rely on the imperial palace to suppress the prime minister's party. Seeing that he can't hide, what else can Lu Wuchen do? In the end, I chose a beautiful messenger, Honglu Jiqing. This location is good and unobtrusive. The most important responsibility for the management of court meetings, feasts, and sacrifices is to receive foreign envoys. This time, the Dian dynasty was very strong, and it was also known for its tough diplomacy. Therefore, he, Honglu Jiqing, didn't have much to do at all. It definitely belongs to a comfortable beauty, although Lu Wuchen's lack of ambition made his father's teeth tickle with hatred. However, it is right in Huang Fuzheng's arms. This position is good, but the official position is not obvious, but he is in the imperial court, no longer critical to the department, and a lot of internal disputes can be prevented. In this way, the successors of the Lu Wangfu can be regarded as officially entering this officialdom, which naturally can make the officials of the Lu Wangfu family more at ease. Besides, the officials of the Lu Wangfu family are not exactly Huang Fuzheng's people. I didn't expect that Lu Wuchen was an official, but he had a lot of brains. A puff. Emperor, you have thought too much. How convenient is it for you to come here? This emperor is also very tired, so I love to think about it. If I have nothing to do is simply to be lazy. Huang Fuzheng is good at being able to think of so many things. However, although this Honglu Temple Qingqing's official position is not obvious, it is also the official position of Zheng Sipend. It is no different from Jinka champion Lang Xinyabai. Think about the male protagonist of the family, who has worked so hard to be named in the gold list. It's good for you, Lu Wuchen, to rely on the identity of the son of the world. As soon as you come up. It's no wonder the male protagonist doesn't want to kill you. Farting, he is a superb prince of the palace, and this is already considered a downgrade. In this way, Lu Wuchen became an honorable civil servant of the Dian dynasty, and he was still at the level of a director. But Lu Wuchen never expected that this position of Honglu Temple Qing would even need to participate in the early dynasty. Pull it out. Stick 60. Disturb yourself to sleep. Let's talk about it after you hit it. The maid thanked Her Royal Highness. Ha! So, even the maidservants can figure out their own routines. In desperation, Lu Wuchen had to change into court clothes, and his father had been waiting at the door for a long time. In this era, this is already counterintuitive. The early dynasty was absolutely boring for Lu Wuchen. It is estimated that Lu Wuchen is the only one who can stand up and fall asleep in the morning. Seeing his father, he was shocked. Little prince, my master, please move. Just after leaving the court, Lu Wuchen was stopped by another palace lady. Your master? This is the royal family. Ah. Of course, for Lu Wuchen, his villain is also regarded as a taboo. It's His Royal Highness the Third Princess. Well, when he heard the name, Lu Wuchen had a headache. Lu Genoa glared at the villain even more angrily at the troubles caused by yourself naturally have to be solved by yourself. The third princess was seriously ill, and Dan, the virgin of the first emperor, was not at ease. Otherwise, the imperial doctor wouldn't have taken so long to get it done. During this period of time, he relied on ginseng soup, Dan Rome, and other great supplements to adjust his blood chi. The king is leaving first, so you can explain to your Royal Highness. Lu Genoa shook off his sleeve robe and left directly, leaving Lu Wuchen with an MMP expression on his face. To put it bluntly, didn't you also be framed? Lead the way ahead. His Royal Highness Shixi, please come with the maidservant. Passing through the royal garden with beautiful scenery, is the Tianyang Hall of the Three Princesses. It was because of this that Huangfu Zhang felt that he owed something to Huangfu Ying, so he placed Huangfu Ying in the Tianyang Hall. Previously, this was the residence of the seven princes, and just the moment before entering the garden, the palace maid who was leading the way suddenly knelt down, which startled Lu Wuchen. I was still figuring out in my heart what to say when I saw Huangfu Ying. In a while. Lu Wuchen is not a fool. Naturally, he knows that Huangfu Ying has a deep affection for herself. Even before this incident, Huangfu Ying would look for herself every 3 or 5 times, but as a villain, whoever follows is unlucky. Naturally, Lu Wuchen didn't want to harm each other because of himself. Quandang couldn't understand Huangfu Ying's love in the open and in the dark. His Royal Highness Shixi, please punish the maidservant. The palace girl kneeling on the ground trembled, looking really scared to death. They all say that this little prince is moody, and he is probably regarded as today. Why? The master did not invite the little prince to come. It was the slave who made the decision without authorization. As he said, he knocked his head. Sure enough, Lu Wuchen didn't feel right from the beginning. As a princess, Huangfu Ying is not the kind of person who has no weight. Even if you want to invite yourself, you shouldn't send someone to stop yourself after the meeting. So many palace ministers treat them as blind people. At first, I thought it was Zimyubai's conspiracy again, but after thinking about it, Zimyubai hasn't come back. It turned out that it was the palace girl who made the decision on her own. Chapter 43. Huangfu Ying encounters His Royal Highness Shixi, the master of my family. Since the incident, I have been depressed. Although I moved here, I was bullied by other masters. The palace girl cowed out and said, the blood on her forehead mixed with tears, stained with fresh soil. Stop. Upon seeing this, Lu Wuchen frowned and gave an order. Only then did the palace maid stop, knowing that she had offended the little prince, and the crime was unforgivable. His Royal Highness Shixi, this was all the slave's idea. The master didn't know it. The slave really didn't want to see the master heartbroken, let alone the master getting thinner and thinner. He is a loyal servant. It's a pity that the wrong method was used. Let's talk about who insulted the three princesses. Yes. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering from the Sun Temple. Get out. It was Huangfu Ying's voice. The tone was full of anger, and at this moment, a young man dressed in the usual uniform of 4 groups of anaconda dragons and clouds was thrown out of the hall with a look of embarrassment, his face wet, and even a piece of tea was hanging. Crazy. Huangfu Ying, you are simply crazy, unreasonable. It was the 7th prince, and Lu Wuchen really saw it. Although this 7th prince was not a direct descendant, his family was extremely powerful and controlled half of the army. In the Dian dynasty, it had a very strong power. Although it was not in the imperial court, it was regarded as the prime minister, and it was necessary to be humble to the powerful faction in the army by 3 points. With such a tyrannical foreign relative as his backer, the 7th prince was naturally arrogant and domineering in the palace. Even in front of brothers and sisters, they must show their prestige to His Royal Highness. These 7 princes have been unwilling to come to the master since they gave the Tianyang Hall to the master, and they will come to trouble the master for a long time. The palace maid also took the opportunity to say, not only the 7 princes, the royal family is ruthless, and there are many people who have fallen to the ground. However, everyone is a smart person, very vague. At most there are some wind and windwards, deliberately disgusting Huangfu Ying. Unlike these 7 princes, they directly came to the door to provoke. It is estimated that he also lived well in this Suiyang Hall, but because of the last incident, Huangfu Ying felt that he owed his daughter, so he forced the 7th prince to give up the Suiyang Hall. Even in this palace, the Tianyang Palace is one of the few good places, adjacent to the Imperial Garden, which is the envy of many princes and princesses. and the seventh prince also felt that he was deeply favored by Huangfuzing because he lived in this Hall of the Sun, which was a sign of status. But now, he has to hand over this Temple of the Sun to each other. How can the seven princes stand it like this? On his father's side, the seventh prince naturally didn't dare to complain too much. Your Huangfuing was just born to a palace girl on a whim after her father was drunk. She had no relatives to help her, and her concubine was not favored. Why do you occupy your own Temple of the Sun? Since then, the seven princes have come to the Sun Palace to make trouble every 3 to 5 days. At the beginning, Huangfuing held back, knowing that she had no strength in this palace. He had to hold back, but he didn't expect that the seven princes would become more unscrupulous when they saw Huangfuing being bullied even more today. Huangfuing was even humiliated in public. Unable to bear it, Huangfuing poured out a cup of tea, and was even smashed by the teacup at the feet of the seven princes. He either broke out in silence or died in silence. Obviously, Huangfuing chose the former. The seven princes who came out of the door were thinking about making things big. Obviously, the seven princes are very clear, and the father must love himself even more. Huangfuing, this prince tells you, you threw it into my royal face and stripped naked in front of Lu Wuchen, and the other party didn't look at you either. Get out. Huangfuing in the hall also appeared at the door at this moment, and the person looked a lot haggard. Even Lu Wuchen was taken aback when he saw it. Where is there the usual elegance? Is what the prince said wrong? Huangfuing, this prince tells you, you are the bitch no one wants. What kind of height is installed here? If this prince were you, he would have been killed a long time ago. Every sentence is vicious. The palace maid next to Lu Wuchen gritted her teeth, and the lord humiliated her and died, not to mention the palace maid who had served the three princesses for many years. But the next moment, the palace girl felt a chill in her body. A cold breath spread from Lu Wuchen's body. Go and call Huangfu and say that the king asked you to go. DG? The palace girl was taken aback. The status of this Emperor Ji is different from those of these princes and princesses, and it is not on the same level. Moreover, DG usually doesn't seem to like his master very much. The king asked you to go. Lu Wuchen gave a low cry. The palace girl was taken aback and hurriedly left. At this moment, the seven princes were still scolding, and it was obvious that they would not stop today. Huangfuing, this prince tells you, those who know each other, let out of this palace of the sun, otherwise, your scandal will spread throughout the imperial capital tomorrow, leaving you and your concubine to stay here without a face. The seven princes at this moment were obviously arrogant. Ha, by the way, the prince forgot, you don't care, both mother and daughter will seduce men. The same shameless. It's just that your Huangfuing is even more unbearable. Even if it is delivered to the door, no one wants it. You. Huangfuing's chest fluctuated for a while, but the next moment, he was dumbfounded, because at the door, she saw someone she thought about day and night, but couldn't face. It is Lu Wuchen. At this moment, the stubborn Huangfuing looked like a demon, her eyes cold. Even the verbal abuse of the seventh prince seemed to be inaudible. But Lu Wuchen, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at yourself too? Still come to see the excitement? Maybe the seventh prince is right. He posts it to you upside down, and you don't want to look at yourself more. Huangfuing wanted to leave, but found that her feet seemed to be taking root and she couldn't move one step, so she had to watch Wu Wujin approach step by step. Of the seventh prince didn't know yet that the other protagonist of this incident, who was behind him at the moment, was still scolding very happily, especially seeing Huangfuying's disoriented appearance. It was even more exciting, but I didn't know that Lu Wuchen, at this time, had already come behind the seventh prince. At this moment, the entourage of the seventh prince had already discovered Lu Wuchen, who had a bad face, and he couldn't care about anything else at the moment, so he quickly pulled the seventh prince's cuffs. Your Highness, Your Highness. Lu Wuchen is not Huangfuing. Although his status is not comparable to Huangfuing, Lu Wuchen is the only son of Lu Wangfu and will definitely inherit the title in the future. This is the prince. No matter how powerful his master is, he usually has to be polite to the little prince by 3 points. What to do? Obviously, the scolding of the seven princes was not cool enough. He seemed very dissatisfied that the servant dared to interrupt him. Turning his head this time, he found that Lu Wuchen was right behind him. The other protagonist of the incident was right behind him, feeling as if he had been captured alive. Chapter 44. Did your hand hurt from hitting me? It turned out to be Brother Wu Chen. The seventh prince immediately packed up his good spirits and saluted Lu Wuchen, as if nothing had happened just now. I have to say that as a prince, his skin is not as thick as usual. Brother Wang, this prince just came to express his condolences to Sister Huang. It is indeed condolences. Your Royal Highness was calling the king just now? There was no change in Lu Wuchen's face. Huang Fuwing smiled sadly. Too, the 7 princes were favored, so how could Lu Wuchen face off against the 7 princes who might inherit the throne for his own sake exactly? The 7th prince looked proud. What about the little prince of Lu Wangfu? Not yet. You deserve it too. At this moment, Lu Wuchen suddenly changed his face and looked tyrannically. Brother Wang, you. The 7th prince was stunned. As a result, before he could say this, Lu Wuchen slapped his face and slapped his mouth. This face is really cool. Huang Fuwing directly covered her lips, and the suppressed tears filled her eyes in an instant. Is this for yourself? Brother Wuchen Wang is for himself. Deep in the soul, he was constantly shouting, Lu Wuchen, you are presumptuous. Covering his right face, the 7th prince looked resentful. How dare he slap himself in the face? Since I was a child, even my father has never moved a finger of his own. His right face was directly swollen, and he saw how ruthless Lu Wuchen was. It's okay not to make a sound, but this sound reminds Lu Wuchen that the 2 sides are not aligned, and it doesn't seem to look good either. Snapped. The left face of the 7th prince was hit by Lu Wuchen's big mouth again. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. The little prince dared to beat the prince on the spot? And he is still a very favored 7th prince? Is it going to die? To say that these 7 princes are also a second-order powerhouse, although they are piled up with countless treasures of genius, but this strength is here, but such a second-order powerhouse, in front of Lu Wuchen, can't even protect himself. Just when he wanted to fight back, Lu Wuchen slapped him on the face with a big mouth. As fast as lightning. At this moment, the 7th prince was in a daze. This prince is a second-order master, and even the inner guard of the palace is not necessarily his opponent, but can't hide from Lu Wuchen's big mouth. This is so outrageous. But for Lu Wuchen, the second-order master is good and resistant to fighting. In Lu Wuchen's eyes, this is a more advanced sandbag. It makes your mouth stink. Let you talk nonsense. This slap is for you regardless of your age. This slap is you spreading rumors. This is to teach you for your 3 emperors. This is to teach you for myself. Slap after slap. The 7th prince had been completely blinded. Huang Fuying's expression, which had been stubborn and cold at this moment, could no longer be maintained. Even if she was so insulted and humiliated by the 7th prince just now, she could control her expression. At this moment, it also completely collapsed, and tears slid down his cheeks unconvincingly. All grievances, anger, and all negative emotions seemed to have found a catharsis. Brother Wuchen didn't come to see his own jokes. It's not to ridicule yourself. This kind of feeling that someone cares about is really good. In this royal family, how long has it been since Huang Fuwing has not felt? This way, maintain your poor self-esteem with indifference and hypocrisy, and tell yourself never to cry. But now, Huang Fuwing couldn't do it. Since she was in tears, she just shed a lot of tears. In the end, Lu Wuchen simply stopped looking for any reason, just to smoke you. Little prince, you can't fight anymore. You can't fight anymore. Come on. Come on. The entourage of the 7th prince began to shout loudly. His master was beaten like this. Can he still have a way to live? It's okay not to shout. This shout aroused Lu Wuchen's idea. When the 7th prince insulted the empress, Yu Diaonu didn't stop you, and now you are yelling here. I wonder if the king hasn't had enough. As a slave, how dare you commit the following crimes and forget your duty? What's the use of keeping you like this, Diao slave? Lu Wuchen clearly remembered that this Diaonu was still helping just now. It was really courageous. The princess of the dignified Dian dynasty, in fact, is your Diaonu shameful? At the moment, it was a kick, and Diaonu received this kick and was kicked directly to the wall 10 meters away. The wall shattered in response, and as for this Diaonu, he didn't even make a sound. It should be more or less unlucky, Lu Wuchen. You are crazy, crazy. This prince wants to tell his father that he wants your life. The 7th prince, who has already leaked his words, has incomparable hatred in his eyes at this moment. This swollen face, like a pig's head, tells of the tragic experience just now. No matter what this slave is, this is his own person after all, and now he is being killed by Lu Wuchen. Where is your face? Face. His Royal Highness, the 7th prince, let's think about yourself first. Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, kept doing nothing, and bullied himself again. Another crisp slap sounded. Huang Fuwing saw all this naturally relieved, but after such a fight, the 7th prince must not be killed alive by the dust-free king brother. This is really a big deal. In the palace, beat the prince? Is this worth it? The key is already that you can't even recognize your father. Brother Wang, that's enough. Stop it, don't fight anymore. Huang Fuing naturally knew that the little prince was standing up for herself, and her cold heart had already been melted by this gentleness. But Brother Wuchen's doing this is bound to make his father Thunder furious. No, Brother Wuchen is all for himself. No matter what he does, he has to carry everything for Brother Wang. Even if he loses the identity of this princess for this reason, what about it? At this moment, Huang Fuing hugged Lu Wuchen directly from behind, for fear that the little prince would make another move. Lu Wuchen naturally felt that the graceful curve of the three princesses was tightly attached to her back. In order not to hurt Huang Fuing, Lu Wuchen stopped. Wow! Unexpectedly, the seven princes burst into tears on the spot. This cry was simply sad for the person who heard it, as if he had suffered a lot of grievances. In the next second, two teeth fell directly. A dignified second-order master was slapped with two front teeth. At this time, the inner guard had already rushed to the scene. After all, the movement was too loud. Seeing the scene in front of him, the guard was dumbfounded. How to manage this kind of thing? Of the few people in front of us, none of them can be controlled by our inner guards. Well, it's better to report this situation. At this moment, Ji Huangfu, the emperor of the dynasty, also rushed over. Huangfu, who stepped into this hall of the sun, looked quite bad. Sister Huang calmed her anger. Brother Wuchen didn't do it on purpose. Seeing DG's expression, Huang Fuing thought that DG was here for the beating of the seventh prince. Naturally, she was frightened, and quickly lowered her body to admit her mistake. Sister Huang, this Lu Wuchen is too presumptuous. How dare you do this? Sister Huang must stand up for Xiuqi. The seventh prince cried directly. In the eyes of the seven princes, the empress is usually the most special to herself. I won't be at this time. Help Lu Wuchen, an outsider. At this moment, Huang Fuwan turned a deaf ear to the words of Huang Fuing, and the seventh prince came directly in front of Lu Wuchen. In the expressions of everyone's collapse, Lu Wuchen's right hand was taken up. Does your hand hurt? Puff. Sister Huang, what are you talking about? The seventh prince looked MMP. Well, this pig's head can't make extra expressions anymore. Chapter 45. Are you satisfied, Brother Wuchen? How broken is the heart of the seventh prince now? Sister Huang, is it the prince who was beaten? Moreover, the prince was slapped off two front teeth. If you don't believe me, listen to it. It's still leaking. You are holding the murderer's hand now, and you are nervously asking if there is anything wrong with the other party's hand. Why is this embarrassing for the prince? Haven't you woken up yet? Or is the way you opened it wrong? Huang Fuwan, this king asks you, but you promised this king? What about these seven princes? But Lu Wuchen didn't appreciate it at all at this time, looking at Huang Fuwan with a cold face. This one promised herself, Huang Fuing will definitely not be bullied in the slightest, but what about now? If it weren't for my own discovery, hee. Even in his previous life, this king can ignore all of them, but in this matter, what if Huang Fu's political relatives come? This king is going to make a complete mess today. Oh, my God, the little prince must be crazy today, even if he beats the seventh prince. How dare he speak to DG in such a tone, in the entire palace, except for Huang Fuzzing, who was not trembling when encountering God Ji for fear of angering DG and making her unhappy. It's good for this little prince, relying on DG's love. How dare he do this? I don't take DG seriously anymore, do I? Even Huang Fuing squeezed his sweat for Lu Wuchen. Okay, this is death. Sister Huang, don't give the prince face, beat him up. This is the inner monologue of the seven princes. In the view of the seventh prince, the majesty of his imperial sister is inviolable. Lu Wuchen, you are crazy to death now. Very good, really, when the emperor dare not touch you, as expected by the seventh prince. DG let go of Lu Wuchen's hand blankly. He walked towards him with a cold face. Lu Wuchen, just a silly ex, provoked Sister Huang in public, and retribution came. This was to push Sister Huang to her side and do it herself. Sister Huang. This Lu Wuchen ignores the majesty of the royal family, and his sins are unforgivable. The seventh prince still wanted to pour oil on the fire, but the next moment, it was a familiar big mouth, but this time, it was from DG's hands. Moreover, this sound is much louder than any time before. Damn it. The seventh prince was blinded, and before he could react, he was directly slapped to the ground. Lu Wuchen slapped so many slaps, in total, 2 front teeth of the seventh prince were knocked out, but this time, Emperor Ji Huangfu knocked out 3 teeth of the seventh prince with just a slap. Looking at the teeth he spit out, the seventh prince wanted to cry without tears. I guessed the beginning, but I didn't even guess the end. Sister Huang, you? Now it's not whether the words are leaking or not, and no one else can understand what they say at all. No matter how arrogant and domineering the seventh prince was, he didn't dare to surpass DG at all in front of him. It's just an aggrieved expression, but this pig's head-like face looks very festive. Has the dust-free king brother relieved his breath? Emperor Ji ignored the seven princes at all, but faced Lu Wuchen. Looking at this situation, if Lu Wuchen hadn't relieved his anger, it is estimated that Emperor Ji's second slap would not be far away. Lu Wuchen was also taken aback, and DG was embarrassed to do so. No matter how angry DG was, he was also released under the slap of DJI.as for Huang Fuing and the guards who came. They were all dumbfounded. Isn't that right, DG? Be reasonable. Is there such a pet as you? Is this the rhythm of spoiling the little prince to heaven? Huang Fuan, the men in this palace naturally want to spoil the sky, no matter who is the enemy of the men in this palace. The palace will not be polite. Huang Fuan also took the opportunity to tell everyone by doing this, the little prince of Lu Wangfu, you can't move, no one can. Wanner, what are you doing? At the critical moment, Huang Fuzzing is long overdue. Originally, after the Morning Dynasty today, I was in a good mood. However, just now, the inner guard came to report that the little prince of the Lu family had beaten his favorite seventh prince in the Qingyang Hall in the palace. Why does Huang Fuzzing feel so fantasy? Is Lu Wuchen crazy? Actually beat the prince in public. Moreover, the prince's foreign relatives, can't afford it, and my mother's family is a real power faction in the military. Fortunately, no matter what happens, such a thing is not allowed to happen. Immediately his face turned dark, and he hurriedly brought the inner guard over. At the door of the Temple of the Sun, I heard a crisp slap. At this time, Huang Fuzzing's face turned darker. This is not only slapping the face of the seventh prince, but also slapping my face. He entered the door with a look of anger, and the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Why was DG really there? Moreover, Huang Fuzhang also heard the conversation just now. It turned out to be my Wanner who slapped my son's face. As brothers and sisters, Wanner, what are you going to do? See, father. The minister participates in the Holy One. Seeing Huang Fuzzing, everyone naturally did not dare to neglect him. Except for the seven princes who were beaten and forced, everyone saluted Huang Fuzhang. Lu Wuchen looked indifferent, and he fought all by himself. Before the fight, he had thought of this situation. As for Huang Fuan, her face was even more calm. Will Huang Fuzhang punish himself for the seven princes? It's impossible to think about it. Even if he demolished the palace by himself, it is estimated that Huang Fuzzing would only laugh. As for Huang Fuing, she looked worried. Naturally, she was worried about Brother Wuchen. After all, Huang Fuying's status in the palace is really not high among the brothers and sisters. They were by accident. The last time they were furious for their own thunder, it was more because they had to take into account the dignity and face of the royal family. If Huang Fuzhang really cared about his three princesses, he would not have betrothed himself to a foreign warlord after an accident in the previous life. Then he didn't care whether Huang Fuing was happy after her marriage. Lu Wuchen, what are you going to do? Naturally, Huang Fuzhang would not blame Huang Fuan, so all his anger would naturally go towards Lu Wuchen. At this moment, seeing that his patron was finally here, the seventh prince came to his father's feet in a row. Holding Huang Fuzhang's thigh was a burst of crying. Father, you have to make the decision for the emperor. Not to mention, the seventh prince's behavior really startled Huang Fuzzing. Who the hell is this? Almost kicked the seven princes over. But when you look at this dress, there is also this Fordru Python Dragon Ting-in costume. That's when I reacted. Damn it, is this my seventh prince? A handsome face, even I can't recognize it when I was beaten. This is really too cruel, isn't it? Seeing his emperor's son so miserable, even Huang Fuzhang couldn't help but take a breath. Lu Wuchen. You are too cruel, right? Even if it is a great enemy, this is my emperor. Have you ever taken into account my feelings when you beat people like this? Bold Lu Wuchen, come on, take down the person for me. Lu Wuchen sneered. This considered to be the eagerness of the protector. By the way, your majesty, why don't you calm down and calm down? This king is also moved by you now. The king is tired of listening to it. If you have the ability, do you really want to try this king for a while? This expression made Huang Fu really angry. Chapter 46. In this life, the Empress, will never yield. The inner guard swarmed up. This was to directly take down Lu Wuchen, but Lu Wuchen didn't care. He was the villain himself. However, Huang Fuan obviously didn't think so. A flash appeared in front of Lu Wuchen, with bright fire-red court dresses flying in the wind. The word "sa" is well understood. Sword come. The spirit sword soared into the sky from Huang Fuan's palace. The next moment, Huang Fu's outstretched hand appeared. Who dares to take a step forward, ruthless under the sword? This sentence alone shocked all the guards. Just kidding. These inner guards are at most third-order masters, nurturing hundreds of acupuncture points and opening up clever acupuncture points all over the body, and they are just beginning to be able to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Compared with DG, the difference is not a little bit. Emperor G had already reached the realm of refining the gods with alchemy, flying into the sky and fleeing to the ground, and his psionic powers came out as he wanted, coupled with Huangfu Wantongshan's swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship alone, it is no different from the generation of wine swordsmanly by back then. Just go up by yourself to deliver food. Wonder, why is this? Huangfu Zhang was in an extremely complicated mood at the moment, and they all said that she was an extroverted girl, but you don't need to cover it up like this, do you? What does this make me think? At the moment, I looked at Lu Wuchen viciously. My Emperor G, see if you have broken it all. Lu Wuchen, fuck. Be reasonable. Do you have to carry this pot yourself? Well, we are the villains, and Lu Wuchen also recognizes it. Father, this is not the fault of Emperor Wuchen. If you want to punish, you can punish your daughter. At this moment, Huang Fuing also knelt down in front of Huangfu Zhang. The imploring intent was obvious, which made Huangfu Zhang even more headache and hiss. I owe this daughter a lot, although I don't like it very much. I can't do too much. It's just that capital crimes are exempted, and living crimes cannot be escaped. Someone will send Lu Wuchen back to Lu Wangfu and lock him up for 10 days as a punishment. Puff. Be reasonable, father. Are you serious? The seventh prince was dumbfounded. MMP, have you been beaten like this? It turned out to be 10 days of confinement? Is it a little bit unworthy of this beating by yourself? 5 teeth, have you been knocked out of 5 teeth? Father. Huangfu Zhang also has a headache. What can he do? Although I feel distressed, my Emperor G protects this kid so much. How can I punish him? The last time for this bastard, DG even threatened me to defect. As for the 3 princesses, I will find you a marriage on the same day, and you will be married. Although it is not yet known how this conflict was caused, it is natural that the conflict in this Temple of the Sun has nothing to do with Huangfuing. Anyway, what happened before has already happened, and it's better for the 3 princesses to get married compared with the 7 princes. The 3 princesses are naturally insignificant. When Huang Fuing heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Is this your life? It's okay to marry far away from the imperial capital, or it's time to die. Or leave this ruthless royal family. You have no jokes. Huang Fuing naturally knew, however, Brother Wang, Inger can be treated like this by you. My heart is enough. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Wuchen again. Brother Wang, there is no chance in this life. In the next life, would you like to give me 1/10 of your love? Huang Fuing was content, sitting on the ground. The 2 of them were godless, and they were separated again. The daughter thanked her father. At this time, Huang Fuing seemed to have lost her mind, like a beautiful body without a soul. In his previous life, Huang Fuing was sent away by the emperor, but Lu Wuchen did not see it with his own eyes. I just thought that Huang Fuing should at least be happier if she stayed away from herself. After all, he is the villain. Who knows when he will fart? But now that I have experienced this scene firsthand, seeing Huang Fuying's appearance, my heart hurts at the moment. Are you wrong? 10 years is a long time to die. If you don't think about it, you will never forget it. Thousands of miles of lonely graves, nowhere to speak, desolate. Even if you don't know each other when you meet, your face is full of dust and your sideburns are like frost. At night, Yu Ming suddenly returned home. Xiaox Huangshuan was dressing up at the window of Xiaox Huangshuan. There are no words to take care of each other, only 1,000 lines of tears. Unexpectedly, the intestines were broken every year, and it was a bright moonlight night, and it was short. Matsuoka, how similar is this scene? Huang Fuing, in the last life, the king owed you after all. In this life, I can't let this happen again. Unconsciously, Lu Wuchen's mentality has changed a bit. Your Majesty, Minister. As soon as Lu Wuchen spoke, but didn't want to, Huang Fuwan suddenly took a step forward and fell to her knees. This scene made Lu Wuchen's heart vibrate, and DG's pride, no matter who he had bowed down to in his previous life or in his present life, had never seen him bow down to anyone, even in the face of Huang Fu Zhang. It only takes one salute. For this, Huang Fu Zhang made a special will. When the Emperor Ji, it can be seen that I don't kneel. This honor, the entire Dian dynasty, is also exclusive to Emperor Ji, but, this time, Huang Fuwan actually knelt on her knees. How can people not be shocked? My son, why is this? Even Huang Fu Zhang, at this moment, is a little lost in his mind. How proud is my Emperor Ji? Why is this so? Father, the palace promised that it will protect the third sister thoroughly. The palace promises her a lifetime of wealth and peace. Please be clear with my father. Huang Fuwan was not stupid. As soon as he saw the appearance of Brother Wuchen, he knew what Brother Wang wanted, although I also felt pity for my imperial sister in my heart. However, once it comes to Brother Wuchen, in this life, I must not let it go. Sorry, Sister Huang, the palace can protect you and even give you everything. But Brother Wuchen, the palace must not let it. Father, the palace is unmarried. So when will it be the turn of the emperor's sister? If the two are in love with each other, it doesn't matter. If they are in political interests, my Dayan dynasty doesn't need to be like this. The strength of the Dayan dynasty naturally does not need to be borne by the princess. It's enough to have the palace. One person and one sword will ensure the prosperity of the dynasty for the rest of its life. Seeing Huang Fuwan's attitude so tough, Huang Fuzhang had a headache for a while. This is hard to do. And then he glared at Lu Wuchen fiercely. This bastard. He was so fascinated by the two princesses that he was fascinated by 3 out of 5. Should I give an order that Lu Wuchen will not be allowed to enter the palace from now on? Father, no way. Father, your son was beaten like this. How can you forgive them lightly? This Huang Fuwing and Lu Wuchen are colluding. Father Mingjian. When the 7th prince saw it, in the end, he might have suffered this beating in vain. Naturally, this will not work. Usually, the father is used to being pampered. At this time, the 7 emperors are a spoiled child. Naturally, he didn't want to stop the dam. Buddy, why are you more likely to die than a villain like yourself? Isn't it good to be your tool man? Lu Wuchen was speechless at this time, and he had almost forgotten this guy just now, but I didn't expect that now I jumped out to die again. If you don't die, you won't die. Don't you know? Think about it. You are just a tool person who doesn't even deserve your name, okay? Chapter 47. The villain dies from talking too much. Your Majesty, the minister has something to say. In that case, don't blame the king for being rude. Lu Wuchen took a step forward and his momentum became stronger. Speak. Huang Fuzhang was also depressed. Why was the 7th prince he liked so stupid? In this case, isn't it good to pretend to be dead quietly without speaking? I just treat it as if nothing happened. But why do you want to jump out and die? Why did I raise an idiot like you? I am also depressed at the moment, although it is still unclear what happened. Huang Fuzhang had already heard of the arrogance and domineering of the 7th prince. If it weren't for the stability of the country for the sake of foreigners, Huang Fuzhang would have to educate himself well. Today's incident must have nothing to do with him. Did your Majesty say that no one is allowed to disclose the 3 princesses? Naturally, I know everything. Your Majesty, the prince has broken the law. Is he guilty of the same crime as the common people? This is the ancestral training of the dynasty, and I should abide by it. Well, with these words, what is Lu Wuchen afraid of? What should be said and what shouldn't be said? I said it all over again. After listening to this, I didn't make Huang Fuzhang so angry, knowing that his son was arrogant and domineering, but I didn't expect to be so mentally retarded. Even if the 3rd princess was born to me in the palace, girl, isn't it my bloodline? Can you tolerate your adversity to talk about it again? The emperor's family is the most ruthless. Huang Fuzhang knows this better than anyone else, but this often happens in the battle for the throne. This is a good thing. What does my 3 princesses have to do with the throne? Just because of a mere temple of the sun, do you dare to speak out like this? With your brain, do you still want to peep into the throne? A pig is better than you, even stabbed your emperor's sister's heart fiercely. Good. So ruthless, he is really my good son. Dare to ask your Majesty, what is the crime of the 7 princes? Huang Fuzhang would be in trouble for this question. Even if he was angry again, he would still be my prince. Although it was so absurd, I couldn't blame my prince for this matter all the time. It is also difficult to answer, Your Majesty, since the 7 princes have no respect for their young, do not understand humility, and act perverse. Why not punish the 7 princes for copying filial piety thousands of times and be supervised by the 3 princesses? Before the punishment is over, according to Chen, it's better to be grounded. Puff. Lu Wuchen, you were so cruel. The 7th prince was completely dumbfounded. Filial piety has been practiced thousands of times, and it really doesn't sound like much. However, this article of filial piety has nearly 10,000 words. I don't know which ancient great Confucian did it. It's just cheating. How long does it take to finish this by yourself? Isn't this self-restraint in disguise? The corners of Huang Fuzhang's mouth also twitched. Lu Wuchen, how good are you, kid? Do you know it yourself? The prince who beat me up didn't say anything. I was just banned for 10 days as a punishment, unexpectedly. You are ruthless. Are you going to lock up my prince for the rest of your life? This is a stroke with a brush. Nearly 10 million words. It's really going to be written out. Can't you become a generation of book sages? The key is to let the 3rd princess supervise. After listening to the situation just now, how much does my third princess hate this indefatigable seventh prince? You don't know in your heart. And now Huang Fuwing still has Huang Fuwan's support. At that time, you can't even be lazy and slippery. It's just killing people, Lu Wuchen said. If Huang Fuwan hadn't stopped him just now, you would have let me go to jail. Have you ever had any scruples about how the villain feels? If you don't come to be ruthless, how can this king vent his hatred? Huang Fuzzing looked MMP. This person has been beaten like this by you. Don't you let go of your resentment. Sorry. This king is the villain, and the villain is not as kind-hearted as the protagonist. Besides, the male protagonist of this book is not much better. Forget it 1,000 times. Copy it 100 times. I will check it myself. Huang Fuzzing was also shameless. He shrank more than 10 times, and he had to check it himself. Who didn't know that you were secretly releasing water? However, this has already been said. For the sake of this, Lu Wuchen naturally can't say more. At any rate, he is also the big boss of the Dian dynasty. It's pretty good to be able to do this, and Lu Wuchen salutes respectfully at the moment. My Emperor Shang Ming. Lu Wuchen didn't pursue it anymore, which didn't mean Huang Fuwan just let it go so easily. Your brother Wuchen almost agreed to accept the three princesses just now, but if it weren't for the palace's eyesight and quick hands just now, this dust-free brother would not belong to the palace, and the source of all this is the seventh prince. Huang Fuwan naturally has no affection for the seventh prince of father, since it is a punishment to copy 100 times. After 100 times, you can invite all the emperor's brothers and sisters to observe together. It can be regarded as an education to rectify the bad culture in the palace. As soon as these words came out, it was tantamount to breaking the back path of the seven princes to steal, rape and play tricks, whether the characters came from one person or not, and what the characters of the seven princes looked like, everyone knew very well. When the seventh prince heard this, he collapsed on the ground on the spot, crying without tears. No, it's because the eyes are too swollen to squeeze out tears. Huang Fuzhang glanced at Huang Fuwan, and then nodded silently. It seems that this time, Shao Qi offended Wana a lot. Of course, there is another thing that the seventh prince may not have imagined, that is, from today on, the seventh prince has become two straight parallel lines with the throne. Disliked by Emperor Ji, the throne completely left him. I don't know if the seventh prince will regret what he did today when he reacts at that time. Lu Wuchen, on the other hand, led his 10-day confinement and left the palace. It's good to be grounded, so you don't have to get up early and go to court. For Lu Wuchen, this is a good thing. Since he is grounded, of course he does not want to go back to Lu Wangfu. If this is known to his father, it will definitely be another nagging meal. The father is getting older and has a nagging bad problem. Simply went directly to the courtyard on the outskirts of the city, so that he could live a leisurely life. As for Huang Fuwing at this time, she could only see Wu Chen's distant back. With Huang Fuying's cleverness, it is natural to know the reason. Unexpectedly, Sister Huang changed her attitude towards the little prince before, which made her see no hope. As for giving up? No, Huang Fuwingzi will not give up. At least one thing can be determined today. Your brother Wu Chen has himself in his heart. That's enough. When a seed is planted, sooner or later it will break the ground and germinate. Brother Wu Chen, the palace is waiting for you. In this life and in this world, the sea is dry and the rocks are broken, and this life will last forever. The warmth that Lu Wuchen brought to himself today is soft. It was enough to soothe Huang Fuying's frozen heart for 18 years. It turns out that this is the taste of being cared for as seventh brother. From this point of view, Sister Huang seems to want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know. It turns out that Brother Wuchen has his own shadow in his heart. Lu Wuchen, fuck, I think too much. This king was just excited for a while. Don't you just go home and reflect now? In terms of how to play a villain well, first of all, don't use emotions. At this point, I am still insufficient. As for Huang Fuwan, seeing Wu Chen's faraway back, she showed a charming smile. Brother Wuchen, you did a good job today, and the palace appreciates it very much. This is who you were in the mind of the palace. If Lu Wuchen knew, for this reason, he would go to another level in Huang Fuwan's heart. I don't know what the reaction will be. A heroine. Can't we act well? I really can't understand this plot anymore. Chapter 48. Male lead. Long time no see. The seventh prince is under house arrest. No, isn't the Holy One very fond of these seven princes? Maybe it's because of fear of the strength behind the seven princes. Things like military power have always been taboo. Could it be that this is a signal from the Holy One? Want to move your relatives? It is possible that everything is stable in the dynasty now, and the saint may want it. A series of rumors spread out, and they quickly scattered among the imperial capitals. This made Huang Fuzhang have a headache. Move a fart. Is military power so active? The family has been loyal to the royal family for generations, and has expanded the territory for the dynasty, with outstanding military achievements. Do you have nothing to do when you are full? Ruined the foundation of the dynasty. However, the real reason for this is hard to say. This is regarded as a scandal in the royal family. Brothers and sisters are not in harmony. This is a taboo. The emperor and the royal family are ruthless. That is also a private matter. It is impossible to talk about it. On the bright side, Huang Fujian was helpless, so he had to recruit the relatives of the 7 princes into the palace. After a long time of comfort, I finally understood what was going on. Naturally, I was grateful to the emperor for his kindness. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lu Wuchen. For Lu Wuchen at this time, the feeling of not having to go up is really cool, and I have returned to the life of salted fish. Lu Wuchen discovered that sometimes this is pretty good, and the villain has to look like a villain. It would be better if DG didn't come to him often. In the past 3 days, both ends have been running towards me. Oh hey, are you the heroine? Is this necessary? This plot collapsed. It's not good for anyone, but the problem is, even if DG comes, Yuxuan, what's the excitement about you? The most talented girl in the Dian dynasty. What do you mean? I'm afraid that the king is too bored to be grounded alone. Also, if you play the qin, you play the qin. Why do you have to choose these affectionate love songs? As for Huang Fuwan and He Yuxuan, they naturally met several times in this other courtyard. Originally, Huang Fuwan wanted to make it clear that the palace was reborn, and so was He Yuxuan. However, what shocked Huang Fuwan was that she couldn't say what she said anyway. Even if she wrote it, it wouldn't work. In the sky and the earth, there seemed to be a force that prevented him from speaking. The same feeling also appeared in He Yuxuan's body. It seems that the secret of my rebirth cannot be revealed. That being the case, it's good for both parties to know it. I am still willing to accompany Lu Wuchen every day. This is impossible to get rid of. If the talents of the world knew that Lu Wuchen was living such a life, not to mention the company of beautiful people, the talented women would play the piano by themselves, and DG would dance the sword by herself. Can you give me such a confinement for the rest of my life? How enviable is this? But you, Lu Wuchen, are fine, and you look reluctant. If it weren't for you, the little prince, it is estimated that someone would come to trouble you with a knife now. It's too Versailles. I can't stand it anymore. However, there is no sword, but there is really one who killed with a sword. Lu Wuchen was enjoying the scenery in the beautiful courtyard as usual, under the boundless falling trees, lying in the trough, etc. It's not autumn now. There was a killing intent. Obviously it's for yourself. Lu Wuchen turned to avoid him at the moment, and the pavilion where he was originally located turned into ashes in an instant. Such violent psionic energy is rare in the world. As for Lu Wuchen at this moment, he was not too shocked. The one in front of you is finally here. Yo! The male protagonist is very big. It's been a long time since I saw him, and I miss him very much. You don't have to guess to know that this person wearing the ice mask is Zimyabai, the male protagonist who has been missing for many days. Think that wearing an iron liukang, the king won't recognize you? Anyway, it's also the male protagonist. Can you please be serious? Besides, the male lead is so good, how could he hang up? Not to mention that it was just the collapse of a ruin. Even if it was the destruction of the world, Lu Wuchen believed that this male protagonist must be the last to die. However, the collapse of this plot is indeed a bit outrageous. In the previous life, there was no such paragraph. In her previous life, she was framed by the male protagonist, who made a Yuxuan weak, and strengthened the 3 princesses. It was when everyone shouted, except for the remote control to command the secret guard of the palace. There was really no strength to block the male protagonist. It stands to reason that Zimyabai at this time was when the scenery was infinite. Where would he be as depressed as he is now? But the male protagonist is the male protagonist, just as Lu Wuchen thought. Although the ruins collapsed and Zimyabai was buried under the ruins, the male protagonist had the ability to survive the catastrophe. Not only was he not seriously injured, but he found the ruins under the ruins. Be reasonable. Who would put a grave on someone else's grave? It turned out that this turned out to be the devil's cover-up under this relic. There is another universe. Lu Wuchen felt strange from the beginning. You are this old devil, at any rate. You are the first person under the ancient emperors, right? This is the collection. Can this also reflect your status? It's too shabby. Who knows that this old demon is called smart? And he knows what it means to be rich and not to show up. There is a secret room in the true sense under the ruins. It is estimated that no one knows except the old devil himself. If it weren't for the collapse this time, this relic would not have appeared. In the last life, the male protagonist did not discover this closed secret room, and in this life, because Lu Wuchen robbed the opportunity of the male protagonist, this must be compensated. Therefore, this is a special alternative prepared by heaven for the son of luck. Moreover, the magic weapons inside are good, as well as the genius earth treasures used to enhance their strength. They are much more than the male protagonist in the previous life got, you said. Is this irritating? Lu Wuchen was really speechless. Looking at the realm of the male protagonist at this moment, he was a lot more tyrannical than before. At first glance, he knew that this was a breakthrough to the 5th level. Sure enough, the male protagonist is used to pet. Not only that, but this cold iron mask on his face had never been seen before in his previous life. It is estimated that it is an incredible spiritual treasure, as well as the spiritual sword in his hand. It was said that it was a spirit sword, but it revealed a weird aura. MMP. This is simply unreasonable, and Zimyabai's realm has risen sharply, and he has obtained so many spiritual treasures, so he naturally has to come and punch him in the face for the first time. Be reasonable. Isn't it the king who beat you up like this? It's simply indiscriminate, at best. I just robbed you of your opportunity, and besides, I didn't pay in vain. I also helped you take care of the old demon. Wait, for Lu Wuchen, this is the old devil, but for the schedule, maybe it's the old man? Maybe it's a good helper to urge yourself to practice. In this regard, Lu Wuchen was truly speechless. At this moment, Zimyabai's murderous intent towards Lu Wuchen rose sharply. System. In other words, if the male protagonist is now finished, will he be considered to have completed the plot? System. You can do it again, huh? Sure enough, how could this great good thing happen to the villain? Therefore, I am going to fight for my life now. Lu Wuchen didn't hide it either, and his momentum skyrocketed. Zimyabai. Sure enough, this little prince is not simple. From the point of view of his momentum, he is already a 4th-order cultivator, but why do you feel a trace of evil power? Nonsense. This king is the body of the supreme demon Tao, and he really wants to burst out all of them, scaring you to death. Chapter 49. Every gesture is imbued with supernatural powers. Zimyabai really didn't expect that this little prince was hidden so deeply. Sure enough, do you just want to deal with yourself? Give yourself an unexpected surprise. Male lead, are you really suffering from persecuted delusions? At this time, Lu Wuchen's momentum had reached its peak. Interesting. What about the 4th order? The next moment, Zimyabai was holding a spirit sword and slashed horizontally. The speed was so fast that a ghosting occurred in an instant. Lu Wuchen even felt that his eyes could not keep up with the afterimage of the sky. Did he take stimulants? The male protagonist can always burst out with incredible potential against the villain. Really angry or avoid quickly at the moment, carrying the spirit sword in the flesh? I am not stupid, and Zimyabai split 49 swords in an instant, sealing all the space on Lu Wuchen's side. After a violent spatial fluctuation, the place where Lu Wuchen originally stood has lost his trace. Was it just dropped by the male trunk? Come out. Zimyabai said coldly in one direction. Yo, yes, you discovered it. At this time, a ripple appeared in the space where everything was normal, and the next moment, Lu Wuchen appeared from this ripple. I am the last life. Lu Wuchen specialized in the law of space. It can be regarded as an innate advantage. The trick of carving insects. That's right, but Zimyabai's face under the mask is not good looking. Does this little prince still have such magical powers? Lu Wuchen said that the Holy Land of Reincarnation has a lot of supernatural powers, and he has learned a lot in his previous life. At any rate, he is also the #1 villain, and no one can compare his luck except the male protagonist. It's not easy to learn some life-saving magical powers, however. For Lu Wuchen, there are still some troubles at the moment, and he doesn't seem to have much means of attack. Supreme magic flame must not be used. This is the imperial capital, and if you use it yourself, you really can't tell. The demon gate has done nothing evil for nearly 100 years, and as long as it is found, it will be hunted down. At this moment, a sword came eastward and turned into a stream of light. Both Lu Wuchen and Zimyabai did not react. Just because the speed was too fast, it wasn't until he got close that Zimyabai noticed the sword light, which was shooting at him. What a powerful sword! Intent. Who? In shock and anger, Zimyabai raised his sword to block, but I don't want to. This sword is extremely powerful. Although he repelled Fei Jian, his wrist was sore for a while, and his figure was repelled for several miles. This is Huangfu Wan's famous stunt, 5th order? Zimyabai was taken aback. Don't the current masters want money anymore? Mass production. Before Zimyabai left, he didn't know that Huangfu Wan was retreating, let alone that Huangfu Wan had been promoted to the 5th rank earlier than himself. At this moment, the spirit sword that was hit and flew stayed in the air, and the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared, stepping on the spirit sword, like a peerless sword fairy, floating in the air. The pupils of Zimyabai's mask dilated for a while. Is there any hindrance to Brother Wuchen? What Huangfu Wan cares about most is Lu Wuchen. As for this assassin, Huangfu Wan doesn't care. Unhindered. This In the mountains of 100,000 mountains before, Wan had already beaten Xinyabai. This time, it won't be Wan's turn, will it? What do you leading ladies want to do? Are you addicted to beating the male lead? However, it was the first time that Lu Wuchen discovered that he was a little excited in his heart. Wan came at the right time. Since he can't die now, then beat him up, bold, in the imperial capital of Dian. How can it be presumptuous? Doing it in the imperial capital, this is naked punching in the face. Moreover, the target of this assassination was his own brother Wuchen Wang. How could Wan endure it? It seemed that Wan did not recognize the other party. This is also the credit of Xinyabai's mask. Hiding all the breath can even make others have the illusion. It also increases defensive power. It is a very practical spiritual treasure, and its rank is quite high. This thing looks good. Do you want to make one to play with? The most important thing is to hide one's identity. After all, one's supreme magic foundation cannot be easily exposed. When Wan appeared at this moment, Xinyabai had a hint of retreat. Just kidding, I just broke through. Because I was afraid that the delay would be too long and arouse the Emperor's suspicion. So I rushed back day and night. Along the way, he relied on his own deep psionic abilities, and the first thing I did when I came back was to trouble Lu Wuchen. After all, among the 100,000 mountains, he was forced into a desperate situation because of Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen is going to throw the bowl in a daze, so let's talk about it. What does this have to do with yourself? Lu Wuchen felt that he was wronged very much, but in Xinyabai's view, Lu Wuchen and Wan were in the same group. Since I got the system, I have been smooth sailing. This time, he actually fell such a big somersault, and naturally he needed to vent his anger, and the target of this venting is naturally the first villain, Lu Wuchen. Originally, I thought that with his current strength, it would be absolutely easy to kill Lu Wuchen, who was alone, but who knew that he had misjudged Lu Wuchen's strength, and it turned out to be the 4th level? What a little prince, hidden so deeply. It has always given people a harmless appearance of humans and animals. Lu Wuchen, huh? This is also my own fault, okay? The male protagonist is right, and I put up with it. He didn't take Lu Wuchen down in the first place, but at this moment, he met Wan again. What Xinyabai didn't expect was that Wan had already been promoted to the 5th rank. The most important thing, Wan was still a swordsman, with a supreme swordsmanship that shook the world. At this moment, Xinyabai also regretted it for a while, planning and then moving, why he was dust-free to the mainland. Even such a simple truth was forgotten. Xinybai's silence did not mean that Wan was willing to let the other party go. If it weren't for him to arrive in time, Brother Wuchen might be in danger. Even if you were not injured, what if you were forced out of the supreme magic path? Even the Dian dynasty might not be able to hold it. Thinking of this, there was also a panic. At the moment, a burst of anger broke out, and the target was naturally Xinyabai. The powerful sword intent came out through the body, forming a giant spiritual sword over Wan. This is Wan's magical power. At the bottom of the box, Wan, who was in the last life, gained the reputation of a peerless sword fairy. With this trick, the younger generation in today's world, in terms of understanding of sword intent, no one can influence it. Wan, who had a complete outbreak, had to retreat within the same rank, gaining momentum. However, even though Wan was already in the 5th rank, he was still a little too reluctant to control the god of slashing. It takes a long time to gain momentum. Seeing this, Xinyabai was ready to run away. This time, it had become a joke to say that Lu Wuchen was going to be killed. I had to retreat temporarily and figure it out slowly. However, this time Lu Wuchen can make it easy for you, Xinyabai, to leave. Are you kidding me, Wanfu? Bei Yuan, come if you want, or go if you want. Do you really think the villain has no temper? Although I know that there are no people in Xinyabai who can stay now, it is not recommended to give you an unforgettable lesson. The next moment, Lu Wuchen appeared behind Xinyabai. Not to mention, such spatial magical powers are really easy to use. It can be used as far as the eye can see, but it takes too much psionic energy. It's my first show. Thank you, all readers, and you who have given this book a 5-star review. For today's debut, can you give the author some rewards? It is not easy to write a book. Your love is the source of motivation for the author. Chapter 50. Is the male lead here to deliver a gift? Want to go? Did the king agree? The first time Lu Wuchen appeared behind Xinyabai, Lu Wuchen attacked directly. The villain died of talking a lot, so when you beat the male protagonist, never talk long-winded. Several psionic powers waved out. Scoff. Facing Lu Wuchen's attack, Xinyabai Xianting generally avoided walking. Would Lu Wuchen do such useless work? At any rate, the leader of the villain is not without some magical powers. How to fight against the male protagonist? The next moment, a claw formed by a psionic force grabbed Zimubai directly from the bottom up. Wait, why are the claws formed by other people's supernatural powers so beautiful, but when they come to themselves, they become skeletons? Hee hee. You are the supreme demon Tao. Don't you have anything to force in your heart? Open it to me. Zimubai's momentum suddenly increased. He mobilized his psionic energy and broke free, only to find that Lu Wuchen had already left himself a long distance away. Before it was reflected, Huang Fuwan's supernatural powers had already taken shape. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. As soon as the god is beheaded, who will fight against him in the last life? Huang Fuwan shocked the entire continent. The reappearance of this life is still so dazzling. The huge lightsaber split, giving people the feeling that there is nowhere to escape, so they have to take it hard. Zimubai hurriedly raised the spirit sword in his hand, lying across his chest, his face solemn. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuwan's sword intent had reached such an incredible point. It's amazing. Just based on his understanding of sword intent, Huang Fuwan is countless times more powerful than in the same period of his previous life. Huang Fuwan, do you really think the rebirth of the palace is fake? Although the strength has not changed much, the palace is very transparent in its understanding of sword intent. In the previous life, the Eighth Order power was only one step away from the Emperor. This kind of strength is regarded as the top ceiling in the entire continent. He can be called the first person to understand the meaning of the sword. This is Huang Fuwan, the proud son of heaven. At this moment, with a sword slashing the gods, with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth, Zimubai looks so small under this. There is no escape from the beauty of slashing the gods, the only blackness that destroys the sky and the earth. This is the sigh left by those who have seen the god slashing with their own eyes in their previous lives. At this moment, the god of slaying reappeared, as strong as Zimubai, and under the power of the god of slashing, he looked embarrassed. He was entangled by Lu Wuchen at the beginning, and at this time he hurriedly fought, and his natural strength was not caught. In addition, it has just broken through, and the realm is not stable. Under this situation, it is already remarkable that Zimubai can persist for a long time. It's a pity that I met Lu Wuchen, who was even more shameless. This time, Lu Wuchen was really angry. Even if you are the male protagonist, you can't trample on the villain of this king at will. Have they all hit the king's other courtyard? At this moment, regardless of the others, you are so tender. Naturally, you can't be distracted by the competition of masters, especially in this situation. Zimubai is obviously at a disadvantage. You puff. Lu Wuchen, you scumbag. Lu Wuchen didn't actually do anything, but gathered into a small needle with insignificant spiritual power. Moreover, this speed is really not fast. If you change to normal times, no matter how many such things are, they are nothing to Zimubai. But now, this is simply killing Zimubai. In impartiality is to shoot towards Zimubai's eyes. This kind of oppression. It is difficult not to be distracted, despicable and shameless. Sorry, this king is the villain again. The next moment, Zimubai spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth, obviously injured by the beheading. At this critical moment, Zimubai had to sacrifice the spirit sword in his hand, trying to delay time for himself. It's a pity that this spirit sword in Zimubai didn't have the same intention, but simply sacrificed and refined it. Sacrificing at this moment is tantamount to taking advantage of others in vain. But compared with one's own life, a spiritual sword is naturally nothing. Zimubai also made a quick decision, blocking the slashing god with a spirit sword, while his figure retreated violently. Why did you encourage it? It's hard and rigid. You are the male protagonist. Even if you are beheaded, it will definitely kill you. Lu Wuchen said a few words frantically. I don't know. If Zimubai heard it, how would it feel? It is estimated that I really have to be so angry that I spit out another mouthful of blood, but without the controlled spirit sword, naturally, it couldn't stop the god for too long. The next moment, the treasure light on the spirit sword dissipated and fell straight, just falling at Lu Wuchen's feet. Lu Wuchen picked it up subconsciously. The moment he started, Lu Wuchen's mind was shocked. Can this spirit sword resonate with the supreme demon Tao in your body? Bullshit spirit sword. This is definitely a magic sword, the old devil's collection. Think about it too. How could it be a magic sword? No wonder I just felt a trace of evil spirit to myself. That's it. On top of this magic sword, there is also a prohibition under Zimubai cloth. It's a pity that it was almost destroyed by the god of slaying. In addition, Zimubai didn't have time to sacrifice this sword at all. He just placed a few restrictions. This is good. It saves me a lot of things. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen directly erased the prohibition on the magic sword. Puff. Zimubai, who was concentrating on escaping for his life, naturally felt that the relationship between himself and Ling Jian was broken. You don't have to guess to know. This especially made by Lu Wuchen. This time he came to the door. He failed to kill Lu Wuchen, but instead sent out the spirit sword he had just acquired. Thinking of this, Xinubai's internal injuries were even more serious. At this moment, the god of slashing struck again. The cold iron mask on Xinubai's face actively protects the Lord. Under Huangfu Wan's incredible expression, he directly blocked the mortal blow of the god slayer. Don't be surprised, this is the male lead. Even if there is no mask, there is still heaven. At this time, Huangfu Wan had no extra psionic energy to control the slashing god, so she had to watch the opponent's call. If this hatred is not avenged, I hope Mubai swears not to be a human being. Unexpectedly, I had such an embarrassing moment, but what made Xinubei even more depressed was that the cold iron mask was disconnected after blocking the god of slaying. This. What a special one. Did you accompany two spiritual treasures this time? As for this out-of-control slashing god, in the end. Damn it! The king's other garden, Lu Wuchen looked stunned. Myonbun, Yue, who was beheaded, was directly erased from the map. Brother Wuchen, I'm sorry. At this time, Huangfu Wan also came to Lu Wuchen's side, with a hint of apology on his face. With his current state, it seemed that he was still too reluctant to control the gods. Hee, Sister Huang laughed. Isn't it just a set of other gardens? There is nothing wrong with it. As for the people in the other garden, fortunately, they escaped early in the morning. At this moment, he was also frightened. This ability to destroy the sky and the earth is really exciting. Of course, it was just a different set, in exchange for a magic sword, and a cold iron mask that was broken in half. This is definitely earned. An hour later, the car in which He Yuxuan was riding stopped in front of this pile of ruins. Are you sure you are not in the wrong place? The corners of He Yuxuan's mouth twitched constantly. Miss, it's definitely not wrong to go this way every day. The coachman also had a confused expression on his face. This is not scientific, so, I just want to ask, what about the other garden of Lu Wangfu, just disappeared out of thin air? Leaving He Yuxuan alone, messy in the wind. Chapter 51 Empress, you can't afford to lose Brother Wuchen, what's the matter with you? I have been listless for the past 2 days, but the sword dance in the palace is not good? Lu Wuchen's 2 days can be described as a series of bad luck. This special day can't be passed anymore. During the day, Huangfu Wan and He Yuxuan were still stalking and fighting, and at night, they would be dragged by the Empress into the independent heaven and earth of the social state map to practice. This is a portal that can't even refuse to refuse, one-sided, especially after learning about Lu Wuchen's supreme magic Dao. Wu Wejin was even more strict with herself. It is said that if this supreme demon Dao is exposed, it will not be a good thing. If it weren't for being a cultivator and making up for his energy and spirit, would he have to be killed, little prince? But the sound of my chin is not beautiful enough? Seeing Huangfu Wan raised questions, He Yuxuan naturally did not want to be willing to follow others. Well, the two great beauties of the Dian dynasty, the two legends, are now surrounded by the little prince. He Yuxuan played the piano and Huangfu Wan danced the sword. Is it good to apply for such a confinement for a lifetime? As for Lu Wuchen, please, can we stop irritating the male protagonist? To be reasonable, Lu Wuchen finally couldn't hold it back. At this moment, Lu Wuchen got up directly and blared, Huangfu Wan, you are the Emperor Ji of the dignified Dian dynasty. What is your dream for the future of the Dian dynasty? Didn't it protect the peace of the Dian dynasty for the rest of its life? Why don't you practice well? How will the Dian dynasty be kept safe in the future? Instead of staying here with me and wasting time, it's better to fulfill my dream. Brother Wu Chen Wang. Huangfu Wan was dumbfounded, and for a while, she didn't even relax from what Lu Wuchen said. And you? He Yuxuan. Lu Wuchen turned his direction again, the first talented girl of the dignified Dian dynasty, with extraordinary talents and intelligence. How many talents are looking forward to your masterpiece? Little prince, I don't have the ambition of Emperor Ji, me. He Yuxuan wanted to refute a few words, but Lu Wuchen directly stopped him. Then you wasted your talents? The power of culture is the key to a dynasty. You can fight the world on horseback, but you can't rule the world on horseback. Isn't it good to use your poems and your words to inspire the talents of the Dian dynasty to serve the dynasty? Why do you have to send affection to this landscape? Call. Lu Wuchen sprayed violently. This directly made Huangfu Wan and He Yuxuan dumbfounded. The mouth is dry, so hurry up and have a cup of tea to moisturize your throat. How? In this way, are you going to hate the king? He was obviously kind to accompany the king, but in the end, he was treated like this by the king. He must be dissatisfied, but who knew that Huangfu Wan got up slowly at this time and bowed slowly to Lu Wuchen. What is this going to do? Lu Wuchen looked dumbfounded. Thank you, Brother Wuchen. The palace understands. The dynasty is great, and then it is the affair of the children. Don't worry, brother Wine, the palace is provincial. Puff. Wait, what the hell is the female affair here? The little prince was bent on the dynasty, which moved Yuxuan. Yuxuan felt ashamed of herself and woke up the person in her dream with a word. The little prince was worthy of Yuxuan's ideal husband. Husband? Husband, your sister, fortunately. This time, Lu Wuchen was given a little respite. In the next 2 days, Huangfu Wan and Yuxuan did not disturb Lu Wuchen. At least you can sleep more during the day, and you can return to your previous salted fish life. But obviously, what Lu Wuchen thought seemed a little too good. As a result, Wu Wajin was pulled into the space again that night. So, how big is the gap between us? Yes. Lu Wuchen originally just talked casually, and didn't expect the Empress to agree, but I didn't expect that this time. The Empress actually nodded for permission, huh? Is this modified? It's not like it. Just as in the eyes of the world, the Empress Wu Wajin is so cold and sacrosanct. Wu Wajin seemed to see that Lu Wuchen had something on her mind. She stopped talking at the moment, waved her hand, and the scenery under her feet changed. It was originally on the flat ground, but at this moment, the two of them appeared on the dangerous peak of the misty mountain. At first glance, the sea of clouds was all under his feet, and the scenery was magnificent. The disciple actually likes the night. Wu Wajin listened, but nodded again and waved her hand again. The next moment, the sun and the moon turned upside down, and a little starlight fell. This can be regarded as a pet that hasn't changed. Whatever Lu Wuchen asks, the Empress will try her best to meet it, and in this world, Wu Wajin can control everything at will. Maybe it's not bad to be here for the rest of your life. Lu Wuchen was taken aback by his own thoughts, and so on. His goal seems to be to return to reality, if the disciple likes it, just accompany you as a teacher. The voice was very cold, as if he was not talking about himself, but it's so kind again. Do you know Go? The next moment appeared from the horizontal 19-line chessboard. Lu Wuchen thought that Wu Wajin only knew how to practice, and she should know nothing about Go. After a set, I realized that I was very wrong. This is the cultivation state of mind, but it is the best choice. No one is playing against each other. Why do you want to talk about your state of mind? Wu Wajin smiled silently when she heard this, just quietly looked at Lu Wuchen. Can you play backgammon? Lu Wuchen feels that he has lost face, so he can't be as bad as he is. What is backgammon? Ha? No, that would be great. After explaining it again, the Empress nodded slightly. In the first game, Lu Wuchen relied on his chess power for more than 10 years to narrowly win a game. Come again? Wu Wajin frowned slightly and asked, this chess saint sealed the chess and made the world invincible. Lu Wuchen pretended to be coerced, and finally won a game. With this coercion, he could pretend to be a lifetime. It's okay. The Empress waved her hand and the chessboard disappeared. Fuck? What's the situation? Are you in a hurry? Now that the disciple's state of mind is at peace, it's time to move, and many more. Obviously you can't afford to lose. Can't you really be the king? Hee. Wu Wajin sneered. The emperor can't afford to lose? The next moment, at the top of Yunhai Mountain, the screams started again. It's not fair. On the top of this mountain, I don't even have a place to maneuver. Well, the emperor admitted it, but he just can't afford to lose. What can you do? On the second day, Lu Wuchen returned with a look of MMP, and Wu Wajin was almost tossed to death by Wu Wajin all night. Wait. Why use the word toss? I met with Lu Wuchen before leaving, and I will continue to play chess next time. Hiss. I feel that I have developed something that the Empress can't get in her heart. TSK. Who in the world would have thought that Wu Wajin, who is high above, has such an unknown side? Chapter 52. Why should parting be sad? The male protagonist is missing. Do you dare to believe it? Anyway, Lu Wuchen has an MMP face. Come back. Keep fighting. As the male protagonist, you can't just walk away. Fuck, be reasonable, this is too much. Without the male lead, do you still have to complete the plot like this? So, for the next period of time, Lu Wuchen sent all the secret guards of the palace out. As a result, for a whole month, there was no news from the bird. Anyway, it seemed that Zimubai had never appeared in the Dian dynasty. You are the Jinka champion of the Dian dynasty, okay? Isn't it just that DG was beaten up once? Is it necessary to be devastated? Fortunately, during the next period of time, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the male lead. Most importantly, in the last life, Lu Wuchen had already been repaired badly enough. Shidi won the gold medal for the saddest villain of the year. From the little prince admired by thousands of people to the Prince Charming in the minds of thousands of girls, He has directly become a dog, and Lu Wangfu should also be. Devastated by this, during this period, Lu Wuchen spent almost all of it hiding in the palace that on the other hand, Zhuang Yuanlang has unlimited scenery, especially after being in a mess with the prime minister. It got out of hand. In the end, he achieved his goal and harvested 3 magic weapons from the treasure house of Dian, completed his task in the Dian dynasty. After that, the female emperor came in person, but these plots were basically half disabled by the female protagonists in this life. The little prince was still the little prince, drowned 3,000 times, and only took a scoop of drink. As for Xinyabai, except for Gao Guang at the beginning, after encountering Lu Wuchen, he was frustrated again and again. It can be said that some of the dead are unclear. As for the prime minister's party, it was even more miserable. In order to rescue the male protagonist, he had already paid for his wife. It was betting that Xinyabai could turn the tide, but the result was good. This was especially because he hung up and forced himself to the extreme. It is now suppressed everywhere. The word bitter is well understood. As for Lu Wuchen, after he didn't need to send warmth and softness to the male protagonist, he resigned directly, which almost made his father half mad. Inverse. Don't you cherish such a good opportunity, father? Be reasonable. I am a descendant of the empress, and I am unique. Is it a bit overkill to stay in the Dian dynasty as an official, under Lu Wuchen's persuasion? The depressed Lu Jianhuo improved slightly. Of course, the most important thing is that the 4 large characters' Empress biography have played a decisive role. It was not until spring and winter came that Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan embarked on a new journey. This is a unique luxury car, with the decoration of 2 rooms and 1 living room in it. Can you believe it? Looking at the entire continent with 6 heavenly horses and horse-drawn carriages, no one has such arrogance. To describe it as resplendent, it looks like an upstart. The wooden heart of the shipwreck in the South China Sea for thousands of years is used as the frame, and the mahogany for thousands of years is decorated, in which dozens of night pearls are inlaid. Even at night, the stars are shining brightly, competing with the stars in the sky. Brother Wuchen, do you really need to bring this golden Nanmu bed with you? The corners of Huangfu Wan's mouth twitched at this time. Well, it's much bigger than the pomp of his own Emperor Ji. Naturally, recognize the bed. Lu Wuchen's answer left Huangfu Wan speechless. Originally, relying on the strength of Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan, even if it was a month later, it would be too late to set off from the imperial capital to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. But the little prince felt that it was too tiring to rush like this, and he had to set off early. By the way, I showed off the luxury model I designed and completed. This made Huangfu Zhang, who had visited, feel that he, the emperor of the Dian dynasty, was a complete woodlouse. In response, Lu Jianhuo couldn't help but smile bitterly. What's so special about this? For this carriage, 1/10 of the family background of the entire royal palace was dug up by this villain. These materials are unique in the market, not to mention whether Guangguang is pulling a cart and a horse, or he is thick-skinned and asks Huangfu Zhang for 2 more. An ordinary good horse can't pull this car at all. Hey! At this moment, Lu Wuchen put a letter on the table and couldn't help sighing. Yushuan's letter? Okay. Facing Huangfu Wan, Lu Wuchen didn't hide it, originally thinking that he was going to leave quietly. However, how could this be concealed from Yushuan, who was unparalleled in talent? Early in the morning, holding an umbrella and wearing a cyan luo skirt, he was still as if he had seen each other during the first moon viewing. Yushuan stopped at the gate of the city alone. There were no words, but Lu Wuchen's lips were covered. The next moment, in Lu Wuchen's surprised eyes, Yushuan cut off her waist-length hair with a knife, and it drifted down in front of Lu Wuchen. The breeze blew, and the hair flew all over the sky. This scene, even Huangfu Wan burst into tears. This situation is no less than that of the palace. Why bother? Wait for my long hair to be waist-length. How about the return of the teenager? This gentleman is happy. How could he expect the mountains and rivers to be xiao xiao? The sky broke through at first glance, and Mu Shuaibai was old. The late visitor of the dynasty, the red rope knotted the tip of his hair. Spend the night with you, hope to die hand in hand, and wish to be in the same robe with you. Yushuan did not answer, sending love and poems. Is this the most beautiful poem Yushuan has ever written? But the talented girl is infatuated. Even Huangfu Wan sighed, put down the curtains, and gave this moment to the infatuated person. I don't know what Lu Wuchen said. After he came back, he didn't say a word, but the corners of his eyes were a little wet. This moment, Huangfu Wan had sharp eyes on a sachet pinned to Lu Wuchen's waist, and naturally knew that Huangfu Wing had stitched it 1 stitch at a time. When did a princess of the dynasty do such crafts? But Huangfu Wan knew that since Lu Wuchen punished the 7 princes in front of Huangfu Wing day and night, Huangfu Wing showed off countless sachets. Perhaps this is the one Huangfu Wing can best. Handle. At this moment, above the city wall, Huang Fuing stood in the highest corner, watching the car drive away from a distance. At this time, Huang Fuing was no longer wearing her hair, but put on a 9-pointed fairy bun. The 9 fairy buns on the plate represent that she is already a woman. You know, when Huang Fuzhang saw Huang Fuing on the plate with 9 immortal buns, he almost didn't bring a knife out of the palace to nun Lu Wuchen to death, being able to make the 6th order emperor. Look like this, Lu Wuchen is regarded as the only person in the world, but the point is, Lu Wuchen swore to God that he hadn't done anything. Huang Fuing did this only to break her own way, tell everyone, whether it is a rumor or not. This princess was born to be the ghost of the little prince, and died to be the ghost of the little prince. Its determination is all in these 9 immortal buns. At this moment, there was a sound of Cheney. Ruthlessness is not as bitter as it is. There are tens of thousands of strands in an inch. When there is poverty at the ends of the earth, there is only endless acacia. He Yushuan singing, accompanied by horseshoes, disappeared into the sky. Brother Wuchen, you are emotional. Nonsense, Fengsha was fascinated. Huang Fuan sighed faintly, why is Emperor Ji so willing? Really, it's so sad to make it so sad. It's not that I won't come back. This time, it's just thousands of miles. For the great power, it will only be 2 or 3 days. It's just that what Huang Fuan didn't know was that Lu Wuchen actually made a promise to the 2 women in private. When you have the ability to protect them, you will definitely marry them. As for the plot, it's all collapsed like this. What else is there to say? Wait for your long hair to be waist length. Would you like to follow me into the Tao? Gaowan's green silk is made into a bun, and the red dust is not disturbed. Talk about all the red dust and all the tribulations, and live forever with your son.ps. The dynasty volume is temporarily over. Just change the map. Did not give up the 2 women. Smiley face. Also, say important things 3 times. None of the female protagonists in the previous life had a relationship with the Son of Luck. Don't emphasize the pickup man, the Green Hat King. Is it not good to read the article carefully and evaluate it? Empress 1, her head hurts very much. Wu Wujin, even if Lu Wuchen wants this world, the emperor is willing to hire this world. There are many women in the late stage. Chapter 53 The Sacred Land of Reincarnation. Mainland China, the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Countless mountain peaks stand into the clouds looking at the sky. It is far from the Beta Star above the 9 heavens, relying on the 9-story floating cloud shield, with fairy islands lined up and floating clouds straight up. The golden light rolled red and neon, and thousands of rays of light sprayed purple mist. The mountain gate of the Holy Land of Reincarnation is also a deep blue glass and a bright jade. The entire Holy Land is connected by a long bridge, and red crown cranes with colorful feathers are circling on the bridge. It's overwhelming. This time at the entrance of the Holy Land, the crowd is full of people, and the once-in-a-decade selection of holy places is today. Huang Fuan didn't expect that this time he came so coincidentally. Lu Wuchen said that unfortunately, he had chosen the time. Everything was within Lu Wuchen's expectation. I am the last life, the Holy Land of Reincarnation sent someone to pick up Huang Fuan and Shi Mubai. As for Lu Wuchen himself, it took a lot of money to buy an elder from the Holy Land, so that he could get started. There is no way. The self in the last life is the cultivation base that has been piled up by countless geniuses. However, the process still has to go through to participate in the once-in-a-decade selection of holy places, formalism. However, what Lu Wuchen couldn't believe was that there would be a disciple to preside over the selection. That time, the most authoritative person in the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation is naturally the female emperor Wu Wujin. Under Wu Wujin, there are also 10 elders, all of whom are 8th order powers who have survived the tribulation. His power has reached an incredible point, and he is at ease between heaven and earth, and 3 of them are 9th order emperors, and their strength can be described as unparalleled. This is also the reason why the Holy Land of Reincarnation is strong. In the last life, it was the disciple Shangguan Yunji who presided over this selection, and there was another one, Lu Wuchen, who didn't expect it to be Zimubai, and he was naturally ridiculed by Zimubai for a while. This humiliation has always been with me. In the end, it was the elder who came forward, which made Lu Wuchen proud to get started, the self of the previous life, but from the outside. Disciple started, because the selection of the sect was well known to everyone, he was targeted everywhere. In the Holy Land of Reincarnation, how about worldly authority, who will put it in their eyes? In the cultivation world, everything is based on strength. Brother Wuchen, what's wrong with you? From now on, this name will also be changed. It's time to call it brother. Lu Wuchen said with a smile. Wu Wujin in the previous life did not accept disciples, and this Holy Land big brother actually fell on Zimubai's head. No matter who sees it, you must salute politely and naturally. There are also people in this Holy Land who are dissatisfied with this. Why can Zimubai get this position when he comes here? Naturally, There are many ways to provoke the male protagonist, but this Zimyabai is the male protagonist, and it took only half a year to get all these true disciples. Done.at least on the bright side, it is a lot of convincing. As for Shangguan Yunji, he has a good relationship with Zimyabai. On the surface, he is polite and polite. As for what is going on in private, it's not that Lu Wuchen can know this. Which model of car is this, so luxurious? It's too exaggerated. It turned out to be 6 heavenly horses? It's hard to find a horse in this world, but there are 6 horses all at once? It shouldn't be the direct son of the 4 major families, right? The 4 great families, in terms of strength, are not weaker than the imperial dynasty, and the inheritance is even longer. Most importantly, the 4 great families all have a powerful seat. Its hidden strength is unimaginable. Bursts of discussion came. It's not that these people don't have the knowledge, but that this car is really exaggerated. Although he entered the Holy Land, this worldly authority was useless. But this is not the mentality of everyone at this time, before entering the Holy Land. It is naturally not this kind of desire-free mentality. At this time, on a mountain peak, Purple Chi came 3,000 miles east, and Shangguan Yunji was standing on the top of that mountain as in the previous life, with no waves on his face. Junior sister is so elegant. At this time, a peerless young man slowly approached, his spiritual energy flowing around him, and a robe of sun and moon brocade looked handsome enough to fascinate thousands of girls. Such an appearance highlights its jade-like temperament. Standing on the top of this misty mountain, it adds a sense of mystery. Holding the sun and the moon in his hand and picking the stars, there is no such person in the world. Like a fairy walking out of the book, he smiled and said hello to Shangguan Yunji. It's a pity, even if it looks so good, still can't impress the one in front of him. Even if your master is Master Tianzong, the ranking of the brothers and sisters depends on their strength, unless it is the female emperor's inheritance. If you want to call my sister, you will win me in the competition. With a cold tone, Shangguan Yunji didn't give the little fairy who walked out of the painting the slightest face. Although his master is the first peak master of the Holy Land, the first person under the empress. But what about this? Everyone is a relative. And, thinking of this, Shangguan Yunji sneered even more as Zimyabai touched his nose embarrassedly. Yes, this person is Zimyabai, who has disappeared for nearly half a year. The male protagonist Lu Wuchen was looking for everywhere, but I didn't expect that I came to this holy place of reincarnation in half a year. That he even worshipped the name of the old man Tianzong in advance. I have to say that the repair power of this Tao is so powerful that Lu Wuchen doesn't even want to complain. With a face of MMP, is this okay? Seeing that the Dian dynasty couldn't get mixed up, he just changed the map for the male protagonist? The male protagonist is really the male protagonist. It turned out that the sneak attack on Lu Wuchen was unsuccessful, and Zimyabai was injured by Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan. I happened to meet the old man Tianzong, who came out to travel all over the world. At this glance, Zimyabai's talent was caught, coupled with this fairy-like appearance. Fully meet your own admission standards. When I asked next, I learned that it was a disciple who had been selected in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Naturally overjoyed. At the moment, Zimyabai was included in the door and became his close brother, this day. The old man Song is the first person under Wu Wejin, the head of the top 10 elders. He has a profound strength, and he has entered the emperor at the 9th level, which is naturally extremely powerful. Even if it is against the demon emperor, Iran is not afraid. And this time when I went down the mountain, it was also when I was in retreat, and I felt that somewhere my own opportunity appeared. In the southeast direction. I looked all the way at random, and sure enough, I met Zimyabai. Fuck. Is this really okay? Obviously it is the son of heaven's luck. This Zimyabai also came to the Holy Land of Reincarnation half a year earlier. Although this time, the mission in the Dian dynasty failed to get the system reward. However, Zimyabai successfully worshipped the old man Tianzong. The system still gives corresponding compensation. I have to say that this son of luck is unusual. And no matter what, the system will do everything possible to make up for the male protagonist. As for Lu Wuchen, look at his own system. I haven't really taken a bubble, except for hitting myself every time. Let's go, the hour is coming soon. Shangguan Yunji was still expressionless, turned into a stream of light, and swept towards the sect. For a while, bursts of purple chi followed. Zimyabai glanced at Shangguan Yunji, who was far away, and a trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. Humph. Wait for yourself to sit in the first position of the competition. See if you can still beat Sundara in front of me. Chapter 54 Sect Selection. This is too fairy, right? Shangguan Yunji and Shimubai slowly landed on the star-picking platform, which immediately aroused a burst of envy from everyone, especially this Zimyabai, a fairy-like person, smiled faintly, and between his gestures, his fairy aura fluttered. As for Shangguan Yunji, beauty is beautiful, but it's a pity that she is expressionless and a little too glamorous. It gives people a feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away. Unlike Xinyubai, the sun is like jade. This isn't this Xinyubai of the Dayan dynasty? I've heard that the bloodstained rivers and mountains are slippery. How come there is a little cinnabar between the enemy's eyebrows? Don't worry about it in this world. I just want to be a scholar and paint for a long time. Sure enough, it's him. There are 10 talents in the world, and Xinyubai monopolizes the 8th. Originally I just thought it was an exaggeration, but when I saw it today, it turned out that the rumors were not much different from the facts. But why did Xinyubai appear in the Holy Land of Reincarnation? Lu Wuchen, why? I can't get mixed up anymore. Xinyubai appeared for a while. Everyone was in an uproar. Xinyubai on the star-picking stage smiled slightly. How long has it been since this experience happened? Sure enough, he lived up to his special playing today. As for Shangguan Yanji beside him, he just glanced faintly. No words either. At this moment, the luxurious car slowly stopped and the door opened. Liu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan appeared in everyone's sight. Hiss. This. No wonder, such a luxurious car turned out to be the Emperor Ji and the little prince of the Dayan dynasty. 2 people in the same car? These 2 are also here to participate in the competition? Are you kidding me, Emperor Dayan? Haven't you heard of it? That's right, this is known as the first person in the younger generation. Come on, that's just in the secular world. In the cultivation world, Huangfu Wan can also be called the first person of the younger generation? This is obviously because you can't eat sour grapes and sour grapes. Huangfu Wan naturally didn't put such remarks in her heart, and everything spoke on her strength. And don't look at so many people on the scene. How many can join the Holy Land of Reincarnation? It is estimated that there is not 1 in 100. You know, this is the elite of the entire continent. Almost all young talents from several continents have come, hee. Shangguan Yanji naturally heard Xinyubai sneer. However, there was still no expression on his face. Yanji, don't underestimate this Lu Wuchen. This is a disciple chosen by the Empress herself. In the future, we will be the big brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The jealousy in these words is not small. Shimubai was naturally upset that the Empress chose to go to Lu Wuchen. Liu Wuchen has already begun to apply eye drops to Lu Wuchen. In terms of appearance, sincerely, whether it is the protagonist or the villain, this face value is the highest level, and almost all the compliments that can be used are used. Therefore, we have to start from the charm alone. Whether it is Xinyubai or Lu Wuchen, it is a ceiling-level existence. It's a pity that Shimu was blind to this good face and vain eye. In the last life of Xinyubai, it was almost the same as the eunuch. From beginning to end, I only heard that this guy and the Demon Emperor directly happened. What happened? Moreover, it is still used by the Demon Emperor, Puff. Fortunately, I am not the male protagonist, otherwise, I would not suffocate to death. At this moment, Xinyubai was like a fairy, condescending, like a fairy. As for Lu Wuchen, dressed in a python robe and the posture of an emperor in the world, it would be really difficult to tell who was before and who was after. Xinyubai obviously said this to Shangguan Yanji. During this time, Xinyubai had already figured out Shangguan Yanji's temper, and he was so cold that he didn't say anything. The most important thing was that he had a proud heart, especially for some relationship households. It is naturally intolerable as Xinyubai was using Shangguan Yanji to give Lu Wuchen a boost. As for Lu Wuchen, naturally, he also saw Xinyubai, and he was very determined at the moment. It's good that the male protagonist is here, for fear that the male protagonist is really missing and the plot will not go on. It's okay. The momentary failure of the plot of the Dayan dynasty is not a problem. The male protagonist, as the villain, he trusts you very much. It's okay now. Everything is on track, and I'll slap you in the face in a while. I'm afraid you can't catch it. If you can't catch it, it's your own pot, but the opportunity is given to you. As for Shangguan Yanji at this moment, he just swept Lu Wuchen away, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Holy Land selection, start now. The entire Holy Land is divided into outer doors, inner doors, and relatives. The outer gate of the Holy Land, below the 3rd level, including the 3rd level. The 3rd stage is the fundamental of cultivation, nurturing hundreds of acupuncture points, opening up all orifices in the body, and beginning to be able to initially absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Even in the major dynasties, the 3rd order can achieve good development. It's not too difficult to mix with a general. Dang, after the 3rd stage, enter the inner door and continue to practice. Naturally, this is not absolute. It also depends on the personal talent, and where the line is. However, entering the inner door shows that there is a certain chance of being seen by the elders. Become a disciple. personally passing on disciples, the Holy Land naturally strives to cultivate them. These are not counted. There is also the personal teaching of the Master, and the achievements can be described as rapid. This is also the reason why everyone squeezed their heads and wanted to become disciples, and the inner gate will hold a competition every 3 years. Those who win will naturally have the hope of being selected and becoming relatives. Naturally, inner disciples can also challenge pro-transmission disciples. However, few people do this. After all, the strength of these disciples is unfathomable. 1 by 1. Not if the inner disciple wants to win, it can only be said to be a myth. If there is a disciple who accepts the challenge 3 times and fails, don't say that you have no face. Even if you were your own teacher, you will lose your face. There are also confrontations between relatives and disciples, and the rankings of brothers and sisters are all based on strength. This is why, even if Zinyabai is the head of the top 10 elders and the close brother of the old man Tianson, he has to rely on his strength to fight for his own position. At this time the sect was selected. It is to select a disciple with outstanding talents. You must know that on this continent, those who can join the Holy Land of Reincarnation, even if they are dynasties, must give their families a certain amount of face and preferential treatment. After all, this joining the Holy Land of Reincarnation represents a bright future. Liu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan watched quietly like this. I didn't expect that the assessment this time would be so strict. The foundation of the way of water, ordinary, first order, eliminated. The foundation of the way of fire, ordinary, second order, enter the outer door. The selection of sects is carried out in an orderly manner. Huangfu Wan had never experienced this in her previous life. In the last life, Huangfu Wan was directly brought back to the sect and directly became a disciple. As for Liu Wuchen, the so-called villain, Liu Wuchen still has special magical abilities. However, in the last life, he was still troubled by Shimubai. As a sound of announcement fell, some people were happy and some were worried. Those who are getting started are all happy, and those who are not getting in are dejected. Next, only go to other sects to take a chance. Naturally, the assessments of other sects will naturally not be as rigorous as those of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. This time, everyone's eyes were focused on Liu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan. After all, these two are also too dazzling. In Zinyabai's eyes, there was also a trace of unhappiness. They have all been selected by the Holy Land, so naturally there is no need to participate in the selection. However, Huangfu Wan still slowly stepped forward and stood still. Supreme Kendo, absolutely top. Order 5. With a trembling voice appeared. For a while, the audience was dumbfounded. Chapter 55. The gap is enormous. In Huangfu Wan's body, a strong sword intent rose into the sky. The origin of the sword is noble, cold, and arrogant, and sharp. Huangfu Wan's sword intent goes forward and directly penetrates the clouds. Hiss. It is worthy of the great Yen Emperor Ji. At this moment, even Shangguan Yanji, a disciple of the true legend, showed a horrified expression. As such sword intent reached such a state, at this moment, the middle-aged man who was originally meditating on the sword peak suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword intent gathered like golden light. Good disciple, I finally waited for you as a teacher. The next moment, a flying sword galloped over and stayed in front of the man. The man's name is Dugu, and his single name is a sword. On this continent, he is known as the Sword Emperor. Although he is not a great emperor, however, with the sword in her hand alone, even Wu Wajin had to pay attention to it, breaking 10,000 laws with one sword. Back then, one person and one sword entered the magic gate without the enemy of Sana. Even the demon elder died under this sword. He had no great powers, only knew how to use a sword, and this one is also the only elder of the Holy Land who has not accepted disciples except Wu Wajin. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't see eye in this world. There are many people who sell fame, and they can play two-handed tricks, and they dare to call themselves sword immortals. In the eyes of this person, it is simply ridiculous. But this time, Huangfu Wan's soaring sword intent finally aroused the blood in this body. The moment, he couldn't help but talk, stepped on the spirit sword, and walked in the sky. Huangfu Wan, Supreme Kendo, 5th rank. For a while, there was a lot of discussion. Supreme Kendo, it turned out to be Supreme Kendo. In this world, is there going to be another sword fairy? Hiss. It is worthy of being called the first person of the younger generation, the great Yen Emperor Ji. Liu Wuchen seemed very peaceful, but his heart was also shocked. Supreme Kendo? The previous life was not so strong. Liu Wuchen can guarantee that although Huangfu Wan in the previous life was strong, he definitely did not achieve Supreme Kendo at this time. This Huangfu Wan, enter my Jianfeng gate and pass on my disciples for me. The next moment, one person came through the sky with a sword. It's the Sword Emperor, the Sword Emperor de Gujian. The legendary Sword Emperor, my god. These eyes are so sharp. Who said that a middle-aged man must be a greasy man? The Gujian's charm is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Huang Fu Wan is so talented. Aren't the other elders of the 9 great peaks excited? Naturally not. Heartbeat is naturally heartbeat, however. The one who thought of Jianfeng shook his head one after another, knowing that he had no effect if he went to the posture of Supreme Kendo. How many years has this sword lunatic waited for? How could it be let go? This is going to be robbed, and it's hard to say whether this lunatic's opponent is right. It's not as good as being an adult. In this way, at least when you meet a piece of jade in the future, this sword lunatic will make concessions in today's affairs. Congratulations to Taoist friends for winning a good disciple. Congratulations to the Sword Emperor. For a while, the elders of the 9 great peaks spoke out to congratulate each other. Disciple Huang Fu Wan, meet master. In the last life, Huang Fu Wan worshipped under the Dugu Sword Gate. This venerable teacher can be described as doing his best for Huang Fu Wan, otherwise, Huang Fu Wan would not have understood this supreme sword intent. It can be said to be a master of all kinds, and teach each other everything good. The Gujian was extremely satisfied. He originally wanted to take Huang Fu Wan back to Jianfeng, but Huang Fu Wan did not leave at this moment. Instead, look at the dust-free landing. Until now, Lu Wuchen was the only one left. Huang Fu Wan was worried about waiting too long. After all, Lu Wuchen's Supreme Magic Dao and Supreme Magic Flame were all made by himself. What if it is exposed now? This is the decent leader of the world, the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Suddenly appeared a young man with the posture of a demon emperor. Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was how to eliminate it. Lu Wuchen was also an MMP for a while. Who knew if Wu Yuejin's method of handing in her own money would be insured? If you don't have insurance, you will be wanted by the entire continent. At that time, not only the right path, but even the demon gate will hunt him down. Little prince, what's the matter? Need she to invite you? Xinyabai once felt a trace of weirdness in Lu Wuchen's psionic energy. At this moment, of course, I want Lu Wuchen to have some problems, and I can make a fuss about this myself. As for Shangguan Yunji, he didn't say a word, just stood aside and watched coldly. In the last life, Shangguan Yunji was the same, and he seemed to be a little disdainful of this back door. I just didn't expect that after that. Lu Wuchen seemed to have passed the exam, and his strength rose sharply. In the end, he beat himself in the sect competition. Naturally, these are not the point. The point is that Shangguan Yunji was also reborn. This is a bit exaggerated, but Shangguan Yunji's rebirth is different from others. Shangguan Yunji in the previous life was not very interested in Lu Wuchen or Shi Mubai. All you want is to practice. In the plot, at best, it is just an excessive supporting role. However, I don't know if it is because of the convulsions for a 9-pin Lingbao. This Xinyabai actually gave a black hand to Shangguan Yunji behind his back. After being reborn, Shangguan Yunji's greatest wish was only to pay for his blood. What he had lost in the previous life had to be regained through his own strength. I really don't know if this Xinyabai is sick. As the male protagonist, he made enemies everywhere in his previous life. It's better to die than the villain himself. As for this Xinyabai, Shangguan Yunji certainly knew its power. What Shangguan Yunji had to do was to surpass Xinyabai, and then blade him with his hand. As for Lu Wuchen, Shangguan Yunji didn't have a good impression either. This previous life had colluded with the Demon Gate, and in Shangguan Yunji's view, he was not a good person. If there is a chance, you have to get rid of it yourself. So, Shangguan Yunji, you are awesome. Are you going to kill all the male protagonists and villains? I have to say that the idea is good. So at the moment, there was a sneer at the corner of Shangguan Yunji's mouth, as if watching a farce. Others, on the other hand, are full of interest in Lu Wuchen, who doesn't know that a year ago, the Empress visited the Dian dynasty in person, designated Lu Wuchen as his personal disciple. Of this incident, like a whirlwind, spread across the entire continent. Now everyone wants to see what kind of foundation it is. It can make the Empress Wu Yuejin heartbroken. Lu Wuchen also smiled helplessly. Take a step forward. Space Foundation, top grade, tier 4. To be honest, this data is quite good. However, there is an essential world of difference from the supreme way of Xinyabai and Huang Fu Wan. Even Shangguan Yunji was surprised that it turned out to be the same as the previous life. Why is this, in this life? Why does the Empress have to keep an eye on the dust-free land? It shouldn't be. What adventures did you think Lu Wuchen had in this life? That's why I can be seen by the Empress. It's true that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Hiss. I thought this little Prince Lu was so capable. It turned out to be the foundation of the top grade. Although such a foundation cannot be said to be a big one. However, compared to the disciples who were personally selected by the Empress, the gap is not generally large. Chapter 56. If you keep going like this, you'll spoil me rotten. It's not that the Empress is wrong, is it? Shoo, be careful, you want to die. This is a holy place for reincarnation. The posture of the top product, it's not the same as me, although the space series is indeed a little rarer. As for Lu Wuchen at this time, he breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately. It was not revealed the 10 elders of the other main peaks looked strange. This. I heard that the Empress had received apprentices before, and several of them were also very curious to see what kind of apprentice the Empress had received, but at first glance, it seems. I can't say this, after all, in the eyes of these elders, Wu Huijin is too amazing, little prince, the posture of the top product is a bit worse. Maybe the Empress has taken a look away, but don't worry, the inner disciples can do with such qualifications. No matter how hard they work, maybe there will be elders who like it. Maybe. Who knew that Xinyabai directly ridiculed him? If Xinyabai dared to say this, he also had a bottom in his heart. Only when I came to this holy place of reincarnation did I know that it turned out that this holy place of reincarnation was not the Yuantang of the Empress. It's a relatively loose alliance, with its own common enemy. The Demon Gate to IT is also the mission of maintaining the mainland. The 10 elders and the 10 great peaks are independent. There is no affiliation between the 10 elders and the Empress. The Empress is only the first person in the Holy Land of reincarnation, and the 10 great peaks are also competing with each other. Therefore, Xinyabai, who had climbed the first peak of the Holy Land of reincarnation, was not very afraid of the Empress at this time. Of course, there is another reason, that is, the Empress seems to have not yet come forward. Therefore, in Xinyabai's death, did the Empress regret it, or is it true that the Empress also feels that she has lost her eyes? If that's the case, with his own status, there is no problem stepping on Lu Wuchen a few more feet, since Lu Wuchen became the true story of the Empress. Xinyabai felt a little tied up when he faced Lu Wuchen. Even if he wanted to get rid of Lu Wuchen, he chose assassination. Otherwise, why don't you be fair and square yourself, Xinyabai? What do you mean? Lu Wuchen hadn't said yet. Huangfu Wan couldn't listen anymore. In front of the palace, he slandered Brother Wuchen so much and looked for death. The spirit sword in his hand sounded slightly obviously. I haven't unsheathed my sheath for many days, and I'm a little impatient, hee. Emperor Dianji, this is a holy place for reincarnation, not your Dian dynasty. Don't take the worldly set out. If you want to do it, I will accompany you at any time. Xinyabai really tore his face. There is a secret hatred in your heart. Huangfu Wan has no vision. What is worse than Lu Wuchen, the dignified Emperor Ji, who has petted Lu Wuchen like this? I hope Mubai is not as good as him. Lu Wuchen, jealousy often makes people lose their minds. If so, then become my enemy and let you know what despair is. Got. The male protagonist is blackened in advance. Who knows? The next moment, the spirit sword came out of its sheath, and a strong sword intent surrounded Xinyabai. Is this really going to happen? Is this the strength of the disciples? So scary. Oh, my God, I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see the contest between the disciples. Slow down, is this a disciple who bullied me in front of me? Who knows? The Sword Emperor Dagujian stood up directly and gave Huangfu Wan a platform. Damn, I finally accepted a disciple. Can you be bullied by your little boy? Don't ask anything. The Sword Emperor Dagujian just doesn't help his relatives. The disciple was right about everything. From this, it can be seen how comfortable Huangfu Wan will be in the future. Senior. Where is Xinyabai? Facing the Sword Emperor Dagujian, who is known as a sword lunatic, he naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. At this moment, a figure flashed, blocked in front of Xinyabai. Lunatic, the more you live, the more you go back. Even the juniors have to bully you? The old man Tiansong also came to support the disciples. The scene became more and more lively, and even Shengguan Yanji, who had been silent, quietly pulled away from a safe distance. These two big guys are definitely not joking. Dagujian frowned with a pair of sword eyebrows and glanced at the old man Tiansong. There was a slight trace of fear in his eyes. There are not many people that Dagujian is afraid of, but among them, there must be old man Tiansong. The first person in these 10 peaks is not called casually. I haven't asked for advice for many years, so I just tried it today. Huh, I'm afraid I'll lose your face. For a while, the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. At this moment, there was a sudden change between heaven and earth. Dagujian and the old man Tiansong closed their mouths instantly. This is the Empress in person. The next moment, Wu Huijin floated away. Still such a sacrosanct. The bright sky is like light clouds covering the moon, and the fluttering sky is like flowing snow returning to the wind. At this moment, everyone present was short of breath. What was in his eyes was Incomparable respect, Empress Wu Huijin, the #1 person in the world, see the Empress. Even if it is an old man as strong as Tian Song, or a lunatic who has never moved forward, when facing Wu Huijin, they all lowered their noble heads. This is the crushing of strength that if you are not a great emperor, you don't know the power of the great emperor. Sorry, I'm late. Wu Huijin spoke, although her voice was deserted, but between the words, it shocked everyone. Empress Wu Huijin, when did she speak in this tone? Hiss. No matter who it was, they all took a breath of cool air, and Xinyabai, looking at Lu Wuchen's eyes, full of jealousy. How could this be possible? Why did you, Lu Wuchen, get the favor of the Empress? Sorry, the Emperor is afraid that you will not be used to the original residence. He specially imitated the Lu Wanfu mansion, with 1 room and 1 view. It's no different. As soon as these words came out, there was another sound similar to a toothache. Why is there an illusion? Where is the relationship between the master and the disciple? This is obviously. By the way, Empress, are you like this to your disciples? Wu Huijin, in this emperor's life, only Lu Wuchen needs 1 person, which is enough. Lu Wuchen's face is MMP. It's very good. It's broken. Don't expect any plot at all. The difference now is whether it is a small collapse or a big collapse. Master, can you stop doing this? The king will be proud of this pet method. As for the others, their faces are full of envy. The only emperor, such a favorite, in this world, don't you still walk sideways? Of course, it is more likely to be shot in the dark. After all, jealousy is a very scary thing. Just like the current Xinyabai, the jealousy in his eyes can be seen by a fool. Regardless of this, the Empress directly took Lu Wuchen away. As for the others, with Lu Wuchen present, there is no room for anyone in the eyes of the Emperor, and the extremely grand selection of holy places, which was originally held once a decade, came to an end in this way. The only effect is that Lu Wuchen's fame has spread throughout the continent. The first reaction of the major dynasties was that this Lu Wuchen must not be provoked. As for the Dian dynasty, or the Lu Wangfu, is the biggest beneficiary, the Emperor Ji Huangfuan became the only disciple of the Sword Emperor Dagujian, and Lu Wuchen let everyone see what is the grace from the Emperor. Ps. 1000 reminders to update the chapter. I did what I said, maybe I will get some rewards. On this day, I was bombarded by readers for being stupid. To be honest, this is not Lu Mawan, let alone the pickup man. There is only 1 female demon related to Xinyabai, in the last life of Lu Wuchen. The romance did not flow in private. TSK, is the treatment of this villain bad? Chapter 57. So this is what an empress is like. Sure enough, the scenery here is no different from that of the royal palace. It seems that my own golden silkwood bed is brought in the right way. Lu Wuchen looked at the palace in front of him, thinking about a question. How do we usually clean it? Do you want to write a family letter back and ask your father to send someone over? I don't know what kind of mentality my father would have when he received his own book. Look, the landscape stones in this garden are actually indistinguishable. I don't know how Wu Huijin got it. It must have taken a lot of thought, and so on. Lu Wuchen looked at the lettering on the steel with a puzzled expression. What kind of reincarnation of heaven and Tao are you afraid of? And what kind of soul is scattered in the soul flies? Without you, it would be sad, huh? The words engraved on this stone turned out to be exactly the same. So attentive? Even imitated your own handwriting? The Empress said that she went to the Dian dynasty once. As for the words above? Wu Chen, who is this person? At this moment, Lu Genoa looked at her empty palace garden, a little eager to cry without tears. There was a thief in the house, and this thief couldn't afford it by himself. It's just a matter of going to the court, and the result is, after returning, the back garden of the palace was almost looted. Even the blood dragon tree that had grown for hundreds of years was removed. Lu Genoa, who was furious, almost transferred the Praetorian Guard. This is worth it. Since when did the security of the Dian dynasty become like this? Can the dignified royal palace be looted? After this, won't it be the turn of the palace to go inside? But after reading the trembling letter from the housekeeper, Lu Genoa was completely speechless. Especially the payment of this letter is the signature of the dignified empress. What else can I say? In verse. Going to the Holy Land will not let the king live in peace, but something has to be done. If Lu Wuchen knew that it turned out to be such an operation, and he didn't know what kind of idea it would be, his face would definitely be very exciting. Wu Huijin's dojo does not belong to the top 10 peaks, but to a unique and special existence. The problem is usually by myself, and I don't even have a speaker. Lu Wuchen said that this was because it was so cold in the high places. Looking at the Empress, there was no expression on her face. The most important thing is that, I don't know why, most of the female cultivators in the Holy Land have to learn from Wu Huijin. A look of indifference and indifference. This is too outrageous. It directly ignites the facial paralysis wind. However, for Wu Huijin's concern for herself, Lu Wuchen felt a burst of warmth in her heart. How long has it been since you felt this way? No, I feel like I'm going to sink. Lu Wuchen, cheer up, you are the number one villain. When did you become number one? Lu Wuchen, looking at the current plot, it's hard not to be the first villain in Apprentice. How about a game of backgammon? Lu Wuchen was still setting up the flag here, but she didn't want to. Wu Wejin waved her right hand out. A chessboard appeared in front of Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen looked dumbfounded. So, Wu Wejin, in your heart, how brooding is this matter? Can this girl be called a chessboard? Lu Wuchen originally felt that he was already very extravagant, but seeing the chessboard Wu Wejin took out, she knelt down directly. A chessboard made of 10,000 years of cold iron. Do you know how sensational this chessboard will cause when it is taken to the world? For ordinary top-grade Lingbao, as long as a small amount of 1 yin cold iron is added, it is enough to improve a quality, and the chessboard Wu Wejin took out was enough to make 100 pieces. This is no longer something that the tyrants can interpret. This chessboard is enough to cause a war, but Wu Wejin actually used it for entertainment. There are also these chess pieces, all carved by century-old pearls of the same size in the East China Sea, without exception. The quality is all the best. Lu Wuchen can guarantee that even if the entire Dian dynasty is emptied, so many hundred-year-old pearls in the East China Sea cannot be made up. Although it is not as exaggerated as 10,000 years of cold iron, but it's really not an easy task to get it together. Looking at the chessboard and chess pieces, Lu Wuchen sighed helplessly. I originally thought I was weak, but now I know that I turned out to be weak. Wu Wejin naturally didn't know what Lu Wuchen was thinking. These things were all taken from the treasure house of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. For the Empress, these are naturally not used normally. It's rare to go once, so naturally I have to dedicate the best to the Empress. This chessboard is the 6th peak, built by Juzamo, who is known as the world's #1 clever emperor. This vein provides the spiritual treasures and maintenance of the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation. Now that he has seen the fierce fighting spirit in Wu Wejin's eyes, naturally, Lu Wuchen was more respectful than obedient. So after half an hour, Lu Wuchen lost 10 consecutive games. Although this is backgammon, at any rate, give some face. Didn't you just win a game? Looking at Wu Wejin's unsatisfied expression, Lu Wuchen was a little eager to cry without tears. It's almost time. Why don't you get here first? Lu Wuchen really didn't have this tendency to be abused. Perhaps it was that the Empress felt that she couldn't be too cruel at one time, and it was easy to leave a psychological shadow on the disciple, so she reluctantly agreed. Looking at the eyes that were more than enough, Lu Wuchen felt that his next life didn't seem to be too good. Lu Wuchen searched for this royal mansion for a long time, and finally found the so-called kitchen. What is this going to do? Seeing Wu Wuchen spinning around like a headless fly, Wu Wejin also showed a trace of curiosity. Cook. Jun Ziyuan is here to cook. It's not killing. Lu Wuchen originally wanted to show her hand, but found that it was difficult for a clever woman to do nothing without rice. How could he forget that in the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation, in addition to the children from outside, he also needs food and drink? All inner disciples have reached the 4th level or above. The cultivation of Shindan can absorb the aura of heaven and earth, and there is no need for the so-called food, and it has reached the stage of clearing the valley. Can you find some ingredients? Wu Wejin nodded and left in an instant. After a fragrant time, Wu Wejin returned again, brought countless ingredients. So, where did you rob again? In charge of the outer gate of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. He still has the expression of seeing a ghost at this moment. It turned out to be the Empress in person just now. The steward thought something big had happened. Even the Empress, who hadn't seen her for 100 years, appeared. This is a big deal. But then, as soon as the Empress spoke, the steward collapsed and ate. Eat food? It has not been burned yet. Who can tell themselves what happened? As for what Lu Wuchen will cook, don't be ridiculous. Cooking? Can the little prince cook? There is an ingredient called hot pot. Do you know? Seeing Wuchen eating happily, the Empress was curious and took a sip. Her eyes lit up watching the fast, ruthless, and accurate chopsticks fly up and down. Only then did Lu Wuchen know that the Empress was the Empress, and she could do everything first, but she couldn't accept it. It's best to eat and drink well, and enjoy the night view. It feels so close to the starry sky here. But in the next second, the Empress's weapon reappeared in her hand. Lu Wuchen knew that all of this was an illusion. What? On the first day? Can you stop it? Digest it. It turns out that the Empress can also tell sneers and jokes. However, how do you feel that you are working so hard today? It continued until the sky was slightly brighter. Lu Wuchen felt relieved, but who knows, the real hell has just begun. Chapter 58. This king wants to refine a power pill. Please, if it's like this every time, I'm afraid the disciple's heart can't stand it. Lu Wuchen looked speechless. If you were lazy, don't you just fall asleep while meditating? Is it necessary to stare at yourself so close? When Lu Wuchen opened her eyes, a stunning empress of terrible beauty stared at herself in a daze. What kind of mystery is this feeling? Is the disciple in ill health? You were sick. The longer I stayed with Wu Wajin, the more I felt that the empress in my mind had completely collapsed. Where's your Gaolang? What about your disdain? Anyway, you have to be proud of the world. With boundless domineering in your eyes as master, the disciple wants to learn alchemy. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen glanced at Wu Wajin. Fortunately, she was still familiar with herself, at least in a big Luo Xiani, her fairy aura fluttering. My own dreams are too evil. Alchemy? He is not good at being a teacher. All I want is that you are not good at it. If you still know this, do you still play a fart by yourself? I wonder if the disciple can accept this kind of Holy Spirit pill. Lu Wuchen just wanted to comfort her, but as a result, the words of the Empress caused Lu Wuchen to collapse again. Saint. Holy Spirit Dan, is it the kind of Holy Spirit pill that is said to be dead in white bones in traditional Chinese medicine? Jiupin pill, the Holy Spirit pill that can cause tribulation. This kind of 9-pin pill has an effect that even the heavens and the earth should be afraid of. The catastrophe caused by this is no smaller than the breakthrough of the cultivator. So, Master, what do you mean by saying no, this? Are there any lower level ones? How is Bodhidharma? 8-pin Bodhi pill, lower? Heavenly Soul Chi Tonic? Very good. Are you going down one product at a time? Good luck, Wu Wajin. Are you sure you are not in Versailles? Lu Wuchen's face was black. If this king had this ability, he would know all these medicines. Who else would he teach? In this world, anyone who can refine 7-pin pill can count it with one hand. 2 refers to accumulating power pills, dolly pills, and the like. Wait, why did I feel a trace of shame under Wu Yuejin's incredible eyes? This is evil. This king doesn't know this. What's wrong? Is the king proud? Are you proud? I can't be a teacher. Sorry, the king didn't hear me clearly. Can you say it again? Lu Wuchen's eyes widened, his expression unbelievable. What did the master say just now? Won't it? I have never practiced dolly pill as a teacher. That's good. All you want is that you won't. Although the empress's face revealed a trace of disdain. Since the disciple wants to learn, then go to Danfeng. This is a token for the teacher. In the face of the teacher, the one in Danfeng should be careful to teach. With that said, Wu Wajin took out a jade-like token from her arms, only the size of a palm, and threw it to Lu Wuchen. Lu Wuchen took it subconsciously. As soon as I started, a soft touch came out. Lu Wuchen was taken aback. What texture is this? Can it still produce temperature? Could it be the legendary warm jade? Wait, why is there a trace of shame on Wu Yuejin's face? Lu Wuchen looked inexplicable. Wait a minute, it seems that this thing was just taken out of Wu Yuejin's arms. Body temperature? Sigma, it seems that I just held it in my hand for a long time in an extremely wretched manner. Master, if this king is unintentional, would you believe it? Lu Wuchen looked embarrassed, and without thinking about it, he directly put this thing in his arms to pretend that nothing happened. Wu Wajin was speechless for a while. At the moment, another danding was taken out and handed to Lu Wuchen. This is the pill that the teacher used for alchemy back then, and it's useless to put it now. Since the disciple is interested in pill medicine, let's take it together. After Lu Wuchen thanked him, he took it. This time, he didn't dare to touch it casually. God knows where it came from. It wasn't until after Lu Wuchen left that Wu Wajin showed a blushing expression. With such a beautiful scenery, Lu Wuchen had no chance to see it. The 5th peak of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, Danfeng. The peak owner is Dan Luo, who is known as the Emperor of Medicine in the world. Yes, it's such a weird name that no one knows Dan Lao's real name. Since he became famous, he has always regarded himself as a Dan who trespassed on Wudon Peak. Lu Wuchen had just approached, and he was intercepted by Danfeng's disciple. There is an unwritten rule in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. No matter what kind of disciple it is, when passing by other main peaks, you must fly in the royal air below halfway up the mountain, otherwise, it is disrespectful to its main peaks. This rule has been used to this day. Lu Wuchen in his previous life naturally knew this rule. I was just too excited just now, and finally stopped facing the Empress's little whip. This was a momentary negligence. In addition, generally after accepting the true disciples, the master will inform them of the rules. So as not to make mistakes and unnecessary misunderstandings among disciples. But Wu Wajin was the first time she accepted an apprentice, so where did she take care of this? Sorry. Lu Wuchen hurriedly landed. After all, he was here to learn art. It's not good to annoy disciple Danfang. Which disciple of the peak are you, so unruly? It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who stopped Lu Wuchen. Of course, this is also from the outside. After all, this Danfeng disciple is different from others. Danfeng's disciples are all alchemy wizards. Refining some beauty and nourishing pills by yourself is not a piece of cake. This effect is much better than that of cosmetics or something. It feels like each of Danfeng's disciples has opened a beauty artifact. The skin is shiny and hydrated, and Lu Wuchen really knew the one in front of him. What's the name of Dan Lao's close brother? I just said I knew each other. Regardless, anyway, this one has a bad temper and is known as the Little Pepper of the Holy Land. I don't know how this violent temper is refined. Sorry, I just entered the Holy Land not long ago. With such a violent temper, it's better to provoke lest I end the plot. There is not much intersection between Lu Wuchen and this one. I just experienced it together a few times. When the male protagonist Zimubai hit him in the face, this one has spoken out several times. Although there is no bird used, however, there are also a few who speak for themselves. Lu Wuchen naturally had to remember this affection. Newcomer? Xiaoqili heard that Lu Wuchen was a newcomer, so he naturally assumed the posture of an old man in a holy land. He began to make good rules for Lu Wuchen. In this Danfeng, he is a closed brother. Those who can meet are also their own brothers and sisters. I used to be the youngest on weekdays, but now I can finally pretend to be a big-tailed wolf, so I am naturally very energetic. Chapter 59. Holy Land. Senior sister Lu Wuchen had been educated for a long time, but Xiaoqili was still nagging, and he couldn't end it when he saw it. Why don't we change the time? How do you talk? This is the love of the senior sister for you, and your master is really good. I won't tell you about such an important thing. This Tutsao King didn't dare to pick it up either. After another half a stick of incense, Little Pepper was finally satisfied. By the way, junior brother, what are you doing in Danfeng? Find Senior Dan Lao. Looking for my master? Little Chile was also taken aback, but the other 9 peaks came off in Danfeng. There are some pills, and many disciples will come to Danfeng before they break through to ask for a spiritual pill. The possibility of such a breakthrough is guaranteed. Produced by Danfeng. It must be a boutique. Junior brother, is this going to break through? No. Then what are you doing? Learn alchemy. Little Chili looked dumbfounded. Huh? Learn alchemy? Are you kidding me? Danfeng's alchemy is not passed on to outsiders. Xiaoqili looked at Lu Wushuan's eyes as if he was looking at two fools. Master Ben Wang said that it's okay to have this kind of thing. With that said, Lu Wuchen took out the jade plate given by Wu Yuejin. Little Chili is dumbfounded. You have this thing. Didn't you take it out earlier? Sincerely watch this girl's jokes, teacher. Brother, no, big brother. All mistakes are the fault of the younger sister. Little Chili looked crying. Lu Wuchen, confused face. What does the token given by Wu Yuejin represent? On behalf of the Emperor in person, Wu Yuejin's token can mobilize everything in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Since the establishment of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, this token has never appeared. Unexpectedly, the first time I used it, I turned out to let my disciples learn alchemy. As for this big brother, the only disciple of the Empress, when I was chatting with my brother and sister this morning, I was still talking about it. The only disciple of the Empress, properly, is the eldest brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, undisputed. I'm still sighing, whose life is so good. Now it seems that apart from the good growth, there is nothing special about it. Hee hee. By the way, can you stop poisoning your tongue? Would you please show me the way first? At this time, on the first peak, Zimubai's face was cold, and there was a trace of hostility in his eyes, and the direction in the distance is the Empress Dojoi junior brother. What's the matter with you? Master is looking for you. At this moment, a woman behind her, with jade muscles like snow, ice clear, and jade clean, like a peony fairy, her slim body volleyed into the air. Master sister, I'm sorry, I just thought about things out of my mind. Zimubai, who heard the movement, had already changed back to the gentle and elegant style of the past. He saluted the visitor. No matter who saw it, he would like to praise him. What a knowledgeable and reasonable young master. Go ahead, don't let master just wait. This is the eldest sister of the first peak, the first disciple of the old man Tiansong. Decades ago, she was also a very legendary figure in the world, the jewel in the palm of the patriarch of the Xian family of the 4 major families. He is cultivated as Tongxian and is known as Fairy Lingbo. After worshipping in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, the old man Tiansong glanced at each other and had no spiritual roots in the water. After practicing in the Holy Land of Reincarnation for decades, His psionic abilities are even more powerful. She was previously known as the Master Sister of the Holy Land of Reincarnation in the last 5-year Holy Land competition. It was this one who won the championship. The name of the Master Sister of the Holy Land is well deserved. He was also the most proud disciple of the old man Tianzong, and all his mantle was passed on to this one. Even Xinyubai, the proud son of heaven, had to be respectful in front of Xin Jingyuan at this time. Namyubai retired first. At this moment, Xin Jingyuan, dressed in a mysterious outfit as light as ink, nodded slightly towards Xinyubai. After Xinyubai left, a sneer appeared at the corner of Xin Jingyuan's mouth. Look in the direction where Xinyubai just looked. There is only the Emperor Wu Dojo there. Sure enough, is it still the case? Xin Jingyuan stopped talking and floated away. Liu Wuchen stood respectfully in front of Dan Lao. I have to say that Dan Lao's aura is really sufficient, although among the 10 main peaks, Dan Luo's strength is not the strongest. On the contrary, if you want to talk about combat power, Dan Lao is definitely the last FEW. It can be said that it is past the tribulation of heaven, the peak of the 8th order. This card is 100 years of time. Although this is the case, no one will disrespect Dan Lao in the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation. What this one controls is the pill of the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Empress asked you to learn alchemy from this seat? Others may not know, but Dan Luo knows very well that the Empress is a master of alchemy, and even 9-pin pill can be refined, and she is at this level at most. The most important difference may be that I am more proficient than the Empress. That's all. Why doesn't the Empress teach herself? Instead, you have to learn from yourself. Don't you like this disciple? No. If you are not very happy, why give the order? With this token, it can be said that Liu Wuchen can walk sideways within the 10 main peaks. Master will not vigorously take pills. Puff. What are you talking about? Liu Wuchen repeated again. Dan Lao was also unable to laugh or see why it turned out to be Mingxin. By the way, Dali Maru, I almost forgot about it. What level are the Empress and Dan Lao? The ceiling of the alchemy world, this one in front of him, actually wants to learn from the original Dali pill. Did you find the wrong person? In Danfang, just find someone who can be your teacher. This is like taking a math problem from elementary school and asking a big guy who has won the Fields Prize. No wonder the Empress can't teach anymore. Fair. Just reluctantly accept the difficulty and teach Wushuan. Dan Lao threw the pot directly. Little Chili looked confused. Why is he himself? Nonsense. You are the latest to get started here, who are you not? Oh, by the way, Master Wuchen's nephew, you need a good medicine tripod to learn pill medicine. I wonder if you have one. If not. But for the next few words, Dan Lao really couldn't say it anymore. Fuck. What did you see? Liu Wuchen took out the pillowcase that the Empress had given to him from her arms. Dan Lao felt that his eyes were about to protrude. This Empress is too fond of her disciples, right? Not only did he hand over such an important token to the disciple, even gave this pill furnace. This danding, even if it is a Dan, is salivating. This is a legendary artifact in the alchemy world, supreme tripod, according to legend. This pill furnace has the effect of turning decay into a miracle, not to mention increasing the success rate of pill. The pill practiced is often the best of its kind. Dan Lao didn't even think that the Empress would give this thing to Liu Wuchen if she was killed. Just let Liu Wuchen practice Dali pills. This is definitely a waste of heaven. Liu Wuchen didn't know this. He only knew that the Dan Lao at this moment had already begun to drool. I'll go. This fat old man. Is he sick? Ahem. Well, go ahead. By the way, Phil, teach with your heart. When it's okay, you can also ask Wu Chen's nephew to borrow the Dan furnace for use, and it will be regarded as tuition. I can ask the Empress to borrow it for a long time, but I just can't get what I want. When I think about it, I'm so sad that I can't help myself. Chapter 60 The Holy Land Competition and Rewards. Brother Wang, it's been a long time since I came to see Sister Huang. Where does Huang Fu Wan still have the demeanor of Emperor Ji at this moment? She looks like she is crying. Well, Liu Wuchen didn't expect that after coming to the Holy Land of Reincarnation, Huang Fu Wan's acting skills improved a lot. Sister Wanner, where is this? For my brother, I'm not studying alchemy. As for Little Pepper, he looked suspicious. These two have an affair. It has been more than a month since I came to this holy place of reincarnation. Huang Fu Wan has been practicing with De Gujian, and there are only two people above the Sword Peak, De Gujian and Huang Fu Wan. Huang Fu Wan naturally felt lonely, and she didn't know how Brother Wuchen had been this month. I can't get along with Wu Wajin day and night. This was Huang Fu Wan's most worried situation. Huang Fu Wan had already determined that the change in the attitude of the Empress towards Brother Wuchen must have involved some reasons. If it's really what he thinks in his heart, Brother Wuchen is in danger. Who can resist the charm of the Empress? With the Empress stepping in horizontally, it seems that her plan to stay with the dust-free king's brother may be ruined. Lu Wuchen, wait, this is your plan, and it has nothing to do with this king. So Huang Fuwan found the lonely sword and offered to go out once. De Gujian was quite satisfied with his disciple. What De Gujian didn't expect was that Huang Fuwan's understanding of sword intent greatly exceeded his imagination. Nonsense, people are reborn anyway. Although the strength of their previous lives cannot be brought over, but the understanding of sword intent naturally does not need to start all over again. Anyway, in the last life, he also reached the 8th level. Although he did not break through the tribulation, his understanding of sword intent was not much worse than the lonely swords. De Gujian followed ruthless kendo, but Huang Fuwan was different. In Huang Fuwan's view, this ruthless kendo will never be able to set foot on the true peak. After all, this ruthless kendo has to let go of everything. If a person is ruthless, what's the use of repairing this way? Huang Fuwan has her own kendo, and she has matured. For the sword lunatic, he was very depressed. He finally recruited a disciple, but the result was good. He found that he couldn't teach anything. Do you think you are depressed? The only thing that can be done now is swordsmanship and magical powers, and the magical powers of Duga sword. Huang Fuwan in the previous life also learned 7 or 8. Especially in the battle against Xinyabai, what Huang Fuwan used was the magical power of the sword, together with the first-class male protagonist Xinyabai. They could only barely resist. It can be seen how powerful it is. So when Huang Fuwan proposed to go down the mountain to meet Lu Wuchen, De Gujian didn't even think about it, so he agreed. The apprentices are so good. What else can they expect from being a master? By the way, in a month, it will be the Holy Land competition. The disciples can't lose the prestige of our Jianfeng. In the Holy Land competitions in previous years, there was nothing wrong with Jianfeng at all. De Gujian is single, so you can't compete by yourself, but this time, De Gujian repaid Huang Fuwan with expectations. Although he had only been getting started for 1 month, Huang Fuwan showed it is the potential that I can't even see my head. Not only that, but even Jianni has found another way to his own extent. The only thing that makes De Gujian dissatisfied is that he has lost the pleasure of being a master. It is impossible to point out Huang Fuwan's shortcomings all the time. Sister Wanner is talking about the Holy Land competition? Lu Wuchen, who was in the last life, was not eligible to participate in this Holy Land competition at all. Of the self of the previous life seemed to be only of the 2nd order at this time. Going up as cannon fodder was Huang Fuwan and Xinyabai, who stood out in the competition. Huang Fuwan entered the top 4, and as for Shimubai, he showed the style of the male protagonist and directly won the championship. Just ask if these relatives and disciples are angry. Some have been practicing in the Holy Land for decades. But what is the result? The male protagonist directly displayed his power on their heads. For newcomers like Xinyabai and Huang Fuwan, such achievements are definitely unprecedented. It also allowed all the disciples of the Holy Land to remember the names of these two. In the Holy Land, although there are not many disciples, each of them is the proud son of heaven. In terms of strength, it is even more terrifying. Yeah, isn't Brother Wuchen ready? In this regard, Huang Fuwan was a little worried, not to mention the others. Brother Wuchen is the only descendant of the Empress. To put it bluntly, he is the big brother of the entire Holy Land. This position used to be empty, so no one cared about it. After all, Wu Wejin had never accepted an apprentice in her previous life. In this way, for the Holy Land, it is just to compete by one's own strength. But the problem is that in this life, there have been too many changes, and the throne of the big brother under Lu Wuchen's ass is too dazzling. In this way, no matter who it is for, they all want to defeat Lu Wuchen to prove their strength. In addition, when the sect was selected, Lu Wuchen did not show outstanding potential. As far as the way of top quality space is concerned, although it is rare, it is absolutely impossible to convince the public. Therefore, this time the Holy Land competition, for Lu Wuchen, is not so much a competition as a test. Holy Land competition, I know, this time, our Danfeng has provided a lot of sponsorship for the Holy Land competition. It's rare for little Chili to be able to insert a sentence, and immediately began to chatter. Brother Wu Chen Wang, this one? He. Chatty, just get used to it. Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan made eye contact, and they had a very tacit understanding. This time, our Danfeng has prepared a 7-pin broken Shendan 7-product elixir to break the profound pill. This is amazing. These 7-pin broken Shendan can help the 6th order primordial power break through to the realm of unity of distraction in one sentence, and the chance of a breakthrough is also quite large. And naturally, there are pros and cons to this. If you really rely on these 7 products to break through Shendan, after that, it is really even more difficult to break through the 8th level, and for the power of the primordial god, whose limit is in the 6th order, this is a good thing you can't ask. For Dot on the other hand, the price of a 7-pin broken shindan on the black market far exceeds the phenomenon of others. Hearing these 7 pieces of broken shindan, even Huangfu Wan's expression changed a little, and his breathing was a little short. For his father, isn't the 7-product broken shindan exactly what he urgently needs? It can be seen from this that these 7 pieces of broken shindan are so rare that the emperor of the Dian dynasty could not even get these 7 pieces of broken shindan. It can be seen how precious it is. I also heard that Jifeng's side is also preparing to take out a 7-pin Lingbao. It is needless to say how much effect Lingbao has on the monks. Unexpectedly, the prizes for this time's Holy Land competition turned out to be so rich even Lu Wuchen showed a playful smile. Depending on the situation, these are obviously for yourself. It seems that many of the main peaks have their own opinions on sitting on the throne of the big brother. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen also showed a sneer. The upcoming paragraph is not introduced too much in the plot, then can you do whatever you what? Anyway, I didn't destroy the main line. Why not? Hippias, it's 2200 hours Beijing time now I'm urging 1863. I don't know if it can reach 2000, but since the chapters have been coded, it's disrespectful to the reader to keep them. Might you give a reward to comfort the author's young heart? Thank you so much. Your support is the source of motivation for the author to write a book. Chapter 61 broke through yet again. How is Dan doing? 2 products can be refined. Lu Wuchen was very proud. In his previous life, he didn't know that he still had the talent of alchemy, and even Han Feier, a little pepper, praised him again and again. The apprentice is good at it. Wu Yuejin smiled slightly. As for whether it was the relationship between the supreme tripod or not, Wu Yuejin said that this was not the point. Next month's Holy Land competition. The disciple knows? It made a lot of noise. It was all aimed at the throne of his big brother. How could Lu Wuchen not know? Actually, you don't need to participate. Wu Yuejin's meaning is very clear. Her disciples will be spoiled by themselves. Naturally not. Lu Wuchen hurriedly said, if you don't participate, how can you not participate? The male protagonist might still want to hit the king in the face. Besides, this time it's not in the plot. It's great to play freely. Disciple, is this sincere? Naturally. The teacher understands. In the next second, the weapon was in hand. Damn, the king is just talking. Show your heart. Forget about this weapon. Lu Wuchen looked. MMP in human special training begins again. A legend has recently become popular in the Holy Land. Somewhere in the Holy Land, a peerless demon is being held. Now the seal is loose. Every night, you can hear the sound of this demon crying and wolf wailing. It's very oozing. Lu Wuchen said, what a special rumor. This king is just practicing. Meditate during the day and absorb the essence of the sun. After all, this kind of magic is extremely wonderful. Even the sunlight can be used for cultivation, and at night, the story of yesterday is repeated, for a whole month, under this inhuman torture. If it weren't for Lu Wuchen's firm will, this was forced out by the male protagonist in the last life. Otherwise, if you go through this stupid X-plot again, the weak-willed one would have collapsed a long time ago. At this moment, Lu Wuchen's face, who was meditating, changed. It's not good, it's going to break through. In the first 2 breakthroughs, the movement was not as big as usual. For the first time, Huangfu Wan's palace was almost ordered. Even if Huangfu Wan protected it, all the objects in the palace turned to ashes. The second time, it was even more outrageous. Not only did the ancient ruins be destroyed, but the male protagonist was also buried alive, almost caused everything to start again. Master, the disciple is about to break through. What are you most afraid of when you break through? Naturally, he couldn't control his earth-shattering supreme magic flame. The teacher knows. Wu Yuejin is not in a hurry. She has her own guards. What else is there to be afraid of? The Empress is so confident. The next moment, Lu Wuchen was teleported into the social state map. Lu Wuchen felt that the psionic powers in his body began to scurry everywhere. I tried my best to control it, but it seemed to have little effect, and the next moment, the psionic energy between heaven and earth erupted instantly. The entire social state map is filled with supreme magic flames. Wu Yuejin was taken aback for a moment, feeling that there were other problems with Lu Wuchen. Although this supreme magic Dao is the supreme foundation of the Demon Gate, coupled with the supreme magic flame, it is impossible for such a change to occur when breaking through the 5th level. But at the moment, Wu Yuejin couldn't be distracted from thinking about it. With a wave of one hand, the psionic energy in the space instantly stabilized. This is the power of the Empress. Such a powerful psionic riot is not worth mentioning in Wu Yuejin's eyes, but the next moment, Wu Yuejin was also stunned. Lu Wuchen's entire body was shrouded in magic flames. Although it would not pose a threat to Lu Wuchen's clothes suffered. At this time, Wu Yuejin was at a loss for the first time. I want to see it but dare not see it. It's a little tangled. This time the breakthrough lasted for several hours before it finally subsided. Huadan refining the gods, the primordial gods emerge, and the fifth order is formed. At this time, Lu Wuchen flew into the sky and fled, and his vitality had been greatly extended. This speed of cultivation is too perverted. Lu Wuchen himself was depressed. Although he was indeed gifted, he was also a rare cultivating genius. But is it too contrary to common sense to break through every 3 to 5 times? In this way, can this world still tolerate itself? Wait, should I put on my clothes first? In the end, Lu Wuchen got the answer from Wu Yuejin. Originally, too much mixed element magic energy had accumulated in his body, coupled with the previous 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum. These were stored in his own 8 veins of the strange scriptures, and this time, I was able to consume it all at once, which was also the credit of Wu Yuejin's little whip. This is to abruptly integrate these into Lu Wuchen's primordial spirit. After that, if there is no adventure, the cultivation speed will return to normal. This time the breakthrough can be described as just right. Fifth order. Even among the disciples, there are very few who can reach the fifth order. At this time, in the first peak, Zimyabai was also working hard in the secret room. What appeared in my mind was a dialogue with the master. If you want to achieve the supreme, you must push all the way in an invincible posture. What the first peak pays attention to is the word overlord. As for her own master, she was defeated in the hands of the empress, and she couldn't make any progress in her cultivation. Entering the emperor at the 9th level seems to be the final attribution of the master for Zimyabai. The old man Tianzong naturally repaid him with high hopes. Among their true disciples, only Zimyabai and Xian Jingyuan had the opportunity to surpass themselves, but Xian Jingyuan was too cold, and although it was difficult to get close, he was the only one who lacked this never-ending domineering aura. And this time I traveled, only then did I discover the jade of Zimyabai. Naturally, he had great expectations for Zimyabai. The first step in embarking on the invincible journey is naturally to start with this time's Holy Land contest. This is the hybrid overlord body, the supreme supernatural power of the teacher, and there are very few people who can comprehend it. It depends on your own creation. Zimyabai in the previous life naturally also got this hybrid overlord, and with this magical power, he swept all the way in the contest, defeated Shangguan Yunji in the final with invincibility. Of course, the main reason is that Xian Jingyuan did not participate in the competition. After all, Xian Jingyuan, the name of the master sister of the Holy Land, is not fake, and in Jianfeng, Huang Fuwan panted for breath. Tired at this time. One after another, Huang Fuwan resorted to slashing the sword of God. No matter how powerful Huang Fuwan was, he had already consumed this body of psionic energy at this moment. Of course, the effect of continuous penance is naturally significant. As soon as the current God comes out, there is no need to accumulate strength coming out of the mind. The end is extremely powerful. Even the swordsman not far away showed a satisfied expression. It's a pity that this sword of God is earth-shattering, but it's still far from Deshang. Otherwise, I have to be excited to try another trick. The master of the 10 peaks, perhaps Dagujian, is the most relaxed one. I don't want to be responsible for anything. As long as Huang Fuwan's logistics work is done, it is fine. It's really a headache. The apprentice is so good. I feel that I don't have much chance to play as a master. At this moment, Huang Fuwan's eyes revealed a hint of firmness. If you want to sweep with the word overlord, Zimyabai must first ask the sword in the hand of the palace, and he will not agree. As for Xian Jingyuan, he was on the top of the mountain at this time, and he couldn't see any emotions in his eyes. Shangguan Yunji, who was standing in front of him, showed a sneer. Chapter 62. The Goddesses of the Holy Land. The 5-year Holy Land competition is definitely very important to the top 10 main peak masters. This is not only the ranking of the disciples, but also the ranking between the main peaks. The main peaks of each peak are either the 8th or 9th order. In terms of cultivation, it has basically reached the extreme. What do you like most now? Naturally, it is a matter of face. The once-in-5-year Holy Land competition is a face-to-face competition. As for the inner disciples, exerting their own strength is not a great opportunity to show themselves. If you can be seen by the peak owner of any peak and accepted as a personal biography, you will have fulfilled your ultimate dream. The children of the Holy Land, no matter where they are the envy of everyone, and the golden signboard of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The whole world who dares to provoke easily. A total of 1,161 disciples participated in the competition. Among them, there are 1,099 inner disciples and 62 direct disciples. This is also the first time that disciples have participated in the top 10 main peaks. Of course, the most concerned person is not the disciple of Zhong 62, but Lu Wuchen among them. The Empress personally handed it down even in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Empress is a legend. To what extent is the pro-biography that can be seen by the Empress powerful? Naturally, there are also many rumors that the one the Empress has a crush on is actually nothing special. It is even said that it is not as good as the disciples of the top 10 main peaks, although I don't believe it very much. This kind of rumor is not groundless. To defeat Lu Wuchen in the contest, it would be equivalent to a miracle. Most importantly, if this is like a rumor, this time, it seems really possible. The land of martial arts in the Holy Land, this was the result of Wu Wujin showing great powers and directly cutting open the entire mountain with one blow. This time, the arenas one by one were already in place. Hiss, this scene is too magnificent. This is obviously the first time that this outer door ladder has participated in the Holy Land competition. With a surprised expression on his face, it was just a comparison within the sect, so it was so exaggerated. This is where it is, this time, what we can see is not only the brothers in the inner door, but even the disciples will show up in the game. Master Feng personally handed it down? Oh, my God, I heard that the disciples are all godlike beings. If you want to talk about God, it's a bit overstated. However, looking at the younger generation in the world, it is true that no one can compare with the disciples of our Holy Land. When he said this, he also looked proud. This is also directly related to the prosperity of the Holy Land. Hey, isn't that the inner disciple Wang Meng? Is there a game for this person today? Wang Meng, I'm a disciple of the Holy Land anyway. Can my name not be so cheesy? Hee. What are you thinking? You are just a tool person. It's pretty good to be able to give you a name. It is indeed Brother Wang Meng. The latter also nodded immediately. This Brother Wang Meng heard that he is very good. Ranked 9th among the inner disciples, I heard that this skill is profound, and there are few opponents. The newcomer became excited at the moment, not expecting to see such a wonderful game as soon as he came up. Brother Wang Meng is indeed very good. I heard that a peak master has already noticed Brother Wang Meng. If he performs well in the Holy Land competition this time, there is a good chance that he will be accepted as a disciple. Brother Wang Meng, but everyone watch step by step to where he is today. Start from the outer door, and then pass the inner door assessment. To say who is the most afraid of death in cultivation, this Wang Meng is the first, because it is the root of the fire spirit. Every time you practice, you are on the edge of the blazing fire. If you are not careful, an accident may occur, and Brother Wang Meng persisted for 8 years. There are also many geniuses among the inner disciples, and Wang Meng's ability to rank in the 9th position is naturally extraordinary. However, in the next second, the two outer disciples were dumbfounded. One move was just one move, and they didn't see how the other party did it. Brother Wang Meng was defeated like this. This is too exaggerated, and Brother Wang Meng, who fell to the ground, also seemed incredible. But this the strength of the disciples. Even if there is a difference in the realm between the 4th order of oneself and the 5th order of the opponent, it is impossible for oneself to be unable to carry a move. Right, during the last competition, it was not that I had never met a disciple, although he was also defeated. It took dozens of tricks before he was finally defeated. The key is that the one in front of him, he seems to have never seen it before. A hiss. Who is this? He even defeated Brother Wang Meng with one move. Zimubai, the disciple of the first peak, handed down. He is Zimubai? Zimubai is currently quite famous in the Holy Land. There are countless fans. The key is that this appearance has a great advantage. This time, Zimubai still maintained a faint smile on his face. He didn't show a triumphant expression because of his victory. It's right to think about it. It's strange that the pro-transmission disciples lost to the inner disciples. As for Zimubai, it would naturally not be so unbearable. At any rate, he is also the male protagonist, the son of luck, and his vision would naturally not be so shallow. It's accepted. Zimubai arched his hand to Wang Meng, chicly turned around and walked off the ring. At this moment, like a charming young man, he attracted a lot of praise from the audience. Naturally, all these compliments came from the mouth of the female cultivator. This is too powerful. Brother Wang Meng is convinced that he is lost. The newcomer looked surprised, and his face was full of admiration for Zimubai. Hey, Brother Wang Meng was out of luck. He actually met this person. It is said that this person was discovered by the old man Tian Song, the lord of the first peak, when he traveled. At first glance, he was shocked. It's really amazing. One move, just one move. At this moment, in other arenas, countless cheers also broke out. There are many goddesses in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, however. The most popular among them are naturally those who are the most popular. Shangguan Yanji, Fairy Bingshan, looked indifferent to everyone, however, in the inheritance of a body of strength. It is also the existence of the ceiling, the goddess in the minds of countless disciples. It's a pity that they can only look from a distance and want to blaspheme. Haha. Be careful that your life is not guaranteed. Huangfu Wan, the new goddess, the great Yen Emperor Ji. When the sect was selected, the supreme Kendo shocked all geniuses. Jianfeng's only disciple, and the strength shown at this moment also surprised all the disciples. With a single sword, all the disciples showed a solemn look on their faces. As for the inner disciple, there is not much mystery at all. Xin Jingyuan. Not to mention this, the name of the Holy Land Master Sister can represent everything, even if it is a personal disciple. He regards defeating Xin Jingyuan as the ultimate goal of his cultivation. His strength can be imagined. Chapter 63, Lu Wuchen's first battle at the Holy Land. This is the lineup of spectators? Who else is there? Lu Wuchen was very confused. By the way, the opponents that other people encountered were all right. How come they got to him and he changed so much? Even if you are a villain, you don't need this kind of treatment. It's Jizhan. Jizhan, the first person in the inner door? It was him who, in 1 year, won the first place in the inner door, and the leader of the younger generation of the Ji family among the 4 major families. I heard that I have been taken by the peak master of the 8th peak. Hiss, it wasn't Jizhan who refused. Isn't that right, refused to become a disciple? Some people looked unbelieving. Isn't the greatest wish of an inner disciple to become a disciple? This Jizhan actually rejected the call of the 8th peak lord, who said it wasn't? Jizhan was the first person to refuse the call of the peak lord. The latter also looked emotional. I heard that Zhanqi's sword came to the Holy Land of Reincarnation just to join Jianfeng. Zhan Ji's talent didn't impress the sword lunatic? You are crazy. Dare to call the master of Jianfeng peak like this? Does Huangfu Wan know? Supreme Kendo, when the sect was selected, Huangfu Wan's sword intent attracted the peak master Dugu Jian on the spot. Who said it wasn't? I heard that Jizhan's face turned green on the spot. Lu Wuchen listened to the discussion of the group of people below. It's amazing. I met an amazing person in the first round. Sure enough, this is the villain treatment, and Jizhan, now in the 5th order, refining the gods with alchemy, naturally also has the strength to be conceited. By the way, who is the unlucky ghost who fought Jizhan? Why haven't you seen it before? I don't know, it doesn't seem to be an inner disciple. It's not the outer door, is it? You are crazy, the outer disciples are not eligible to participate in the competition. Could it be that it is a disciple? It should be, maybe it's a new disciple, but it's unlucky enough to meet Jizhan. Inside and outside the words, they all look like they were watching a good show. You mean, Jizhan can defeat his disciples? Why not? They are all 5th order, and who loses and who wins will naturally have to be compared to know. But the other party is a relative. What about proselytizing? Not long after joining the Holy Land, can you get a bit of truth? But no matter how little it is, it's better than Jizhan. Do you really think that the Ji family of the 4 major families is a soft persimmon? And these conversations, everyone can naturally hear them clearly, huh? No, at this moment, the surrounding inner disciples felt strange. Why are there so many relatives and disciples coming? Hiss, is that Huangfu Wan? Huangfu Wan, who had just passed through the gods with a sword, came here. Dressed in red clothes and red as fire, surrounded by swords, Huangfu Wan at this moment is like a peerless spiritual sword, revealing a killing aura. Are you here for Jizhan? It's impossible. In terms of sword intent alone, Huangfu Wan would surpass Jizhan too much. I asked it for this personal disciple, and the next moment, Shangguan Yanji also arrived. Hiss. The situation is wrong. Some of the inner disciples who leaned in front of them have now slowly retreated. It has attracted so many disciples, and naturally, these excellent viewing locations are not occupied by yourself and others. It's better to give way quickly. Zinyabai is also here. But I want to see how much Lu Wuchen has grown after this period of time. One after another. Relatives who have already finished the game have already come here. At this moment, all the inner disciples were dumbfounded. No way. This. Who is Jizhan's opponent? All fools know that this one must be incomprehensible. At this moment, even a stupid person would not think that these relatives were here for Jizhan until the end. Even Lingbo Fairy Xian Jingyuan, the master sister of the Holy Land, came slowly. Hiss. There was a sound of cool air. The inner disciple didn't know that Lu Wuchen was fine, so naturally there was no problem. However, if the disciples didn't know Lu Wuchen, that would be too much. The only disciple accepted by the Empress is naturally the focus of attention of all the disciples, and this time, it was Lu Wuchen's first battle on the stage of the Holy Land, which naturally attracted all his disciples to watch the battle. You have to take a look at it. What's the difference between Lu Wuchen and Lu Wuchen? It was able to win the favor of the Empress to in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Empress has already been mythologized. Oh, if he is eliminated in the first round, does Lu Wuchen still have the position of dominating the big brother with his face and eyes? A disciple chuckled lightly. This person is also a moderate existence among his disciples, and Lu Wuchen, this one has heard of it. When he started, space was the spiritual root of the upper product, and it was only the fourth level. No matter how powerful it is impossible to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, right? Even if it is a female emperor, it is impossible to turn decay into a miracle. Naturally, this can be regarded as saying the voices of some of the disciples. Why does this Lu Wuchen occupy the position of big brother, just because it is the female emperor's inheritance, when Wu was the first, Wu is the second? Everyone was holding their breath, but this sentence had just fallen, and a supreme sword intent directly confronted this person. You don't have to guess to know that this is Huangfu Wan's method. What do you want to do? With so many relatives and disciples, Huangfu Wan's move was obviously shameless, although he is indeed jealous of the supreme sword intent. In this case, he naturally cannot admit it. Otherwise, what faces will be mixed in the Holy Land in the future? I hope that in the next round, the palace will meet the elder brother. Huangfu Wan smiled coldly. Aha. The latter didn't dare to say more. What's the use of protecting? It's not about talking about strength. Hee. Come on, brother Wuchen. Let go and fight. This girl has a lot of pills here. Puff. Be reasonable. Is this considered to be fanning the flames? This little pepper is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Several relatives from the surrounding area gave a kind smile in return. In the treatment of Danfeng's relatives and disciples, no one is willing to offend casually if their brains are broken. This is Danfeng, who can guarantee that there will be no headache and brain fever in the future. Even if he was injured, he didn't ask for it in the end. Naturally, I dare not offend. Huangfu Wan also smiled in return, feeling that Han Feier had no malice. This time, it was not just these relatives and disciples. Even the peak masters of each peak also separated a divine thought. Naturally, the peak master will not come to the scene for a personal disciple. This is too scary. However, how Lu Wuchen performed, these peak masters are naturally also very curious. What kind of talent was it that made the Empress also think about accepting apprentices? This naturally needs to be understood. These peak masters don't believe what is in front of them, the spiritual root of the top-grade space system? I'm kidding, I can't even see it by myself. Can the Empress see it? There must be another secret, but I didn't expect that above this ring, there was already a divine thought that was much stronger than any peak lord. Hiss. The Empress really protects Master Wu Chen's nephew. This scene made the digital peak master also a little bit dumbfounded. This is too much of a pet, isn't it? Chapter 64. The villain dies from talking too much? Impossible in my world, Brother Lu. I really didn't expect that it would be an honor for me to meet you in the first round. Having said that, Jizhan looked proud at this time. Since his birth, Jizhan has never encountered any setbacks, except that he was not selected by the sword lunatic. However, Jizhan was not discouraged. With his own strength, he did not choose himself. De Gujian was blind. With his own talent, sooner or later he will be able to stand at the top of Kendo. This time, I just want to tell everyone, what about the inheritance of the Holy Land? It is also his own defeated general. After that, he will leave the Holy Land and pursue his own way. Originally, I wanted to meet Huangfu Wan, so that De Gujian could see it. If you didn't choose yourself, it would be you De Gujian who regretted it. However, it seems to be better now, and I actually met Lu Wuchen. The Empress personally said that if she wins, her face will be lost. When I meet Jizhan, you can only be regarded as unlucky, brother. Jizhan sneered, and had already drawn out the spirit sword that had accompanied him in battle for many years. It was about to begin, and the next moment, Jizhan disappeared in place in an instant, so fast. That's amazing. This speed? Did Brother Jizhan never show his true strength in the inner door competition before? The inner disciple exclaimed for a while, But he really didn't expect that Ji Zhan was still hiding his strength. As for the disciples, they are all very calm, their speed is good, and they are more mainstream. That's all of this is the difference between the inner door and the pro-transmission, the essential difference. The next moment, a sword came from the west, and the intent of the sword to move forward passed in an instant. It's done. Ji Zhan couldn't believe it, he was hit with one blow? Is this Lu Wuchen so weak? The only biography of the Empress is really ridiculous, this. Has the disciple been defeated? One move, just one move? All the inner disciples who watched the battle took a breath of cool air. This is too exaggerated. They originally thought it was a dragon-tiger fight, but they didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. But why? On the side of the disciples, there was not even the slightest reaction. In terms of how to say, this Lu Wuchen also represents a disciple, doesn't it? Huang Fuwan's face was indifferent at the moment. Zimibai frowned slightly. This Lu Wuchen was indeed much stronger. The rest of the people did not express anything. Even little Chili kept throwing jelly beans into his mouth at the moment. Wait. It's not a jelly bean, it turned out to be a refined second-grade pill. It is worthy of being a disciple of Dan Feng, and there are so many of these things that they can be eaten as jelly beans. You know, inner disciples can only receive 3 second-grade pills per month. Keep them all as babies, look at others, compare yourself again, and finally understand, what is more popular than people, and the goods have to be thrown away than the goods, just when Ji Zhan was about to collect his sword, but finally felt something was wrong. Suddenly looking back, Lu Wuchen appeared 5 steps behind him. It's not bad, but the speed is a bit slower, and the angle of the knife is also 3 degrees worse. Puff. Don't make trouble, you are competing, okay? The corners of Huang Fuwan's mouth were also slightly upturned. Brother Wu Chen, as usual, was just so unreliable. How can you evaluate your opponent at this time? However, the speed was so fast just now that I didn't even see how to avoid it this moment. These disciples did not have the ease and free hand they had before. Although this sword is mediocre, he can avoid it by himself. Even if he doesn't hide, there are countless ways to fight back. However, Lu Wuchen and others did not react to Lu Wuchen's actions just now. This is a bit outrageous. At the space supernatural power. No, the consumption of the magical powers of the space system is very large. In the face of such a sword, he used the magical powers of the space system. Some of the gains were not worth the loss. Some relatives and disciples thought that Lu Wuchen had used the magical powers of the space system. Is it transposition? Show off. There was a sneer. Facing such a sword, how could it be so? But in the eyes of real masters such as Xin Jingyuan and Shangguan Yunji, they naturally have different views. It is not a space-based supernatural power, and there is no fluctuation of psionic energy, pure speed. Fast enough. At this moment, Ji Zhan snorted coldly. What if he could avoid a sword? Complacent, you will cry in a while. Lu Wuchen, if you can get the 48 swords of the deity, you can talk big. This is Ji Zhan's magical power at the bottom of the box. All the supernatural powers were on the sword, and 48 consecutive cold rays of light blocked all the retreat of Lu Wuchen. So fast, I can't even see how Brother Ji Zhan made his sword. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, some of the relatives and disciples have already become positive, and this Ji Zhan is not bad. It is not a straw bag. Hiss. It's terrifying. What did I see? At this time, even the disciples were dumbfounded. Under the shadow of this sort of lightened sword, Lu Wuchen was avoiding this seemingly airtight sword wall with the smallest margin, but in Lu Wuchen's eyes, it was full of flaws. Impossible, the Fifth Order can have such a speed? At this moment, the one who had just laughed at Lu Wuchen's use of the magical powers of the space system was completely dumbfounded. For Lu Wuchen, this is it. Compared with the Empress's little whip, slag is nothing, not fast enough. Come on. The king is optimistic about you. Yes, speed up, maybe there is still a chance. If you can touch the corner of the king's clothes, even if the king loses. While dodging, Lu Wuchen turned on the mouth cannon mode. Puff. Little Pepper Han Fei really didn't hold back. This time, he sprayed out the candy that he had just eaten. Brother Wu Chen, can you stop making trouble? A good second-grade pill is wasted like this, presumptuous. The next moment, Ji Zhan stopped and drove directly. This is fed up with Lu Wuchen's poisonous tongue. The descendants of the dignified Ji family, their self-esteem does not allow them to endure this kind of ridicule. In an instant, the sky struck with thunder. Blend in the sword spirit and die for the deity. Yo, you have a good temper. The seemingly mighty Zhu Shui was flashed by Lu Wuchen again, and in the next second, he appeared behind Ji Zhan with just a simple kick. This genius of the Ji family was kicked out of the ring. Excuse me? The villain died of talking too much. Sorry, it's impossible with this king. The inner disciples were dumbfounded. What seemed to be a powerful sword. But didn't you get anything? This true disciple turned out to be terrifying. The first in the inner door. It turned out to be like a clown jumping on the beam. Just kidding. This king is also the first villain anyway. And he was also an 8th order power in his last life. Don't you have the eyesight? Did you cultivate loneliness in your last life? At this time, Lu Wuchen's face no longer smiled, but looked serious. Do you know the difference between you and Huang Fu Wan? Your sword is just a watch, and even your opponent can't lock it. What's the use of Tian Lei? As soon as these words came out, Jizhan, who had just looked unconvinced, was stunned in place at this moment. Your kendo was far worse than Huang Fu Wan. It's far from it, this. Although Jizhan didn't want to believe it, however, it is a fact that he has lost to Is he really not as good as Emperor Ji Huang Fu Wan? My own kendo was really not worth mentioning, and Jizhan's performance was in the eyes of his disciples. It's like waste residue. What's the first in the inner door? That's it. Even the Dao heart is unstable. What can it do? In this battle, Lu Wuchen also completely stabilized his position. For those who are still lucky, it is completely different at this moment. Brother, it's not easy to provoke. P.S. It is also said that it is Ulmeo in the pickup text. Forget it. The author is convinced. You are in charge. The author clarified that it's useless. Be reasonable. If you like it, please keep reading. The author will also work hard. There is another point. He has not abandoned the 3 princesses and the talented girl, but now he has temporarily changed the map. A unified reply. After Lu Wuchen grows up, he will definitely take responsibility. Hunt Lu Wuchen actually made a promise to the 2 women in private. When you have the ability to protect them, you will definitely marry them. Wait for your long hair to be waist length. Would you like to follow me into the Tao? Galwan's green silk is made into a bun, and the red dust is not disturbed. Talk about all the red dust and all the tribulations, and live forever with your son. Chapter 65. Has Shi Mubai's good fortune run out? A truly gratifying outcome. Successfully defeating Jizhan can also be regarded as a prestige. Don't treat the villain as a soft persimmon. Be careful to break your teeth. I don't know if the villain's luck is so bad, or if the bad light of his big brother is too eye-catching. It was Lu Wuchen who was the first to meet his disciples. So angry. Big brother, be merciful for a while. The speaker was quite polite, but when he really started fighting, he was not vague at all. What is the difference between a disciple and an inner disciple? There is a clear difference between supernatural powers and combat skills. Without being able to expose his true strength, Lu Wuchen coped with it. After a stick of incense, the disciple who was fighting against him had to reluctantly admit defeat because he had exhausted his psionic energy. The audience below looked dumbfounded. Fuck, be reasonable, is that okay? The disciple's face was even more bloodless. Psionic energy was exhausted, and he didn't even touch a corner of Lu Wuchen's clothes. It's already big. Let's find out about the range of supernatural powers. Can you still hide? This is the rhythm of being exhausted to death. At this moment, the disciples re-evaluated Lu Wuchen's strength. Don't say anything else. Where did you learn this weird technique alone? This is too perverted. Can a disciple be exhausted to death alive? Lu Wuchen, is this king proud? Is the king proud? As a result, Lu Wuchen gained a new name, Lu Duo Duo. Anyway, when he heard the name from Huang Fu Wan, the corners of Lu Wuchen's mouth twitched. Be reasonable? Blame this king too? Unlike Lu Wuchen, Shi Mubai belongs to the category of strong promotion, pushing all the way. The inner disciples have no odd enemy to eye in the next game. Zimubai's draw turned out to be Shangguan Yanji. This is the end of good luck. Lu Wuchen had to feel the wings of the butterfly with emotion, but only stirred slightly. Can such an effect be achieved? Is it a bit exaggerated? The decisive battle of the last World War was actually staged in advance. Zimubai, you are the son of luck. It's just so enjoyable. At this time, under Yunfeng, why? Xian Jingyuan took the initiative to stop Shangguan Yanji's way. What and why? What is the big sister referring to? Yun Ji didn't understand. Shangguan Yanji was taken aback for a moment and stopped, but his expression was expressionless. These 2 fairies are like they were carved out of a mold. This exaggerated frigid wind. Wu Yuejin, let's see how influential you are. Wu Yuejin, blame the emperor. Lu Wuchen wanted to know, what are these 2 like in private? Will it be like Wu Yuejin, holding a small whip in her hand? Well, it's chilling to think about it. The fairies of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, or the unknown scene of the fairies of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. If you record it yourself and publish it, will sales explode? Sister Yanji, you cheated during the lottery. Xian Jingyuan frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand very well. What? Big sister, are you distressed? Shangguan Yunji sneered. In the last life, Master Sister, you didn't even participate in the competition for this Zinyabai, although I don't know why this life has changed. However, if you want to think about this little brother who still loves you very much. It's a pity that the Grand Sister of the dignified Holy Land knows people but doesn't know her. I read the wrong person. For Shangguan Yunji, the fraud of the junior sister is not unmatched, but she just wants to meet Zinyabai early, so she can collect some interest early. Senior Sister Yunji. Xian Jingyuan, stop talking. Master Sister, you'd better not say something. Shangguan Yunji's face was flat, but he blocked all Xian Jingyuan's subsequent words. If you want to let yourself out of the water in the game, Xian Jingyuan, you were still the same. This was the case before the final of the last life. How? Are you going to say something new? This fairy will tell you now. Cherish life and stay away from scumbags. Isn't it enough for this fairy to be harmed by this Zinyabai in her last life? Shangguan Yunji left without looking back, giving Xian Jingyuan no face at all. But the problem is that Xian Jingyuan didn't ask Shangguan Yunji to be merciful when she came to Shangguan Yunji. I just wanted to remind Shangguan Yunji to be careful of Shimubai. In the last life, the teacher's order was difficult to violate, but in the end? At the first peak of the Holy Land, a white-eyed wolf was raised. Master died with hatred. Everything was caused by Zinyabai's selfishness. Xian Jingyuan naturally hated him to the bone. But he didn't expect that Shangguan Yunji would take the lead. Xian Jingyuan knew very well that Shimu's character was worrisome, but his strength was profound. It is not easy to win the battle. However, now the two fairies have the same purpose. Tender to death Zinyabai. I don't know what kind of expression Zinyabai will look like when he knows it. It is estimated to be wonderful, and this battle also attracted almost all the disciples to the scene. Zinyabai's promotion along the way was too strong. The first peak's domineering tactics are displayed vividly, and Shangguan Yunji, among his disciples, is also a standout existence. I don't know what's going on. In the new generation of Holy Land relatives, a strange phenomenon has appeared. Yin is prosperous and Yang is declining. Of course, Wu Huijin said that she didn't carry this pot by herself, but in fact, female cultivators are indeed stronger in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Especially Xian Jingyuan and Shangguan Yunji are the leading figures. Even more so, there are many fans and admirers. It's a pity that there are few people who are qualified to be side by side with the fairy. I had to hide this admiration in my heart. Zinyabai met an opponent. Huang Fuwan was holding the spirit sword in her arms, with a trace of disdain on her face. Shimubai had a hard time. Huang Fuwan would be happy. As the new goddess of the Holy Land, Huang Fuwan's popularity in the competition is also quite high, especially this supreme kendo. As long as it does not fall, the name of the future female swordsman will surely rise. Every once in a while, in this world, there will always be a group of peerless geniuses with talents and evildoers turned out. Of course, there are few who can really grow up. If you want to be coquettish, it depends on whether you have this life or not. Sister Huangfu, why do you have such an expression? Han Feier, who was throwing candy into her mouth, said that the world of adults is really hard to understand. As a female passerby in the previous life, Han Feier was very fortunate to say that fortunately, she was not reborn. Otherwise, it would also be a sin. Disdain, does the palace have it? He. Blind people can see whether it is good or bad. This time, Lu Wuchen also came, and the male protagonist Zinyabai fought Shangguan Yunji. Naturally, Lu Wuchen didn't want to miss this good show. Big brother, my candy is about to be finished. The first time she saw Lu Wuchen, Han Feier pointed to the sugar bag that she was about to empty. Lu Wuchen looked MP, then he took out another bag from his arms. Save some, beware of tooth decay. It is estimated that this is the only one who treats Serpent Lingdan as candy. Lu Wuchen is to increase his proficiency. As for Han Feier, it was for the desire of their mouths and stomachs, and the two of them got what they needed. In fact, Lu Wuchen still admires Danfeng's few people for the sake of Lingdan. Each one did not hesitate to try the poison with his own body. Danfeng's big brother, I heard that he is still lying in a hospital bed now, just to develop some new drugs. I just put myself in a coma, and I couldn't wake up in 10 days and a half. I even missed this competition. It was really a struggle. Chapter 66 Shangguan Yixiao, Evil Spirits Take a Detour. Senior Sister, you have to be merciful for a while. Shimubai is dressed in a pure white sun and moon brocade robe, chic and handsome, and poses in a posture that best shows his aura. He saluted Shangguan Yunji. The corners of Shangguan Yunji's mouth twitched, the Xian dance wheel in his hand tightened, and he couldn't wait to open his intestines and stomachs for this one now. Naturally, the younger brother is very powerful, so there is no need for Yunji to want it. I don't want to talk nonsense, I just want to do it. especially when I see this sawball posture. If you don't beat your face full of peach blossoms for a while, this fairy will never stop. Every time Xinyu buys competition, there are always countless female disciples in the Holy Land. Even Lu Wuchen could hear screams. MMP, this is a holy place. Do you really think it's a concert? It is worthy of the male protagonist, who has fascinated these fairies 3 times, and for this kind of scene, Xinyu enjoyed it very much. Originally in the Dian dynasty, I should have been treated like this, but I didn't know why. It was good, but it collapsed inexplicably. This made Xinyu very uncomfortable for himself. As for now, Xinyu feels a lot more normal at last, without saying much. Facing this handsome face, Shangguan Yunji couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as he started, Xinyu found out that something was wrong. Fuck, what's the matter? Shangguan Yunji didn't even have the most basic temptation, and used his supernatural powers as soon as he came up. What's wrong with this pussy? Xinyu only felt that something was wrong at this time. This was a direct outbreak. It feels like there is a deep hatred, and a big hatred anyway. Your first peak is the word hegemony. Is it too much for you to press yourself to fight, avoiding a series of moves? Xinyu was a little embarrassed. This pretended pure white sun and moon brocade robe has been stained with a layer of gray soil. Where is there the chicness of the fairy in the painting, senior sister? Xinyu once again escaped Shangguan Yunji's fatal blow. The corner of the ring where he was standing was knocked out. At the moment, the corners of Xinyu eyes twitched even more. Damn, this ring has been specially treated, and ordinary spiritual treasures cannot be destroyed. How ruthless is this? Actually cut off a corner. A junior brother, senior sister teaches you, don't be distracted when fighting. Shangguan Yunji seemed to kindly remind him. However, this figure was not idle at all, so he went directly in front of him and played melee. The handover of weapons is endless, and the bigger, the faster, and under the ring, the melon-eating masses were all dumbfounded. Fuck, senior sister Shangguan actually laughed? The disciples who were familiar with Shangguan Yunji showed incredible expressions one after another. No, it should be a look of horror. What? Senior sister Shangguan is now in the upper hand. Is there anything wrong with laughing? Huang Fuwan asked suspiciously. I in the last life, Huang Fuwan and Shangguan Yunji were not familiar. Between fairies, it is normal for the same sex to reprimand each other, and naturally it is not clear what Shangguan Yunji's smile represents. Shangguan smiled, and the demon took a detour. At this time, Han Fair stopped eating candy and showed a horrified expression that he even swallowed involuntarily. Lu Wuchen was also taken aback. Be reasonable, Shangguan Yunji has a beautiful smile. How could there be a saying that Shangguan smiled and the demon took a detour? 5 years ago, a village in the hometown of senior sister Shangguan was slaughtered by the demon gate. It happened that senior sister Shangguan went out to experience and met such tragedies. The disciples who experienced together found that senior sister Shangguan had such a smile on her face. Smile. Speaking of this, Han Fair looked horrified. Although he had heard of it, one of the experienced disciples couldn't help trembling whenever he talked about it. What happened after that? It's a nightmare. Senior sister Shangguan, holding the mysterious dance wheel with one hand, killed the demon gate lair here. Speaking of this, Han Fair swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Throughout the night, the 365 masters of the demon sect, including 3 Fifth Order powers, all died in different places. Be reasonable, isn't it the case that the disciples of the Holy Land of Reincarnation encounter the demon gate to do evil? Although a lot of people have been killed, there is no need to do such a big problem. When the other disciples arrived, senior sister Shangguan was just like this, with the same smile, but Xuani had been completely dyed blood red, and these demon doors were dead. Speaking of this, Han Fair couldn't help shuddering. Be reasonable, a stunning fairy is so weird. No wonder Shangguan smiled and said that the devil took a detour. Even if it was the demon way, it is estimated that Shangguan Yunji was afraid of being killed. Wait, how did Xinyu provoke Shangguan Yunji again? Xinyu, be reasonable, I really want to know too. This is simply unreasonable. Attacking like a stormy storm, Shangguan Yunji at this moment is completely regardless of the others. This crazy woman, if it weren't for Xinyu's backhand, he would have collapsed a long time ago. Ordinary disciples, when they meet Shangguan Yunji, who is about to die with a slight smile, they are probably scared to death. If it weren't for the system task, Xinyu really didn't want to face this crazy woman. The shot turned out to be of no importance at all. Panicked Tianwei, the water is flooding the mountains. Shangguan Yunji, who was completely high, even used the taboos that had not yet been practiced. Not good. At this moment, even the master who was watching the play looked dumbfounded. Shangguan Yunji's master, Master Shuiwe, also entered the emperor in the 9th rank. The one who loves the most is naturally Shangguan Yunji. The apprentice, jealousy is like hatred. and his personality is exactly the same as his own, although I don't know why Shangguan Yunji treated Xinyabai like this, but during the Holy Land competition, would the forbidden curse be used? And it is still an immature forbidden curse that if this is successful, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, it is a large-scale forbidden curse, but if it is unsuccessful, the backlash against Shangguan Yunji will also be quite great. At this moment, Master Shuiwei couldn't care about anything else, so he got up directly to eye in the first peak. The old man Tiansong also had an angry expression on his face. Okay, you Shuiwei, you were so indulgent to disciples and use forbidden tricks in the competition. As for the melon-eating masses onlookers, they are also scattered by birds and animals at this moment. The competition between relatives and disciples is too scary, isn't it? Even the forbidden moves have been used. The spiritual power in this space has already boiled over. Seen your sister Shangguan? Even Xin Jingyuan looked confused, and the script was a bit different from what he had imagined. Disciple, stop. Mubai, be careful. At the same time, two angry shouts came. Master Shuiwei and Old Man Tiansong both appeared. However, at this moment Shangguan Yunji's forbidden move has been completed. The arrow is on the string. How can there be any reason to hold back? Xinyabai, you beast, you framed yourself in your last life. Harm yourself to death for your own lusts, scum like you. How is it different from the demon gate? This fairy will walk the way for heaven today and destroy you. It deserves to be a forbidden move. This lethality is really unusual. As Xinyabai was also dumbfounded. Crazy woman. As soon as Shangguan Yunji banned the move, it could be said that the world had changed color. Unfortunately, his strength was limited. Otherwise, it would flood this peak. The entire ring has also disappeared at this moment. After an earth-shattering outbreak, there was only a depression left, and Shangguan Yunji had already passed out at this moment and fell into Shuiwei's arms. As for Xinyabai, how could the male protagonist have an accident? At the critical moment, he was rescued by the old man Tiansong. Naturally, if you expose yourself, this forbidden move can naturally be blocked. But in this way, Xinyabai doesn't even have a whole card. Shuiwei, you are bold. It's just a big competition in the Holy Land, and it actually condones the use of forbidden tricks by the disciples. The old man Tiansong was also furious. What a watermoon, for the reputation of this first peak. How dare you be so shameless? This seat will investigate by itself. But, Tiansong, if there are other reasons for the disciples of this seat, or if there is a problem with your disciples, don't blame this seat for being rude. Shuiwei and Tiansong entered the emperor at the same time as the 9th rank. No one is afraid of anyone. Maybe the old man Tiansong is slightly stronger, but if you want to win or lose, unless it's a 1000-day war, naturally, Tiansong didn't dare to underestimate Shuiwei. He snorted coldly and left directly with Xinyabai, leaving Shuiwei with a sneer. Crazy woman. The disciples taught are also crazy women, and this time, the game also ended because of Shangguan Yunji's coma. The final result of the negotiation was naturally that the male protagonist Mubai was promoted. Well, there is no surprise about this, otherwise, can he still be the son of luck? Xinyabai successfully advanced, but this body of psionic energy was consumed by Shangguan Yunji. It's not easy to get a supplement in a short time. Chapter 67. Joy turns to sorrow. Lu Wuchen. What is joy and compassion? Originally, watching Xinyabai being abused, Lu Wuchen, as the first villain, was naturally very cool. However, Lu Wuchen had forgotten the fact that he was the first villain. The male protagonist is so miserable. Can he be better off as a villain? Lu Wuchen looked at the result of his lottery, with a look of MMP. Fuck. Be reasonable. Huang Fuwan couldn't laugh or cry, so she turned out to be against Brother Wuchen. With this luck, it can only be said that the influence of the Son of Luck is not generally great. In this time's pro-transmission war, the melon-eating masses had the experience of the previous round and moved away from the stands one after another. Just kidding. In case you get high again, your small body can't stand it. Even those relatives and disciples are far away. This year's newcomers are not simple. Huang Fuwan's supreme kendo killed everything in the world. Jianfeng's only disciple. This is no joke. As for Lu Wuchen, no one knows exactly what the details are, but Lu Dodo's reputation has spread, can make the disciples tired to death. Until now, no one has been able to touch Lu Wuchen's corner of clothes. This has never happened in previous competitions. At this moment, Shangguan Yunji Yu woke up and saw his master with a worried expression on his face, and he was also apologetic. Master, I'm worried about you. Anyway, the disciple told the teacher, what is the matter between you and this Xinyabai? If it's his fault, even if he kills the first peak for the teacher, he will get justice for you. Master Shuiwei has a characteristic, that is, the famous protector of calves. Be you reasonable? Sorry, this seat is a woman. Reason with women? Have your spring and autumn dreams, master. The disciple wants to solve the disciple's affairs by himself. Shangguan Yunji didn't say anything, nor could he say it. There was a powerful force blocking him in the dark. That's it, let's talk about it. Master Shueiyue sighed. The first thing that came to mind was emotional injury. He only hoped that his favorite disciple would not follow his own old path. Shangguan Yunji, gone. Emotional injury? Just Xinyabai. Bah! As for Xinyabai, he looked even more depressed, and he actually met a crazy woman. There is simply no place to make sense. The key is that the opponent's master himself is not easy to provoke, the famous Holy Land vixen, even Tianzong. Don't offend too much. At this time, Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan were already looking at each other far above the ring. Brother Wuchen, I'm offended. Huang Fuwan shouldered the responsibility of Jianfeng, and naturally his pride did not allow him to release water in the competition. It doesn't work even if the opponent is the dust-free king brother who he loves dearly. Presumably, Brother Wuchen had the same idea. Lu Wuchen, in fact, if you release a little water, it is acceptable for your brother. The next moment, Huang Fuwan drew out his sword, which was also a sword. Huang Fuwan's kendo and Zhizhan's kendo, one in the sky and one in the ground, can be described as the difference between Yanyi. However, this sword was still easily flashed by Lu Wuchen. This technique is extremely chic, even Lu Wuchen admired himself. Fuck, sure enough, it's Lu Dodu again. It's outrageous, you can't avoid it every time. To be reasonable, Sister Huangfu's kendo is already ridiculously strong, can she still hide? In the battle at this time, the inner disciples can only watch the excitement, which is no longer understandable at their level. Only by passing on the disciples in person can the essence be seen. Especially Huang Fuwan's kendo was really amazing. Such a sword curtain actually gave everyone present a feeling of unavoidable. It's terrifying. How long has this Huangfu junior sister been getting started? Is there such strength? The disciples were shocked. They originally thought that the game between Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan was just going through the motions. After all, although the time to come to the Holy Land is still short, Huang Fuwan's intentions for Lu Wuchen are self-evident. Even a fool can see it. Huang Fuwan's eyes, when they fell on Lu Wuchen, were full of tenderness and deep affection. But I didn't expect it. I really started to move my hands, but it was not vague at all. Is it popular with my savage girlfriend now, seeing such a scene? Male cultivators said one after another that fortunately, they had decisively given up the idea of finding a partner. It's too scary. Don't say if you can't fight, even if you win, you might have to kneel on the washboard after you go back. It's better to come alone and be at ease. Brother Wuchen, be careful, the palace is going to be real. Huang Fuwan smiled slightly, and Huang Fuwan naturally saw Lu Wuchen's progress in her eyes. In a short period of time, the progress was so great that Huang Fuwan was secretly shocked. He had cultivated since he was a child. But in the face of Lu Wuchen's progress, he looked so pale and weak, which also stimulated Huang Fuwan's competitive spirit. That being the case, let's compare it to the last game. I'm going. Isn't this real? The sword shadow just now is so fast that it can't be seen clearly. This is too outrageous. Hit it. At this moment, Xin Jingyuan, who had been paying attention to the situation on the field, suddenly spoke. What's in it? Everyone looked dumbfounded. Even the disciples didn't see what had just happened. The next moment, the two figures finally appeared again. Between the two of them, a piece of purple nylon floated down. It turned out to be Lu Wuchen's corner. This is the first time that Lu Wuchen has been cut in the corner of his clothes since the big match. However, looking at the situation on the field, Lu Wuchen had a smile on his face, but what suddenly appeared in Lu Wuchen's hand turned out to be Huang Fuwan's scabbard. Hiss! Everyone took another breath of cool air. In such a sword curtain, Lu Wuchen actually completed the sword capture. Huang Fuwan, on the other hand, just picked out the corner of Lu Wuchen's clothes. This speed seems to be inseparable from victory or defeat. In fact, Huang Fuwan had already lost a bit, but at this time, Huang Fuwan's smile on her face became stronger and stronger. The stronger Lu Wuchen became, the happier Huang Fuwan became. At that moment, Huang Fuwan himself did not expect that Brother Wuchen could actually take the scabbard from his own hand. Brother Wang, the palace underestimated you. At this moment, Xin Jingyuan was also stunned. In the previous life, Lu Wuchen was not so strong, although in terms of talent, Lu Wuchen is also the top, the eighth order power, the existence that ordinary geniuses can only look up to. I really didn't expect that Lu Wuchen would have such an adventure in this life. That's fine, when you have solved Xinyabai by yourself, it's your turn to Lu Wuchen, puff. Be reasonable, Xian Jingyuan, what have you encountered? Not only do you want to be an enemy of the male protagonist, But you also want to kill the villain. The water in it seems a bit unfathomable. As for Lu Wuchen, why did he quietly avoid Shen Jingyuan every time he saw him? Lu Wuchen, hey. They are all evils created in the last life. At this time, the competition was still continuing, and facing Huangfu Wan, Lu Wuchen chose to take the initiative. As soon as the spirit sword came out of his hand, this is the first time Lu Wuchen has played a sword since the contest. If Zimubai were present at the moment, he would probably vomit blood with anger. I recognize it when I kill myself, and this 8-pin spirit sword is what I got in the ruins, but because the assassination was unsuccessful, he was left behind when he fled. In the end, it became Lu Wuchen's trophy, 8-pin spirit sword. Who doesn't look greedy? In this world, there are very few 8-pin Lingbao. Even if you rummage through the collections of the Dian dynasty, there are only 1 or 2 spiritual treasures of the 8 products. It can be seen how precious it is. I was fine by myself, and before my hands were hot, I handed it over to Lu Wuchen, who was my own. How not to be sad. P.S. On the front line of fighting the epidemic, I still used my mobile phone to write the manuscript today, with only 3 chapters. Chapter 68, Another Forbidden Technique? Are they all free? Is Lu Wuchen Lu Dodge? Does Lu Wuchen have magical powers? Lu Wuchen doesn't know swordsmanship. Fart. Use it to scare you to death. In the practice with Wu Jin, just being able to hide is of no use. Only the spiritual sword in the hand can play a truly decisive role. The female emperor Wu Jin is superb. But what is the emperor? What is the pinnacle? The swordsman Dugu Jian, who has studied ruthless kendo all his life, is fierce and fierce, indestructible, not stuck in things, can be a sword. And there is no sword in his heart to achieve the supreme kendo. In fact, if you are above kendo, if someone is more powerful than a swordsman, there was only one person, and that was the Empress Wu Jin. This is the pinnacle. And Lu Wuchen's understanding of kendo was trained by Wu Jin himself, and it's still in actual combat. At the moment Lu Wuchen waved his sword, De Gujian above the sword peak suddenly opened his eyes. A dazzling sword light cut through the sky. Everyone watching the battle had extremely complicated expressions, but the power of this sword, all of you here, how many people can match it? Affectionate. If the sword is sentient, what is the sword? Empress, you have accepted a good disciple. De Gujian muttered to himself, this sword is really powerful, and I actually let myself see the figure of the Empress back then. It's a pity that he is still very young, and he is not good enough for his precious disciples. De Gujian had absolute confidence in Huangfu Wan use a sword. The younger generation, it is difficult to meet opponents naturally. Lu Wuchen did not comprehend the so-called supreme kendo, but his understanding of the sword was completely worked out in actual combat. At this moment, the situation in the ring shocked everyone. Is this Lu Wuchen's strength? Is this the true strength of the Empress? Although there is no magical power of the sword fairy, between these gestures, he is full of his own kendo. At this time, Wu Jin, who was sitting in her dojo, showed a charming smile. For a while, the world was floating under this beautiful smile. Huangfu Wan was also surprised by Lu Wuchen's understanding of kendo. There was no trace of this trick. It seemed disordered, but in fact, only Huangfu Wan was very uncomfortable. His own kendo actually faintly felt suppressed by Lu Wuchen. This also aroused Huangfu Wan's competitive heart unexpectedly. Brother Wang was already so strong, that being the case, why not let go of your hands and feet and enjoy it? Lu Wuchen, please, it's just a sword. It's easy for people to misunderstand you like this. For Huangfu Wan, who is obsessed with Supreme Kendo, this competition is worth remembering for a long time. The collision of swords and swords is endless. More and more open above this ring. No figure can be seen clearly, only the sword light is vertical and horizontal. Everything around has long been destroyed by sword chi. Huangfu Wan at this moment seemed to have a feeling in her heart. The next moment, the sword intent was everywhere, actually broke through kendo again in actual combat. At this scene, even those true disciples were dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? Oh, hey, can you stop exaggerating too much and take care of other people's feelings? Okay, this is so bullshit. A sword intent rose into the sky and instantly forced Lu Wuchen back. Lu Wuchen looked dazed. Can you break through while playing? Can you be reasonable? Huangfu Wan broke through and engaged in a sneak attack by himself? It is in line with what his villain did. Yes, just think about it. Lu Wuchen immediately closed his sword and stood aside, only to be dumbfounded. Ha. Good, good. Worthy of being a disciple of this seat. To be able to comprehend this way, within a few years, you will be able to surpass as a teacher. Among the sword peaks, De Gujian's hearty laughter came. As far as Huangfu Wan's perverted comprehension is concerned, within a few years, the prestige of the world's first sword will really have to be surrendered. De Gujian got up, and the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the martial arts field. The spirit sword in his hand rose into the sky, and a curtain of swords descended, Protecting the entire martial arts field, the disciples' breakthrough is coming soon, and naturally the master cannot stand idly by. Besides, this is also to protect the rest of the disciples. This violent sword aura is no joke. If you get hit, your life will be hard to protect. After a full day of fragrant effort, the sword intent of the riot finally stabilized. Huangfu Wan then opened her eyes. Brother Wang, I've been waiting for a long time. Huangfu Wan at this time had bright eyes, and this breakthrough was of great significance to Huangfu Wan. His own swordsmanship is not as aggressive and fierce as it was at the beginning, but it is much more rounded. On the contrary, I feel that it is not as dazzling as before. However, in Xin Jingyuan's eyes, Huangfu Wan at this moment was enough to become his own rival. What a Huangfu Wan! What a supreme kendo! Liu Wuqian wanted to pretend to beep a few words. Or just say a few words of encouragement, but the point is, I didn't even figure out what was going on, Brother Wang, in order to thank you. How about asking Brother Wang to take the palace's trick of slashing the gods? Damn, Huangfu Wan, are you thanking the king? I'm afraid you are not going to tender the king to death, are you? Tender yourself to death as a villain? Just when Lu Wuqian was speechless, Huangfu Wan had already vacated the air, and his ridiculously powerful sword intent broke out again. I'm going. Blind yourself. With this sword intent, he rushed straight into the sky and broke a hole in the sky. Flash, it's forbidden art again. Are all the disciples crazy? It's a forbidden move at every turn, and this forbidden move doesn't require money. The crowd was scattered. Only a few, relying on their own tyrannical strength, still stayed in place. Liu Wuqian's face also became solemn at this time. Slash God again. When Zimyabai faced this blow, he could only escape in a hurry. Zimyabai, fart. I just don't want to expose too much. Out with the sword. The ghosts and spirits are shocked. Huangfu Wanjiao let out a cry, and the spirit sword controlled in her hand left Huangfu Wan's control, and the next spirit sword skyrocketed and became a silver-white giant sword composed of psionic energy. As for this power, just look at the inner disciples who fled directly. Inner disciple, fart, probiography runs faster than us. Even the proud fairy Lingbo Xin Jingyuan had already retreated to a safe distance at this moment. Everyone felt that Huangfu Wan was playing for real. The power of this trick turned out to be comparable to Shangguan Yunji. Even Xin Jingyuan had already felt a sense of oppression. It's so good. No one will feel better if they get this. For Lu Wuqian, this is no place to hide. It would be nice if you could show the supreme magic way and the supreme magic flame. At least the supernatural powers recorded in the hearts of the Dao demon species are also rare in the world. Even if it is against the god of slashing, it is hard to say who loses and who wins, but the problem is that Lu Wuqian is exposed at this moment. And the next moment, the 10 Peaks Peak Masters should probably show their faces. It's really difficult. At this time, Lu Wuqian had only to choose rigidity. Chapter 69 Forbidden Spell Clash? It's just a match. Why are we being forced to watch this? If I go, isn't it just to kill the gods? It's not that I can't do it myself. In the last life, Lu Wuqian was also an 8th order power anyway, and it was nothing great to have learned to cut the gods. Janfeng's stunt is nothing more than that. It's not that it's not public. It's just that there are very few people who can succeed in cultivation. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. The same starting style, the same moves. At this moment, all the relatives and disciples were shocked. Damn it, let's put it bluntly, this is Jianfeng Zhu Shui. Can you do this too? De Gujian also stared at his bronze bell-like eyes wide at this moment, with an MMP expression on his face. No way. Although the Tibetan scripture pavilion was established that year, he didn't have any magical powers around him, so he made up for this divine slash. However, De Gujian knew better than anyone else that this thing was definitely not something that ordinary people could make. For the cognition of kendo, it has to reach a certain level. Even Huangfu Wan, the supreme kendo master, could not exert the essence of slashing the gods at the 5th level. By the way, Empress, where did you recruit the monster from, Brother Wang? Even Huangfu Wan was taken aback. The same trick, for the Saint Seiya. Saint Seiya? What's this? Forget it. You don't understand. Huangfu Wan version of the god of slaying versus Lu Wuqian version of the god of slashing. A silver-white giant sword, a black giant sword that is dust-free on the mainland. As for why it was black, Lu Wuqian could already conceal the supreme demon Dao, but there was still a trace of evil spirit in this slashing god. At this moment, De Gujian had already seen that something was wrong. The 8-pin evil spirit sword was born, so there is no need to be nervous. At the critical moment, a word from the Empress was enough. Dugu's sword immediately put away his suspicious look. It turned out to be the ancient 8-pin evil spirit sword. This little guy, it's good luck. Panic Tianlei, one step up. Two extremely sharp spiritual swords collided in the void. Fuck, it's unreasonable. The forbidden curse is still against Boom. Even the disciples were dumbfounded at the moment. Forbidden curse, among the relatives, how many people can perform it? Lu Wuchen's slashing god, relying on the power of the spirit sword, was comparable to Huangfu Wan in the next moment. Power can completely erupt. The void began to break. The power of this forbidden curse is really extraordinary, breaking through the void. Even a full blow of the sixth order power is not enough. Set. The cold female voice penetrated between the heavens and the earth. At the critical moment, the Empress took action to stabilize the aura of the heaven and the earth, otherwise, this martial arts arena may be completely annihilated. Is it a victory? Facing such a mighty power, even his disciples couldn't help being taken aback. This is too exaggerated, it's simply unreasonable. The forbidden curse is Boom. It's ridiculously strong. Are you sure this is not a vendetta of life and death? In this case, if anyone still regards Lu Wuchen as a weak chicken, it is definitely a pit in his brain. Lu Wuchen has proved that he, the big brother, absolutely deserves it. When all the dust settled, Huangfu Wan fell from the sky as if she had lost control of her body. Not good, hurry up and save people. At the moment, there was a shout from his disciples. After all, Huangfu Wan was also one of the new fairies in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, with many admirers, but the problem is that everyone has been forced too far just now, and now they want to help, but they can't catch them. At this moment, a figure rose into the sky, not someone else, but Lu Wuchen. It's just that Lu Wuchen's appearance at the moment is not very good. A good brocade robe, but at this moment it has become a rag hanging on his body. If this range is larger, it is estimated that there will be a leak. The god-to-god confrontation just now was actually Huangfu Wan's slight advantage. After all, it was the supreme kendo control. It's not comparable to Lu Wuchen's half-assed son, but Huangfu Wan suffered when she suffered a loss. She had just made a breakthrough, and her breath was unstable, forcibly manipulating and slashing the gods, suffered a lot of losses. As for Lu Wuchen, after Huangfu Wan's god-slashing broke through, his power was not as powerful as before. Relying on his perverted body technique, he reversed his maneuvers and was literally held down by Lu Wuchen. I have to say that Lu Wuchen is really awesome. No, it's the Empress's little whip that is really awesome. Fuck, why do I feel envious? This is a Holy Land competition. They openly spread dog food? Is there any dancing? Obviously you can land directly, but you have to look around and turn around in the air for a few laps. Isn't it unfriendly for you to sprinkle dog food like this? Huangfu Wan at this moment leaned her head on Lu Wuchen's chest, with her hands around Lu Wuchen's neck. TSK. How do you feel that there is a kind of door-to-door delivery? It's very unfriendly, especially a minor like this girl. Unfair, she lost a jelly bean to her mouth, and chewed it for a long time, which was a shock to herself. After all, the blow just now was too terrible, and until now, his little heart still kept beating. Maybe God can't see it anymore. Villain, let go of the heroin, let me come. The next moment, Duga's sword flashed in an instant, and he glared at Lu Wuchen viciously. Let's put it bluntly, you were obviously a step slower just now, but if you do it quickly, you won't be able to pick it up yourself, right? Dagujian just wanted to reach out and take his beloved disciple, and in the next second, Huangfu Wan came down directly from Lu Wuchen's arms. Looking at this, it's not a big deal, so the situation just now. Master, don't worry, the disciple was out of strength just now. Dagujian was quite embarrassed in his heart. How much did he dislike himself as a master? Take off the force. What to take off the force? To be honest, he had already recovered from being in the air just now. Is this necessary? Huangfu Wan said. The opportunity is rare. It's a pity to miss it. As for what others think, sorry, it is not within the scope of the palace's consideration. Huangfu Wan was like this. It was also a declaration of his own sovereignty. And Lu Wuchen completely became a tool. As for Xian Jingyuan, he smiled coldly and remained silent. This time, Wu Wajin was expressionless for this kind of pediatrics. No, what does this little whip in your hand mean, Wu Wajin? It seems that he still hasn't practiced in place, otherwise, under the slash, the disciple wouldn't be so embarrassed. It seems that he still has to strengthen his exercise. I wonder what kind of expression Lu Wuchen would have when he got the bad news. As for the next few competitions, they seemed calm until the final four was decided. Shimubai didn't know if there was something wrong with the aura of the male protagonist, so he drew Xin Jingyuan again. Xin Jingyuan, Fairy Lingbo, and Xin Jingyuan, Master Sister of the Holy Land. He is still the first disciple of his first peak, Zimubai. Fuck, system, can you give me some strength? If you are like this, how can I complete my task? Zimubai's system is also confused. To put it bluntly, I have obviously avoided all strong enemies in terms of opportunity. Why did Shangguan Yunji and Xian Jingyuan win one after another? Xian Jingyuan said that he was only inspired by Shangguan Yunji. When drawing lots, I just used some tricks.as for Lu Wuchen. You were lucky this time. This fairy will first find Zimubai to settle the accounts of the two of us, keep it for the rest of our lives and settle it slowly, be reasonable. What did Lu Wuchen do to deserve Xian Jingyuan's concern? Chapter 70. A son should be born like Lu Wuchen. How strong is Xian Jingyuan's strength, master sister of the Holy Land? In terms of strength, he can be called the first person in the Holy Land. Even if it is against the male protagonist who has opened the physical plug-in, it still has a steady advantage. Moreover, in the early stage of the plot, Xian Jingyuan was originally more powerful. In the last life, the author Jun regarded Xian Jingyuan as Zimubai's plug-in to escort him. So in the early stage, Xian Jingyuan was described very badly. The result was good, and the male protagonist at this time ate his own evil fruit, exhausted everything. Even the ones that pressed the bottom of the box were taken out. In the end, the martial arts arena used for the competition was completely destroyed by these two, not to mention, and finally ended up with both of them out. This makes Zimubai depressed. It's no use being depressed now. After all, I was beaten up a lot at the moment. In this way, Lu Wuchen inexplicably won the first place in the Holy Land competition this time. Puff. To be reasonable, I don't even know the family of this plot collapse. Lu Wuchen said that he seemed to have gradually gotten used to these things. It seems really cool. Speaking of which, this Zimubai is indeed miserable enough. This is just a competition in the Holy Land, okay? What about the friendship that is said to be the first and the competition the second? But he was stopped by the two fairies who gave up their lives. No matter how powerful Zimubai was, he was powerless in the face of the physical plug-in that belonged to him in the early stage. If the task is not completed, the system reward is naturally gone, and the reward was so rich that it was enough to make Zimubai feel distressed for a while. On the other hand, Lu Wuchen successfully got a 7-pin broken Xian pill, produced by Dan Feng, which must be a high-quality product. There was also a 7-pin spirit sword, which was finally given to Huangfu. One with the gods facing each other, Huangfu Wan's 6-pin spirit sword was cut out of a GAP. Lu Wuchen naturally needs to make up for it in this regard. The Empress would naturally not say much. The 7-pin Lingba was nothing more than a treasure, and it was not yet in the eyes of the Empress. As for these 7 spirit pills, Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan naturally couldn't use them. Relying on one's own strength, it is natural to break through the realm. It's not good to take Qiping Chao Xian pill. However, there are people in the world who want Qiping to break Shendan. After thinking about it, Lu Wuchen decided to send these 7 pieces of broken Shendan back to the Dian dynasty with the strength of his father's 4 products. These 7 products of broken Shendan have no effect after eating. However, Huangfu Zhang had been stuck in the 6th order for a long time, and if there was no special opportunity, his life would probably be over, and the promotion from the 6th level to the 7th level, for Huangfuzing, can continue the vitality for hundreds of years. This is naturally a great favor to an emperor. At least, during Huangfu's reign, the Lu Huangfu will surely prosper. Brother Wuchen, the palace thanks you for your father. How does Huangfu Wan feel in her heart at this moment? It was the softest place in my heart that felt violently stirred by Lu Wuchen. In the last life, Zimubai got these 7 pieces of broken Shendan, but he replaced these 7 pieces of broken Shendan with the spirit pill he needed. Have you ever thought of Huangfu Zhang, who has always supported him? Be reasonable. Although the plot has collapsed, the problem is that the male protagonist's reward, can he take it by himself? I took it today, and I will spit it out tomorrow. These are all routines, and as the villain, Lu Wuchen is naturally very clear. Just don't do the same. Injustice has a head and debt has a master. Don't count it on your own head. As for these 7 pieces of broken Shendan to Huangfuzing, it is also because Huangfuzing is indeed a good emperor. Under Huangfuzing's diligent administration, the people of the Dian dynasty were indeed prosperous and lived a good life. Naturally, these 7 pieces of broken Shendan eventually required Huangfu Wan to return to the imperial capital in person. By the way, Lu Wuchen also asked Huangfu Wan to bring a few gifts, which were given to the 3rd princess Huangfu Ying and the first talented girl Yu Xian. As for Huangfu Wan's jealous expression, sorry, the king couldn't see it. The 5th order power, rushing with all his strength, will be able to reach the imperial city in 3 days. Watching the Emperor Ji, who has returned from the dust end. Huangfu Zhan was also puzzled. What happened to this? As a result, when Huangfu Wan took out the 7-pin broken Shendan, Huangfu Zhang's breathing was short. This is the 7th grade broken Shendan that can last for hundreds of years. For yourself, even if it is a generation of emperors and emperors, they cannot be exempted from vulgarity at this moment. Well, it deserves to be my good Emperor Ji. Huang Fuzing's laughter was extremely enjoyable, however, the faces of many other princes were not very good. Looking. Be reasonable, Sister Huang. Have you considered us when you do this? Is this really going to boil us to death? These princes have no talent for cultivation to say of this time and again, it's not that Huang Fuzing is going to be boiled to death. At that time, the white-haired person will be sent to the black-haired person. It's just uncomfortable to think about it. My good Emperor Ji, tell me, how did these 7 pieces of broken Shindan come from? After going to the Holy Land, what happened? At this time, it was the meeting of the dynasty. However, Huang Fuzheng at this moment had no mind to pay attention to these government affairs. I just want to know, what happened to my own Emperor Ji in the Holy Land? What kind of adventures are there? Huang Fuzheng at this time was not the emperor who had come to the world. It was a kind father, and naturally, the object of this kindness was limited to Huang Fuwan alone. Huang Fuwan didn't care, and told her what she had seen and heard in the Holy Land. Hearing that Huang Fuwan had joined Jianfeng and became a disciple, Huang Fuzheng burst out laughing. My own Emperor Ji is so good. No one has ever heard of Jianfeng's famous name, the first person in the world to use a sword, the sword immortal Duga sword, the sword emperor, the sword madman. Each one is a famous title. It is also a great good thing for the Dayan dynasty that my Emperor Ji can worship under this person. The little prince of the Dayan dynasty worships the empress, and the Emperor Ji worshipped the sword immortal. Moreover, they are all the only disciples, ask this world, who would dare to provoke the Dayan dynasty. In this world, the momentum is unmatched. These 7 pieces of broken Shindan. The reward for the first place in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is bigger than the first place? Huang Fuzhang was completely surprised this time. His own Emperor Ji actually won the first place in the competition. You know, the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation can be described as a gathering of geniuses, for major families, and several prosperous dynasties. The peerless geniuses of the younger generation are all attracted to the internet. Can your own Emperor Ji get the first place in the competition? This is the supreme glory. The first is the dust-free king brother. Huang Fuzhang just wanted to praise. But Huang Fuwan's next sentence shocked Huang Fuzhang. Is it this brat? Is it my son? At this moment, Lu Genoa, who had been wanting to stop talking, was also dumbfounded. I originally wanted to ask DG privately for a while, how is my son in the Holy Land at this time? I don't expect the kid to get ahead, as long as everything is fine. Unexpectedly, he got such a big surprise. The Holy Land is bigger than the first. Could it be that I got up in the wrong posture today? It has been identified that it is indeed my father. Then these 7 pieces of broken Shindan? It's Brother Wuchen who asked the palace to hand it over. At this time, Huang Fuzing did an incredible thing. He got up and came to Lu Genoa and bowed to the end. I thank the prince. Your Majesty, I can't help it. This bastard has some conscience. Where did Lu Genoa dare to accept it? He quickly helped Huang Fuzing up. A touching scene of harmony between the monarch and the minister was staged. As for these 7 pieces of broken Shindan, Lu Genoa had no idea. After all, he was only in the 4th level, so he didn't have much use for himself. The brat is so good now. Are you still afraid that you won't have a chance in the future? Lu Genoa knew very well in his heart. Not long after, the Dayan dynasty circulated a famous saying, a son should be born to Lu Wuchen, and an adopted daughter should be the adoptive emperor Fu Wan. As for the former famous Jinka champion Xinyubai, no one mentioned it. Of course, Huang Fuwan also went to the boudoir of the 2 women separately, but with this expressionless look, naturally, it is clear how upset this person is in his heart. Chapter 71 Rumors spread, a sudden summoning from the Holy Land. The monarch lives at the head of the Lanjiang River, the concubine lives at the end of the Lanjiang River, thinking about the monarch every day and not seeing the monarch, drinking Lanjiang water together. Wine enters the heart of sorrow and turns into tears of love. I only wish your heart is like my heart, and you will live up to your love. There is no plan to eliminate this situation, so I frowned, but my heart went up. This talented girl is really good. Lu Wuchen had a thick stack of letters in her hand, naturally all of which came from Yi Yuxuan, a talented woman. The talents of the entire Dayan dynasty are being passed down. They all say that Yi Yuxuan's personality has changed drastically in the past period of time. The poems written do not have the atmosphere of the past. On the contrary, they are all love poems. This talented girl is trapped by love. Huang Fuwan spoke directly, naturally, with a hint of indescribable and unclear meaning on her face. How does Lu Wuchen answer this? This is the rhythm of talking about the sky directly to death. Acacia, plaintive. Brother Wuchen, if you are not ready to reply to the letter, you can also prove that her letters have all been delivered by the palace. Huang Fuwan, who had just returned from Emperor Dian's capital, was in a very bad mood. What have you become? Thousands of miles of marriage? Professional FedEx? By the way, He Yushuan and Huang Fuwing are shameless. I actually let myself send a message again, and it was a token of affection. Seeing that there are no less than 10 sachets of incense around Wuchen, is this going to be brought by Wang Wuchen to my Yue in what year? Huang Fuwan deliberately refused, but looking at the eager eyes of these two people, the rejection that just came to their mouths, they couldn't open their mouths anyway. Liu Wuchen was speechless for a while, originally thinking that he would follow his departure. These two should at least return to some normality, but I didn't expect that this illness would get worse. Okay, isn't it just collapsed? The king just accepts it all according to the order. My father asked the palace to tell me that the Dian dynasty will always be our home. TSK. Us? This particular word seems a bit naturally. Lu Wuchen slapped Ha. During the time Huang Fuwan left, the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation was very calm. Also, the male protagonist should have added a wound in a certain corner at this moment. TSK. It's true that the number 1, which originally belonged to the male protagonist, inexplicably fell on Lu Wuchen's head, facing these plots that are completely different from his previous life. What else can Lu Wuchen say? I don't want to either. Xinyabai, who was in the last life, is the big brother of the Holy Land at this moment. The spring breeze is triumphant with horseshoe disease. Where is it like now? No one will remember who the second place is. What's more, Xinyabai can't even count as the second place. Brother Wuchen, although the palace has just returned to the Holy Land, there has been some gossip that this big match should not have belonged to Brother Wang in the first place. Oh? Lu Wuchen was taken aback. Sure enough, if the male lead didn't get the first place, there would definitely be some moths. In any case, people are all sons of luck, and the sons of heaven will naturally protect them. This matter was passed down from the inner disciples and the outer disciples. What do you say? Lu Wuchen was a little curious. TSK, Xinyabai, yes, this king doesn't know yet. As a male protagonist, you can even mobilize public opinion. Is this a new skill tree? Or have you awakened your palace fighting skills? Sure enough, you can't underestimate the male lead. No matter what the situation, the male lead can always bring surprises. Even if it weren't for Xinyabai to build momentum, someone would stand up and make peace for the male protagonist. This is the benefit of the son of luck. Good things come by yourself, and you go with the pot on your back. TSK. It's not unreasonable to guard against the male protagonist all the time. Why don't you go back and sort out the illogical things that happened during the struggle between yourself and the male protagonist? I have thought about the topic myself. It's called the villain fighting the male protagonist. Those indescribable supernatural phenomena. Maybe it can be set on fire. Brother Wang, it's all rumored that your position as the big brother of the Holy Land is worthy of the name. If it weren't for Xinyabai and Xianjing Yuan's battle. Huang Fuwan didn't go on with what he said next. After all, everyone understood what it meant. That's not wrong. Brother Dust-Free King? What others say is someone else's business, but Brother Wuchen, you shouldn't either. Forget it, the king said nothing. Lu Wuchen waved his hand, fighting with the sky, fighting with the earth, and fighting with the male protagonist. It was endless fun. The peaks are passed down to the disciples, and within half an hour, the main peaks will gather together. At this moment, these words suddenly appeared in the ears of Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan. Great mana, great power. Who is this? Follow the law. Huang Fuwan believed that all his disciples should have heard this sentence. In this way, it is natural to know that the other party must be a powerful person. It's not easy to say anything. It's just a kind of magical power. In the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation, except for the Empress, no one can follow the LAW. Lu Wuchen was still sure of this, even if it was the old man Tiansong, the peak master of the first peak, known as the first peak master of the 10 peaks. He can't do what he says, let alone 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 what he says, and this old man Tiansong also manages the operation of this entire Reincarnation Holy Land. After all, Huang Fuwan is like the chairman of the board, while the old man Tiansong is more like a CEO-like position. It's just that this time all the disciples were summoned. Is it a bit too much? This kind of situation does not seem to have happened in the history of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. What exactly is it that requires all the disciples to be present? Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan looked at each other, full of curiosity. Let's go. Naturally, we can't let the peak master wait in a hurry. Lu Wuchen got up slowly, sorted out the letters, and kept them carefully. After all, this is also a friendship of He Yushuan. After Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan went out, They drove the fairy sword directly to it flew towards the main peak. At the same time, in the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation, the 10 peaks in all directions all used the lingua they were most familiar with. In an instant, above the main peak, 5 colors of light shone. The main peak of the Holy Land of Reincarnation is different from the existence of the other 10 peaks. It can be described as the center of the Holy Land. If there is anything tricky, or there is an emergency in the cultivation world, meetings are often held on Everest. No matter which peak's personal disciples are, they can be present. While driving the spirit sword, Lu Wuchen silently calculated in his heart, all relatives and disciples are invited to the scene. It shows that it is a big event. Did you participate in this matter in your last life? This is the point. And many more. Lu Wuchen really remembered one thing. This time, Zimubai had already stepped on the steps of the main peak. As for the rumors Huangfu Wan had just said, it was indeed what Zimubai had done. In Zimubai's heart, the first place in this Holy Land competition should belong to him. This time, Lu Wuchen was lucky. Good luck will not accompany Lu Wuchen for a long time. One day, I will get back everything that belongs to me. Chapter 72 Demon Extermination Tournament. Lu Wuchen really didn't know that there were as many as 200 disciples in the entire Holy Land. 200 peerless geniuses gathered together. This is the backbone of the right path. 100 years later, it seems that in his previous life, he didn't know the Holy Land thoroughly enough. This time, in a hurry, even those relatives and disciples who have been diving in retreat all the year round have also appeared one after another. This time, the entire hall was already full of people. The top 10 peak masters each sat in their own chairs. However, Wu Yuejin's figure was not seen, and it seemed that she would not participate. When Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan came in, the disciples standing in front of them retreated to both sides, giving Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan a way out. This is also the rule. Lu Wuchen is now the eldest brother of the Holy Land, and his status is naturally more noble than that of a disciple. As for Huangfu Wan, the strength of this one is also obvious to all. It is not just as simple as the fairy. With his tyrannical swordsmanship, no matter who he is facing, he has the power to fight. What's more, this sword fairy's attack was already at the forefront of the 10 peaks. See Big Brother. Everyone saluted together, and Lu Wuchen was also a little confused. To be reasonable, the king, as the villain, was suddenly enjoying such treatment, and he was really flattered. Naturally, it is hard to say how many of these people are sincere. Anyway, in Lu Wuchen's opinion, it shouldn't be too much, although it recognized Lu Wuchen's strength, but this time, there were already several relatives who did not participate in it. These few people cannot be underestimated at all. The chief executives of the peaks are not joking in terms of strength. Shen Jingyuan and Shangguan Yanji were expressionless. As for Zimubai, they even saved the salute. We are convening everyone this time for the once-in-10-year Demon Slayer conference. As soon as these words came out, Lu Wuchen understood instantly. Damn, I just forgot about it. That's right, in the last life, I was just an inner disciple, and I couldn't take the turn to participate in the discussion in this hall at all. Of the Demon Slayer conference, to put it bluntly, is the so-called unity of the right path, and a meeting is held every 10 years to discuss how to deal with the Demon Gate. In fact, compared to the iron slab of the Demon Gate, this is the so-called right path. Not to mention intrigue, everyone wants to be the head of the right path. If it weren't for the behemoth of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, it would be pressed. Infighting alone can consume all the living power. In the last life, Zimubai, as the elder brother of the Holy Land, personally led 50 disciples and 200 inner disciples to the Demon Slayer conference on behalf of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. And it was a blockbuster at the conference, establishing himself as the first person of the younger generation. It can be said that the scenery is infinite, but for the villain himself, it naturally doesn't matter. The male protagonist is not pushy, so it's no wonder that he doesn't have a good time. Otherwise, what is the use of this male protagonist? But for the villain himself, he naturally has to make trouble, right? The result was good, and he was actually designed again, and this was a good show planned by Zimubai and the Grand Master of the Qinglian sect. Back then, he was an inner disciple. Although he belonged to the Holy Land of Reincarnation, however, it is not a personal transmission, naturally not. Many people will care, but he was jointly framed by Zimubai and the elder sister of the Qinglian sect. In other words, is your own ability so great? Can you spy on the big sister in the bath? Woolen thread. At any rate, your elder sister Qinglian sect was also in the 5th rank. What about yourself at that time? After eating countless treasures of genius, he barely reached the 3rd level. Can you peep by yourself? Obviously it was framed by your bureau, and it led to Lu Wuchen's reputation. Well, Lu Wuchen didn't have much reputation either, after this incident, although the Holy Land protected itself. After all, he is also an inner disciple anyway, and he represents the face of the Holy Land outside. You can't tell all the children of the right path that there is a womanizer in the Holy Land of Reincarnation. This would be too big a blow to the reputation of the Holy Land, however, even if he was protected by the Holy Land, but the reputation is already stinky. When he broke through his cultivation base again, no mountain was willing to accept him. Only then did Lu Wuchen understand that Zimubai didn't want to tender himself to death at the Demon Slayer conference. It's just to make yourself a joke of corrupt character. Perhaps Zimubai in the previous life had never faced up to himself as a villain, and for a while regarded himself as a tool for pastime. Feel free to play with it in the palm of your hand, Lu Wuchen. Just when Lu Wuchen fell into memories, the old man Tian Song suddenly mentioned Lu Wuchen's name, which interrupted Lu Wuchen's memories. The disciple is here. Lu Wuchen took a step forward and bowed respectfully. This date song is really amazing, and his reputation in the Holy Land, except for Wu Wajin, counts him not. It's a pity that in the last life, the old man Tian Song was also late for the festival. Unexpectedly, after playing with the eagle for a lifetime, in the end, he was pecked by the eagle. It can also be regarded as a sad lover. Wherever it is good, just die to protect the calf. What about the end? Look at the white-eyed wolf I raised. It's a pity that he is too arrogant. There is also a reason. This one has always wanted to catch up with the Empress, and even surpass the Empress one day, but I don't want to think about it. As the first heroine in the book, Wu Wajin is something that you, a bad old man, can miss? Lu Wuchen, as the big brother of the Holy Land, as an example, this time, you will lead the team, okay? The disciple was terrified. Fuck, let yourself grab the opportunity of the male lead? That old man, it's really bad. Is the male protagonist stuff so easy to grab? Lu Wuchen knew that this time it was not just a demon-slaying conference, but the Qinglian sect had opened up its own forbidden land. This is the highlight. Although in this life, Zimubai is indeed not as beautiful as in the previous life, but the male protagonist is still the male protagonist, and the son of luck is still the son of luck. No one can replace it casually. If virtue is unworthy, it is easy to be damned, not to mention the villain himself. Sure enough, some people have different opinions. Master, it's still suitable for the big sister. Lu Wuchen was taken aback. Damn it, is this trying to pull Xian Jingyuan into the water? Not necessarily. Why is it inappropriate for senior sister Shangguan? What kind of thing doesn't senior sister Shangguan do beautifully? Lu Wuchen didn't expect that even Huangfu Wan had someone suggest it.as for these female cultivators. They naturally chose between Lu Wuchen and Shimubai. It's a pity that both of them are outstanding in appearance, and in temperament. One is gentle and elegant, like a jade-like young man. Anyone who sees it must praise it. What a fairy for Lu Wuchen. The perception is completely different, noble and distinctive. He has been in the royal family for so many years, and his temperament is naturally very consistent. After all, this time it represents the face of the Holy Land. However, when Lu Wuchen thought about it, it was a good thing for him. But if you can normalize the plot by yourself, wouldn't it be much better? At that time, as long as the main plot does not collapse, it will be no problem for Lu Wuchen. In other words, do you still have such unrealistic fantasies now? As for Zimubai, he is not idle now, and the system has begun to send warmth again. Ding, high dimension the task, A. Blockbuster at the Demon Slayer Conference. Reward, Supreme Taoist Body. For this reward, Zimubai was naturally very greedy. Supreme Taoist Body. This represents one's infinite future. Must get it. Shimu's white eyes were hot for a while. Chapter 73. The four major sects. In the end, under the repeated insistence of the old man Tianzong, this difficult task still fell on Lu Wuchen's head. The way this old guy looked at himself was a bit weird. Okay, you bad old man, you must have dug a hole for this king. Lu Wuchen is not stupid. His identity as the big brother of the Holy Land has some moisture. There were originally rumors. This time, if you can't complete the task well, or if there is a mistake at the Slayer conference, the impact on oneself is naturally huge. At that time, the Holy Land big brother may become a joke. He continued to sit in this position without a face, but the problem is that this time the Demon Slayer conference has a big trouble. This is Lu Wuchen's biggest headache. So, this time, if you do a good job, you won't get any benefit. If something goes wrong, the man behind the pot must be yourself. Wanting to understand this, Lu Wuchen also sneered, bad old man, if you don't do it well, what kind of machinations do you learn from others? Just you. Don't look at the age of a lot of people. If you enter the court, you don't even know if you will be played to death. Still complacent here. Since I was a child, I have been accustomed to the strange waves of the great Yin dynasty, and this kind of small means can't be seen clearly at a glance. Is it not good to crush by strength? It's just that you have to learn from a traitor, and you have a brain disease. I don't know how the old man Tianzong will react now that he knows Lu Wuchen's complaint to old man Tianzong. MMP, crush it with strength? Who is crushed? Empress? Are you impatient to live? Who doesn't know the entire Holy Land of Reincarnation now? Lu Wuchen is the treasure of the Empress. In this time's Holy Land competition, Xinyabai, who was optimistic about him, was finally flattened by his first disciple Xian Jingyuan, which was tantamount to letting Lu Wuchen pick up a big bargain. The old man Tianzong is also strange. Xian Jingyuan has always been well-behaved and obedient. Why does he seem to be a different person when facing Xinyabai? Is it really that the horoscopes don't match? Or is it a premonition that your status is under threat? If this is the case, I still need to talk to Xian Jingyuan well. After all, in his own heart, Xinyabai is as important as Xian Jingyuan. Disciple, are you leading the team this time? Lu Wuchen, who returned to the Wangfu, saw Wu Wujin staring at the lotus in a daze in the garden. Well, the image of the Empress had already been shattered in Lu Wuchen's heart anyway. I learned from my father's letter that all the materials of this palace basically came from the own of the Dian dynasty, which is equivalent to the original demolition and easy construction. I'm about to make it clear that I don't want to take on this heavy responsibility. Lu Wuchen really didn't want to, not hypocritical. He is a dignified villain, and he has time to pay attention to the affairs of the male protagonist. Are you still going to participate in the Demon Slayer conference on behalf of the Holy Land of Reincarnation? What is your foundation? The Supreme Magic Way, the Supreme Magic Flame, is also the top technique of the Magic Gate. What's so special about this? Except for the Demon Emperor, in the entire Demon Gate, you may not be able to find someone more enchanted than this king. How do you go to this job by yourself? Caught by yourself? Deliver it to your door by yourself. This king is not stupid, but in Wu Yuejin's opinion, what is the Supreme Magic Way, what is the Supreme Magic Flame, and what is the top magic technique? As long as you have yourself, none of this is a problem. Just go ahead, disciples, don't worry, no one dares to hurt disciples. If anyone dares to bully you, be a teacher. Lu Wuchen said that the words after that were a little bloody. I really couldn't believe it. These words could be said from the Empress's mouth. This person said is completely collapsed. But in Wu Yuejin's view, in her own life, she had lived for Lu Wuchen. In the last life, I guarded the world, but lost my beloved. In this life, I only want to guard Lu Wuxian, even if it is for Lu Wuxian. What if I lose the world? Demon Emperor, no, Empress, wake up quickly, this thought is very dangerous. 10 days later, the official departure. This time, the Holy Land of Reincarnation can be described as full of talents. The Holy Land elder brother Lu Wuchen led the team. Fairy Lingbo Xian Jingyuan, Misty Fairy Shengguan Yunji, a generation of Emperor Ji Huangfuan. Naturally, the male protagonist Xinyabai was also among them. In addition, Xinyabai also got the nickname of a Wushuang son. I don't know who gave the name. It's really cheesy. Anyway, when Lu Wuchen heard it, he directly complained. Lu Wuchen led 50 disciples and 200 inner disciples. The Holy Land can be described as sending out a quarter of the future. To be honest, just these elites, it is enough to build a dynasty casually. In order to show the style of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Also to express the status of the Holy Land of Reincarnation and the leader of the right path. This time, the spaceship was directly used. That's right. It's really a spaceship. Anyway, when Lu Wuchen saw this thing, he was shocked. Just kidding. In my previous life, there was absolutely no such thing in the Holy Land. At this stage, generally speaking, they rely on Lingbao or their own psionic abilities to make their way. As for such a means of transportation, it can be said that it has never appeared before. Wu Yuejin said that this was what she personally prepared for Lu Wuchen. After all, the road to this place is far away. Wu Yuejin is a favorite of Lu Wuchen. How can you be willing to let your apprentices work hard? Puff. This reason really can't be refuted. You know, this spacecraft alone has consumed a lot of family wealth in the Holy Land. However, since it is the request of the Empress, it is natural to meet them one by one. The huge spaceship, not to mention crowded with these people, even if it is loaded with 1,000 more, it is not crowded at all. It can be seen how huge this thing is. And this time the destination is the Qinglian sect in the extreme west. The Qinglian sect is also an extremely long standing existence. Before the Holy Land of Reincarnation, the Qinglian sect was indeed brilliant for a while. Although there is no emperor sitting in the seat, there is one emperor in the 9th rank and 4 elders in the 8th rank. It is also considered to be more powerful than ever before. At that time, the world was divided into 4 sections: Qinglian sect in the extreme west, Tianshan Yaoqi in the extreme north, Tianfan Temple in the extreme south, and Echo Valley in the extreme east. It was the head of the right path back then. It's a pity that the infighting was serious at that time, and in the end the Demon Gate seized the opportunity. Each blow was broken, and for a while, the right path was also severely injured. and the whole world was plunged into the darkest moment. Fortunately, Wu Wajin turned out after fighting the demon emperor vigorously, and finally proving the posture of the emperor. The demon gate was hopeless, so he shrank back. After this battle, the four sects withered in one piece. There is not one elder out of 10, and the genius has died before he grows up, and now that a full 1,000 years have passed, it can be regarded as a gradual recovery, but compared with the victory period, the gap is huge. Moreover, there is also the Holy Land of Reincarnation, which is the giant of the right path, which is pressed on the four sections talents in the online world, and the four sects can only be divided into some fish that missed the net. It is naturally even more difficult to regain the momentum. In today's world, the four major sects are no longer in charge. For thousands of years, the four major families have risen one after another. For the four major sects, it is not a small challenge. Chapter 74 Xianifei, senior sister of the Azure Lotus sect. The Qinglian sect in the extreme west has a vast area and a great jurisdiction, but it really has to be compared with the Holy Land of Reincarnation. But it is not the same. In the Taoist demon war thousands of years ago, this was once one of the important battlefields. It was originally a peaceful place, but it is not an exaggeration to say that the last sentence is a blessed place, and the aura is full of aura. But now, although not to mention the poor mountains and bad waters, the dragon veins have been destroyed and the feng shui has been displaced, and the strength is no longer as good as before. After the Qinglian sect was rebuilt, it was not that he hadn't thought about changing places. However, within his own sphere of influence, there is no suitable place to rebuild. I want to leave my well-known environment. But after the Taoist demon war thousands of years ago, the strength of the Qinglian sect is also rare. It is no longer the Big Mac of the right path. Back then, it remains to be seen whether one can hold one's own territory, let alone expand it. In this case, you can only choose to reproduce, and this level is 1,000 years. Today's Qinglian sect, after the unremitting efforts of several generations of heads, has finally begun to bear fruit, but to say that it is far from the heyday of restoration, it is still far from it. On a cliff, Xianifei was looking out of his mind. This is the back mountain of the Qinglian sect in the forbidden land of the Qinglian sect. In the Taoist demon war thousands of years ago, this was the main battlefield. At that time, the ninth order power of the Qinglian sect, the ancestor of the sect, was here, fighting hard for the demon sect, and finally lost and died. This place has become a forbidden place for the Qinglian sect, and no one can enter without the permission of the head. There is no forgiveness for violators, according to legend. There was a great opportunity in it, when the Qinglian sect was just beginning to revive. The heads of all dynasties have all moved on to the idea of this forbidden land. However, according to legend, 12 elders and 20 disciples entered, and none of them returned safely for a whole day. Ghosts cried and wolves wailed, gloomy, and early in the morning of the second day, the body of an elder was found at his door. It is said that the death phase is particularly terrifying, and he suddenly dug out his eyes and deafened his ears for a while. People were terrified. On the same day, only the head of the house entered. For 10 consecutive days, there was no sound from the birds. It was not until the 11th day that he was able to appear. After that, House Han was completely sealed up and listed as a forbidden area, and the head of the department also had a big personality change, and he kept his mouth shut without mentioning what was found in the cave. What is even more unexpected is that he is clearly in the prime of life. A month later, it was completely cut off. It was as if he knew that his limit was approaching, and he had found a successor early, and only the heads of the dynasties knew the situation in the Forbidden Land. This time, Xianifei sighed slightly, looked at the entrance of the cave, and couldn't help shuddering. What exactly is it? It can make a fifth-order genius, the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, look like this. But why do you have to stand here and hesitate even if you were so afraid? After a while, Xianifei didn't dare to take a step forward in a daze. This moment, a figure jumped down in the mountains and appeared behind Xianifei. Master sister, the head of the house, please. A disciple of the Qinglian sect, at this moment, looked at Xianifei in front of him with a look of incomparable admiration. Got it. Xianifei responded faintly, and this disciple was not unhappy at all because of Xianifei's coldness. On the contrary, he looked excited. I was able to talk to the eldest sister, which was enough to make the younger brothers envious. Xianifei, the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, is the most evil existence of the Qinglian sect for thousands of years. Regardless of the fact that one's cultivation base has entered the 5th level, there is no magical power of the Qinglian sect that Xianifei would not be able to. The name of the big sister is well deserved. The head once said that with the talent of the big sister, even if you go to the Holy Land of Reincarnation, you can get the first disciple of Yifeng. How high is this evaluation? You know, in the cycle of reincarnation, the disciples represent peerless evildoers, and my own eldest sister turned out to be the same. This is the promise of the revitalization of the Qinglian sect. coupled with the stunning posture of the eldest sister. She is known as the #1 beauty in the far west. Qinglian sect goes up and down. Who doesn't admire it? Even the elders in the sect showed an expression of admiration in front of Xianifei Dai and the Qinglian sect. The fifth order can become an elder in this sect. This is also impossible. After all, the Qinglian sect is already not as good as before. If it were 1,000 years ago. Forget it. The past goes with the wind. It's unhelpful to say more. The next moment, Xianifei rose into the air, as if a fairy had ascended to the sky. The inner disciple who saw it went straight out of the gods, and it was not until Xianifei had disappeared into the sky that he could come back to his senses. Suddenly I felt a chill behind my back. Looking back subconsciously, at this moment, the body and mind are all broken. When did this forbidden land become a cannibalistic behemoth? This feeling is like the next second, I will step into death. The disciple took a few steps back, and this feeling of panic slowly dissipated. Hiss. It was so terrifying that it directly affected his mind. I don't know, why does the big sister stay here for several days in a row? It's really strange. However, he didn't dare to stay longer at the moment, so he rushed away. But I didn't know that as soon as I left on my front foot and on my back foot, there was a trace of black air flowing out of the cave. If Lu Wuchen sees it, he will also exclaim, "Fuck!" At this time, Xianifei had already returned to the hinterland of the sect. Every disciple of the Qinglian sect who sees Xianifei will salute respectfully. Even the elders of the law enforcement, when they saw Xianifei, they would smile and say hello with a kind face. In front of the treasure hall, Xianifei paused slightly and bowed respectfully. "Master, come in." An old voice came from inside the door. It was Qing Jizi, the 39th head of the Qinglian sect. "Master, are you in better health?" People have life and death, illness and death, and so do cultivators. It's just that life is much longer. However, even if this was the case, Qing Jizi in front of him had reached the point where the oil was exhausted. There are less than 10 years left. Qing Jizi smiled casually at this moment. This time, Xianifei showed a trace of sadness. "Perhaps, only here. She is not the master sister of the Qinglian sect. Only then can you remove your mask. Only then can you show your nature in General Afei. You are my most proud disciple and my expectation. Everything about the Qinglian sect will be handed over to you in the future." Xianifei had heard this sentence countless times. I have also been practicing hard for this. However, every time, it is so sad. How are you preparing for this Slayer conference? The invitations have all been delivered. The 3 major portals have been set off for a few days, and the Holy Land of Reincarnation has also set off today. The Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Holy Land of Reincarnation. Qing Jizi read it repeatedly several times. No more words. It's okay. "No, do you know what is in this forbidden land?" As soon as these words came out, Xianifei's eyes lost their focus for an instant. I naturally knew what it was, but I didn't expect that the master would finally mention it. Chapter 75 Gathering of Prodigies, each competing for supremacy. "Master, what do you mean? Open the forbidden land." "No." At this moment, Xianifei was so shocked that he flew up. "Why?" Qing Jizi glanced at her disciple in surprise. Could it be that Xianifei already knew that this forbidden place was in it? "No, it's impossible. This secret is only known to the heads of the past dynasties." If Xianifei had explored the forbidden land, it would be impossible for him to sit in front of him safely at this moment. "Master, the forbidden land is too dangerous. The ancestral training of the heads of the dynasties is listed as the top secret of my Qinglian sect. Times have changed." Fortunately, Xianifei was originally thinking about this aspect, so naturally there was not much problem. However, the moment Xianifei lowered her head, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. "Yes, there's still nothing you can do, Ifei. Take care of the reception. The current 4 sects are no longer in a state of opposition. Only by unity can they fight against the Demon Gate and the Holy Land." "Ahem, Ifei understands." The conversation ended here, but after Xianifei left, a trace of blackness appeared in Qing Jizi's eyes. A few days later, the 4 major sects arrived one after another. In Tianshan Yaoqi in the far north, there are 3 elders, the saint of Yaoqi and 10 disciples. In the Tianfan temple in the extreme south, the current Buddha led the team, and there was even a cute girl with hair for practice. This combination made everyone strange for a while. In this monk's team, a cute girl was mixed in. How do you think it is so abrupt? Echo Valley in the extreme east is full of female cultivators, and Echo Valley does not recruit male disciples, which can be regarded as a characteristic. Moreover, the most powerful thing about Echo Valley this time turned out to be the combination of vocal music and psionic energy. Echo Valley does not have the so-called first disciples, but 5 in 1, 5 of the most outstanding disciples. In Lu Wuchen's eyes, There seemed to be a feeling of a combination. Debut. Su Qin, Su Xiao, Su Xian, Su Ru, Su Xe, and not to mention the stunning beauty of all of them, they are still 5 and 1. There are even rumors that even if these 5 are looking for a partner in the future, they will only be looking for one person. Damn it. Be reasonable, this is a bit. Su Qin, Su Xiao, Su Xian, Su Ru, and Su Xe have their own characteristics, which is really not comparable to a heavily immortal. At this time, Tianshanyachi, Tianfan Temple, and Echo Valley had all arrived, and those scattered small sects have also come a lot, but most of them sent 1 or 2 disciples to make up the numbers. After all, this time the host is not a holy place of reincarnation, so naturally there is no need to give so much face. The decline of the Qinglian sect, everyone saw it in their eyes. At most it was just that the 100-legged worm died without rigor mortis. Sooner or later it will be replaced. Hiss. Not bad. Look at this Echo Valley. TSK. There are all kinds of female cultivators. Unfortunately, if it weren't for not accepting men, I would definitely try it. Brother, come on, just you? The second order is also very interesting to speak here, and I am not afraid that these fairies will hear it and kill you. Tisk, it's really strange to have a little pussy mixed in this pile of monks. Maybe. They glanced at each other, showing a lewd smile that a man understands, but in the next second, these two couldn't laugh anymore. Sakyamuni, the son of the world Buddha, almost didn't scare these two to death with a sharp look in his eyes. They all say that Buddhism is compassionate, but the contemporary Buddha Sakyamuni is different. Without saying a word about Buddhism, I used my own actual actions to tell everyone that my Buddha also had his eyes wide open. Within the sphere of influence of Tianfan Temple in the extreme south, Shakyamuni killed the demon gate with 1 person and 1 Zen cane. The Buddha will also be angry. And when these Tianjiao got together, they were naturally also the focus of the audience. Brothers and sisters, it's been a long time since I saw you. As the host, Xianifei was naturally the first to speak. Amitba, Sister Ifei's strength has improved again. Congratulations. Shakyamuni folded his hands together and smiled. 5 senior sisters. I didn't know how Qin was last time I said goodbye. I must ask the senior sister for advice. Echo Valley faced the Sangyachi, naturally not to be outdone. Although it is an alliance, they still want to compete against each other and compete against each other when they meet before. After all, they are all contemporary peerless geniuses, and no one is dissatisfied with anyone and everyone. This holy land of reincarnation is still in the future. It's not good for me to wait for chaos. Good. It makes sense. Tot. No matter how big the contradiction is, when facing the giant Mac of the right path in the holy land of reincarnation, it will naturally be tightly united. After all, the sense of oppression brought by this holy land of reincarnation to the 4 sects is too strong, and this time, for some unknown reason, the 4 major families actually declined this time's demon-slaying conference at the same time. This is impossible to happen in the past. I don't know if the senior sister has heard that this holy place of reincarnation has changed. Shakyamuni folded his hands together and said, "Change the sky?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The Buddha, Sakyamuni, would naturally not speak nonsense. Either you don't speak or you say it. It's definitely the truth. I don't know if Saint Juga knows this Holy Land competition. What's new about this? It's not Fairy Lingbo Xin Jingyuan, Fairy Misty Shangwan Yunji, and the others. I don't think they will participate in the competition. Although it was easy to say, when it came to Xin Jingyuan and Shangwan Yunji, a trace of depression flashed on their faces. Although those present were all a generation of Tenju and peerless geniuses, but among geniuses, there is a difference. These Xin Jingyuan and Shangwan Yunji are the peerless Tenjiao suppressed on their heads. Shangwan Yunji fortunately said that if you work hard, you can still hope to surpass. However, this Xin Jingyuan, the master sister of the contemporary Holy Land, had confidence in this person, and none of those present had confidence. Xian Jingyuan is defeated. But Shakyamuni's next sentence made everyone completely dumbfounded. Xian Jingyuan was defeated? Xian Jingyuan, who had been pressing on his head, was defeated. The only people with normal expressions were Shakyamuni and Xianifei. How could it be? Zhuge Fu, the sage of Yaoqi, looked incredible, but I had played against Xian Jingyuan once before. I was a fiasco. My memory is fresh, and I have been practicing hard for several years. I originally wanted to challenge again this time. I ask it that you don't even give yourself a chance. This holy land of reincarnation is so terrifying. Who the hell is it? Zimubai. Zimubai? Why have you never heard of it? The Golden Branch champion of the Dian dynasty, Zimubai, an unborn wizard. was accepted as a close brother by the old man Tianzong, the lord of the first peak of the Holy Land. His strength is terrifying. In the Holy Land competition, he first defeated the ethereal fairy Shangguan Yunji, and then defeated fairy Lingbo Xian Jingyuan. The rest of the people looked horrified, only this Xianifei had a cold face, and even a trace of murderous intent was revealed in his eyes, and everyone was shocked at the moment. Naturally, they did not notice Xianifei's strangeness. This news is really shocking, but the shock has just begun. Chapter 76 The first appearance of the Holy Land's senior brother after a few years of retreat. There is such arrogance again, this holy place of reincarnation. Zhuge Fu, the saint of Yaoqi, sighed, the Holy Land of Reincarnation is a huge mountain that presses on everyone. Obviously I tried hard to get through this hurdle, but in the end I found that all my efforts were in vain. This time the Holy Land contest, is this Zimubai? Brother Holy Land, it seems that this time there will be another surprise at the Demon Slayer conference. The 5 sisters of the Su family in Echo Valley are also sad at this moment. I originally wanted to use the Echo Valley Ju Shui that I had just practiced to become famous at this Slayer conference, but I didn't want to. As soon as I came up, I learned the shocking news. It's not Zimubai. But he didn't want to. Shakyamuni shook his head. What's not Zimubai? Brother Holy Land, it's not Zimubai. It's impossible. They have already defeated Shangguan Yunji, the ethereal fairy, and Xian Jingyuan, the fairy Lingbo. Even if there are more Tianjiao in the Holy Land, it's almost the same. Zhuge Fu was really surprised now. How do you let the 4 sects play like this? In the once-a-decade selection of holy places, there have been so many incredible figures, which is enough to intimidate a generation. Even when the Buddha of the world, Shakyamuni, uttered a word, the Buddha's heart shook. A generation of Emperor Ji Huangfu Wan, the descendant of Jianfeng. Sword Emperor Dugu Sword? Has this one also accepted an apprentice? Not only the Sword Emperor, but even the Empress has also accepted disciples. Empress? This time, the 5 sisters of the Su family screamed directly, Empress, an unattainable existence, the strongest person in the world. The Holy Land of Reincarnation is precisely because of the existence of a female emperor, which is to suppress the entire world. Brother Holy Land, Lu Wuchen. As soon as the name came out, Xianifei was taken aback. What did you hear? Lu Wuchen? How can this be possible? At this time, the entire sun seemed to be obscured. Everyone looked up in amazement, and a spaceship passed over the heads of the crowd, and the huge hull directly blocked the sunlight. It's a holy place of reincarnation. Above the hull, the sign of the Holy Land of Reincarnation is extremely obvious to eye in this world. No matter who sees this sign, they will subconsciously give way. Even the crazy Demon Gate did not dare to attack the Holy Land of Reincarnation for no reason. What a pump! Zhuge Fu, the saint of Yaoqi, snorted coldly, but more than that, envy flashed through her eyes. How much heaven, material, and earth treasures does this spaceship cost? How dare you be so above the Qinglian sect? Huh? What a Lu Wuchen, still so out of tune. Xianifei glanced coldly, very upset. The Holy Land of Reincarnation is amazing, and it is a bit too deceiving to dare to do so. At this moment on the spacecraft, Lu Wuchen was standing alone on the bow of the ship, with a depressed face. The first time he drove, he turned his head. MMP, now the ship is down. Is it a little embarrassing? I had to order to continue, and waited for the Qinglian sect to descend after a while, but in the eyes of others, this is a naked provocation. Everyone, since the Holy Land of Reincarnation has also arrived, why don't we go and greet it? Buddha Sakyamuni folded his hands together, but there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. My Buddha is compassionate, and he also fights to defeat the Buddha. It seems that Tianfan Temple can obtain the news of the Holy Land of Reincarnation so accurately, and it seems that there is a plan. Naturally, the Holy Land of dignified reincarnation, we naturally need to welcome it. Zhuge Fu, the saint of Yaoqi, bit the word welcome very hard. It can be seen that none of you here are happy of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. On the other hand, said an extremely powerful team. To be honest, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want to be in the limelight. I'm just a villain. Isn't that not good? It's not that Lu Wuchen didn't know the truth about shooting the first bird. Besides, I am not Zimubai. I don't have the aura of a male protagonist, let alone a tiger's body. Let everyone worship. It's very likely that I rushed to the first one this time. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Lu Wuchen tried his best to hide himself, but as a result, he was directly exposed by Shangguan Yunji. As for Xian Jingyuan, he seemed to curl his lips too, and dropped the chain at the critical moment. Only Shimubai, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes, this position should obviously belong to him. This damn Lu Wuchen, who still discredits himself in the Dian dynasty, And now he has come to the holy land of reincarnation. He even has to fight against himself. Liu Wuchen, Wuxi Mubai is at odds with you. As for other relatives, come on, this is a matter of opinion of the big guys, so it's better not to participate, hee hee. The shoelaces are loose, you just go first. Lu Wuchen gave an embarrassed smile, and wait, where did the shoelaces come from? As the elder brother of the Holy Land, Brother Lu, please also maintain the majesty of the Holy Land. Xian Jinyuan said lightly. Liu Wuchen curled his lips again. He didn't want to be a big brother, and a profession with such a high risk factor was not suitable for him. Puff. Be reasonable, okay. The villains are usually big brothers. At this time, Xianifei, the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, Zhu Gefu, the sage of Yaoqi, Shakyamuni, the current Buddha of Tianfan Temple, and the 5 sisters of the Su family in Echo Valley had already come together. Xianifei's face changed for a while, sweeping back and forth on Lu Wuchen and Shi Mubai's faces several times. Naturally, when he saw Zimubai, the evil spirit in his eyes flashed away as Zhu Gefu, the saint of Yaoqi, stared at Xian Jinyuan tightly. His eyes were full of challenge. Xian Jinyuan, a few years ago, this saint suffered a crushing defeat at your hands. After several years of hard training, she finally became the most mysterious supernatural power in Yaoqi. Regardless of whether you lost to others this time or not, this saint will naturally defeat you first, and then that Zimubai. The saint wants everyone to know you Xian Jinyuan is not Zhu Gefu's opponent. As for the Buddha's son Shakyamuni, his eyes never left Shangguan Yunji. The meaning is unclear. Could it be that Shangguan Yunji's charm is so great that even the Buddha of the world has moved the heart of the red dust? It's the 5 sisters of the Su family in Echo Valley. For a while, look at Lu Wuchen, who is dressed in a cyan sun and moon brocade robe, and then look at Zimubai, who is dressed in white and looks like snow. TSK. It's the handsome little Langjun, but he didn't expect that these two had such evil talents. It is worthy of being a dragon and phoenix among people, and a generation of Tianjiao. But when defeated in this way, it will be more fulfilling. The 4 sects, welcome to the holy land of reincarnation, brothers and sisters. Standing a few meters apart, Xianifei, who is the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, is the organizer this time. Xianifei naturally represented everyone and took the lead in saluting, but naturally, there was no politeness on his face. The fairy is polite. Lu Wuchen returned the salute. At this moment, Lu Wuchen was no longer afraid of his head and tail. After all, Xian Jinyuan was right just now. What I now represent is the face of the holy land of reincarnation, the face of the venerable teacher Wu Wejin. Even in the face of the 4 sects, you still have to maintain your extraordinary demeanor. P.S. Lu Wuchen's first blood, who should it be? The vote and decide. Smiling face 1. Well deserved, Empress Wu Wejin 2. Infatuated lover, the 3rd Princess Huang Fuing 3. An astonishing talent, He Yushuan, a talented girl from Dian 4. A generation of Emperor Ji, a generation of Huang Fu won the plot. After that, it's up to you to master it. Just leave a message after the 3rd female. Also, if you like this book, please give it a good review, and you will lose points again. Chapter 77. Prodigies emerge, monsters run rampant. A lively, friendly, and orderly symposium. All parties had cordial and friendly exchanges. At the conference, Lu Wuchen, the elder brother of the Holy Land, also made a brief response to the recent new trends in the Demon Gate. The Holy Land of Reincarnation still maintains its original intention, resolutely walks on the front line of the anti-demon gate, and promotes positive energy. Some words stunned everyone when they heard them. For this kind of presentation, Lu Wuchen is quite good at it. I really don't listen to passionate words when I'm usually passionate, but like Lu Wuchen, the routines that future generations are familiar with and can no longer be familiar with sound so exciting now. Liu Wuchen said that it was purely to catch the ducks on the shelves. These were originally specifically the business of the male protagonist, and it was not easy for the villain to behave like this. Huang Fuwan's eyes were full of brilliance, but he didn't expect that Brother Wuchen could still have this skill. Look at all of you here. I wish I could copy the guy now and find out the magic gate and chop it up. How inflammatory is this? As for all accommodation issues, Xianifei, the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, is responsible for the unified dispatching. In order to demonstrate his sect's demeanor, the Qinglian sect deliberately took out the best in the sect. There are even some spiritual fruits with special effects, which can be described as very common. Is there no feast? As soon as Lu Wuchen said this, the well-maintained pie instantly collapsed in half. Everyone is a cultivator, and almost all of them have arrived in Pigu, who still focuses on the desire of the mouth and stomach. Hearing Lu Wuchen's words, Fairy Lingbo Shen Jinyuan and Misty Fairy Shangguan Yunji instantly distanced themselves from Lu Wuchen. Sorry, our relationship is not too familiar. The corners of Xianifei's mouth twitched. pretending not to hear Lu Wuchen's complaint. But the goods still look like this, even if he became the big brother of the Holy Land. He was still so out of tune. After arranging everything, Xian Yifei was ready to go to Master to report on today's results. After all, every Slayer conference is the stage for the younger generation, and the older generation will only silently support it. There are talented people in the country and the mountains, and each has been coquettish for hundreds of years. For King Jizi's generation, their glory has been lonely, and now, it should be the stage for the younger generation to compete. And when passing through the arch bridge, an evil aura flashed in Xian Yifei's eyes about dusk. On the arch bridge at this time, there was a man standing, dressed in white, with unparalleled temperament. A handsome face is enough to confuse the world. It is the male protagonist Zimyabai, who was also at this moment. Zimyabai was wearing her iconic smile, a smile that was tempered by thousands of hammers, enough to make the women of the world scream. Does Sister Xian have time? Shimubai politely saluted. Personable, this action was enough to make the girl, who was not deeply involved in the world, her heart and mouth collided. Dare not. I don't know what advice the senior brother in the Holy Land has? Xian Yifei sneered, and he was really expected by himself. This Zimyabai, even if he hadn't become a big brother, would dare to come to him to conspire. I really don't know who gave him this courage. Zimyabai, can you have a good talk with senior sister Xian? Zimyabai introduced himself with a smile on his face. A good son of the turbid world who was harmless to humans and animals, naturally. Xian Yifei sneered in her heart that she would be fooled by this clothed beast. Now that she thinks about it, she is really stupid and naive. After half an hour, Zimyabai left first, with a smile on his face, and it could be seen that Zimyabai should have achieved his goal. Seeing Zimyabai leaving, Xian Yifei smiled coldly, without saying a word, and walked directly in the opposite direction. Master, Yifei asks to see you. Come in. Xian Yifei walked into the room and knelt down in front of Qing Jizi. How is the proud son of heaven this time? Qing Jizi asked with a smile. There has been no change in the four sects, the Buddha Sakyamuni, the Saint Zhugefu of Yachi, and the Sister Su of Echo Valley. However, there is an extra little nun with hair practicing in Tianfan Temple. I can't see the depth. Oh. Tianfan Temple will not recruit a female disciple under the guise of gossip, unless it is extremely talented. It is even not weaker than the existence of the current Buddha Sakyamuni. Otherwise, that group of rigid old bald asses would not be like this. It can make Xian Yifei unable to see the depth. This one is proud enough. How about the Holy Land of Reincarnation? The arrogance of heaven is exhausted, and evil is rampant. In this generation, there are three who are comparable to Fairy Lingbo Xian Jingyuan. Hearing this, a brilliant light appeared in Qing Jizi's eyes. Not weaker than the existence of Fairy Lingbo Xian Jingyuan. It's not that Qing Jizi doesn't know how the Xian Jingyuan is unparalleled. What a holy place for reincarnation. This is not to give the four sects a chance to get ahead at all. Tomorrow, I will inform you that my Qinglian sect is willing to open the Forbidden Land. Everyone can find out. Naturally, in the Forbidden Land, there are many crises. Everything depends on chance. Those who lack opportunity, even if they die in this Forbidden Land, can't blame anyone. As soon as Qing Jizi said this, Xian Yifijiao's body shook. There was a hint of struggle on his face, however. In the end, he sighed and said nothing. The disciple obeys the teacher's order. Then slowly left. I just don't know. I left on my front foot, and Qing Jizi's face on my back foot was hideous. Leave for the deity. Obviously there was no one in private, and King Jizi didn't know who he was telling this to. Jie, everything is in vain. Why bother to struggle? This voice was actually spoken from King Jizi's mouth. This. Presumptuous. But in the end, King Jizi stopped talking, and everything seemed to calm down. It was only at the end that there was a line of red light in King Jizi's eye holes, showing a strange smile. If Lu Wuchen were here, he could recognize it at a glance. This would be a standard villain smile. As for Lu Wuchen at this moment, he was pulled to the night market by Huangfu Wan. Yes, it's the night market. Under the mountain gate of the Qinglian sect, there is a big city. Although it is not a capital city, it is backed by the Qinglian sect. The development is quite good. I said, Sister Wanner, that's not the case for this big night, is it? Lu Wuchen looked helpless. With this kung fu, can't you practice it well, Brother Wuchen? How about drinking? Drink. Lu Wuchen thought he had heard it wrong, but I don't know. Huangfu Wan took Wu Chen's hand, as if there was some secret along the way. Here we are. This is here. Huangfu Wan looked at the signboard in front of her. That's right. This is here. Die in the last life. It was here that I met an opportunity. At this moment, Lu Wuchen entered the tavern directly with a look of confusion. Junior 2. Bring your best daughter to the 2 altars. 2 altars? Guest officer, are you sure? Facing the question, Huang Fuwan didn't speak, but threw out an ingot of gold directly. The latter immediately smiled with joy. This was the first time he met a hawker, but when Lu Wuchen heard this, he was almost frightened and dumbfounded. What kind of daughter is popular? Really? Or 2 altars? A jar here can be 20 kg, although the winemaking technique is not high. It is only 20 degrees, but it can't withstand such a large amount. Huang Fuwan looked calm. Don't worry, someone will ask for this wine in a while, but it's not for herself. Chapter 78 Good wine needs no bush. What is it like to be a valuable daughter? Even Lu Wuchen, who has tasted countless palace wines, can't resist the strong fragrance of the wine. When I served a bowl, I took a sip. Where is this 20-degree liquor? The flavor here is beyond words. At this moment, another person came in at the door, and when they saw Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan, they were all taken aback. Damn, let's put it bluntly, doesn't the heroine just bring herself for a drink? And isn't it a bad thing to do? Can you meet Xinyabai in this way? To be honest, you were simply haunted. Huang Fuwan was expressionless, and she was not surprised by Xinyubai's arrival. From the bottom of her heart, I in the last life, it was Xinyabai who invited himself and others to have a drink together, and he got a chance during this period. I in this life, Xinyabai actually came alone. Now it's a pity that the best daughter is popular. There are only 2 jars in total, all of which are covered by herself. You Xinyabai has no chance, Huang Fuwan sneered, seeing that Xinyabai was inexplicable. Damn it. When did he provoke this person again? Shopkeeper. Inexplicably, please give me a jar of daughter's red. Xinyabai nodded towards Huang Fuwan, and even in the face of DG's cold face, he still said hello. As for Lu Wuchen, it was as if he hadn't seen it. To be honest, the male protagonist's mind is really narrower. Lu Wuchen complained, but simply ignored it. Sorry, this guest officer, this daughter's popularity is gone. Gone? Xinyabai frowned. He had long heard that the wine-sword fairy was intoxicated by this daughter's popularity. There is even more cloud. The son of heaven can't get on the boat when he calls, and he claims to be a fairy in wine, and this wine naturally refers to this best daughter's red. I just didn't expect that Lu Wuchen had been one step ahead of him, and he had missed the wine. The moment, he was even more resentful, and glared at Lu Wuchen fiercely. Ah fuck, the male lead, be reasonable, all pots are villains. Right? Why is the second-class wine bamboo leaf green? Yes. To be honest, this bamboo leaf green and daughter's red are really not the same grade. At least, after the lid is opened, there is no strong fragrance of daughter's or at this moment. The entire tavern was full of the strong fragrance of daughter home. The wine is not intoxicating. Everyone is drunk. Just the smell of the wine. You can get on top of it by asking. Although Lu Wuchen is not a good drinker, he smelled the smell and dried 3 bowls in a row, which made him hooked. Looking at Lu Wuchen's enjoyment, Xinyabai was even more angry. Not to mention the wine and food. Huang Fuwan was so stunning on the side. Adding sleeves to pour wine for it really makes people jealous. And then drinking my own bamboo leaf green, which is as light as spring water. I instantly lost interest in drinking. He got up and left an ingot of silver, and left directly, and the Kaifeng bamboo leaf green only drank a bowl. Hey! Guest officer, your wine. I'll reward you. Xinyabai replied coldly and left directly. At the door, Xinyabai passed by another person. A familiar feeling came to my heart, but for some reason, I felt a kind of loss in my heart. It seems that something that originally belonged to him is leaving him. As for Huang Fuwan, he sneered at the moment. It's clean after you leave. At this moment, the person who entered the door kept twitching his nose. A look of intoxication. Yo, isn't this Master Shen? What brings you to our shop? Shen Lang didn't get annoyed when he heard it, smiled at Dian Shower, and continued twitching his nose. This Shen Lang was originally the eldest young master of the Shen family in the city. There was a 6th-order great power in the ancestor of the family. He is also the elder of the Qinglian sect. With the status of this ancestor, future generations can be regarded as a wealthy party in this city, and no one dares to provoke. There are people on it, and the Shen family is naturally used to being a blessing in the city. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long. His ancestor was injured in a battle against the Demon Gate, and his cultivation base was even more exhausted. In the end, he ended up in a tragic death, and the Shen family, who had lost their ancestors, lost their backbone in an instant. First, he didn't say anything about his family, but he was still found by his former enemies. By Shen Lang's generation, it can be said that it has almost been defeated, but this Shen Lang, even if he doesn't want to be motivated, he has learned enough of the Style of a dude, after losing the only bit of his family background, started his own depressed life. As for the so-called Master Shin, this is also the general joke that everyone is laughing at him, and this young Master Shin has a great hobby, which is good wine, not to mention the others. It is just this famous daughter who was popular from afar. Shin Lang really never forgets in the past. There were still some family background, and they always liked to come to a pot every 3 or 5 years afore. Shin Lang, this can not only make him feel high and immortal, you can also make yourself forget all your troubles. It's a pity that I can't remember how long I haven't drunk this daughter's red, not to mention this daughter's popularity. She is now, even if it is the worst quality sake, it is out of reach generally. When you come to this tavern, you just smell it, and you are satisfied. If you meet someone with a good heart, please have a drink by yourself. I can't thank you enough, but I didn't expect that my daughter would be able to taste such a rich wine today. And there is no doubt that her daughter is popular. At the moment, the wineworm in this belly was aroused, seeing Lu Wuchen in Huang Fuwan's eyes. They were strangers at first glance. At the moment, he boldly stepped forward. A closer look shows that the man is very handsome, and the woman is even more stunning. With her temperament, she knows that it must not be simple. Two of you, in the deep waves. When you see the two dignified, I wonder if you were lucky enough to get to know the two of you? No. Huang Fuwan directly refused. Lu Wuchen was taken aback, but Huang Fuwan was not like this. What's wrong with this today? Could it be that just thinking about Zimubai affected your mood? Shin Lang was also taken aback. This stunning beauty left no affection at all. Did you collide with a nobleman? The only remaining arrogance made Shin Lang turn around and want to leave, but the fragrance of the wine was too sufficient. For a while, there was some indecision. You too, Shin doesn't mean anything else. Just I don't know. Can you give Shin a bowl of good wine? Lu Wuchen just wanted to answer, but Huang Fuwan rushed to Lu Wuchen and refused again. Now Lu Wuchen stopped talking, and he knew at a glance that Huang Fuwan had done it on purpose, decided to wait and see it change. Shin Lang was dumbfounded again, but the closer he got, the smell of the wine was really amazing. The wine bug in this belly really can't hold it anymore. I had an idea at the moment. You too. How about this? I have an heirloom here, which was handed down by my ancestors, and I will exchange wine with you? With that said, Shin Lang took out a pendant of a 10-pointed star. The material that looks like jade is not jade, with a hint of weirdness. To be honest, Shin Lang had long wanted to pawn this thing, but the pawnshops in this city are really black-hearted. From the shopkeeper to the buddy, they all say that this is just an ordinary stone carving, and it's not worth a few dollars. It's not enough for Shin Lang to drink a pot of good wine. Since he couldn't change the wine, Shin Lang naturally didn't want to sell his ancestors' things, and now, Shin Lang is also ready to fight for this good daughter's popularity. Chapter 79, this kind of voyeuristic plot still needs to be revisited. Stone carving? Lu Wuchen smiled. This thing is just a lie to a 3-year-old child. This stone carving looks mediocre at first glance. Want to use this kind of thing to coax Huang Fuwan? Is it true that Emperor Ji has never seen anything good? Yes. Puff. But he didn't want to. Huang Fuwan directly agreed this. Shin Lang is also a little dumbfounded. Is it really okay? They were all ready to be scolded. Who knew this stunning fairy actually agreed? Is it really a good baby? I don't know how to identify it. Sister Warner, what are you? Obviously it's just a stone carving. Lu Wuchen couldn't laugh or cry, and replaced a stone sculpture with such a good daughter's red. It's not that I can't bear these wines, but Huang Fuwan tonight is really a little strange. When Shin Lang heard this, he knew it in his heart. It is estimated that this fairy-like figure was curious about the stone carving, so he did. At the moment, he no longer hesitated, and replaced a pot of good daughter's red with this ancestral stone carving pendant. After that, he hurriedly left the tavern, for fear that the other party would regret it. Brother Wuchen, the palace has never given you anything. How about giving you this pendant? Huang Fuwan, on the other hand, handed the pendant directly to Lu Wuchen's hand. Lu Wuchen couldn't laugh or cry for a while, however. At any rate, this was also Huang Fuwan's intention, and he accepted it at the moment. The two continued to drink until late at night, before returning to Qinglian sect contentedly. This is just now the separation from Huang Fuwan, but he didn't want to. At the entrance of the sect, he was stopped by an inner disciple of the Qinglian sect of Brother Lu, Sister Xian. Please go once. Sister Xian? Xian Yifei? Lu Wuchen, who was still a little confused just now, immediately knew that the plot that should come was still coming. In this plot, I have to go through it no matter what. I don't know. In this life, I am the eldest brother of the Holy Land. What method is Xian Yifei going to use to deal with him? I was stupid in my last life. I didn't see anything in a daze, but I was still wrong. In this life, if you dare to scream, this king will dare to get into the bucket. Because of the previous evil deeds, naturally no one would believe in themselves. Besides, in his last life, he was just an inner disciple, nothing more than insignificant, got it? Lu Wuchen nodded. Fortunately, he had already parted with Huang Fuwan, and Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want Huang Fuwan to participate. Lu Wuchen didn't want it to collapse for this good plot. The inner disciples of the Qinglian sect led the way in front, and Lu Wuchen slowly followed behind. In the previous life, his status trembled along the way, and he never took a good look at Xianifei's courtyard. I have to admit that Xianifei's taste is quite good. It is light and elegant, and the furnishings in this garden have also been guided by experts. Yo. There is even a small gathering spirit array, and the psionic energy in this yard is several times stronger than elsewhere. This also proves Xianifei's status in the Qinglian sect. The inner disciple stopped outside the courtyard. A disciple of the Qinglian sect. No one is allowed to enter without Xianifei's permission. This is the rule. The disciples of the Qinglian sect must abide by it. Sister Xian is here? At the door of the room, Lu Wuchen knocked on the door lightly, but there was no response inside. This is already in and out of the previous life. In his previous life, Xianifei was already yelling at this time. As a result, I didn't get any benefit at all. Did it collapse again? Lu Wuchen looked puzzled, knowing that Xinyabai and Xianifei designed to frame themselves tonight. The Ming sword is easy to hide, and the concealed arrow is difficult to defend. That if you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid that thieves will miss you. I just don't do anything. Let's see what the hell these two are going to do. Lu Wuchen snorted coldly at the moment and pushed the door directly in. But I don't know. Behind Lu Wuchen, a pair of eyes happened to see Lu Wuchen entering there. At this moment, in the room, Lu Wuchen was dumbfounded, really dumbfounded. Xianifei was naked in the bathtub, which was the bathtub that he had often seen in palace dramas before. But the point is, Xianifei is bleary-eyed at this time. In the next second, Xianifei suddenly woke up, and Lu Wuchen, a few meters away, stared wide-eyed. Damn it. Is this? Xianifei had a burst of MMP at this time. He originally asked someone to call Lu Wuchen, but he wanted to remind Lu Wuchen to be careful of Shimu Bai. It can also be regarded as a kind of kindness. After all, Lu Wuchen is the big brother of the Holy Land in this life. At this point, Xianifei is still very realistic. Besides, in the last life, Xinyabai used himself to make an agreement with himself in the name of the great brother of the Holy Land for the better development of the Qinglian sect. Xianifei naturally had to do his best to help Xinyabai. Even if he slandered Lu Wuchen, it didn't matter. However, in the end, Xinyabai didn't say anything about his treachery, and he couldn't save him from death in the Forbidden Land. This led to Xianifei's rebirth. Xianifei really didn't expect that earth-shaking changes would occur in this life. This Lu Wuchen turned out to be the big brother of the Holy Land, and Xinyabai actually found himself again. I don't know if this Xinyabai has a single brain, or if his brain is broken. In this life, what can you use to cooperate with yourself? Xianifei would not believe any guarantee for a scumbag like Xinyabai. That's why I found someone to call Lu Wuchen and wanted to tell Xinyabai's plan in full, but it took a few hours before I learned that Lu Wuchen and Huang Fuwan were going out together tonight. Xianifei thought to herself that she would talk about it tomorrow, but I don't want to. This inner disciple is enough. But he had been waiting at the entrance of the sect, in the middle of the night, and only then did he wait for Lu Wuchen. And Xianifei naturally didn't know this situation. It's late, and I will host the Slayer conference tomorrow. The special thing about Xianifei's exercises is that they are more effective when practiced in the water. By the way, is this explanation too far-fetched? Anyway, Lu Wuchen didn't believe it. It is estimated that in the Forbidden Land of the previous life, there are too many doubts that are puzzling, and Xianifei is really a little haggard. Unknowingly, I was confused. Everyone in the door knows the rules of his yard, and Xianifei can naturally feel at ease when he was awakened by the sound of pushing the door. The current scene appeared. Damn. The point is, Lu Wuchen, where did you come from? This. Although at this angle, only the upper part of the neck can be seen, looking at it is tantamount to looking at it in vain. But the problem is, Xianifei doesn't think so. I'm obviously naked, okay? Get out? Okay. It's a bastard who doesn't run away after making a profit, but as a result, before Lu Wuchen arrived at the door, footsteps came from outside. I'm so meow meow. Didn't you say that no one else can get in this yard? It's all become a sieve now. With a glance in his eyes, he was dressed in white. Xinyabai, this is so special that they have all gone into battle in person. This time, I'm sure I won't be able to get out. Lu Wuchen turned around and went back to the room again. As soon as Xianifei thought of turning around, he saw Lu Wuchen, who had folded and returned. The moment, he hurriedly got back into the bathtub. What are you doing? Jianghu is in a hurry. I'm offended. In Xianifei's unbelievable eyes. Chapter 80. What exactly did you see? Bajundug Wangming peeping at Xianifei taking a bath. Lu Wuchen didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing in his previous life. At this time. Before Xiany Fei could react, Lu Wuchen jumped into the dragon gate with a fish. Are you sure it's this adjective? For a while, the water splashed everywhere. Xiany Fei was furious and was just about to fight back. At this moment, the door of the boudoir was pushed open again. At this time, even Xiany Fei, no matter how innocent he was, couldn't bear the surging anger in his heart. What the hell do you treat your boudoir as, kiln? Just enter when you say it? Bold. Who trespassed into Sister Xian's boudoir? It was Zimyabai, dressed in white, who appeared at the door. At this moment, Zimyabai looked righteous. The voice is loud, and this sound also alarmed everyone. Someone trespassed into Xiany Fei's boudoir? This. How can such an exciting thing be missed? Anyway, everyone in the Qinglian sect is a pervert. Oh, no, all brothers and sisters volunteered, dragging swords, carrying meteor hammers, and even carrying Qinglong Yenyue swords. What's the matter? Do you think you are Guangong? Why don't you take a Fan Tian painting halberd? Xiany Fei felt that he had seen someone on his face, not ashamed, but angry with your group of finished calves. The Qinglian sect is not down, so why is there a ghost? At the height of the bathtub, coupled with the depth, you can see what ghosts are, but after all, you are not naked at this moment. You know, this is a bathtub specially customized by Xiany Fei for practice. For a while, under Xiany Fei's luck, a layer of mist instantly blocked everyone's sight. Presumptuous. Xiany Fei let out a soft cry, and then, with a wave of one hand, the door of the boudoir closed instantly, blocking everyone from the house. Where are the people? Where is the thief? Fight me to the death. The adulterous thief, don't you catch it quickly? Bold, I broke into the big sister's boudoir. And the group of people at the door, this one by one, screamed. I can't wait to unload 8 pieces of the adulterous thief on the spot. This time, Zimyabai was quite satisfied with this scene, although at that moment, he didn't seem to have found any trace of Lu Wuchen in Xiany Fei's room. However, this time, Lu Wuchen would definitely not be able to escape. Humph, the great brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, actually did such a thing. My son would like to see how you still have the face to stay on the throne of this big brother, Zimyabai thought very well, but I don't want to think about the key. Why should Xiany Fei help you? Although it is quite unpleasant to see Lu Wuchen anyway, compared with you Zimyabai, the real villain is always much better than the hypocrite. Okay, you Zimyabai, peeping into this seat, there is still a thief shouting to catch a thief? Xiany Fei said coldly. The coldness in this tone can be heard by anyone. At this moment, Zimyabai was dumbfounded. Wait, the script is wrong. Xiany Fei, why don't you follow what we discussed? Xiany Fei smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? The sister Xian. Look at what my son clearly saw. Zimyabai still wanted to speak, but there were already countless unhappy eyes staring at this Wushwang son around. To be honest, I have long been upset with Zimyabai. When you came, the eyes of those female cultivators fell on you unexpectedly. You turned out to be such a shameless person. Zimyabai, is it still this seat that has wronged you? Xiany Fei's voice was colder. At this moment, Zimyabai felt that he was yellow mud falling on his crotch. Zimyabai, you are a disciple of the Holy Land, and you have done this kind of thing. I will fight you endlessly. As soon as these words came out, Zimyabai completely turned off the fire. This time, the disciples of the Qinglian sect had already stopped being patient. Ding, mission completed. A blockbuster at the Demon Slayer conference. Reward, Supreme Taoist body. The sudden tone made Zimyabai almost vomit blood. I want to die, but I really don't want to do it this way. Sister Xian, there must be a misunderstanding. Mubai will retire first. Don't you leave at this time, waiting to be torn apart. Don't go, thief, eat your grandfather's stick. As a result, Zimyabai had just unfolded his body technique and left, and a group of Qinglian disciples behind him, brandishing their weapons in their hands, chased after him. Very well, such a fuss is bound to make everyone know. Xiany Fei snorted coldly, which was regarded as collecting some interest in advance. Wait, there was a burst of that from behind. I forgot all about myself, behind myself. So scared that Xiany Fei didn't dare to move, not out yet. My own ice-clear and jade-clean body turned out to be all cheaper than Lu Wuchen, an asshole. Be reasonable, I didn't do anything by myself. In the next second, a column of water rose into the sky, and Lu Wuchen jumped out of the bathtub in an instant. Therefore, before that, Lu Wuchen had been hiding in this bathtub. Also, anyway, they are all cultivators, and it is impossible to suffocate them for half a day. It can only be said that this bathtub is really not small. Xiany Fei's expression was extremely bad. If he hadn't been for his helplessness now, he would definitely have to come out and fight Lu Wuchen for 300 rounds. What, Fairy Shen, if it's okay, I'll go first. Lu Wuchen slapped Ha, although he didn't know why Xianifei didn't confess to him in this life, but instead framed Xinyabai. However, after all, you can't stay here for a long time. Lu Wuchen, tell me the truth. You in the end. Is there any in the end? Although he was bored in his heart, Xianifei was really embarrassed to ask this. Don't worry, Fairy Shen, this king is definitely not such a villain. Lu Wuchen had a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. It looks like a decent male protagonist, however, since it is the villain. Ahem. Well, this seat will believe you once. Xianifei gritted her silver teeth, and there seemed to be no better way. Is my butt white? Lu Wuchen just wanted to leave, but Xianifei asked quickly. At this time, Lu Wuchen's mind was observing whether there were still people outside. No, there are birthmarks. Lu Wuchen replied subconsciously. In an instant, a murderous aura came. Damn it! Why didn't you open the door with your own mouth? Lu Wuchen couldn't care about anything else anymore, broke through the door and ran away. Lu Wuchen? Xianifei's chest rose and fell for a while, and this was a flush of anger. Is this angry or ashamed? My own birthmark, to be honest, is just this small piece. How long have you been watching this before you can see it so clearly? Early the next morning, the entire Qinglian sect was full of wind and rain. I heard that Xianifei was killed last night. Don't talk nonsense. The Qinglian sect has not explained it all. This is a rumor. How could it be? It must be Xinyabai. I guess it's been talked about. After all, the Qinglian sect can't afford to provoke the Holy Land. There are all kinds of rumors, but Ximubai completely replaced Lu Wuchen in his previous life. At this moment, Wushuan Gongzi Xinyabai felt that he had no face to stay here. Sister Xian. At this time, several other Tianjia from the four major sects also arrived. It's just that the eyes of the five sisters of the Su family looking at Xianifei were strange enough. As for the Buddha's son Shakyamuni, he looked like a high-achieving monk. He didn't seem to be interested in words at all, and today, behind Shakyamuni, followed by the only little nun in Tianfan Temple, with a timid expression on her face. When facing Xianifei, she even lowered her head embarrassedly. Senior sister, I can't think of it. Zhugefu, the saint of Yaoqi, had an unkind smile on her face. Sorry, Zhugefu was practicing on the hillside not far away last night, but he saw Lu Wuchen escape from Xianifei's boudoir with his own eyes. TSK. The whole body is still dripping with water. Zhugefu, the saint of Yaoqi, is not stupid. With this combination of rumors, the truth is about to come out, unexpectedly. Xianifei still has such a side. Could it be that in this short period of time, I got along with the big brother of the Holy Land? Chapter 81. The Forbidden Grounds of the Azure Lotus Sect. Throughout the morning, Lu Wuchen, the elder brother of the Holy Land, and Xianifei, the elder sister of the Qinglian sect, never looked at each other more than 3 times, and every time, Lu Wuchen avoided guilty. Wait? Why is this king guilty? After all, it is Xianifei who is looking for this king. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen changed his previous style. Staring at Xianifei's dress, she took a fierce look. To be honest, she really didn't know that the figure under this dress was so material. This unscrupulous look. Xianifei's teeth were itchy with anger. So he dared to be so presumptuous? What a villain. I'm clean and Jade clean. You saw this for nothing, didn't you? Naturally, there are still many people whose eyes turn back and forth between the Qinglian sect and the Holy Land of Reincarnation, especially Zhugefu, the saint of Yaoqi, is really tricky. Everyone, the Qinglian sect will open the access to the sect site this time. Xianifei stabilized her mind for a while and said to everyone. As Xianifei's voice fell, there was a noise. What? Open Forbidden Land? How important is the Forbidden Land of a sect? Everyone present has a number in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Wuchen's face became gloomy. What a Qinglian sect. In this life, he dared to be so rebellious. Huang Fuwan's face was also not good. Looking in the last life, the Holy Land of Reincarnation was in this Forbidden Land, and various sects lost a lot. Also with a bad face are Shangguan Yunji and Xian Jingyuan in the last life, although there was no practical result. However, among them, there should be traces of the demon gate. It's just that I didn't grasp the handle. The only certainty is that this forbidden place does have a trace of evil. Moreover, in the last life, the elder sister Qinglian sect herself was killed in it. As a result, the strength of the Qinglian sect was greatly damaged, and the other 3 major sects also suffered losses. There are more than a dozen disciples in the Holy Land of Reincarnation who have stayed here forever. The disciples of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, all of them are a generation of Tenjio. This loss is really Not small. At the end of the matter, a peak master even came to the Holy Land to investigate the matter. It's a pity that all the evidence has been wiped out. Even if the peak master came in person, he had no clue. Brother Lu. Shangguan Yunji glanced at Lu Wuchen, and stopped talking, but without knowing it, Lu Wuchen nodded slightly. The situation of the previous life still has to be solved, and naturally, there are also people who have got the opportunity in the Forbidden Land, and the male protagonist Zimubai is of course one of them. As for what the opportunity is, Zimubai has been tight-lipped. After all, Zimubai was a big brother in the last life and did not dare to question it. Amitba, if that's the case, Tiansan Temple is willing to take a chance. Buddha Sakyamuni got up and put his hands together. Brother Shakyamuni, Dulil is not as good as Zonlil, and Echo Valley is also interested. The 5 sisters of the Su family are also very interested. Everyone, don't rush to decide, please decide for yourself. After all, the Forbidden Land is very dangerous, and the Qinglian sect cannot guarantee your safety. Everything in the Forbidden Land depends on your own chance. Fairy Shen, can you tell me first, how did this Forbidden Land come from? Since it is an open forbidden area, naturally you want to figure out the situation, don't you? Hearing this, Xianifei was stunned for a while before speaking slowly. Thousands of years ago, in the decisive battle of the Dao Demon sect, the Qinglian sect was besieged by the Demon sect. In order to protect the bloodline of the Qinglian sect, the ancestor fought a bloody battle with the top demon sect of the Demon sect. In the end, the ancestor unfortunately fell and the demon disappeared. Hiss. No wonder, after the war, I never saw the ancestor of the Qinglian sect again. It turned out that he fell here. You know, the one from the Qinglian sect is the 9th emperor. No one dared to figure out the strength of his body. I only know that it is extremely tyrannical, but it is a pity that it finally fell here. At this moment, all the sects present, except for the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Everyone's eyes lit up. The strong man who enters the emperor, the horror is as terrifying as ever, and his treasure is absolutely indispensable. As long as you find it casually, it's even enough for your own sect to rise to a level. In this case, it is naturally worth everyone's risk. The Shushan faction is willing to go. Luohan Temple is willing to go. Rashomon is willing to go. Xianifei didn't say it was okay. When he said this, the crowd was so angry that they wanted to rush in now. It can only be said that in the face of this temptation, these guys are no longer able to calm down. In the morning, the Forbidden Land will be opened, and all sects can enter, and they will not be responsible for life and death. Xianifei left these words and left directly, leaving behind an excited crowd. It's all under discussion, and these hours are enough for me to contact the door-to-door delivery. It really doesn't make sense not to find some helpers for such an opportunity. The Forbidden Land of the 4 sects of the Qinglian sect, if you are really willing to open it up, you can definitely attract the attention of the whole world for a while. The wind was surging in the hall. Brother Lu, do we want to inform the Holy Land? At this moment, in the resident station, a disciple directly asked, "No need, all the inner disciples go back, it doesn't feel right." At this time, naturally, everyone cannot be stunned by temptation. Brother? Hearing Lu Wuchen's arrangement, everyone was also taken aback, didn't they? The big brother not only stopped it, but also didn't let everyone find out. Could it be that the big brother doesn't want us to get the opportunity? Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a person, but Lu Wuchen knew very well in his heart that in the previous life, he was still an inner disciple, so he didn't go deep into the Forbidden Land, so he was safe and sound in the end. However, more than a dozen disciples have stayed here forever. This is a lesson of blood. These are the cornerstones of the right path for the future. Brother Wuchen is right. But I didn't expect that at this time. Xian Jingyuan also spoke. As soon as Xian Jingyuan spoke, everyone calmed down. Although Lu Wuchen is a big brother, his qualifications are still shallow. Unlike Xian Jingyuan, even among his disciples, his prestige is very high. A big sister? In my opinion, there is no need for all the disciples to go in. Shangguan Yunji also spoke at this moment. In the end of the discussion, the Holy Land of Reincarnation only sent Fairy Lingbo, Xian Jingyuan, Shangguan Yunji, Lu Wuchen, Huang Fuan, Shimubai, and the 5 strongest disciples. As for the others, they waited on the spaceship and were ready to meet them at any time. In addition, one was sent back to the Holy Land to report. This time, in the room of Qing Jizi, the head of the Qinglian sect, Xianifei reported on the situation today. Good job. Ifei, this time, don't go to the sect. Qing Jizi sighed. This may be the only thing she has left. Master. Go down. Xianifei said nothing more. In this life, you must find out the reason. In the last life, I was in the ruins of Shangxiao Jade damage, and I didn't know how to die naturally. Among them, Zimubai couldn't save him when he saw death. I end this life. Zimubai, you still pray not to meet yourself. Otherwise. There was a trace of coldness in Xianifei's eyes. As for this Lu Wuchen, humph, it's not a good thing either. How can this seat be merciful for what it did yesterday? It's so nasty and shameless. Chapter 82. Entering the Forbidden Zone. Lu Wuchen didn't even expect that on the day he entered the Forbidden Land, so many people came. This is really a bit excessive. In the small sect, even his own deputy heads were invited over. Some of them, Dao Jiuxianfeng and the old man with a white beard, really attracted attention. Naturally, the strength of these old people is also uneven. The highest is no more than the 6th level, most of them are between the 4th and 5th levels. At this age, what else can't you think about? Are you still thinking about these opportunities? I'm not afraid of taking my own life seriously except for the holy places. Almost all sects have increased their strength. 3 elders came from Yaoqi. The first of the Dharma Academy of Tianfan Temple came in person, and the Deputy Valley Lord of Echo Valley directly led the team. This lineup is even more exaggerated than in the previous life. Also, in his previous life, Xianifei did not disclose the origin of the Forbidden Land. In this life, Xianifei naturally wanted to figure out what happened, and naturally needed more manpower. Xianifei naturally knew that with his own strength, it could not be done at all. So yesterday, Xianifei simply told the origin of the Forbidden Land from the current point of view. The effect has also been achieved. I just didn't expect that only 10 people came to the Holy Land, which was much less than in the previous life. Could it be that Lu Wuchen was more cautious than Zimubai? Everyone, it's still that sentence. Each has its own fate. There are many crises in the Forbidden Land. My Qinglian sect doesn't know what's going on inside. Once inside, I'm not responsible for life and death. As soon as Xianifei said this, he could be regarded as giving everyone an ultimatum. The Qinglian sect is only responsible for the opening of forbidden areas, and is not responsible for anything else. Naturally, the poor monk understands. Everything has nothing to do with the Qinglian sect. Everyone at this moment has already been blinded by the word opportunity. Who else can pay attention to others? The fallen land of the Ninth Order power. Maybe it can help you break through the vastness. Xianifei activated the Holy Land ban, and the next moment, everyone couldn't wait, used their psionic powers, and rushed directly into it. Everyone, one step ahead. Zimubai didn't say anything. He came here on a systematic mission by himself. By the way, he might be able to explore the Forbidden Land of the Qinglian sect. There might be a chance. I was upset that I had ruined my reputation this time, so naturally I wanted to get more benefits. Zimubai naturally didn't want to wait too much, even more unwilling to act with others. He directly entered the Forbidden Land and disappeared. Everyone, do you say that? It doesn't matter to Lu Wuchen. The opportunity belongs to the male protagonist, not his own. Anyway, Lu Wuchen has already made up his mind and will never go deep into it. Just take it as a chance to revisit the place. Senior Sister Shangguan, how about walking with me? Xian Jingyuan smiled slightly and issued an invitation. So I wish, I dare not ask. Shangguan Yunji also smiled slightly. For these two together, Lu Wuchen was also very relieved, even in danger, relying on the strength of Shangguan Yunji and Xian Jingyuan. It's hard to have an accident. As for the other 5, the 5 of them are one. After all, Lu Wuchen and Xian Jingyuan had already warned before, and naturally, no one will take it lightly. They are all a generation of Tianjiao. Naturally, they are also very clear in their hearts. Only when they grow up, they are Tianjiao. If they don't grow up, they don't count as anything. Big brother, I'll wait a step ahead, okay? These few people still have more respect for Lu Wuchen. After all, Lu Wuchen's strength is here, and it is passed down by the Empress herself, so she can't afford to offend. Feel free, everyone, but remember one thing and be careful. Naturally. Please don't worry, big brother. We have experienced this kind of scene. These people, all of whom had lived well in the previous life, had their own luck, not to mention, and their strength should not be underestimated. In the end, only Lu Wuchen and Huangfu Wan were left, and they had not yet entered the forbidden area. Brother Wuchen, aren't you in a hurry? Huangfu Wan's original intention was to ask, are you not afraid that the opportunity will be taken away by others? Lu Wuchen, if you think too much, you are naturally not afraid. The opportunity belongs to the male protagonist. If you forcibly snatch the opportunity, the ending will not be good. If so, why should I take risks? Having already experienced a lifetime, Lu Wuchen naturally saw it thoroughly. In the last lifetime, the grass on the head of the grave of the man who robbed the male host was 3 meters high. Brother Wang, can you take the pendant of the 10-pointed star with you? Naturally. Lu Wuchen didn't understand why Huangfu Wan mentioned this pendant. However, I did bring it on myself, Brother Lu. But he didn't want to. Lu Wuchen was caught by Xianifei at this moment. Damn it. What's the situation? Xianifei, at least you are also the elder sister of the Qinglian sect. You opened the Forbidden Land and didn't you go in by yourself? Moreover, what happened last night is still vivid. Lu Wuchen's eyes consciously aimed at Xianifei's buttocks. Asshole. What are you looking at? Originally, Xianifei was quite peaceful, but when he saw Lu Wuchen's eyes, no matter how well he was cultivated, he was furious on the spot. If you say this is actually a misunderstanding now, I don't know if you will believe it. Brother Lu, can you accompany the younger sister on the journey? Fairy Xian invited each other. Ordinary people naturally wanted it, even if it was the Buddha's son Shakyamuni. It is estimated that he would move the Buddha's heart. Without him, Xianifei's charm is too great. Among the top 10 beauties in the world, Xianifei is on the list. Don't go. As a result, Lu Wuchen didn't give face at all, and directly refused. Xianifei originally wanted to say, that being the case, it's not too late. It's okay now. I was dumbfounded in place. Did I have auditory hallucinations just now? What a Lu Wuchen! He dared to refuse himself. It was simply. The corners of Huangfu Wan's mouth also twitched. Although he was secretly happy, Brother Wuchen was not tempted to face the beauty, but there was no need to refuse so directly anyway. Wouldn't it be good to give Xianifei a little face? After saying that, it's still on other people's territory. As long as Xianifei's cultivation is good enough, he will not draw his sword on the spot. Well, the key is that Xianifei analyzed it. 1 to 2, he doesn't seem to be an opponent. Only then did he endure it abruptly. Brother Lu, accompany junior sister on a journey. That's the end of last night's incident. If not, even if junior sister loses her reputation, she will have to entangle with senior brother Lu to the end. This is the naked threat. Lu Wuchen said that he is a villain and will be afraid of your threat. Try it. What is going on in Sister Xian's mouth? Huangfu Wan looked puzzled. Wait, could it be that Xianifei not only cheated Xinyabai last night, but even Brother Wang was also present? It's nothing, Sister Huangfu was overhearted, but I want to invite the two of you together. Yes. But he didn't want to. Huangfu Wan directly agreed. Puff. So, I was forced to form a team. There was a burst of MMP in Lu Wuchen's heart. The moment the three of them entered the Forbidden Land, Lu Wuchen shivered for a while, and the familiar feeling came again, a trace of evil spirit. Although it was not obvious, however, it was able to resonate with the supreme demon Dao in Lu Wuchen's body, the same sect and the same origin. In the previous life, Lu Wuchen naturally couldn't feel it, but in this life, it was such a clear feeling. Chapter 83 Battle against the Dragon Glutton, offering a helping hand. Evil invades? Huangfu Wan and Xianifei were both taken aback. This life seemed to be more weird than the previous life. This is just the beginning of stepping into the Forbidden Land, and there is evil spirit. Xianifei obviously felt it too, and there was a burst of tension in his heart. In this life, the evil spirit is obviously much stronger. Could it be that there was another accident? But before the three of them had time to communicate, the scenery in front of them turned and they appeared in a valley. Teleport? Or fantasy? No matter what it is. Just try it. At this moment, Xianifei rose into the air and summoned a thunderbolt to strike. If the illusion, under such a violent thunderstorm, it would definitely break and show its original form. However, to Xianifei's surprise, Tianlei didn't even hinder him in the slightest, disappeared all the way to the end. Not a fantasy? In the last life, this has never happened before. Lu Wuchen, on the other hand, squatted down. Brother Lu, did you find anything? Xianifei thought that Lu Wuchen had made a discovery, so he immediately stepped forward and asked no. Although Lu Heng said so, he had already sensed a call at this moment. Someone should have set up the teleportation. Huangfu Wan looked around. This place was very strange. At the moment, I wanted to ascend into the air to find out, but found that this valley actually has a powerful suppression. No matter how you use your psionic energy, it is impossible for you to leave this valley. Want to trap us to death? No, this obviously doesn't make sense. In the Forbidden Land of the previous life, there were indeed people who gained a lot. Moreover, I have never heard of anyone being trapped in my previous life. Just as the three of them were guessing, screams came from the front of the valley. In this valley, the screams were particularly mournful. The three of them glanced at each other and set off immediately. What the hell is this? Just a few corners away. A behemoth appeared in front of everyone. The dragon's head and unicorn body are dark, with dark corners on the head and body, and blue faces and fangs that I have never seen such an ugly thing. At this time, this thing is slaughtering on a large scale. Qishan sect. Xianyi Fei glanced at it, and then exclaimed, this Qishan sect can be regarded as a long-established existence in the decent sect. It is rumored that it was created by the ancestor of Qishan. Although it is not as good as the four sects, it has a magic talisman that makes it amazing. No one can reach it. If you don't practice your body, you don't practice your god, but you specialize in spells. Although the cultivation level of the disciples under the sect is not high, it is the credit of the talisman to overcome the weak with kindness. But at this moment, these proud spells had no effect on this monster. It's long. Huang Fuwan looked shocked and seemed to recognize what was in front of her. Long? Lu Wuchen didn't have much research on these things. One of the ancient fierce beasts, with boundless power, he is not afraid of curses. Huang Fuwan explained that this thing had been seen once in the collection of the Dian dynasty. Legend has it that the Dragon King is the son of Tianlong, extremely cruel, and accustomed to living in groups, invulnerable, good and evil fire. It has been heard that a dragon can destroy a city. Not afraid of curses? I'm going, a tank, or an anti-demon tank. Do you want to exaggerate so much? How strong is it? Looking at this body, it can be said that it is incomparably powerful. When fighting, there is a feeling of falling apart. It was just a simple collision, and this canyon was in danger of collapsing. The fourth order to the seventh order varies, but, looking at the size, it is at least the sixth order. But this dragon god should have been wiped out by the ancient emperor a long time ago. Why did it appear in the valley? Huang Fuwan also looked curious. Who is it? Is there such an ability to raise an extinct dragon in the valley? What is the purpose? The dragon is fierce by nature, and it is basically impossible to control it. However, now is not the time to take care of this. The situation of everyone in the Qishan sect is not good now. As the first sect to rush into the Forbidden Land, the Qishan sect was to grab a better opportunity. For this reason, the Great Elder of the sect came in person. The Fifth Order Great Elder, in the Qishan sect, is already regarded as the top combat power, with all kinds of spells that are skillfully used. The Great Elder can even be undefeated against the Sixth Order power. But now, the situation seems tragic. Also, it was unlucky to encounter the wear-resistant dragon, which was completely restrained to death. The Qishan sect's lifelong cultivation base has been on this mantra for more than half of its life. Now that the curse is broken, it is equivalent to breaking your arms, with this pediatrics like psionic energy in a body that never exercises. If you want to pit this dragon head hard, it's a crazy dream. This time, most of the disciples he brought had already been killed or injured. This was because the Elder had been standing up and dealing with it. The Great Elder, who originally seemed to be the immortal wind of Taoism, was miserable at this moment, dressed in a robe, and had long since become a beggar, and this gray hair has also spread out, like a madman. Please help, the Qishan sect will be greatly thanked. The Elder was overjoyed when he saw other people appear in the valley, thinking that he had encountered rescuers. Speaking of which, I was too impatient, thinking that this time I would lead the team by myself. Even if I encountered some dangers, I would definitely be able to get through it safely. The lone army went deep, and as a result, it was inexplicably teleported into this valley. Originally, I thought that this was the ancient supernatural power of the Qinglian sect, the 9th rank emperor, and there must be some incredible opportunity in the valley, but I didn't expect that such monsters would be encountered in the cave. With a roar, people's souls were taken aback. As soon as they fought, 2 disciples were brutally beaten. These are all the elites of the Qishan sect, the future of the Qishan sect. If you fold it here, how do you explain it to the head? But the result now is that not only the disciples may be annihilated, but even themselves seem to have to be accounted for here. Under the Great War, the Great Elder almost collapsed. He was greedy for a while and wanted to find opportunities in the forbidden land of the Qinglian sect, seeing that his limit is approaching. If he can find the opportunity to break through the 6th level, he can at least continue his lifespan for 100 years. For the Elder, this is a great temptation. But now, don't talk about chance. Maybe you will have to explain it right away. When he was desperate, he found Lu Wuchen and others. I didn't care about anything else, so I hurried for help. To be honest, this branch of the Qishan sect is considered upright in the cultivation world, and its reputation is quite good in the right path. The relationship with the Qinglian sect is also acceptable, but it seems unreasonable not to save it. Huang Fuwan and Xianyi Fei looked at each other, as if they had reached an agreement in an instant. The next moment Huang Fuwanling's sword was unsheathed. The sword came out like a dragon, the universe shook, and a sword broke through the sky. On the other side, Xianyi Fei held a spear flashing with silver-white psionic energy in his hand. valiantly. Liu Wuchen looked at it directly in a daze. Damn it, White Horse Kinky Gun? Xianifei, I didn't expect you to be such a person. If you knew what Lu Wuchen was thinking now, I don't know if Xianifei would turn his gun at this moment and stab a few holes in Lu Wuchen's body first? Chapter 84 Supreme Sword Intent, a generation of imperial princesses, one spear breaks the formation, no return. Xianifei pierced Yunxia with a spear, and there was no return. In terms of momentum, Huang Fuwan was not lost at all. The great elder of the Qishan sect was naturally overjoyed when he saw that he had a savior, but when they got closer, they found out that there were only 3 of them. At the moment, I am disappointed in my heart. I am so young, and my cultivation level is probably not much higher. Is it true that I am going to die here? After all, this dragon is really powerful, and I have tried it myself, except for himself. The elite disciples in the sect have no one enemy. It was terrifying. Even if these 3 young people make a move, it is estimated that there will be no return. Or originally, I wanted to yell. This strange beast was handed over to the old man, and I begged a few disciples to take the disciples first. It can be regarded as leaving some living power for the sect, even if he died in battle. He was worthy of the sect. With a wry smile on his face, he was greedy for a while, causing a murderous disaster, but in the next second, these 2 of them burst out with psionic fluctuations that shocked them all. This is too exaggerated. With a sword, the momentum was like a rainbow, and a flash of lightning passed through. With this supreme sword intent, the great elder of the Qishan sect almost lost his temper on the spot, and Xianifei stabbed him with a single shot, and he couldn't help it. There was a strong wind that swept through his cracked armor and stained thousands of miles of yellow sand with blood. With these 2 clicks alone, the great elder of the Qishan sect was taken aback. He was almost swept by the tail of the Dragon King and received a box of lunch on the spot. A lazy donkey rolled around and finally escaped the blow, but his heart had not recovered from the shock. The 2 fairies, the gods, descended to the earth, and the momentum was so great that they were shocked. At this moment, Xianifei and Huang Fuwan's 1 shot and 1 sword had arrived to roar. It's the first time since the battle, this dragon has burst into a painful roar. The gun went 3 inches, the sword broke through the scales, and 2 streams of blood rushed out in an instant. Is this a breach of defense? The elder of the Qishan sect looked at it in a daze. So he just made a lonely call. I just exhausted my studies, and I didn't hurt at all, but I don't want to. These 2 fairies are so powerful. This swordsmanship and this marksmanship are simply rare in their lives. Who is it? Is it so powerful? The elder was amazed for a while. There are talented people in the Jiangshan generation, and each has been coquettish for hundreds of years, but this seems to be ridiculously young. How old are these 2 together? Can you have the power of this? In time, you won't be able to go to heaven yet? Lu Wuchen calmly said, this is a base fuck. What kind of heaven? These 2 have already gone to heaven. At this moment, Huang Fuwan instantly appeared over the dragon gate. Xianifei stood directly in front of the Dragon King with a gun, facing such a behemoth. Without a trace of timidity in his heart, this performance was enough to make all the disciples of the Qishan sect ashamed. Until now, who dares to face the Dragon King directly? A dignified 7-foot man is not as good as a delicate girl. The key is that this girl is still so stunning. Liu Wuchen was also shocked for a while. To be honest, fortunately, he slipped fast that night, otherwise he would be furious with Xianifei. God knows what would happen. It's Xianifei, the grand sister of the Qinglian sect. At this time, the surviving disciples had already recognized Xianifei. When the elder of the Qishan sect heard that it was this one, he was relieved at the moment. No wonder he was so powerful that he turned out to be the future head of the Qinglian sect. Xianifei's famous name has been circulating among the decent for a long time. However, this sword-holding fairy in a fluttering red dress will never be under Xuanyafei again. Is there a hidden master in this Qinglian sect? Is this Huang Fuwan, the sword fairy who passed down from the sword emperor of the Holy Land of Reincarnation? Although Huang Fuwan is a newcomer to the Holy Land, her reputation is not small. After all, the record of the Holy Land competition has already become famous all over the world. In any case, as long as it is on the side of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, it will naturally attract attention, not to mention a stunning immortal like Huang Fuwan. Sword descendant of the Sword Emperor, this. The elder of the Qishan sect stared wide-eyed. This person is even bigger than Xianifei, the future head of the Qinglian sect. The Holy Land is handed down, and he is also Jianfeng's only disciple. In the future, if he inherits the mantle of Jianfeng, it is really hard to say which is stronger or weaker than the position of the head of the Qinglian sect. At this moment, Long An's eyes were flushed with a big basin, and his nose was sprayed with hot air, and he collided with Xianifei in front of him. Fairy, be careful, this monster is incomparably powerful, far beyond the same level. The elder of the Chishan sect immediately let out a sigh of relief. The power of this monster is enough to drive mountains and gravel, and its body is like steel, extremely powerful. At least it has the strength of the Sixth Order. But at this time, Xianifei didn't mean to dodge at all. It's not good, Fairy Xian, this is too big. From the point of view of psionic abilities, Xianifei, like himself, is of the Fifth Order, but this dragon is definitely above the 6th level, and its brute force is far beyond the same level. If this is hard on the front, it must be Fairy Xian who suffers. Some of the timid ones didn't even dare to look again, for fear that this stunning fairy would die in front of them. This will be a nightmare for a lifetime. For Xianifei, his best choice at this time should be to avoid his edge. Or in front of the horizontal gun, trying to stop this collision, but Xianifei went the other way. Resist? This fairy never knew what to resist. Hit the yellow dragon. At this moment, Xianifei had the spirit spear in his hand. The treasure light was long and dazzling of this. It turned out to be a 7-pin lingbao? The elder of the Chishan sect widened his eyes. This. The most precious treasure of the Chishan sect is nothing more than a 6-pin spiritual treasure. It is already the treasure of the sect, and I usually can't bear to take it out and use it. However, compare this Xianifei, who is young and extremely powerful, not to mention, there are still 7 spiritual treasures in hand. It's incredible. The next moment, there was a loud noise, and Xianifei felt that his shot seemed to have hit Shantai. No, what if it's Shantai? I couldn't resist my own shot. Unexpectedly, this Dragon King's forehead turned out to be so hard. This actually caught it? The great elder of the Chishan sect was completely stupid. Of course he knew how hard the Dragon King's scales were. Even if he exhausted his means, he would only leave a white mark on the scales of the Dragon King. Moreover, this anti-vibration made me extremely uncomfortable. But this Xianifei is so good. He actually fought hard without falling into the wind. Isn't this proof that Xianifei's blow already has the power of the 6th Order? Lu Wuchen was dumbfounded too. TSK. This tough girl is really amazing. In the last life, I didn't know that this Xianifei turned out to be a Violet Royal sister. Wait, Xianifei's eyes at this moment. How familiar he was last night. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen was in a cold sweat. My body is not as hard as this dragon head. If it is hit, it will definitely be a hole. It seems that it is better to stay away from Xianifei in the future. Chapter 85. 2 Fairies? No, 2 tough girls. I really can't believe that Xianifei has such a violent side, and the scene of Fairy Xian fighting the Dragon King with all her strength has also been deeply engraved in everyone's impression. It's simply invincible. The choice of the future head of the Qinglian sect is indeed a generation of Tianjiao. However, Lu Wuchen was also curious in his heart. Xianifei is already so powerful. Why did he die in this forbidden place in his last life? It seems that the inside story of this is really suspicious. Although Xianifei had already experienced Long Xian's crazy impact this time, however, for Xianifei, he did not break the hard forehead of the Dragon King, even if he was defeated. At the moment, Xianifei's temper also came up. What is a gun? One shot out, there is no return. Is it your little dragon who can stop it? If it can't be broken today, for Xianifei, it will have an impact on future cultivation. What about the Dragon King? When this seat testifies, it is natural to be aware of death. Qinglong breaks. Xianifei, who has a temper, directly uses the magical powers of the forbidden technique of the Qinglian sect. The spear of the 7-pin army, the purple aura rose sharply, and the supernatural powers of the Qinglian sect suppressed all evil and delusion. After all, it was the 4 great sects of the right path thousands of years ago, even if it is now in decline. But this forbidden magical power, as long as it is practiced, it has the ability to destroy the sky and the earth, with one move. The entire valley seemed to have lost its light. In everyone's eyes, only the silver gun in Xianifei's hand was left, exuding dazzling purple light. The next moment, Long Xian's forehead broke in response. Broken? Is it really broken? The elder of the Chishan sect widened his eyes. This. To be reasonable, this is a 6th Order alien beast, with physical scales and armor, and they are all extremely powerful beings. With all his strength, he just left a white mark on the scales of the Dragon King. Compared with this, is it obvious that you are too rubbish? Hee. But there is self-knowledge. At this moment, Xianifei's Qinglong broke through and penetrated with one blow. The Dragon King roared. It seemed that he had been hit hard. At this moment, Long Yan's strange fire began to gather in Long Yan's mouth. If this is the case, even if it is Xianifei, it is estimated that it will be tough enough for Sister Huangfu. Don't cut it at this time. When will you stay longer? Xianifei let out a sigh. The vitality of this dragon god is extremely powerful. Even if he was hit by his own Qinglong, He didn't even die. It was somewhat beyond Xianifei's expectation, calling Huang Fuwan at the moment. I have seen enough of the play. It's time to make a move. And Huang Fuwan, who was in the air, had been waiting for this moment a long time ago. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. Since Xianifei has revealed the magical powers of forbidden skills, Huang Fuwan will naturally not be polite in return. As soon as the god is beheaded, who will fight against him? This is... The Sword Emperor is superb, / the gods? For the great elder of the Qishan sect, he was fortunate enough to have seen the Sword Emperor use this trick 100 years ago. The style of that sword is still deeply engraved in his heart. A blow to the gods, who can stop it? The remnants of the demon gate back then, under the shocking sword, suffered countless deaths and injuries, including several 7th Order demon cultivators. At that time, I even thought that this day had been cut open by the Sword Emperor with a sword, and it would be difficult to heal. TSK. This poor Dragon King, can't you take a good lunch break in the valley? Just met these two violent royal sisters. Lu Wuchen couldn't watch it anymore. To be honest, this dragon spirit is already very powerful, especially with a magic resistance. It is simply a nemesis-like existence. Who would have thought that he was so unlucky to meet Xianifei and Huangfu Wa? In other words, even if this dragon is fierce, it is also an endangered protected animal, okay? But Huangfu Wan and Xianifei joined forces to deal with it. What evil did they do in their previous lives? Supreme Sword Intent. A generation of Emperor Ji. A shot broke through the formation, and there was no return. They were all sent away like lunatics, and there was no return. It was miserable enough. It can only be said that this dragon is unlucky, and ugly villains often die quickly, not to mention you, a villain who was not even a human being. Rest in peace. The dragon's huge dragon head had already rolled in front of the great elder of the Qishan sect at this moment, and the latter looked at the dragon head and swallowed subconsciously. This is deathless. The 6th Order alien beast was chopped up by the two fairies in this way. Qishan sect, thank you to the two fairies. The elder of the Qishan sect calmed down for a while and bowed to the end. These two fairies did save everyone's lives. Otherwise, the Qishan sect would probably be destroyed by the group. Unfortunately, Huang Fuwan and Xianifei were too cold. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the other party's meaning. You're welcome, help each other, you should. Lu Wuchen stepped forward to make a circus and saw that at this time, he still needed a villain like this king to be famous, and he was good at it himself, but the result was good, and Lu Wuchen was directly despised. Hide behind the woman. What's the matter with you? I should have been scared stupid just now. Various voices of discussion sounded, and Lu Wuchen looked MMP, lying down, and reasonable. It's just a dragon, with these two fierce girls. Do you need to do things by yourself? But in the eyes of everyone in the Qishan sect, this Lu Wuchen would only hide behind the woman. When facing the Dragon King, he didn't dare to even move his hands. It's still not a man, even if the strength is not enough. Help the head office. Don't even have the courage to face the enemy? Still a man, how can such a person be worthy of standing next to the two fairies? Look, Fairy Huangfu's face is pulled down. It should also be disdainful of this person's timidity and weakness. Puff. Your brain replenishment is quite powerful. It's too self-righteous, presumptuous. Don't talk nonsense. On the contrary, the great elder of the Qishan sect is still sober. A generation of Emperor Ji Huangfuwan and Xianifei, the future head of the Qinglian sect, could stand by these two. How could they be weaker? It seems that I have to discuss it with the head when I go back. Cultural education is also very important. These idiots. It seems that they only know about painting symbols, and their emotional intelligence has been eaten by dogs. After being reprimanded by the elder, the latter few naturally did not dare to say anything. However, he still looked at Wu Chen angrily. Lu Wuchen sneered for a while. Can't you see the minds of these people? Don't you just want to behave in front of the two fairies? Sure enough, it's still a disaster of beauty. Lu Wuchen could understand. However, understanding belongs to understanding, but the great brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation is not something that can be easily underestimated by Arital. At the moment, he took a step forward, and his body was full of momentum. In an instant, Lu Wuchen's image changed drastically. With the momentum of a mountain, the people of the Qishan sect were dumbfounded for a while. This. In terms of momentum alone, Lu Wuchen is better than Huangfu Wan and Xianifei. Damn it, is it so powerful? Chapter 86 King Jizi's Dark Turn? No, this is possession, big brother. Since you are not welcome, let's leave. Huangfu Wan spoke coldly, knowing that this was the case. He shouldn't have saved each other just now. All those who slander Brother Wuchen are not good people. Therefore, this time Huangfu Wan simply changed her name, Big Brother. It is clear that Huangfu Wan is a disciple of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. As for the big brother in her mouth, she is naturally the big brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, hiss. There was a sound similar to a toothache. This slap in the face caught me off guard, sorry. Elder Chishanzone looked embarrassed. Fortunately, just now, he pretended to reprimand his disciples of Brother Holy Land. The Empress personally handed down. What a noble identity is this, it's okay. Lu Wuchen smiled slightly, the villain. Just get used to it. However, Huang Fuwan reluctantly refused to forgive him, and naturally he had to protect his own man. Huang Fuwan, you have collapsed and don't want it anymore. Don't you have anything in your heart? Now that you have come here, you naturally have to explore the cave. It was in this cave that the napping Dragon King was found before. So, if people sleep well, who hasn't got the energy to get up yet, this is. Deep in the cave, a black-purple crystal exudes magical energy, which is extremely evil, just this faint green light. It's not a good thing at first glance. Moreover, whether this dragon is willing to stay here should be related to this crystallization, this magic power, and what is felt in the Forbidden Land is very imaginative. It can't help but make people suspicious. Sister Xian, what exactly is in this forbidden place? Lu Wuchen glanced at Xianifei, and he didn't tell the truth until now. This time, the Forbidden Land expedition was a bullshit opportunity, and it was right to die. Xianifei didn't speak, but there was also a burst of anxiety in her heart. Things have become more and more out of one's control. Master, what do you want to do? Now it seems that this Forbidden Land is even more mysterious than I expected. Is this really just the place where the ancestors fell? In the next second, there was another change in front of him, and the three of them were teleported back to the Forbidden Land again. When they came back together, they still had the spar in their hands. However, at this time it appeared in a stone room. The three of them looked at each other with dignity on their faces. Brother Wang, this is it. Huang Fuwan reacted that this was exactly the place where he had been in his previous life. The pattern of the 10-pointed star. I won't admit my mistake. It's a pity that the 10-pointed star pendant of the previous life was in Zimubai's hand, and even if he came, he couldn't know what was hidden. Liu Wuchen was also taken aback. It's too coincidental. However, he still took out the pendant hidden on his body. Sure enough, it was just right, rotating the dark grid, and the stone chamber shook. This is. The three of them looked at the thing that appeared in front of them. The corners of his mouth twitched constantly. A human eye? Are you sure this is baby Liu Wuchen sighed? Please, isn't this a tomb robber? Is it necessary to make it so terrifying? However, in the next second, the supreme demon Dao on Lu Wuchen's body suddenly became uncontrollable. There was a series with this eyeball. The next moment, this eye directly hit Lu Wuchen's right eye. Ah! Lu Wuchen screamed, and it was obvious that these eyes were all integrated into his body. Brother Wang? Brother Lu? Huang Fuwan and Xianifei were both shocked, but found out that Lu Wuchen didn't seem to have changed at all. Where's the eyeball? But at this moment, in this forbidden place, countless screams rang out again. This is really another accident. The disciples of Shushan listened to the order and immediately left the Forbidden Land. Where are the disciples of Echo Valley? Leave quickly. The screams are getting louder and denser. What happened? At this moment, even Xianifei was not calm. So weird, far beyond the previous life. Nowadays, even Xianifei doesn't know what to do. Go. For today's plan, the only way is to evacuate first. Fortunately, this stone chamber is not far from the exit, so this forbidden place is actually not big. It's just too weird. However, just after withdrawing from the forbidden area, I found that there was a corpse lying on the ground outside. The body of the great elder of the Chishan sect turned out to be in it. It was still alive and kicking just now. This is good. For the sake of opportunity, I actually put my life in him. Moreover, the death of this one was extremely tragic, and it meant that he would not die. A master? Xianifei was also lost for a while at this moment, and his master King Jizi appeared not far away, holding a spiritual sword, his sword body dripping with bright red blood. Good disciple, I have to thank you very much for being a teacher. Jia. What a proper villain is online. By the way, Brother Wuchen, how do you know you are the villain? Only the villain would laugh like this. You are not a master. Xianifei's pupils contracted for a while. Intuition told Xianifei that the one in front of him was definitely not his own master. At this time, many people withdrew from the Forbidden Land. It seems that each of them has encountered a lot of emergencies. As for what happened? Only I know. In general, everyone was embarrassed. When he came to King Jizi again, he was furious at the moment. King Jizi, what are you going to do? The deputy head of Shushan gritted his teeth at this moment. In the Forbidden Land, how many relatives and disciples have been damaged by the Shushan clan? These are the future of Shushan. At the moment, this one who had lost his mind a little bit, directly questioned Qing Jizi what to do. There was a sneer, each of you all fancy the opportunity in the Forbidden Land. If you want the opportunity, how can you do it without paying the price? There is nothing wrong with this, but is this cold voice still the righteous and awe-inspiring King Jizi before you? The deputy head of Shushan looked angry, but the next moment, Qing Jizi actually did it directly. The deputy head of Shushan never thought that Qing Jizi would actually do it directly. Unsuspectingly, Qing Jizi was caught right by Qing Jizi. This is magic power. King Jizi has been completely blackened. No, King Jizi is enchanted. Damn, it's bullshit to be enchanted. This is really just being taken away, okay? Lu Wuchen looked MMP. What's so special about this? What Qing Jizi is emitting at this moment is obviously a monstrous demon flame. At this moment, the Forbidden Land began to collapse. Countless creatures who died in vain in the Forbidden Land rushed into King Jizi's body. Every time he absorbs one, King Jizi's strength is 1 point stronger. Isn't this a magic method? What is it? I really don't know. How many people have died in this forbidden place? Xianifei, what exactly do you Qinglian sect want to do? At this time, the 5 sisters of the Su family also escaped in embarrassment. Although he escaped the mortal battle, however, this one is embarrassing enough for the breath is unstable. Obviously, he has been injured a lot. Lu Wuchen was also dumbfounded. To be reasonable, this was not the case in the previous life. The King Jizi of the previous life did not blacken, and some people in the Forbidden Land did get the opportunity, although many people died, but it's definitely not like this. Almost all the small sects have been caught. Chapter 87. How can the light of fireflies rival the brilliance of the sun and moon? Before the Forbidden Land of the Qinglian sect, there was a strong bloody aura. Or is this still what a decent place should look like? Where is there still peace? Those who could escape basically escaped. The only thing that makes Lu Wuchen happy is that the disciples of the Holy Land of Reincarnation are safe and sound. There were 10 in and 9 out. The only one missing was Xinyabai. And many more. What does the male lead have to worry about? Maybe this is the only chance. Now in Xinyabai's hands, what happened? Xian Jingyuan and Shangguan Yanji had no problem. Unlike the other 5 true disciples, they looked more or less embarrassed. Opening up the Forbidden Land is a trap. Now it seems that this King Jizi should have been taken away. Lu Wuchen briefly introduced his current situation. After Xian Jingyuan heard this, he frowned, and Shangguan Yanji also had an incredible expression on his face. Seize the house. Could there be such a thing? This King Jizi is the head of the Qinglian sect, so it's okay to be a proper Zhang Daojuqing. The changes in these 2 lifetimes are really outrageous. This time, he was still the deputy head of the Shushan faction who was still alive just now. It has now become a mummified corpse. It was thrown aside by Qing Jizi at will. A body of psionic energy was absorbed. What is this method? Not the magic gate, Amitba. The little monk is going to send down demons and slay demons today. Dawei Tianlong. To say who is the most jealous of evil and hatred in the presence, it is naturally the Buddha's son Sakyamuni. This shot was directly the supernatural power, but he didn't want to. Xianifei stood in front of Shakyamuni the next moment, broken dragon. With all his strength, the spirit rushed against the Tianlong, and it was difficult to compete for a while. Xianifei, what are you doing? Shakyamuni frowned. Qing Jizi was already enchanted, and as a decent disciple, he must be killed. Brother, be merciful, master. But the next moment, a change occurred, and Qing Jizi completely ignored the feelings of his teachers and apprentices, and shot directly at Xianifei. This time, Xianifei was facing Sakyamuni's mighty Tianlong. There is no defense for Qing Jizi at all. If he is caught this time, it is estimated that he will end up like the deputy head of Shushan. Not good. Huangfu Wan wanted to rescue, but it was too late. In a hurry, there was no time to take action. Who would have thought that this King Jizi was already so frenzied that even his disciples would die? Xian Jingyuan and Shangguan Yanji did not expect this critical moment. Between Xianifei and Qing Jizi, there was a spatial fluctuation. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. God? Isn't it Huangfu Wan? Who the hell is it? Who else can it be besides Lu Wuchen? Lu Wuchen had been secretly accumulating power for a long time, and had known that the villain liked to attack secretly. This is completely a subconscious act of being a villain. As soon as the god is beheaded, who will fight against him? Compete for wool. This blow just forced King Jizi back. Lie down and be reasonable. His own blow is no worse than Huangfu Wanlai's. It turned out that he just forced King Jizi back, without even hurting a hair. Is this a bit exaggerated? Xianifei and Shakyamuni stopped at the same time. Xianifei couldn't believe that his master would actually do it to himself. Wake up. This King Jizi has already disowned her parents. Shakyamuni snorted coldly, and it was another move of the mighty Tianlong. This time, Xianifei did not stop again, but lost his mind for a while. It is estimated that this fact cannot be accepted, but Tianlong, with such a menacing move, was easily blocked by Qing Jizi. Even the faucet was directly pinched and exploded. Damn, this is unreasonable, Lu Wuchen glanced at it. Fortunately, it was similar to his own performance. At least he was not too embarrassed. Shakyamuni was also shocked. He lowered his own demons and demons, relying on this trick of the mighty Tianlong. It turned out to be useless. Do it. The idea is too hard. Lu Wuchen yelled, puff. Now is not the time to preach righteousness. We have to fight in groups, facing a strong enemy right now. It seems that this is the only way. This King Jizi is originally a 7th order power. His cultivation base is also unfathomable. Although it cannot be compared with the peak master of the Holy Land, however, it is also one of the few giants of the right path in the world. This time he entered the demon. Not only did his strength not weaken in any way. On the contrary, this is a lot of improvement. The Tao is 1 foot high and the demon is 1 foot high. The demon energy is monstrous. At this moment, everyone present no longer kept it. Those who can have the power to fight, they have taken action one after another. Xin Jingyuan and Shangguan Yunji looked at each other. Shangguan smiled, and the demon took a detour. Panicked Tianwei, the water is flooding the mountains. Now is not the time to hide. Shangguan Yunji is the magical power of forbidden skills. As soon as he makes a move, the same is true of Xin Jingyuan. Joking that the strength of the Master Sister of the Holy Land of Reincarnation can be freely figured out by others, with a vast righteousness. It is Shen Jingyuan's Upanishad. The 9 heavens of Fingwu, the fire phoenix appeared in the world, and the demons retreated. This trick, even when Fu Zimibai was in the Forbidden Land, was useless. As soon as I came up, I was desperate, with a sword out. The ghosts and spirits are shocked. Huang Fuwan had been preparing for a long time, and this sword was more tyrannical than Lu Wuchen's just now. The supreme sword, intense sword into the sky. Naturally, the 5 sisters of the Su family will not sit still. A string ensemble. This is an attack on the mind. A group of Tenjiao. All of them took out their best skills. For a while, their psionic powers were all over the sky, and their skills were even more breathtaking. After an earth-shattering noise, the entire Forbidden Mountain range seemed to be leveled. Such combat power is worthy of being the proud son of heaven. It is too powerful. The other famous disciples were so shocked that they forgot to breathe at this moment. What if it's an elder? Seeing this kind of power, all of them widened their eyes, with incredible expressions. It's true that the back waves push the front waves, but where is the wave? It's a nuclear bomb. The young people of this generation are too perverted. No matter who it is, in the face of this series of supernatural powers, it is estimated that it will be seriously injured. Even if it is not dead anyway, I will never be able to pick it up. When the smoke dissipated, Qing Jizi had a wild smile on her face. Everyone frowned. This has no effect. This King Jizi is too scary, right, Jia? How can the light of Firefly compete with the sun and the moon? This seed will catch all of air at all today, so that this right path will be flawed. Everyone frowned for a while. Indeed, the gap in strength is not small. The 7th order power, the unity of distraction, borrows the power of heaven and earth. To be honest, this realm is no longer in existence that everyone can figure out. Give death to the deity. The power of heaven and earth can erupt. Just this moment, it is a horizontal push. At this critical moment, a figure emerged from the Forbidden Land. Arrogant, let Wu Zimibai come to meet you. Puff. Be reasonable, male lead. You always show up at the most critical moment. This moment, Zimibai made a strong appearance. Looking at this posture, among the ruins, it seemed that he had obtained some incredible treasures and opportunities. In the eyes of everyone, Zimibai was holding a dagger from nowhere and pierced King Jizi's chest directly. Be reasonable. Is this too exaggerated? I know you are the protagonist, but you can't ignore the defense of the 7th order power. With so many of us, we have all the magical powers of absolute learning, and we are not opponents. Do you just take care of everything with one dagger? This is too fake. Chapter 88 The Bone Demon Lord. Damn. Be reasonable. Many Tianjiao can't break through the defense. You can just take a dagger and get it done. Is this too fantasy? Anyway, Lu Wuchen couldn't watch it anymore. Dear son, is there any? However, when the matter came here, the plot was reversed again. Jia. The disciples of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, it really depends on you. Your chest has been pierced. A person who is so cool that he doesn't even die. Lu Wuchen was sure that although he didn't like the male protagonist, he was absolutely fast and accurate when he went up with this dagger, just towards his heart. Qing Jizi, can you still speak so leisurely now? Simply unreasonable. Even Zinyabai looked dumbfounded. In the Forbidden Land, he clearly got the opportunity. The ninth-rank emperor entrant of the Qinglian sect clearly told himself that this dagger was the last hope of the strong to break the demon gate, and I did the same. Why did it happen like this? Oh, quack. What you hear and see is not necessarily true. This smile is simply insidious and cunning to the extreme. Of the next moment, Qing Jizi blasted Zingyabai's chest with one hand. Liu Wuchen dared to swear that he had clearly heard the sound of a broken sternum. Moreover, Zinyabai also flew upside down like a disconnected kite, spitting blood. This fucking not dead yet. For ordinary people, they have died hundreds of times. That's it? The male protagonist was holding his chest and was barely able to stand up. Although he looked to have suffered a lot of injuries, however, you are too perverted. It's still unreasonable. Now is not the time to complain. Qing Jizi slowly pulled out the dagger, and every inch he pulled out, the dagger turned out to be dim. No, in this dagger, is the true spirit of the remnants of the demon gate? This is to pin the primordial god on the dagger. Damn, everyone was in a daze, and collectively looked at Shimubai. To put it bluntly, are you undercover or not? Is this giving you warmth? At this time, all the daggers have been drawn out. King Jizi's strength has risen rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, it broke through the 8th level. My dead bone demon, I'm finally back. King Jizi at this moment, no, it shouldn't be called King Jizi anymore. This one has been completely taken away. A body of strength is so tyrannical that it is incredible. One step away, it will lead to catastrophe. Anyway, let's clean up and wait first. At this time, it seems that there is still some trouble in crossing the tribulation. First kill the ants in front of you. What the hell happened? Before Air waited for his death, this seat showed kindness and asked Air waited to be an understanding ghost. The current situation is completely in the hands of the demon withered bones. In this case, pinching these Tianjiao to death is like a chicken. This feeling that everything is in your hands is back. The dead bone demon, the top powerhouse of the demon gate thousands of years ago, the top powerhouse of the demon sect, the emperor of the Ninth Order. In the Demon Dao War thousands of years ago, the Deadbone Demon Zun's magic power was overwhelming, and one person attacked the Qinglian sect. It was the ancestor of the Qinglian sect, who was also the ancestor of the Ninth Order. Although they are the same as the Ninth Order, the Demon Zun is in the same year, and the ancestor of Qinglian is already the setting Sun. It was supposed to be the Battle of the Thousand Days, but it was abruptly defeated by the Demon of Bones. Seeing this going on, the Qinglian sect is about to fail to protect it, and the Dao will disappear and the demons will rise, harming the world. The ancestor Qinglian took himself as his guide and used a secret method to trap the withered bone demon deity Yuanshan. The price of doing so is naturally one's own fall. The demon withered bones really didn't expect that this immortal old man would do this. A drink and a peck are all God's will, and this dilemma is 1,000 years. In this 1,000-year period of time, the dead bone demon has thought of countless ways, but they failed one by one. And this damn ancestor Qinglian actually separated his primordial spirits. Every head of the Qinglian sect, before taking over the head, needs to enter the Forbidden Land and assume the responsibility of taking care of himself. Although the dead bone demon Zun has been trying to restore his divine consciousness, he is helpless. This Qinglian sect is dead-headed. No matter how tempted you are, you can never succeed, and the turning point of things happened to Qing Jizi. Qing Jizi succeeded to the head of the family, and at this time the Qinglian sect had been weakened to a limit. In this way, the status of the 4 major sects may not be guaranteed. Of course Qing Jizi was anxious. In the Forbidden Land, Qing Jizi repeatedly pleaded, hoping to get the guidance of her ancestors. This ancestor of Qinglian has already lost his soul, and even the primordial spirit has dissipated between heaven and earth. What other instructions can there be? At this time, the dead bone demon had a bold idea, pretending to be the ancestor of Qinglian. As everyone knows, this King Jizi is so easy to coax, pretending to teach the Green Lotus technique. Taking advantage of King Jizi's mind was wide open and unprepared. A trace of the primordial god of the dead bone demon Zun directly invaded, and merged with the primordial god of King Jizi very smoothly. This time, King Jizi was shocked, and only then did he know that he had been caught in the plan of the demon withered bone. In a hurry, he wanted to eradicate the original god of the dead bone demon. Although there is only a trace of primordial spirit, however, the dead bone demon is also a strong person who has entered the emperor anyway. How could Qing Jizi be able to fight against it? But the demon withered bones took a fancy to Qing Jizi's magnificent righteousness. This is what is essential when breaking through the tribulation. Can protect yourself from the tribulation safely. So, a bigger game of chess was played. I want to completely seize King Jizi. The false Yuanshan retreated, but in fact, among the Yuanshan of King Jizi, the seeds had already been planted. But Qing Jizi didn't notice this situation at all. The IT was not until a few years ago that the demon lord Withered Bones completely controlled the opponent. It's a pity that this King Jizi only has the strength of the 7th order, not strong enough, unable to break the restraints left by the ancestors of Qing Lian. They can only look for great powers or great opportunities to help them unblock the shackles of the remaining primordial gods. Obviously, this is what the demon has been planning, opening up the Forbidden Land. These generations of Tianjiao are the key to helping them return to the world. It can be said that everything went well. In the end, the male protagonist Zimubai was also coaxed by himself and brought out the dagger that suppressed half of his essence. At that moment, the dead bone demon lord did it deliberately. Otherwise, with Zimubai at this moment, it is impossible to succeed in a sneak attack. This time, he faced the dead bone demon who had returned to the 8th level. The gap in strength is too huge. Zimubai was also dumbfounded, originally thinking that he was the perfect candidate to clean up all this mess, slaying the devil and becoming famous all over the world. But now it's good. I was actually calculated by the dead bone demon. The most important thing is that I am tantamount to releasing the devil again. When you think about it, there is an urge to vomit blood. To be honest, if it weren't for Zimubai's great opportunity, he really wouldn't be able to get this dagger. I have to say that the male protagonist is the male protagonist, this big luck, this big opportunity. But this is not authentic. It's good, just to show off. But now it's good. Let the tiger go back to the mountain. Let's not talk about it. All of us are in crisis. What are you doing in a daze? Go back to each house. Find your own mother. Lu Wuchen yelled at this moment. The wind is pulling tightly. Chapter 89. A moment of impulsiveness, saving people facing the 8th order demon. The wisest choice now is to escape one by one. Fight? That has to be beaten, although Lu Wuchen admits that everyone here is the proud son of heaven, the dragon, and the phoenix among people. However, it really depends on who is right, isn't it? This withered demon deity is now in the 8th order, not to mention the broken void. This demon aura is monstrous. In line with King Jizi's vast righteousness, the two are combined into one, and there is no conflict at all. It's just that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This villain is a bit exaggerated. Besides, this has been suppressed by the ancestors of Qing Lian for thousands of years. And it is strange that there is no resentment. In this case, Zhengdao Tianjiao must be operated on. Hard resistance is definitely a dead end. This time, don't talk about blood. It's okay to leapfrog challenges, but how many levels have you crossed? Is it really bronze that challenges gold? How can you not die if you fight, even if it is the male protagonist? Such a big luck, the true son of luck, has not been seriously injured by the palm of the bone demon. Why, let's go together now. Is the relationship too good to die together? Lu Wuchen is one of the few who can see the current situation clearly. With a shout, everyone was right when they thought about it. If you stay in Qingshan, don't worry about not having firewood to burn. Besides, you can't beat it by yourself. Are there still elders in the division? This dead bone demon deity was originally a 9th order power thousands of years ago, and it is normal that he can't beat it. There is nothing to be ashamed of, so go back quickly and let the teacher surrender. Your dead bone demon is indeed amazing. But it also depends on who you are against, not to mention the others. Wang Fuwan's master, the 9th Order Sword Emperor De Gujian. Xian Jingyuan's master, the 9th Order Strong Man Tianzong, Sheng Wan Yunji's master, is also the 9th Order Shueiyue master. Which one is afraid of your dead bone demon, not to mention Lu Wuchen? The backstage is the Empress Wu Wejin. Of course, all of this must be done when everyone can escape. Wanna go? It also depends on whether the deity agrees or not. The dead bone demon sneered for a while. If these juniors were really grown up by them, would they still be able to do it? Even the dead bone demon himself was amazed by the superb magical powers just now. If this really grows up, it will definitely be a scourge for the demon gate. In that case, it is better to kill it as soon as possible to avoid future problems. Now is the best opportunity. A magical power covers the audience. Today, the old man is going to kill, and he will use his blood to inform the world that my dead bone demon lord is back. Damn it! Lu Wuchen had an MMP for a while, but it was not because the dead bone demon was enough for the 2nd grade, but this guy, the first one to match, turned out to be Huang Fuwan. Most importantly, Huang Fuwan's slashing god just now was really amazing. The sword fairy was originally extremely powerful. If she cooperates with this supreme kendo, how many demon children will be buried in the future? The first primary goal of the dead bone demon is Huang Fu Wan. At this moment, Huang Fuwan knew to herself that she couldn't escape. Simply fight it out. Fight? What to spell? Even if you were a generation of Emperor Ji, even if you have the supreme sword intent, what about this? In the face of so many 8th order powers that exceed oneself, the weak are like lambs to be slaughtered. Brother Wuchen, I didn't expect that this life would have such an ending. At the last moment, Huang Fuwan glanced at Lu Wuchen with nostalgia, as if to say goodbye. Perhaps this is his punishment for himself, or else Huang Fuwan has no regrets for being able to accompany Brother Wang for a long time in this life. It's a pity that in the years to come, I won't be able to stay with Brother Wang for a long time. Happily between heaven and earth, Huang Fuwan, who accepted her fate, burst out with all her psionic powers, but this supreme kendo that could have cut through the sky of stars. I can't break through this boundless demon aura. It seems that everything is foreshadowing that Huang Fuwan is about to fall. Damn. It's all at this juncture. You were still sensational here. Can you not fail to collapse? Lu Wuchen didn't know why he was so impulsive. With a gritted teeth, the space supernatural power was used again. Everything you can see can be reached in an instant, Brother Dust-Free King? Huang Fuwan never dreamed that at this last moment, Lu Wuchen's stalwart heroic posture could appear in front of her. Don't. I can't resist the blow of the dead bone demon, and it's impossible for the Dust-Free King. Facing the mortal blow of the dead bone demon, Lu Wuchen will no longer keep it. The supreme magic Dao and the supreme magic flame can be used anyway, so they are all used. The current situation is that the demon Shi is monstrous. Who can tell who the demon Shi belongs to, huh? The dead bone demon is completely shocked. What the hell? I haven't been born for 1,000 years, so the juniors are so outrageous now. Supreme magic flame? Supreme magic road? You are not a spy of the Demon Gate at the Dao Gate, are you? No, this is the top foundation of the Demon Gate. With this magic flame, there will definitely be a generation of demon gods in the future, and even a generation of demon emperors. How could the Demon Gate send such a peerless genius of the Demon Gate as a spy, and many more? What are you thinking? The Supreme Demon Dao, the Supreme Demon Flame, if you take it over, the Emperor is expected. The Dead Bone Demon is also regarded as a veteran Ninth Order power. However, there is a word difference between this Emperor and entering the Emperor, but among them, it is very different, although not the kind of ants under the Emperor. However, between this Emperor and the Emperor, there is still a difference between Yunny. There is an opportunity to become a great Emperor in front of him. How can the Withered Demon Lord let it go? You can't hurt his life. For the demon Withered Bones, Lu Wuchen at this time is his own baby. Stop immediately, stop. Lu Wuchen didn't care about this. One sword out. The world is shocked. This was the first time that Lu Wuchen completely broke out. Combining the Supreme Demon Dao and the Supreme Demon Flame with a slash, completely show your fangs. It doesn't matter who is in front of you. As soon as the god of slashing came out, there was no return. Come to the death of this king. Such an earth-shattering blow. At such a close range, even the demon Withered Bones was shocked. The young man in front of him is really a genius, and he can combine the two into one. The explosion that occurred in an instant actually blew away this monstrous demon aura. All Tenjiao looked shocked when they saw this scene. Is this the true strength of the big brother in the Holy Land of Reincarnation? What a terrifying blow. Even Zinyabai at this time was dumbfounded. Lu Wuchen had grown to such a point. At this moment, Lu Wuchen's right eye suddenly turned frantically. It turned red in an instant. This is Lu Wuchen's eyeball that was inexplicably fused in the ruins. Blood will eyes? The demon Withered Bones was shocked that the ancient treasure he had obtained in his previous life was actually in the eyes of this doll. It didn't take much time to get it. That being the case, boy, I can only blame you for your bad life. The eye in the eyes of the Dead Bone Demon, the so-called Blood Will Eye, is even more exciting to the Dead Bone Demon than the Supreme Demon Dao and the Supreme Demon Flame. What baby is it? This is the supreme treasure of the deity. Give it back to the deity. The Dead Bone Demon Zun hit with all his strength. Even if it shattered Lu Wuchen to pieces, the eyes of the Blood Will would be safe and sound. At this moment, the violent psionic energy generated by the counter-move is enough to blow away the arrogance of the heavens, and for Lu Wuchen, this is a positive blow for him. What if there is a Supreme Demon and a Supreme Demon Flame? At this moment, I feel severe pain all over my body, and no bone is good. Damn, it's miserable. You won't be beaten into a comminuted fracture of your whole body, will you? In other words, I am a villain, okay? Is my brain pumping? And I actually went to save the heroine. At this time, Lu Wuchen had already fallen into Huang Fuwan's arms. It would be impossible to do so. After paying so much, if you don't eat tofu. Wait, this king is not such a person. I really couldn't hold on, and my whole body seemed to fall apart. If it weren't for Huang Fuwan catching herself at this moment, she might feel like a ball of mud. Brother Wang. Huang Fuwan burst into tears for an instant. He promised to protect Brother Wang for the rest of his life, but because of himself, Brother Wang was injured so badly. As for the demon Withered Bones, he was also miserable, and one of his right palms was cut off by the god of beheading. Chapter 90. The Empress's forbidden lover, pampered without bounds with a shocking sword, such a vast blow. Lu Wuchen was proud enough to hurt the 8th rank with the 5th rank, but now, facing the next blow of the dead bone demon, whether it was Lu Wuchen or Huangfu Wan, they had to wait for death. Damn, this feeling is really bad. It was like this in the last life, and it's even worse in this life. Is it going to die on this kind of character? After all, his own strength is still insufficient. Bold. Don't hurt people. Shangguan Yunji, Xian Jingyuan attacked from left to right, and at this moment, there were no reservations of the great brother of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, plus the supreme Kendo Huangfu Wan. If he really fell here, what would the Holy Land of Reincarnation look like? No matter what, the two of them must be rescued. Ha, jumping clown, give it to the seat. Before he finished speaking, the demon withered bone quickly backed away. At this moment, the demon withered bones looked horrified. In an instant, 10,000 golden rays of light descended, quickly breaking through the demon aura of the sky. The strongest is coming? A cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the dead bone demon. How could it be possible that thousands of years ago, there was absolutely no such strongest person in this world? Could it be that someone broke through thousands of years ago, in the right path? Someone has become a great emperor. For the demon gate, this will be a disaster, but now, the dead bone demon has no time to think about it. The figure had already appeared 100 meters away, facing the emperor. There is only escape. This is? The Empress came in person. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. This. How is it possible? The Empress actually came in person. Lu Wuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief and exhaled. Fortunately, I arrived in time before entering the forbidden area. Lu Wuchen specially asked someone to go back to deliver the letter. It seems that my choice is extremely correct. The next moment, Wu Wajin had already appeared on the scene when the Empress came. She seemed to be the only one left between heaven and earth. The Emperor, sure enough, is the Emperor. The Emperor is out, the vision of heaven and earth. Wu Wajin just glanced at Lu Wuchen, and her eyes were already churning with unstoppable evil spirits. For a while, the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth heralded Wu Yuejin's boundless anger. At this moment, the Emperor's disciple was injured like this. If the Emperor comes one step late again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even Wu Yuejin felt a chill in her back at this moment. As far as he could see, the demon withered bones had already been closely watched. Don't kill me. I'm dead, and Qing Jizi won't live either. In the face of the Emperor, the demon lord who is as strong as a dead bone can only threaten with Qing Jizi. Empress, please save Master's life. Xianifei knelt to the ground. In Xianifei's mind, in this world, perhaps only the Empress can save her master. If the Empress can't do it, it's useless. The primordial gods are fused, and it's hard to separate. With just a glance, the Empress could see that King Jizi Yuanshan had been completely taken away. In this case, even if it is yourself, there is nothing you can do. As soon as he heard that his plan was broken, the demon withered bones immediately ran away. It was too late. Today is the day of his own burial. Hurt my disciple, still want to go? For the first time, Wu Wajin showed her power in front of everyone. With just one sentence, the demon with bones felt that her actions were completely restricted. Damn it, whatever you say, at this level, if you were still in the 9th order, you might still be able to get out of trouble. But now, after pointing at it, the demon withered bones was shocked to find that his body had begun to slowly collapse. Is this the great Emperor's supernatural power? Everyone was silent for a while. It was too scary. The power of the Emperor is so exaggerated. This alone refers to an 8th order powerhouse who has just swept everything in an invincible posture. At this moment, I can only watch my body collapse. The Empress Wu Wajin was terrifying. No, the deity, unwilling. The demon withered bone let out a stern roar. The demon withered bones didn't expect that he had just gotten out of trouble this time, and he had provoked such an invincible existence. 1,000 years of confinement. 1,000 years of confinement. Finally got out of trouble. I actually met this one. In the next moment, the body of the withered demon was completely collapsed, and even the primordial god could not escape. The 8th order powerful magic power spilled between the heaven and the earth. At this moment, the real Qing Jizi revealed her true face. He bowed to Wu Wajin. After that, he glanced at Xianifei, who was already in tears. It's the teacher's fault that the apprentice doesn't cry. He wanted to restore the former glory of the Qinglian sect, but as a result, he was invaded by evil spirits. But I hurt myself. This dead bone demon is also unlucky. Even if it was hidden in the previous life, at least it won't expose itself so quickly. But in this life, because of his arrogance, he heard Lu Wuchen and attracted the Empress Wu Yuejin, killed by a strong force. The Qinglian sect obeyed the order, and the position of head was passed down to Xianifei. The disciple obeyed the order. Today's Qinglian sect can be described as a huge loss. In the future, Xian Yifei will have to take on this heavy responsibility alone. At this time, Lu Wuchen had already fainted in Huangfu Wan's arms. However, one thing is good, at least this time with the team. The Holy Land of Reincarnation did not suffer any losses. Does it count as serious injury by yourself? If it doesn't count, does the male protagonist's injury count? But at this time, Xinyabai, although injured, his eyes revealed a trace of excitement. It seems that the male protagonist's gain this time is not small. Think about it. Even the dagger was found, not to mention other treasures. The male protagonist is the male protagonist. He worked hard by himself and didn't get anything. It's good for you to just disappear for a while. It's just an opportunity. The next moment, Huangfu Wan felt empty in her arms, and Lu Wuchen had already appeared in the arms of the Empress. Fortunately, Lu Wuchen fainted to death at this moment. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing for a dignified little prince to be held in his arms by the Empress in the form of a princess. Why, everyone showed an expression of envy and jealousy. This is too exaggerated. This is a dignified Empress. How cold this person must be. It's good at the moment. He actually hugged his disciple directly. The point is, this disciple is of the opposite sex. Ouch, Empress, how can you be so spoiled? As for Huangfu Wan, his face was cold, waiting. The palace must take back the dust-free king brother. Her own strength at this time is not an opponent of the Empress at all. Before he could react, the dust-free king brother was taken away by the Empress. It doesn't mean that I won't be able to do it in the future. Supreme Kendo has unlimited possibilities. If you knew, what did your apprentice practice swordsmanship for? I don't know what the expression of a swordsman would be. Hee hee. Grab a man with the Empress, disciple, you are so good. At this time, Huangfu Wan looked at the Empress in the eyes, as if her own prince had been taken away by an evil dragon. Xian Ding Yuan. The disciple is here. Take someone back. Yes, sir. After Wu Wujin finished speaking, the people disappeared in place, and naturally there was Lu Wuchen who disappeared together. As a result, the whole world is spreading. Lu Wuchen is forbidden by the Empress. The kind that hasn't changed since I was a child. You can offend anyone, so don't offend Lu Wuchen, otherwise, let you know. What is the anger of the Empress? Lu Wuchen, fuck, who is it? Who passed it on? Come out, this king can't kill you. On the side of the Qinglian sect, because of this incident, his reputation plummeted. In particular, the head of the Qinglian sect at this time turned out to be just a girl who was still immature. Some small sects seem to feel that their opportunity is coming, but I don't know, these people completely underestimated Xian Yifei's methods. Of course, these are all afterthoughts. Chapter 91 Conspiring to Defraud. It's hard to guard against a thief within your own family. What more? This is too much. Above Dan Fang, Dan Luo's whole face was distorted together. This is too much. I admit that Lu Wuchen, the kid, has suffered a little injury, but a six-pin Shindan can solve the problem. Next, just rest and recuperate with peace of mind. But the Empress is good, and she sends people to her place every 3 or 5 times. What does this mean to be Dan Fang? Is it a pharmacy? Is it the free one? On the day the Empress came back with dust-free landing, she went straight into Dan Fang. This surprised Dan Fang up and down. How to drop? Just go out once. Did this disciple suffer such a serious injury? The key is to hold it back. The appearance of this Empress, if it can't be saved, this Dan Fang probably has no meaning to exist, right? You think too much. Seeing Lu Wuchen's face pale, his breath was weak, Dan Lao personally went to the hospital for treatment. As a result, check it up and down. Dan Luo looked MP. Could it be that he hadn't been diagnosed and treated for too long, causing his level to drop? Why don't you feel so serious? But look at the face of the Empress again. There is even a trace of worry in his eyes. Is this still Wu Wujin who I know? No, maybe there is some invisible disease that I haven't found out. After half an hour, the Dan Lao collapsed and directly fed Lu Wuchen a 6-pin Sullen God pill. Very good. The result was obvious, and Lu Wuchen's face quickly turned rosy. It will be raised for a while. However, Dan Lao didn't know that his nightmare had just begun. How many times has this been the first time you have come to get the pill? The spirit pill of the 6 products. Even if the Dan Lao personally ends up, the chance of success is not 100%. What is the value of a 6-pin Shindan? In the black market, you can even exchange for a 5-product Lingbao. Do you just eat it as candy? You go, send the pill. And by the way, go and see what's going on with this kid. Dan Lao ordered towards Han Feier. Tutsao belongs to Tutsao, the face of the Empress. Can the Dan Lao not give it? By the way, he gave Han Feier one of the few 6-pin Shen Shenden. With this look of sore flesh, There is simply no one. Little Chili took the pill and set off directly. At this time, in the Lu Wangfu specially built by the Empress for Lu Wuchen. Needless to say, Wu Wajin moved a piece of the plaque here. Liu Genoa, who saw this scene, almost sprayed blood. This plaque was a royal gift from the first emperor, and it was still an inscription written by himself. Therefore, when the officials passed in front of Lu Wangfu's gate, the civilian officials alighted in the sedan chair and the military attaché dismounted. It's good now, even this plaque, which symbolizes the honor of the family, has been moved. Even Huang Fuzing couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. This time, Lu Wuchen was leisurely drinking health tea in the garden. If there is any difference, it is that it is slightly fatter than before, which shows how well it will be raised. Big brother. Big brother, I'm here. Hurry up and prepare the delicious food. Little pepper fell directly from the sky. The corners of Lu Wuchen's mouth twitched for a while. In other words, can't you go through the door? Han Feier looked disgusted. Everyone is a cultivator. Go to the door? What a waste of time. Liu Wuchen looked helpless, knowing that what he said was for nothing. Try it. A good premium fruit tea needs to be brewed with boundless water. Hypocritical, there is still no water. Just say it is rain. Han Feier is so direct. Lu Wuchen feels very helpless. How's it going? Have you brought the goods? Naturally. Han Feier took out the porcelain bottle and shook it in front of Lu Wuchen with a smile on her face. A look of quick praise for me. Liu Wuchen was also overjoyed. He just wanted to reach out and take it, but he didn't want Han Feier to protect him immediately, pay in one hand and deliver in the other. Puff. Vulgar, we are all cultivators. How sad is it to talk about money? However, Han Feier, this girl, looked at Wu Chen with vigilance, and wanted to prostitute for nothing? There is no door, it won't be without you. Lu Wuchen directly took out a mahogany purple gold gourd and threw it to Han Feier, but she didn't want to. After Han Feier took it, she still waited in her hand and shook it in her ear. Then she happily put away the mahogany purple gold gourd. By the way, you don't have to be like this girl, this king. No, brother won't be without you. Then maybe, the last gourd was obviously missing in weight, and there were 10 fewer. Damn it. Do you know all this? Lu Wuchen looked this girl. It's a pity not to go into business. The contents of this mahogany purple gold gourd are all second-grade pills, which were refined by Lu Wuchen himself. There is not much to say about the efficacy of the medicine. The most important thing is that this thing has become Han Feier's snack. When it's okay, just take a pill. To this end, Lu Wuchen also specially added honey to the pill. Not to mention, the taste is really good. Used to deceive a little girl like Han Feier. It was definitely ALIE. Liu Wuchen didn't even know why. His alchemy success rate was close to 100%. Naturally, I'm just talking about the second product. Lingdan, big brother, you can't use this method anymore. Master is already suspicious. Next time, you should come to the door in person. Han Feier accepted the mahogany purple gold gourd, and naturally handed the porcelain bottle to Lu Wuchen. However, I still said something uncomfortably. If Dan Lao heard this at this moment, he would probably be directly stunned by the anger. His own close brother actually conspired with Lu Wuchen, a kid, to create his own six-pin Shenshen. This is simply. Han Feier said, Master, don't be angry. Who makes big brother's candy so delicious? Han Feier has also tried refining it herself, and there is naturally no problem with ordinary second-grade pill. However, if honey and other items are added, this furnace will definitely be finished. This has been experimented countless times, and Han Feier gave up. Besides, although these 6 kinds of Shindan are precious, their master still has a 70% success rate. So Han Feier never took it to heart, and this time, seeing the teacher's face became really ugly, he reminded the big brother that it was too much. It's too much for a good one. Before and after, I have defrauded more than a dozen 6-pin Yushendan pills from the master. Are you Han Feier just reacting now? If that's the case, forget it. In other words, your master is a little stingy. Puff. If this is heard by Dan Lao, he doesn't know how angry he will be. As for the conspiracy between these two. To put it bluntly, Wu Wajin naturally knew. After all, every time Lu Wuchen acted, she used the name of the Empress and the token of the Empress. But what if you know? How about Wu Chen asking you for a little 6-pin Shindan? This is the level of looking up to your Dan Lao. Very good. Dan Lao always feels that this holy land of reincarnation can't be mixed up anymore. Big brother, what about my candy? Han Feier felt that her wealth path seemed to have been cut off, and her expression was sad. It wasn't until Lu Wuchen promised to supply a limited supply of 10 capsules a day that his worries turned to joy. As everyone knows, Lu Wuchen is fishing for a long time. Chapter 92 Journey to Southern Xinjiang. Deeply feeling that his own strength was insufficient, Lu Wuchen's enthusiasm for cultivation was now completely up. The talent of the villain is not covered, and under Wu Yuejin's training, this strength has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Cultivation is not achieved overnight, unless it is really a great opportunity, just like Xinyabai, otherwise, Master, I want to find my own opportunity. Lu Wuchen said that although he was a villain, but doesn't the villain also have his own opportunity, otherwise, what do you use to fight the male protagonist? Yes. Wu Yuejin naturally agreed, but for Lu Wuchen's safety, she directly gave Lu Wuchen a bracelet. Bracelet? In other words, he is a big man with a bracelet, it seems. At the moment of crisis, activate the magic array in the bracelet, and the teacher will sense it. This is very counterintuitive. Is it tantamount to bringing a super thug with you? At this moment, Lu Wuchen just wants to ask, who else? Not only that, there is also a teleportation array in this bracelet, and Wu Yuejin can rush to the scene in minutes. This is simply against the sky. Not only that, Wu Yuejin has also repaired the mask that was seized from the male protagonist last time. Although the level has been lowered, the hidden features are still there. As long as you bring this thing, you don't have to worry about being recognized. You can use the supreme magic way without any taboos. Happy to think about it, and this time, Lu Wuchen's destination was the land of Southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang is good. It is very chaotic, composed of tribes, and no dynasty can affected here. This is the world of tribes. Lu Wuchen wanted to shout for the tribe. Naturally, here, the survival of the strong is the only way to survive if they continue to become stronger. One person, one sword, and one white horse. The Taiyang Sunma should also be regarded as a white horse, although the color of the tail is very strange. Lu Wuchen thought, in order to pretend to be an X for himself, should he cut off the tail of the Tianshuan horse? I felt the deep malice from the rebels. Taiyang Suoma said, should he wring his nose and kick a few more kicks? Brother Wang, after you come back, the palace must let you see a different self. Huan Fuwan looked far away from the top of the mountain and saw Wu Chen disappearing at the end of the sect. Disciple, come on, let's practice swords. The fun of swordsman every day now is to practice swordsmanship with his disciples. Aside from the cultivation level, compared to the sword alone, the sword madman found that he didn't seem to have much advantage. What this master did was really embarrassing. At this moment, Lu Wuchen was alone with a sword and a white horse, walking and stopping along the way. Not happy you all the way south. Why do you feel more and more biased? The farther south you go, the smaller the town. This is already a small southern town of the Apocalypse dynasty. If you go out again, you will truly enter the southern Xinjiang region, and here, it is also affected by years of war, which can be described as quite desolate. Even the appearance of Lu Wuchen caused a sensation. I am this kind of border town. Have you ever seen such a beautiful person? Lu Wuchen gradually also had the characteristics of a villain, the evil charm madman, and what he wanted was such an effect. Even the horse of the day has attracted widespread attention. It is common for ordinary military horses, but compared with the Tianmu horse, it is really a lot worse. This day's horse is a first-class BMW, and its stature is more than twice that of an ordinary war horse. Fengshen is handsome. Wait, this shouldn't be a description of oneself. Why is it a description of a horse? Be reasonable. Is this a bit too much? At this moment, the defenders at the gate of the city stared straight at Wu Chen. Such a Tianjia-like figure is rare even in the imperial capital. Why did he come to this remote place? It's really a bit suspicious. Excuse me, my lord, who are you? Even if it is suspicion, it is natural not to be too direct in the face of Lu Wuchen. Such a person, at first glance, is a powerful person in the palace, not something that a border soldier like himself can offend. Go to southern Xinjiang and spend the night. This, my lord, do you know that southern Xinjiang is in a lot of chaos at this time? Just a big man like you? I'm really embarrassed to say the next words. Just like Lu Wuchen, as soon as he left the city, it is estimated that he was either robbed of wealth or robbed of color. I heard that the women in southern Xinjiang are not easy to provoke, and they are all very fierce. That huge body alone is not something that ordinary people can bear. Robbing money and robbing color? This is very fresh. Lu Wuchen said that he has really not been robbed. Do you want to try? Wu Yuejin, if the disciple has this kind of wish, the emperor is willing to reluctantly accept it. My lord, I advise you to go back. This is not the place where people like you should come. Although this is the case, the other party also means well. After all, such a place shouldn't have been where a big man like Lu Wuchen should have come. There is a breeze blowing all around, and there is even a faint fishy smell. Obviously, not long ago, a big war broke out here. Even if lime and straw have been laid on it, the bloody smell still can't be covered. What happened? At this moment, a general wearing silver armor came over. At first glance, you can know that the generals who belong to the real power faction in the army are full of murderous aura. The soldiers guarding the city immediately stepped forward and reported. The general glanced at Lu Wuchen from time to time. This general is the Imperial Hussar General, and he was ordered to guard this place. It is during the war and it is not convenient to receive outsiders. Please go back. People of unknown origin like Lu Wuchen are naturally not popular in this special period, although it can be determined by looking at this outfit. Lu Wuchen will never be a meticulous work in southern Xinjiang, but the problem is that General Husqvarna could see Tianxunma at a glance, secretly shocked. Even in the imperial dynasty, there are few BMWs of this kind, and the origin of this one is obviously very scary. If something goes wrong with this person during this period, he can't afford it. The war was imminent, and he was obviously unable to distract himself from protecting this big man. Is it okay? At this time, Lu Wuchen took out a token and asked this. I don't know if the Holy Land power is here in person. I'm really sorry, please. The next moment, the Hussar general bowed to the end with a respectful expression on his face. Lu Wuchen nodded, urged Tianxunma, and went directly into the city. General? The one guarding the city was dumbfounded, and he had already refused just now. As you know, the general is by no means such a wealthy person, otherwise, he would not have come here to guard the border, and at first glance he was squeezed out of the court. Forbidden voice, this person can't afford to provoke. The disciple of the Holy Land of Reincarnation, that is a fairy-like figure. Hiss. Holy Land of Reincarnation? This. Isn't it said that the Holy Land of Reincarnation will not participate in worldly battles? Naturally not. It should have happened to pass by. At this time, Lu Wuchen had already found the only inn in the town, the best guest room. In fact, this is also for nothing the best guest room. What can it be? Don't look at what place this is. It's already very good to be able to not sleep on the streets, but for Lu Wuchen, well, if you don't talk about it, you should drive the car out. Such a low profile is too embarrassing for the first villain. Chapter 93. The girl in the frontier inn. Looking at the dilapidated upper room, the corners of Lu Wuchen's mouth twitched unconsciously. A guest officer. This is the only food that the shop can make up. I hope the guest officer won't dislike it. A stack of cooked beef, a bowl of scallion noodles, and some ground peanuts. This was just after receiving the request from the garrison, and knowing that this guest was an incredible big man, he hurriedly prepared it. There is almost no decent food in the whole town. Some food was still distributed from the army, which barely maintained the livelihoods of the town. To be honest, this is the case on the frontier in turmoil and war. But in any case, the people still have to live. It is already very difficult to eat meat. Lu Wuchen was not interested in these foods at all. At any rate, he is also a fifth-order power, and he has already arrived in Pigu. If it is a taste of the mountains and seas, Lu Wuchen doesn't mind tasting it. As far as this is in front of you, let's forget it. But looking at the girl who delivered the food, these eyes stared straight at the beef and green onion noodles, her throat squirming up and down. It should be salivating. Is there any wine? Wine. There are some home-brewed local wines, if the guest officials don't dislike them. Go get it. Okay, guest officer, wait a minute. The little girl should be 13 or 4 years old. This is a proper child labor. But in this era, at the age of 13 or 4, many people marry and have children. This is the case in society, and naturally Lu Wuchen couldn't say much. After a while, the girl brought a pot of warm wine into the room. Guest officer, it's freezing cold this day, and the wine is warm, so you can warm up. The girl put the wine on the table and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. As soon as Lu Wuchen said this, the girl was like a frightened fawn. Her shoulders trembled. When I just went upstairs, my parents told me that the one upstairs was an incredible guest. It was the general who came to say hello in person just now. Don't make this person unhappy, otherwise you will be in your own family. In my parents' opinion, this must be a dignitary from the imperial capital, otherwise, it is impossible for this general to come to the door and tell him specifically. In any case, it is an existence that I can't afford to provoke, but I often hear that these princes and children are all notoriously lustful, and no matter where they go, they must be soft and fragrant in their arms. Naturally, there is no such place in the boundary of the territory here. In case this one likes this tune too. Thinking of this, the girl was even more scared in her heart. When I went upstairs, my parents deliberately used carbonash to wipe several marks on their faces. It was for fear that the guest official who couldn't afford it would get angry. To be honest, although this girl has not yet opened her mouth, it can already be seen that she is a beautiful embryo. Such a beauty, in the home of the emperor, is her blessing, and some people pursue her for her splendid clothes and jade food. But in this ordinary Family, this is the end of the disaster. Since the girl grew up, her parents have been worried. Not only are Nanban often harassed here, but these evil stars do nothing evil by robbing, killing, and looting. Maybe you will come to the door one day. There are also these Imperial Army sergeants. Although they are usually disciplined and strict, who knows if they will suddenly become bestial. My parents were also worried all day long. This also developed the girl's timid personality. What else is the guest? Officer? At this moment, the girl lowered her head as much as possible. Come and sit down. Guest officer? Sure enough. Do you want to accompany yourself to drink and have fun? The girl had the heart to refuse, but she was afraid of angering this distinguished guest. Just looking at the general's attitude, this one must be extremely noble, otherwise, I wouldn't have run away to warn myself and others if something happened. Come and sit down. Lu Wuchen said another word, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. The girl walked over tremblingly, sitting carefully on the chair, only daring to sit on this half of the stool. This expression was also a bit ridiculous in Lu Wuchen's eyes. Eat this side of Wagyu beef. What? The girl raised her head in surprise, but she seemed to think of something again, and immediately lowered her head. Guest officer, this side of Wagyu beef is prepared for guest officer, me. I dare not let you eat, you just eat. Lu Wuchen said with a smile, really, it's rare for me to want to be a good person once. Why is it so difficult? Ha, it really is the villain's material. Is it that he lacks the affinity of the male protagonist? Nonsense. The evil charm on your face is crazy. Where did you get the affinity? This kind of imperial aura is high above the ground, and it has nothing to do with Lu Wuchen at all. Why is there no compulsion in his heart? Lu Wuchen looked MMP. Very good. What else can he say? The girl was completely dumbfounded. What kind of routine is this? This is the hard-to-find food. What was prepared for this distinguished guest? But this one didn't even look at it. Although this scallion noodle and beef are really tempting, the girl really dare not eat it. At Lu Wuchen didn't say much, but went to one side and poured a glass of local wine alone. After taking a bite, a spicy taste irritated his throat. Naturally, there can be no good wine in this kind of frontier land. The girl saw that Lu Wuchen didn't care about herself at all. I really can't help the aroma of this food. Picking up the chopsticks, it was gobbled up for a while, but he didn't find it. Lu Wuchen, who had been staring out the window, curled a delicate smile at the corner of his mouth. The girl also took time to take a look at Lu Wuchen. I didn't dare to look at it before. Do I dare to take a peek now? I have never seen such a handsome man. This the so-called personable. This kind of smile makes the girl's heart beat faster. The girl glanced at it a few more times before she knew it. It was so good to be born. It was clean, and it was very noble at first glance. The girl was eating noodles with a big mouth. It's just that the girl didn't eat a few slices of this cooked beef. Why don't you eat it? Lu Wuchen's sudden question startled the girl again. Hurriedly put down his chopsticks, lowered his head, and did not dare to answer. The king is asking you, why don't you eat this beef? This king? The girl really didn't expect that the one in front of her was still a prince. This name makes the girl more nervous. This, I am. I want to leave it to my parents, him. They haven't eaten meat for a long time. As soon as these words came out, Lu Wuchen was taken aback. Yes, I didn't expect it so much, but this one in front of me is a filial daughter. If that's the case, just take it down in a while. Lu Wuchen nodded, but even if it was sent down, it was estimated that it would be saved. It's normal to be reluctant to eat. At this moment, Lu Wuchen took out a handkerchief from her arms and handed it to the girl. Wipe it. This king is not the kind of person you think. As soon as these words came out, the girl was frightened, dumbfounded. This one knew it from the beginning? Understand your mind from the beginning? Chapter 94. To be fair, even villains can encounter so many things. The king asks you, who are you fighting against now? Lu Wuchen glanced at the girl, but she didn't expect that after the girl wiped her face clean, she was a rare beauty embryo. Hibiscus comes out of clear water, elegant and plain, without the aura of enchantment at all, but it is rare south. The Huda clan of southern Xinjiang. This girl didn't know much, but she heard the names of the Huda clan from some Jun who came to drink. It's actually the Huda tribe? Lu Wuchen was also taken aback, but this is an acquaintance of his own, and my goal this time is this Huda tribe. It seems that it is really destined. Lu Wuchen smiled slightly. You go down. It wasn't until Lu Wuchen waved her hand that the girl was relieved and got up and saluted Lu Wuchen, but I didn't know that Lu Wuchen was taken aback by this gift. This is obviously an aristocratic etiquette. Although the etiquette is not the same among the nobles of each dynasty, it is also much the same. Lu Wuchen has been exposed to these since he was a child, and he naturally knows them well. In a small broken inn on a remote border, a girl who knew aristocratic etiquette appeared. This inn has a story. Where did you learn this etiquette? No. I don't know, it was all taught by my father and mother. The girl also replied truthfully. Lu Wuchen nodded, and said no more. Continuing to hold the wine and look out the window, the girl cleaned up the tables and chairs, and then went downstairs with the rest of the beef. At this time, the girl's parents were waiting anxiously downstairs. How long has it been up there and haven't you come down yet? For fear of an accident to her daughter, I wanted to go up and have a look, but I didn't dare, for fear of annoying the one upstairs and bringing disaster to the family, the boy's father. Let's go up and take a look. Mothers are naturally not at ease. Should this be okay? There is no movement upstairs. That being said, this has already begun to go up. It seems that he was also afraid of an accident. I can be a son and a daughter by myself, and naturally I am very precious, especially this daughter, despite her age, was indeed born very beautifully, for fear of an accident. And at this moment, the girl appeared at the transit. Seeing the girl's voice, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Why is it so long? The beef hasn't moved either? It's true that this scallion noodle, when I saw it, I didn't even leave the soup. Dad, this distinguished guest didn't eat anything, just drank a pot of wine. On this side, he let his daughter eat it. Is there anything else? The husband and wife looked at each other on both sides, and it was difficult to accept it for a while. It's not playing hard to get, is it? In the case of my own daughter, even if she is in the imperial capital, it is not difficult to dress up a little bit and enter a stunning list. Wait, why is your face? Did he let you wipe it? Facing the inquiry of her parents, the girl blushed for a while. As for the beef, Lu Wuchen was right. The husband and wife were not willing to eat it. The son who was working outside should be back in a while. It's okay to make up for him. Originally, this night should have passed quietly. However, where the villain is, all kinds of accidents will always happen. Lu Wuchen, I'm so angry. When did I die with the male lead? Lu Wuchen was just about to sleep with his clothes, but he was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. What's the matter? Guest officer, Nanban is coming in, and he is looting in the city at this moment. You have a noble status, so hurry up and hide with us. She was still the girl before, but her voice was extremely anxious at the moment, and her speech speed was quite fast. Lu Wuchen looked MP, damn it, his luck. If you don't come in early, if you don't come in late, you will break the city when you come by yourself. Is this too much? At this moment, Lu Wuchen slowly got up, with a depressed expression on his face. When she opened the air-leaking door, she saw the girl standing anxiously at the door. This big night, the sky was cold and the ground was freezing, and she was dressed so thinly, it seemed that she had hurriedly got up from the bed. Guest officer, hurry up and go to the barracks with us to hide. The little girl looked anxious, and she couldn't care about anything else at the moment, so she grabbed Lu Wuchen's hand with her hands. A burst of cold came. No, this is not frozen out, but it is naturally formed from the body. Lu Wuchen frowned, and it's not easy to check it out now. Get dressed. The girl looked confused. What? When is it now? Nanban has already entered. What clothes are you still wearing? Moreover, the one in front of him is well dressed. The king asked you to get dressed. Lu Wuchen glanced at the girl. Her lips were purple with cold. Guest officer. Only then did the girl realize that she was so anxious that she forgot to put on a coat. There was another burst on his face. Wait, when is it now? Do you still care about this? Besides, isn't it the same to wear your own coat or not? This patch has been leaking air a long time ago. The girl just wanted to say something, but Lu Wuchen shook the girl's hand. The girl was taken aback subconsciously. Is this because she hates herself for being dirty? Also, he is a high-ranking prince, not like himself, but just a humble one. Stop. This time, Lu Wuchen is going to be MMP. Is this a special attribute of White Lotus? The novel comes standard with a little heroine? If the male protagonist throws away your hand, it means that the male protagonist is pitiful and cherishes jade. He doesn't want to eat tofu at this moment of crisis. He pays attention to whether men and women accept or not. When he came to himself, he became a high-cold villain, disgusted that the girl was born low. This is full of malice and routine, draped. Just when the girl felt sorry for herself, Lu Wuchen directly handed her cloak to the girl. This is a real fluffy cloak. The whole body is snow white, and it is the value of this cloak alone. It may exceed the total price of this town, with such a precious thing. The girl didn't dare to move for a while, and she was restless for a while. Guest officer, my body is dirty, this snow white cloak is dirty, and I can't afford it. Lu Wuchen was also speechless for a while, so at this time, are you in a hurry again? I really don't know what the brain circuit of this girl is like. Lu Wuchen didn't talk nonsense either, and as soon as he took back the cloak, he put it directly on the girl's body. A burst of warmth, This is not to warm the girl's body, but to warm the girl's heart. Oops. Guest officer, you'd better hurry up and follow me, it will be too late. Hee. You think of it now. To be honest, Nanban really had to find trouble with Lu Wuchen. This was really the blood mold of their eighth life, not to mention. For the sake of this girl, walking on it can be regarded as experiencing a different feeling. Lu Wuchen walked in front, and the girl followed closely behind Lu Wuchen. At this time, downstairs in the inn, the girl's parents and the girl's brother were also nervous at this time, looking around at the door. At this time, a scream had already come from a distance. There is also the sound of fighting. Chapter 95. I promise, I will protect you. Guest officer, you have to follow suit. We are going to the barracks. Try not to make a sound. When the shopkeeper saw Lu Wuchen, he immediately stepped forward and explained, seeing her own daughter in a dust-free cloak, her face glowing red. She was also grateful at the moment, knowing that this was Lu Wuchen's kindness. He was afraid that his daughter would freeze. I want to thank you, but now is not the time. A group of people walked quietly in the dark night, and did not dare to light the lights. For fear of being discovered by Nan Manziga, I had to grope forward cautiously. Fortunately, I was already familiar with the whole way, and under the little stars, I was not slow to walk. The girl's brother was holding an axe and walked in the front. The blade of the axe was already covered with gaps. It seemed that it should be used for chopping wood to make a fire on weekdays. A group of people surrounded Lu Wuchen in the middle, for fear that Lu Wuchen would make a mistake. If Lu Wuchen had a good or bad thing, even if a group of them got to the barracks and chased them down afterwards, their own family would not be better off. Therefore, protecting Lu Wuchen has become a top priority. Lu Wuchen looked funny. Does he need mortal protection now? By the way, this Nanban even kills ordinary people? Bored, Lu Wuchen also talked to the girl along the way, without any intention of being nervous. It was the girl who was worried, but the words of this distinguished guest did not dare not reply. So he lowered his voice and replied cautiously, although Nan Manzi is hateful, he generally doesn't kill people. However, if he meets someone with a better appearance, he will take them away. Several girls in our town have been taken away. As for the fate of these kidnapped girls, it's not much better to think about it. Don't kill people. These hooded tribes still have some brains, knowing that this can't be washed all at once, then you have to be careful. It was originally just a joke by Lu Wuchen, but without knowing it, the girl's face turned pale in an instant. Perhaps it was thinking of what might happen after being taken away. Lu Wuchen was a little embarrassed. He didn't mean to scare the other party. At the moment, it was also a comfort. It's okay, even if you meet, this king can protect your safety. Lu Wuchen was very confident in what he said. However, the girl didn't seem to take it to heart. She just agreed casually. It doesn't matter to Lu Wuchen. In the girl's heart, she is a prince and nobleman. If she really meets a southern barbarian, she might be frightened, but sometimes, bad luck often comes uninvited. I don't know if it is Lu Wuchen's villain physique that is particularly troublesome, or because this family is behind today. Lu Wuchen has the potential of a crow's mouth. At a corner in front of him, a soldier flew out upside down, spitting blood. On this chest, there is still a bright big knife stuck in it. What? The girl screamed. Originally, if you hid in time, you might not be able to find everyone, but now with this shout, there is only a ghost if you don't find it. It's no wonder that a girl, suddenly sees such a terrifying scene. Her subconscious reaction is like this, that if you are extremely calm, that's not right. Sure enough, this scream immediately attracted the opponent's idea. Looking back, his eyes lit up. Not to mention anything else, Lu Wuchen is really too conspicuous. A mysterious white sun and moon brocade robe looked extremely dazzling. Besides, of the 5 people in this group, Lu Wuchen is the only one wearing such a saw bag. It's hard not to let people see it. There are also girls who are also very eye-catching in the dust-free mysterious white cloak. Especially the girl is so beautiful, and under the shock, she shows a pitiful face. It can also increase a man's desire for protection, and more importantly, stimulate a man's bestiality. Imagine that the 2 countries are at war, and a peerless woman is so frightened. What would she do? Of course it is to take people away. I hadn't noticed before that there was such a watery girl in this town. The leading man, a 2-meter tall man, had a bald head and was holding a 5-ghost mountain knife with a fierce and vicious appearance. Scared the girl to cry directly, and subconsciously hid behind Lu Wuchen. Brother, if we dedicate this girl to the patriarch, we will definitely get a rich reward. That's natural. However, before that, we can also enjoy it. Ha ha. The pussy in this level is the water spirit, the one last time. Having said that, this person swallowed subconsciously, and the taste was really evocative. It's a pity that unlike our southern Xinjiang girl, she can't stand the toss, So it's a bit of a disappointment, brother. That man is a rich master at first glance. If we tie it up together, we can make a fortune. This is natural. If we are a big official, we can get more benefits. With that said, the man spit on the ground, with a grim smile on his face. He brought more than a dozen people around like this. In this case, everyone in the group, except for Lu Wuchen, had already shown a look of despair, and the girl's brother, holding the axe to his chest, seemed to be trying desperately. Lu Wuchen could see that this one was actually terrified, and his legs were trembling. However, behind him, there are his father and mother who gave birth to him. There is also my sister who I usually love the most. I must protect them, knowing that there is no chance of winning. I must also protect them. Long-term malnutrition, and a slightly thin body. At this moment, I was in front of my relatives. Dad, Nyang, take your sister and run away in a while, don't look back. In the tone, there was already determination. Boy, don't do anything stupid. Tears, I have lost my placket, can you not know? Don't look back, I just don't want Dad and Nyang to see the picture of their tragic death. What? The boy did not answer. Instead, he yelled and rushed towards Nan Manzi. However, in the eyes of Nan Manzi, he was like a fool, boring. The next moment, he pulled out the 5 Ghosts mountain knives behind him, and wanted to end the boy who dared to provoke him with one blow. There was no mercy in his eyes, brother. A stern shout. The girl didn't run, knowing that even if she ran, she couldn't escape. The child's parents had already stood in place in a dullness, as if they had lost their anger. I have lived to this day, isn't it just for my brothers and sisters, but today, I don't even have the meaning of living anymore. The big man looked at the boy rushing towards him with disdain, holding the 5 Ghosts mountain knife aloft. As long as this knife goes down, not to mention this child, even the axe in his hand can be directly cut in half, looking for death. To challenge one's own majesty, one must be prepared to be killed. The boy's behavior, for the big man, is a naked provocation. Give me death. In the next second, the 5 Ghosts mountain knives suddenly split. P.S. In other words, more and more, without reservation. Can there be a reward? Guess, what is the identity of this girl? Chapter 96. This night was incredibly hectic. Facing this fierce sword, the young man obviously couldn't even resist it. The 5 Ghosts mountain knives fell rapidly in front of him, and the next moment, it was time to split the young man in half. He closed his eyes and waited to die, but several seconds passed and nothing happened. The young man secretly opened his eyes, and a stalwart figure appeared in front of him. The distinguished guest was in front of him at this time, but the 5 Ghosts mountain knife was blocked by the opponent with one hand. It shouldn't be said that it was just 2 fingers, gently sandwiched. Such a heavy weight is like a light weight, but the big man's face is already flushed. Yes, very brave, but unfortunately, my brain is not good. Lu Wuchen's words made the young man ashamed for a while. I wanted to refute it, but I couldn't speak for a while. Behind her, the girl opened her eyes wide, with an incredible expression on her face. Don't worry, the king said that he will protect you. This sentence came to the girl's mind. It turns out that it's really not just talking, but it's really done. The shopkeeper and his wife wept with joy. They were already desperate, but they didn't expect that their son would be unscathed at this moment. Don't you go back to protect your parents? Impulsive or not, Wawazi. Puff. Lu Wuchen, can you stop being so poisonous with your mouth? The boy immediately let out a hum, and ran back with both hands and feet, only to find that his crotch turned out to be cold, his face flushed. At this moment, he really wanted to find a seam to drill down. At this moment, the big man in front of Lu Wuchen had exposed blue veins, his face flushed and embarrassed. He had already used his strength to eat his grandmother, but these 5 Ghosts mountain knives were as solid as a rock among the opponent's fingers. And no matter how hard you try, you just can't pull it out. Do you want it? Just speak if you want. What are you doing with your eyes so big? Scare the king? Lu Wuchen still exerted his poisonous tongue skills. Go to hell for me. Just after this was said, Lu Wuchen suddenly let go. The next moment, the strong man who exerted too much force fell directly on his back at this moment, too hard, and even turned several somersaults. TSK. You're welcome, you don't have to give me such a big gift. These words almost made the bald man vomit blood. Let's go together. Knowing that the idea in front of him is hard, the big man roared wildly. The next moment, more than 10 people rushed up with knives and axes, screaming strangely, beware. The girl behind her screamed in surprise, for fear that Lu Wuchen would be injured. Hiss, the king originally didn't want to care about worldly affairs, but his words just now have angered the king. How about the women in Guan and Ei? Presumably, when facing you, you will be desperate. Today, the king will let you try the taste of despair. The next moment, the psionic energy exploded, and Lu Wuchen didn't need to take action. At this moment, a group of people had already flown out upside down. Ordinary people, how could they be Lu Wuchen's opponent? He was furious on the spot. Oh, it seems to be harder to start. I broke my promise. I just said clearly, let them try the taste of despair, but I didn't expect that he was so weak that he didn't even hold his own breath. Fortunately, this bald man still breathed a sigh of relief, and he turned out to be a first-order warrior. You have to hold on, and you can't let this king break his promise. Lu Wuchen's eyes lit up and he hurried over, but in the eyes of these 2-meter big men, what is coming towards him at this moment is definitely a demon. No, don't come over. Scoff. If you say no, just don't. Where will the king's face be put? Do you know this feeling? Lu Wuchen smiled a little bit, but in the eyes of the big man, this person turned out to be so terrifying. There is no emotion at all. Facing yourself is like facing a dead person. It seems that I know. If that's the case, then go to hell and confess your crimes. Lu Wuchen simply pointed with a single finger. Leave someone under the palm. At this moment, a loud shout came out. It's a pity that as the villain, Lu Wuchen can listen to you. A psionic energy shot out of his fingertips, and the big man was instantly discouraged. As a cultivator, don't your excellency feel ashamed to slaughter mortals? The next moment, one person appeared, and he was still a step slower, and the elites of more than a dozen tribes had already died. This person is the commander of this siege, the young patriarch of the Huda tribe, and one of the rare geniuses in the tribe. Oh? What did you just shout? Leave someone under the palm. That's right, the king uses his fingers. As soon as these words came out, the young patriarch looked dumbfounded and speechless. There is no problem with this answer. I shouted to keep someone under my palm. This one doesn't have a palm. Is it still my mistake? Lu Wuchen looked at the person in front of him speechlessly. Damn it, this guy, I'm afraid he's a fool. He just quibbled. Did he really believe it? With such a young patriarch, Lu Wuchen was worried about the future of the Huda tribe. You are unreasonable. Puff, sorry to interrupt. It seems that we are in a hostile relationship. This is a fucking fool. The identification is complete. At this time, the young patriarch seemed to have reacted. His body's psionic energy exploded, and his strength was not bad. At this age, he reached the 3rd level, but he was considered a talent. What? Want to do it? It's time to recover the blood debt for the tribal warriors. Oh, what I said is righteous. The king asks you, how good are the people in this town, and how good are the women who have been taken captive by Aritel? This. Lu Wuchen asked, and the young patriarch was speechless for a while. Murderers, people always kill them. I don't understand this truth. Do you dare to justify it in front of this king? The young patriarch was directly unable to speak when he was said by these few words. Taking advantage of the king's mood, he just got out of here. Who is your excellency? Is this fucking endless? Lu Wuchen felt a little annoying too, so he took out the token directly. The next moment, the young patriarch's eyes contracted for a while. Turned out to be a disciple of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. The Holy Land of Reincarnation has regulations that it is not allowed to interfere in worldly battles. Joke. They want to kill the king, and the king is still foolishly killing him? If you don't get out of here, you can stay today. As soon as these words came out, the young patriarch took a step back. This reason tells this person that there is absolutely no good fruit to eat if he does something to the Holy Land of Reincarnation. In this case, it is better to bring the news back to the tribe. Can you leave your name? How to drop? May I have a word? The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow for a long time. Can't you put another cruel sentence? Damn, this is the standard for a villain like yourself. This is to grab your own lines. Lu Wuchen directly raised his sword, either fight or roll. In the next second, the young patriarch left without looking back. It's okay. It's not stupid. Lu Wuchen curled his lips, showing a look of disgust. I am the big knight. It's all tossed. Chapter 97. The girl actually has an unparalleled ice physique. Let's go. It's better to go back to sleep after the noise at night. Lu Wuchen yelled and began to walk back. The innkeeper and his wife looked at each other. Ouch, I knew you were so good, so I ran out in fear when I was full of the boy looked MMP, and he had to wash a pair of pants when he went home. As for the girl, she looked adored at this time. When the young patriarch left just now, the horn had already sounded. This was a retreat. I have experienced it so many times. I won't hear it wrong. There are strong people in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, and this time the siege is no longer meaningful. If the warriors of other tribes encounter this living Hades again, they will still be unlucky. So, Lu Wuchen only relied on the power of one person to complete his siege, in the eyes of others. This is too outrageous, but this is the strength of the Holy Land of Reincarnation in the world, which Dynasty dared to contend head-on. When he came, he was trembling, and when he went back, he looked calm. Liu Wuchen was still walking in front of the girl. However, this time, the girl's mentality has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is enough for the one in front of him to be able to protect himself. Back in the inn, she had just plugged in the door, but for some reason, the girl suddenly turned black in front of her and fell down. Fortunately, Lu Wuchen had quick eyes and quick hands, otherwise, this time, his head might bleed. But just after catching the girl, even Lu Wuchen shuddered subconsciously. Where is the body of a living person? His whole body is cold, and he is still braving cold air. Girl, what's the matter with you? Don't scare Dad. Sister. All three of them were dumbfounded and hurriedly surrounded them. Don't move. Lu Wuchen shouted in a low voice, preventing the three of them from trying to touch the girl. The cold air emanating from the girl's body, even she couldn't resist it for a while, let alone these three ordinary people. It is estimated that if you touch it directly, you may be frozen in an instant. There was still a heartbeat, but there was a bit of shortness of breath. At this time, white frost appeared on the girl's body. This is a cold day, and the girl's body temperature is much colder than this cold day, causing the surrounding air to freeze. This time, Lu Wuchen's hand was already surrounded by ice crystals. When the girl came to her before, Lu Wuchen felt something was wrong, but the situation was urgent at the time, and there was no time to explore it in detail. I didn't expect it to develop so fast. Have you had any similar symptoms before? Lu Wuchen frowned, his face a little solemn. The husband and wife looked at each other, as if they had something to say, and they didn't know how to say it. Every year, this kind of thing happens to Ame, 3 or 4 days in short, and 10 days in long. At this time, the young man was anxious and hurriedly said, after all, he is the only younger sister. Happens every year. Could it be? The next moment, Lu Wuchen guessed a possibility. A physical and spiritual energy came out and began to explore the meridians in the girl's body. Unexpectedly, it was discovered that the meridians had been frozen and solidified, which was by no means an overnight occurrence. Dad, please, say it, otherwise, may she. At this moment, the young man suddenly knelt down and yelled at his father. I was taken aback by my son's sudden behavior. However, the shopkeeper was still hesitating. What was it that was more important than his daughter's life? At this moment, the girl's grandmother also sobbed in a low voice, wiping away tears while looking at her man, the child's father. Let's just talk about it now. Let's not watch the baby just go like this. Hey! The shopkeeper sighed heavily, as if he had made up his mind. And the next second, he knelt directly in front of Lu Wuchen. My lord, you are a big man in the Holy Land of Reincarnation, and we shouldn't have kept it from you. Our husband and wife are Han family members of the Dacian dynasty. As he said, his face also showed a desire to die, and he told his biggest secret. Then, the next step is to wait for the dust-free verdict. Sure enough, Lu Wuchen glanced at the shopkeeper. No wonder, this girl would have performed aristocratic etiquette to herself before. It seems that this couple taught it. My lord, there are thousands of mistakes and mistakes. It's all the fault of our husband and wife. This child is innocent. This is also the child we gave birth to after we came here. Please, don't hurt the innocent child. The Cold family of the Dacian dynasty, the supreme ice body, no wonder. Lu Wuchen didn't pay any more attention to the shopkeeper. The most important thing now is to save this girl. At this moment, Lu Wuchen took out the porcelain bottle directly from her arms, broke the girl's sandalwood mouth, and poured the medicine from the porcelain bottle directly into the girl's mouth. If this scene is discovered during cultivation, it is estimated that you will have to bare your teeth and split your eyes. This is a rare 6-pin Shenshenden. The appearance of each of the 6-pin Shenshenden will cause competition among the major forces. The value of this 6-pin Shenshenden pill is already incalculable for cultivators. The 6-pin Shenshenden is undoubtedly a life-saving medicine, regardless of the multiple injuries. As long as you take these 6 products of Shenshenden, you can at least save your life. Even the lifespan will be extended to a certain extent. What a waste of heaven! These 6 kinds of Shendan were actually taken by a mortal. The 6-pin Shendan had already entered the girl's mouth, and it melted quickly, following the girl's body. It directly entered the 8 veins of the Qijing. The meridians that were obviously frozen along the way have also been unblocked at this moment. The girl's complexion turned rosy in an instant, the cold on his body disappeared, and his body temperature began to rise. However, an extremely precious 6-pin Shinshin pill was used to save a girl's life. To be honest, how many people in this world would do this? Seeing his sister's slowly ruddy face, the young man knocked his head several times in succession. The young man knew that his younger sister's illness was getting worse year by year. In the previous year, her younger sister almost didn't survive, but the family is also in good hands. For this kind of disease, don't say that you are going to ask a doctor. There is only one barefoot herbalist in this small town, and those with minor illnesses and fevers may not look good, not to mention the younger sister. Get up. Seeing that the six-pin shindan had an effect, Lu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He got up and embraced the girl in his arms and walked upstairs. The shopkeeper seemed to want to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Come up together, this king has something to ask. At the corner of the stairs, Lu Wuchen left a word to the shopkeeper and his wife glanced at each other. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Son, you go to rest. As for the couple, they gritted their teeth, got up and followed. Anyway, this secret has been kept for so many years. Chapter 98. Deeply rooted in love, Lu Wuchen put the girl on the bed. The girl at this time has a ruddy complexion and even breathing, but she is still sleeping. Depending on the situation, there shouldn't be much problem. The shopkeeper and his wife have also followed up in the house. He knelt down with a pop. Get up. This set is not popular here in this king. The Han family of the Dacian dynasty was also a well-known existence. Decades ago, in the Dacian dynasty, the Han family had always controlled the military system, which could be described as an infinite existence. The Han family has a special physique, which is the so-called supreme ice body, and only one person will appear in the family. In Lu Wuchen's view, this is like a continuation of genes, but Lu Wuchen cannot penetrate the mystery. The decline of the Han family began decades ago. Not satisfied with the rights in his hands, the ancestors of the Han family actually colluded with the demon gate. This is a felony. It's hard to die, but the matter finally came to light. The Han family was devastated, colluding with the demon gate and attempting to subvert the imperial regime. Is this worth it? The holy places of reincarnation have sent a peak master to solve the matter. The seventh-order gangster of the Han family was finally defeated and fell, and the entire Han family was almost wiped out. There are many Han families in the old part of the dynasty. It was also under this situation that the direct line of the Han family, that is, the couple in front of them, was rescued by the old ministry at the risk of their lives, and they escaped unharmed. However, for the rest of his life, he can only survive in the territory here. In the Han family, only the supreme ice body can be cultivated. The rest of Han's family members have no talent for cultivation at all. This may be the suppression of blood, a drink and a peck. There is a certain number, and the Han family, which used to be extremely brilliant, now only the husband and wife are left. In the end, after getting used to life on the frontier, the couple gave birth to a pair of children. However, the couple did not expect it either. Her own daughter actually inherited the family's supreme icy physique, but because there is no way to cultivate, my daughter can only be raised as an ordinary person. However, how could this supreme icy physique be suppressed by ordinary people? The power of ice accumulates more and more in the meridians. If it weren't for Lu Wuchen's coincidence to appear this time, this girl would probably not survive this year. After listening to the couple's narrative, Lu Wuchen was also overwhelmed with emotion. To be reasonable, the Han family did indeed die by themselves. Obviously, the power is already in his hands, but he wants to collude with the demon gate. Worldly rights actually blinded the eyes of a seventh-order power. It was really the rhythm of death, and it was unreasonable to be exterminated. Fortunately, it can be regarded as preserving a trace of blood. My lord, please, save the little girl. What's your name? Noodles. Puff. Lu Wuchen almost sprayed it? Noodles? Noodles? Be reasonable. Are you ruining your girl, a beautiful girl, actually called Noodles? No wonder he didn't dare to report himself to his family. When he said this name, he didn't laugh generously. My lord, this is a beautiful place, and the cheap name is easy to feed. The shopkeeper also smiled. Forget it. This is barely acceptable. Fortunately, it's not called a dog egg. Otherwise, you don't have to wait until the cold breaks out, and the girl herself will have a mild life first. At this moment, in the guest room downstairs, the young man suddenly sat up from the bed. Who seemed to have mentioned himself just now. Hiss. No, it's so cold, there is only one pair of pants, and it has just been washed off. So, he retracted into the quilt again. Can there be a big name? Here, Master Hui, the single name is GZ. Han Ji? Although this name is also a bit wrong, it is much better than this noodle. Lu Wuchen didn't say much more. He nodded at the moment. What are your plans? Lu Wuchen glanced at the two in front of him. If he already wanted to be incognito and live in the land of the border here, it would not be impossible. Anyway, the ice in the girl's body has now been eliminated. Within 10 years, it should be safe and sound. However, 10 years later, that is hard to say. My lord, Might it be possible to save the life of the little girl? At this time, the shopkeeper knelt down again and kowtowed for a while. In the shopkeeper's opinion, Lu Wuchen seemed to be the only one who could help his daughter protect this girl. To be honest, Lu Wuchen really never thought about it. I'm the villain, okay? Do you know what a villain is? Ruthless and ruthless, killing people in the blink of an eye. When I saw this supreme ice body, the first thing I thought of was to take it for myself. Among the Taoist and demon mind dermas, there are many ways to take this physique for yourself, and as a standard villain, Lu Wuchen should do the same. After all, this is the opportunity of the villain, okay? Of course, if this is done, the girl will not survive. As for the couple, including the teenagers downstairs, they will have to be different. Damn. This king just doesn't have the ruthlessness of a villain. Lu Wuchen slowly exhaled a sigh of relief. This woman will follow the king back to the Holy Land, okay? My lord, are you? This is an opportunity. The king has recognized it. The corner of Lu Wuchen's mouth twitched. Damn it, a good man. Even the male protagonist wouldn't do this, right? As soon as these words came out, the shopkeeper and his wife bowed their heads again and again. This time, I really met a good person. Good guy? He. Follow the villain. You won't regret scolding your mother when the time comes. Clean it up. Clean up? The couple looked at each other. What? My daughter is gone. Are you still thinking about staying here? Not to mention, thousands of miles away. When the time comes, there will be no day when we meet. Han Ji still doesn't hate the king. Lu Wuchen felt that he, the villain, was heartbroken. Not only must this Han Ji be brought back, but also Han Ji's parents and brothers must be settled. Let this one have no worries. It's really depressing to think about it. This back road has also been considered. The town next to the Holy Land of Reincarnation is just right for the couple to go back to their old business. As everyone knows, behind Lu Wuchen, Han Ji, who was lying on the bed, shed a drop of crystal tears at the corner of her eyes. Okay, I'll change rooms. You can take care of yourself here. You can wake up tomorrow at most. When I come back from southern Xinjiang, I will pick you up. Lu Wuchen curled up and prepared to leave. Well, my lord, this is the only one of the guest rooms on the second floor that I can live in, don't you? It's okay, it's just one night. Lu Wuchen waved his hand and left this place to a family of three. A bad guy, really shouldn't be the villain. Thinking of this, Lu Wuchen sighed. What a great opportunity. I was wasted by myself. As everyone knows, the future Ice Empress will be because of today. The love for Lu Wuchen is deeply rooted, and it is difficult to extricate yourself, well, whether it is a profit or a loss. Then only Lu Wuchen can measure it in his own heart. As soon as dawn broke the next day, Lu Wuchen embarked on a journey to the Huda tribe in southern Xinjiang, but before that, Lu Wuchen put on the mask that Wu Wujin gave him. Going this time is not a good thing. It's better to keep a low profile. Chapter 99. After beating the young one, the old one came nigh. In this land of southern Xinjiang, strange beasts are rampant, and without any real ability, it is really difficult to survive. Lu Wuchen sneaked all the way. After all, he was going to do shady things. Caution comes first. According to the memory of the previous life, Lu Wuchen searched all the way. It took 3 days to gradually. There were more people. Damn, what's the situation? Obviously in front of you is the temple of the Huda tribe. Why did the demon people appear? Lu Wuchen looked Is this also an accident? In the last life, Lu Wuchen was passed down in this temple, and the foundation of the supreme space directly entered the supreme realm. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Wuchen, the villain, cannot be left behind in the later stage, the supreme way. Everyone has the opportunity to step into the emperor, but this time I didn't expect that someone from the Demon Gate would come first. Moreover, he happened to catch up with the battle between the Huda tribe and the Demon Gate. I'm going. It's too much. This scene turned out to be so chaotic. Saint, leave quickly. Your subordinates can stop you. In the melee, the tribes of southern Xinjiang retreated steadily. Although they are all warriors, they can't hold on to it in the face of the Demon Gate. If you don't leave, this is a sacred place for the tribe, and you must not lose it. At this time, on the outskirts of the temple, a woman with silver white hair, wearing a silver mask, was leading the tribe to resist tenaciously. Is it her? Lu Wuchen's eyes flashed for a while. Naturally, I can't forget this woman. The saint of the temple, Ayashamu, is also a woman who I deeply owe in my last life. Hee. Do you have women too? Damn. Be reasonable. I am also a villain anyway. What's wrong with some confidants? This Ayashamu was one of them. In the last life, Lu Wuchen was killed by Zimyabai, and he was miserable in the Holy Land, simply come out to find a chance. But he didn't want to be in this back soil tribe. Relying on his handsome and charming appearance, he hooked up with this simple saint. What about the saint? Haven't you fallen under your own sweet words? Sin. With the help of the saint, Lu Wuchen successfully sneaked into the temple and obtained this space inheritance. But then things came to light, and Lu Wuchen and Ayashamu were not allowed by the temple, and they were chased all the way, and Lu Wuchen, who has gained the benefits, naturally needs to stand up and be a hero to save the United States. Not only did he save Ayashamu at the most critical time, but also on a dark and windy night. The heavens and the earth are the bed, the stars are the paving, and a great war of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Lu Wuchen's memory is still fresh to this day, especially with that moving posture, who said that the Nanban clan has no beauties. It's a pity that in the end, he still couldn't keep Aishiamu, the lord of the temple, personally chased and killed him, and at the last moment, Aishiamu fell off a cliff and disappeared in order to protect herself. And he was driven all the way back to the Holy Land. It's not that Lu Wuchen hadn't thought about avenging Aishiamu, but before he could avenge himself, he was forced to harm him again. It is really a big regret. Unexpectedly, seeing you today is like a lifetime. Under this mask, beauty is so thrilling. However, at this time, he is in danger. What is the strength of Aishiamu? Lu Wuchen can only say that it is not much worse than the descendants of the Holy Land. In the last life of Aishiamu, the fifth order powerhouse, even in the entire southern Xinjiang, no one can compare with it. The state of the temple, this strength is not a blow, but at this moment, in the midst of the siege, even if it is as strong as Aishiamu, it is somewhat unsustainable. In the last life, I saw you fall off a cliff in front of you. In this life, how could this king make this happen again? This saint who dared to love and hate had long been deeply engraved in Lu Wuchen's heart. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. Lu Wuchen didn't talk nonsense. He came up and drove up, and he's still attacked by surprise, so I asked if you were surprised? Not surprised. Slashing the power of the gods, one sword went down, and the demon gate suffered countless deaths and injuries. Both sides of the dogfight were taken aback, obviously about to take down the opponent. At this moment, a mysterious sword fairy appeared in the sky, also wearing a black mask, but wearing a white sun and moon brocade robe. The appearance was extremely handsome, and the danger of the temple was solved with one sword. This, to be honest, is no worse than the appearance of the male protagonist. The original low aura on the temple side was instantly filled, but on the side of the demon gate, he was suspicious. Be you reasonable. This time, I am a shoo-in to win the temple by myself, but the master who suddenly appeared now seems to be a little too mysterious. Pretend. At this time, one of the demon men flashed up directly and shot Lu Wuchen. Yo! It turned out to be the Yin Demon Hall. The demon gate is just a unified name. Among the demon gates, there are many sects, and the Yin Demon Hall can be regarded as one of the best good at using guns, especially this gun head, which is the most distinctive. Above the head of the gun, there is a magic flame. It can be regarded as one of the characteristics of the Yin Demon Hall. I know I'm still looking for death. This person is dressed as the elder of the Yin Demon Hall at first glance, but with this strength, he is obviously a toolman. That it's just necessary to show your own existence. It belongs to you to stand up for yourself. Lu Wuchen is not a good stubble. Is he kind-hearted and soft-hearted in the face of the enemy? It doesn't exist. Magic flame, right? That's great. Let you see your ancestors. The next moment, Lu Wuchen flashed directly and appeared in front of the elder of the Yin Demon Hall. No, it's not a sword repair. The previous trick of slashing the gods gave this person the illusion that Lu Wuchen was a sword repair. Although this sword is terrifying, its magical powers are also very powerful. However, the Soul Eater gun in his hand is not a vegetarian either. Naturally, it can be handled. When the gun was pointed out, he didn't know that the person would appear in front of him the next second. The supernatural power of the space system. My own moves are not ready yet. The other party was close, and in this haste, his hands and feet were already in a mess. Shameless villain. Puff, be reasonable. If you want to be shameless, who can be more shameless than your Yin Demon Temple? You are a demon. Are you not ashamed to scold your opponent for being shameless? Besides, this king is the villain. How come he has to report to you in advance to get you ready? This kind of pretending to be coerced is a stupid thing for the male protagonist to do. At the next moment, the supreme magic flame appeared in Lu Wuchen's hands. In the horrified eyes of the opponent, he hit the opponent with a palm of this one. He didn't even have time to explain his last words, so he was turned into a gray fly by the magic flame. TSK, is it refreshing to die under your own demon flame? Lu Wuchen's words were completely intended to attract people's eyes and ears, just to confuse them. Whoever thought that the demon gate was so easy to deceive, so serious? The magic flame is the symbol of the magic gate, although it is not said that everyone can, but once he learned it, he had already brought the sign of the demon gate, and this person in front of him, if he is a person in the demon gate, why bother to dismantle his own platform? Naturally, the other party couldn't figure out that there were so many secrets hidden in Lu Wuchen's body. They all thought that they, the elder, had died under their own demon flame. At the moment, the children of the demon sect looked resentful, and they were indeed helpless. Scoff. This is the IQ, and it's no wonder that it's cannon fodder. Little friendly means. At this moment, suddenly there was a sound between heaven and earth. Fuck! Lu Wuchen exclaimed. Sure enough, the villain couldn't pretend to be coerced. As soon as he pretended to be coerced, he was directly struck by lightning. This is simply not more than 3 seconds handsome. The 7th order power can't be wrong. This is so reasonable. This is the young one, but the old one, it's a bit too much. Chapter 100. Is this going to be a wife chasing after the cremation scenario? Lu Wuchen is very embarrassed now. The male protagonist can come out and pretend to be forced to punch his face. It's rare for him to catch up with the last time. In the next second, a big boss snapped to punch him in the face. Is it a bit too much? And I know from this look, this is really seeing through my own depths. Lu Wuchen didn't even want to do it anymore. It hit the villain's young and fragile heart too much. System, tell me, is there still reason? System, the plot is chaotic and powerless. Very good. What do you want you to do? Wait a while. The king will uninstall you in a hurry. Stiff resistance in the face of the 7th order power. Just kidding, the case of the dead bone demon is right in front of you, and you will only find death if you are stupid. A genius who has not grown up is not a genius. With a sword out, the ghosts and spirits are shocked. At this time, Lu Wuchen assumed the posture of a dead fish and a broken net die in the eyes of everyone in the temple. This young man is not afraid of power, and he dares to fight in the face of a strong enemy. He is really a real man. Even the owner of the voice was taken aback. Do you still have the courage to take action against yourself? This doll is very interesting. That seat will let you see how big the gap between the 5th and 7th levels is. However, in the next second, Lu Wuchen, who was still majestic, suddenly appeared beside the Saint Aishamu and grabbed the opponent's hand. In full view of the crowd, it disappeared. The breeze blew, and everyone present, one by one, was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Ran away? Ouch, this is too much. Even the demon power was stunned. It was really like that just now. Looking at the momentum, the rhythm of fighting with yourself to the end, but the next second. Where on earth is the evil that even dares to play with this seat? Who is it again? Teach such disciples. Of course, one of the more confused is Aishamu. Suddenly, he was taken away from the scene, and as soon as he turned his eyes, he appeared inside the temple, so close. Lu Wuchen had just breathed a sigh of relief, but as a result, Aishamu beside him directly drew his knife to face each other. Be you reasonable? What is this for? This king just saved you. You are about to take action against the king. Are you still unreasonable? Is it still not the king's woman anymore, your woman? Are you worthy too? Lu Wuchen was wearing a mask at this time to block all breath. Be reasonable, and recognize you. Hey, be reasonable, this king just saved you. Presumptuous, is this saint really so easy to deceive? Lu Wuchen looked confused. What did he deceive you? Don't do it again, do it again, the king will fight back. You obviously used the magic flame before, when this saint was blind? It was a bitter trick, and an elder was sacrificed for it. Unfortunately, in vain, he couldn't deceive the saint. This vibrato as words, Lu Wuchen was directly confused. Damn it, this is getting smarter. Why didn't he see it in the last life, this fierce energy, or is it Aishamu who lay gently in her arms in the previous life, tossing whatever she wanted, the little cutie of the previous life, drawing a knife at this moment? Lu Wuchen felt that he couldn't accept it for a while. Wait. This king can prove that this king is a descendant of the Holy Land. After dodging a few shots from Aishamu in embarrassment, Lu Wuchen kept retreating. It means that you want to fight back, but how can you do it? With that said, Lu Wuchen took out the token to prove his identity. This made Aishamu stop. A token? Just want this saint to believe it. Aishamu sneered for a while. Who doesn't know that people in the demon gate do nothing evil? Lu Wuchen was helpless, so he had to remove the mask and reveal his true face. This king is the little prince of the Dayan dynasty, and he is a disciple of the Holy Land of reincarnation. Can this be false? I don't know. At this time, Aishamu's eyes shook frantically. Lu Wuchen? It's Lu Wuchen. Seeing that Aishamu didn't speak, Lu Wuchen still wanted to show his identity, but in the next second, Aishamu's knife attacked again. Fuck, be reasonable. This knife was fierce and cruel. This was an attempt to open himself up. Hey, this king is really the little prince of the Dayan dynasty, a disciple of the Holy Land of reincarnation. It's you who cut it. As a result, I got such a wonderful answer. Be reasonable. This is so excessive. What do you mean, you cut it yourself, in this life? Did you recruit you? Or did you provoke you? But unbeknownst to him, Aishamu shouted in his heart while brandishing the spirit sword. Chop, you guilty person, deceive the feelings of this saint, deceive the body of this saint. Very good, you don't need to guess to know that Aishamu is also reborn. What's so special about this? One by one, reborn. Let Lu Wuchen, the villain, act like this, in the last life. Aishamu fell off a cliff to protect Lu Wuchen. He survived the catastrophe, but was washed away by the current of the deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. I originally thought that Lu Wuchen would definitely come to him, but as a result, the two missed each other by mistake. After that, Aishamu escaped the pursuit and entered the land of Zhengzhou, searching for Lu Wuchen's traces. In many ways, this heart is full of concern for Lu Wuchen, but who knew that after that, he learned that the man he was thinking about had been sticking to the Empress Wu Yujin. He seemed indifferent to his own life and death. Lu Wuchen, damn it, wronged. This is the plot of the last life. Moreover, that is just acting on the surface. Besides, but I come to southern Xinjiang every year to inquire about the news of Aishamu, and I have a 1 in 10,000 chance, and I won't give up. It's a pity that Lu Wuchen in the previous life didn't know that Aishamu was close to Lu Wuchen. Even twice when he clearly passed by Lu Wuchen, this man still didn't recognize him. Puff. You are so easy to tolerate, and you haven't breathed out at all. How can you recognize it? Women, sometimes they are so unreasonable. Can't you show up for a meeting? Anyway, at this moment, in Aishamu's heart, all mistakes are Lu Wuchen's. Goodbye this time, of course. I can't wait to split this guilty person. This is special. At this time, Aixiamu was more fierce than a knife. It's really dangerous to chop like this, in particular, if the angle of those few knives is really hit. Lu Wuchen can practice the evil swordsmanship. Damn, this pussy is really cruel. However, in the last life, Lu Wuchen was indeed sorry for each other. Naturally, he didn't dare to do anything about it, but in Aixiamu's view, Lu Wuchen was playing another trick of playing hard to get. This is simply the rhythm of chasing his wife today. Crematorium. In the next moment, Lu Wuchen grabbed the flaw that Aixiamu didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, hugged Aixiamu from behind. Calm down. Calm down. Aixiamu, who was originally crazy, at this moment, her hand was soft, and the spirit knife fell to the ground. The depth of love, the cut of hate. How crazy Aixiamu was at this time, naturally, was how much he loved the little prince in front of him in his heart. Aixiamu, listen to me, this king really just happened to pass by, and he is by no means a spy of the Demon Gate. Happened to be passing by. Very good. This sentence once again stimulated Aixiamu. Not honest yet. Obviously I took a fancy to the opportunity in the temple. You big liar. The next moment, Lu Wuchen's face turned pig liver color. Damn, Aixiamu, are you so cruel? With a backhand? This is special. Calm down. Be calm. Don't be hard anymore.